At the tender age of 4, I was abducted to be a sacrificial offering. Fortunately, I was rescued by the cunning fox spirit, who secretly pledged a lifetime of devotion. In pursuit of my fox bride, I ventured into treacherous realms, engaging in a battle of wits and courage, navigating the boundaries between the living and the dead, earning renown in the underworld. For love, I am willing to defy heaven and earth, weaving an immortal legend. Chapter 1. The Cursed Village. Sijou Village in Xiangxi is a place ensnared by a dreadful curse. The village consists of merely 7 families of different surnames, with each family comprising 7 members, maintaining a perennial population of 49 souls. Every year on the 15th of July, during the sacrificial rites, the count must remain exact, neither exceeding nor falling short by even a single soul. Should this balance be disturbed, the crops would wither overnight, and all livestock would perish, leaving the villagers to subsist solely on roots and tree bark. Moreover, the villagers are forbidden to relocate, for once they step beyond the village's bounds, they would succumb to illness, and if they fail to return within 7 days, their fate is sealed. In July of my 4th year, I was sold to Sijou Village by traffickers for the sum of 8,000 yuan, entering the Hu family under the name Hu Yan. This unfortunate fate was a result of a fox demon's rampage on the night of the 7th day of the 7th month, which claimed the lives of 2 men in the village. In a hasty decision, the villagers procured 2 children from the traffickers within a week's time. The other child was a girl, 2 years my senior, raised by the Liu family, named Liu Qiumon. Her price was slightly lower than mine, at 6,000 yuan. In July of my 8th year, the villagers of Sijou prepared to burn both Liu Qiumon and me alive, for the wives of the Huang and by families were due to give birth in their wearing. O elders who had passed away, nor even a single sick person in sight. Liu Qiumon and I were acquired from outside, and in the eyes of the villagers, if we do not descend into hell, whole. Such occurrences are not uncommon in Sijou Village when someone is nearing death. Women are urged to conceive at all costs, and if they fail, they resort to purchasing children and traffickers. When a child is born, they are often regarded as sacrificial offerings, tragically burned alive to maintain the population. Thus, in the past, it was a grim tradition that every few years, purchased children were sacrificed during the rituals on the 15th day of the 7th month. However, that year, both Liu Qiumon and I were fortunate. On the 7th day of the 7th month, the village was once again plagued by a fox spirit, which, as it had for years prior, claimed the lives of 2 men. In this turn of events, Liu Qiumon and I were spared from death. Just like 4 years ago, these 2 men met their demise at the Sijou Watchtower, a structure built by villagers the rampant banditry in Xiangxi, which was abandoned once the threat was quelled. I had seen the bodies of those 2 men. Their corpses were covered in white fur, and the once robust figures had become emaciated, appearing exceptionally frail, as if something had drained the very essence from them. The villagers attributed their demise to the fox spirit, claiming it had seduced the men, who they insisted had perished from excessive indulgence. They spoke of the fox spirit with a sense of reverence and terror, alleging that it not only consumed the vitality of men, but also preyed upon children, instilling fear in the heart of the village's youth. Yet, Liu Qiumon and I remained unafraid, for in a certain sense, this fox spirit had saved our lives. Moreover, the notion of a fox spirit is ethereal and elusive, a concept that remains unseen and thus seems utterly absurd. Rather than attributing their demise to the fox spirit, I am more inclined to believe that the 2 men met their end in a deadly confrontation. At the age of 12, a similar occurrence unfolded, with another 2 women expecting, and the village suffered no losses. Once again, Liu Qiumon and I found ourselves branded as potential sacrifices. Terrifyingly, the tragedy repeated itself. 2 men perished at the watchtower. On the same date, the 7th day of the 7th month, their deaths mirroring those from 4 years prior. Surviving once could be deemed a coincidence. Yet living through such a harrowing ordeal twice in succession renders the situation rather intriguing. The shaman of the Huang family theatrically performed a grand ritual, proclaiming that the fox spirit was safeguarding Liu Qiumon and me, and promptly sought to immolate us in venge. As for her son, that fateful night, under a shroud of darkness and gusty winds, The villagers erected a pile of firewood over a meter high in the drying field, binding Lu Qiumon and me to a wooden plank, preparing to burn us alive. However, fate intervened unexpectedly. Who could have anticipated that the Huang family shaman, intoxicated during her invocation, would inadvertently spill an entire bucket of oil upon herself while possessed by some malevolent force, subsequently igniting herself with a red candle? The crowd was too late to extinguish the flames, and the shaman perished in the blaze, only for a torrential rain to descend, drenching everyone to the bone. This deluge further solidified the villagers' belief that it was indeed the fox spirit protecting Lu Qiumon and me, leading them to abandon their grim intentions of our immolation. In the span of 8 years, 6 out of the 7 fertile men in the village perished, leaving only one survivor, who has been diagnosed with erectile dysfunction. Among the remaining men, I am the eldest, and in an effort to maintain the population balance, the villagers have turned their intentions towards me. I know not which fool conceived this ludicrous idea, but the following evening they summoned 7 girls all around the age of 10, including Lu Qiumon, and insisted that I choose each of them to share a marital bed. How could a mere 12-year-old child be expected to make such a choice? In a state of shock, I bolted from the scene. The villagers pursued me relentlessly, like wolves on the hunt, for over an hour. Eventually, I found refuge in the bamboo groves of the rear mountains, slipping into a cave. The entrance to the cave was quite small, and I exerted considerable effort to squeeze myself inside. However, once within, the cave revealed itself to be spacious, offering warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Yet, as night descended, a chill permeated the air, and clad in only thin garments, I curled up on a stone, shivering from the cold. Exhausted from the chase, I gradually drifted into slumber. In a hazy state, I suddenly felt warmth enveloping me. The cave was shrouded in darkness, obscuring my vision. As I reached out to explore my surroundings, my fingers brushed against something soft and plush, a sensation that was quite comforting. In a daze, I succumbed to sleep once more. Time lost its meaning, and when I finally opened my eyes, the cave was illuminated by a brilliant light streaming in from outside, brightening the entire space. I glanced down to see a pure white plush blanket covering me, and, with a sudden surge of surprise, I sat up. "Young master, are you awake?" A gentle voice drifted from behind me, and upon turning my head, I was taken aback. Seated on a stone behind me was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She donned a white plum blossom skirt adorned with flowing water patterns, draped in a satin-embroidered cloakery, resembling a butterfly, and wore a light pink satin bodice beneath. The cuffs were intricately embroidered with exquisite golden fox patterns. Around the pronounced collar of her garment was a circle of white fur, identical to the blanket covering me. This ethereal attire, combined with her delicately carved features and the cloud-like hairstyle, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Who are you?" I stammered, instinctively recoiling, for her beauty was almost otherworldly. Suddenly, the woman rose to her feet and approached me slowly, pleading, "Young master, please save me. I implore you, save me." As her delicate legs took a step forward, her complexion began to pale. With another step, crimson blood slowly seeped from her 7 orifices. By the 3rd step, she had transformed from an enchanting fairy into a terrifying specter, her face a ghastly white and blood trickling from her eyes, nose, and mouth. I trembled in fear, retreating further while shouting, Do not come any closer." Seeing my retreat, the woman pressed on, pleading for salvation while hastening towards me with an expression that seemed determined to terrify me into submission. With my heart racing, I seized a nearby stone, leapt to my feet, and, summoning all my strength, hurled the stone forcefully at her head. "I shall save you, my lord. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2, The Request of the Trafficker. The stone struck her forehead with precision, emitting a dull thud that resonated with pain. The woman slowly collapsed to the ground, her fall remarkably graceful. I gasped for breath, still shaken by the fright I had just experienced. However, it seemed I had inadvertently taken a life. Gazing down at the woman I had rendered unconscious, I was about to check for any signs of breath when the voice of my foster mother by Chun Hua echoed from outside. Here, Huyen is in this cave. Everyone come quickly. A tremor coursed through me, for it was surely my earlier shout that had drawn her attention. Instinctively, I glanced back, only to find that the woman who had just been struck down had vanished. In her place lay a white fox, and the once soft blanket had transformed into branches of the camphor tree. I lost my mind? Was this a dream? Hastily I approached, extending my left hand to gently prod the white fox. It still radiated warmth, yet remained unresponsive, a trickle of blood seeping from its forehead. I glanced at the stone in my right hand and murmured, "Could I be sleepwalking? Huyen, are you inside?" Bai Chunhua called out loudly at the cave's entrance. I remained silent, placing the stone down, and, cradling the white fox in my arms, I whispered, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. Huyen, I heard you speak just now. If you do not come out, I will block the entrance. Bai Chunhua threatened with a loud voice. Upon seeing her attempt to obstruct the entrance, I quickly exclaimed, "You may compel me to emerge, but you cannot force me into matrimony. I am but 12 years old. Very well, come out. We shall not press you further." Bai Chunhua responded with surprising decisiveness. I exhaled in relief and softly whispered to the white fox, "Little fox, you must not venture out. The villagers harbor a deep-seated animosity towards foxes. I shall seize any opportunity to bring you sustenance." The white fox, nestled in my arms, opened its eyes and, displaying an almost human-like understanding, nodded in agreement. Hastily, I placed it upon a stone and then crawled out of the cave. As soon as I emerged, Bai Chunhua seized my ear, admonishing, "You little rascal, have you now learned to negotiate with me? Just wait until we return home. I shall see to your punishment." Upon arriving home, a thorough beating was inevitable. My younger brother, witnessing my plight, found amusement in my misfortune, grinning like a simpleton. My 3 years older sister, Hu Chui, was equally troublesome. After breaking one stick, she promptly handed me 2 more. That evening, the elderly men from the 7 families convened in the courtyard of the Hu household. With the approaching festival of the Ghost Month and the recent passing of the shaman, the village, already impoverished, found itself in dire straits. Thus, several families deliberated on pooling their resources to procure a child from the hands of human traffickers. I concealed myself in a corner, playing with mud, while my thoughts raged against the ancestors of those vile traffickers. As for my original family, my memories have faded significantly. The visage of my biological parents eludes me. However, I faintly recall that we lived in considerable comfort, our home spacious, with a beautiful sister devoted to playing with me and a kind aunt who prepared our meals. The despicable human trafficker has sold me to this utterly inhumane and desolate place, where I am perpetually hungry, inadequately clothed, and subjected to daily beatings, transforming me from a pampered heir into a wretched child. 7 families pooled their resources, yet they could only gather a little over 10,000 yuan. The elder of the Hu family sighed and remarked, "This amount is insufficient. Times have changed, and children nowadays are expensive. The cheapest starts at 30,000. The others echoed his sentiment, lamenting that this was all they could muster. "If it comes to that, we might as well offer the trafficker 2 cattle, suggested the elder Hu. Upon hearing about the cattle, the elder of the Bai family quickly interjected, "That one do. Our village has only 3 cows left. If we give him 2, we won't have enough for plowing." Taking a drag from his pipe, elder Hu glanced towards the old yellow cow in the nearby barn. "It seems it must endure a bit more hardship. We have no other options." The old yellow cow, munching on hay, appeared to understand, stopping its chewing and staring intently at elder Hu. "If it weren't confined to the barn, it would have long since excavated your ancestral grave," I muttered under my breath. The elder of the Huang family nodded and inquired, "Brother Hu, didn't you say you had arranged for the trafficker to come to your home? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Elder Hu took another puff from his pipe. "He should be arriving soon. Let's first discuss whether we want a boy or a girl and what age." Before he could finish, a somewhat aged voice came from outside the courtyard gate. "Old Hu, there is no need for you to deliberate." I turned to see a gaunt old man standing at the door, appearing to be in his 60s, clad in a black Zhongshan suit and carrying a large suitcase. This wretched trafficker was none other than the very man who had forcibly taken me from the car all those years ago. Despite my desperate cries, he had callously whisked me away, And even after 8 years, I could not forget the visage of this demon in my life. In a surge of rage, I grabbed a handful of soft mud and flung it with precision, splattering it across the old man's face, a muddy flower blooming upon his features. "What are you doing, Huyen?" The ferocious Bai Chunhua exclaimed, seizing a nearby stick and charging at me, delivering 2 sharp blows across my back. Pain radiated through me, yet I refrained from tears, merely glaring at the trafficker with contempt. The old man who hurriedly approached, apologizing, "I'm sorry, my young friend. The child doesn't understand." The trafficker retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the mud from his face, and waved dismissively. "It's nothing. It's nothing." Turning his gaze back to me, he remarked, "So, this is the child I brought 8 years ago, right?" "Indeed, it is he." Named Huyen, came the reply. The trafficker chuckled softly. "Ah, this lad is quite clever, remembering me after all these years." Old man who offered an awkward smile before glancing at the suitcase in the trafficker's hand, inquiring, "Have you already secured the child?" "We still haven't gathered enough money." The trafficker waved his hand and said, "No, this is my luggage. The state's crackdown is too severe now. Since you are short one person, I might as well move in and become a resident of the 49 village." "Huh?" Old who furrowed his brow, and the other 6 families in the courtyard stood up in unison. Old who continued, "Brother, to become a resident of 49 village is not as simple as participating in a sacrificial event. You must reside here for at least 3 years and register for the local household registration." "I understand. I can transfer my household registration. I've already prepared my identification card," the trafficker replied, pulling out a brand new ID from his bag. Old who glanced at the address and, puzzled, asked, "Brother, do you intend to live in the watchtower?" The trafficker nodded and then pointed at me, saying, "I have only one request. He must live with me in the watchtower." Chapter 3. The Millennium Fox Demon. Regarding the condition proposed by the trafficker, the Hu family exhibited no reluctance. My sister, Hu Chui, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Great. Hurry up and take this good-for-nothing away." Old Hu turned to me and asked, "Huyen, do you wish to live with this elder?" I was unwilling. I instinctively shook my head. "Unwilling?" Beside me, Bai Chunhua swung a stick, striking my back with all her might. As she struck, she loudly inquired, "Do you want to? Do you want to? Do you want to?" A searing pain radiated from my back, yet my heart had grown numb. She struck particularly hard this time. After more than 10 blows, I could hardly endure any longer. I swiftly evaded, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Chunhua. How dare this wretch look at me with such insolence? I shall make him rue the day. Bai Chunhua discarded the slender stick in his hand and seized a nearby wooden beam, glaring at me with malevolence. The old man who, maintaining his benevolent demeanor, inquired, "Huyen, do you truly wish to proceed?" I turned my gaze toward the trafficker, gritting my teeth as I replied, "Very well, I consent. Just wait and see how I will bring about his demise." "You dare!" Bai Chunhua brandished the beam, poised to strike, but the trafficker quickly interjected, Hold on. And who let it be? He is just a child. After all, lacking understanding." At last, Bai Chunhua lowered the beam, addressing the old man, "Uncle, I must trouble you with this. I find myself increasingly unable to manage Huyen." "Fear not. I shall take charge of him," the trafficker replied with a smile. "Huyen, come along. We are headed to the watchtower." Without hesitation, I stepped forward, uncertain of what life with this trafficker might entail. Yet I was resolute in my decision to depart from the Hu family. "Brat, help your grandfather with the boxes," Bai Chunhua shouted from behind. Years of pent-up resentment surged forth as I turned and shouted back at Bai Chunhua, "Damn you. I will eventually use this box to hold your wretched remains." Surprised by my audacity, Bai Chunhua lunged forward with the beam, but the trafficker swiftly intervened, saying, "No need for anger. Henceforth he shall be my grandson, and I shall educate him." Bai Chunhua nodded, casting a fierce glare my way. I met her gaze defiantly before turning toward the watchtower. The trafficker hurriedly pursued with a suitcase in tow, remarking, "After all, she is your adoptive mother. How can you utter such words? It was no easy task for her to raise you. Do you not possess an ounce of conscience?" I chuckled derisively. "Conscience? A trafficker lecturing me on morality? Do you not find that utterly absurd?" The trafficker forced an awkward smile. "Why do you harbor such hatred for her?" My heart ached, and in a subdued tone, I replied. Let us not even mention the 2 occasions she attempted to set me ablaze. Since my earliest memories, she has subjected me to relentless beatings. The household chores fell almost entirely upon my shoulders. Should I falter in my pace, I would be punished. Should I fail to execute them to her satisfaction, I would be struck. Whenever her little spawn cried, she would resort to beating me to elicit laughter from that wretched creature. I was never permitted to join the family at the table. Should there be leftover food, that would be my only sustenance, and if not, I would be relegated to eating swill. Pausing mid-sentence, I turned to face the trafficker, enunciating each word carefully. Do you know what swill tastes like? Chopped pigweed, mixed with rice bran, all combined with kitchen scraps. The trafficker observed my demeanor and gently placed a hand on my shoulder, saying, Child, you have endured much suffering. I brushed aside his hand, retorting, Spare me your pity. Is it not all you're doing? I apologize. I shall ensure you do not suffer any further, the trafficker said earnestly. I scoffed coldly. Do not feign sincerity here. You would be wise not to wait for me to grow up. When I do, I shall ensure your demise. You will not, he replied. I can see the goodness within you. By the way, my name is Hussein. You may call me grandfather from now on. Grandson, I snapped back. You are not Hussein. You are merely a trafficker. I wiped away the tears in my eyes and turned swiftly towards the watchtower. Many times I had contemplated escape, and I had even attempted it. Yet each endeavor had ended in failure. The village of Sigio sits precariously atop a cliff, with but a single path leading in and out guarded at its entrance. Each time I was caught and brought back, I endured a brutal beating. I had completely relinquished any hope of fleeing. Upon reaching the watchtower, I entered without hesitation. The structure boasted 3 levels. The ground floor housed an ancient table and a stove, while the upper 2 levels were strewn with straw, providing a makeshift bed. In times when I was free from labor, I often sought refuge here. Under the moonlight, I ascended to the 3rd level and lay down upon the straw. My back bore injuries that throbbed painfully, and without needing to glance, I knew at least 10 bloody scars marred my skin. Grandfather, come down and assist me. The trunk is too heavy to lift. A voice from below, belonging to the trafficker, called out. I promptly covered my ears. Soon, the flicker of candlelight illuminated my surroundings, and I turned to see the trafficker ascending with a candle in hand. He set it down on the ground and inquired, in the past few days, have you seen a white fox? I trembled slightly and retorted, what business is it of yours? Did that white fox not transform into a strikingly beautiful woman and implore you to save her? His words caused me to furrow my brow. How could this trafficker possibly know? There had been no one else in that cave. Noticing my silence, he continued, I tell you, that was a fox spirit. Do you believe me? There are no such spirits. I was merely sleepwalking, I replied casually. The trafficker chuckled, as the saying goes. After a millennium of cultivation in the deep mountains, today one transforms into a fox spirit. With a half frown and half smile, the autumn waters are dazzled, and every gesture intoxicates the spring mountains. Child, you are destined to encounter this fox spirit. What nonsensical statement! Are you implying that the fox has been cultivating for 1,000 years? I stubbornly retorted, yet my body betrayed me as I sat up straight. The trafficker shook his head and pulled out an old, tattered book from his pocket. Opening the cover, he remarked, Behold, this book records, at 50 years, a fox can transform into a woman. At 100, into a beauty. At 1,000, it becomes a celestial fox, capable of knowing events from 1,000 miles away. Is that true? I leaned in eagerly, but I could not comprehend a single character in that book. You cannot read? The trafficker gazed at me in disbelief. I shook my head. I know nothing of it. They forbade me from studying. However, that white fox is certainly not a celestial fox. It lacked any power and was easily defeated by a stone I threw. You struck it? The trafficker inquired, astonished. I nodded and replied, Indeed, it frightened me. You didn't kill it, did you? I shook my head. No, I did not. But tell me, trafficker, why should I believe that it has cultivated for a millennium? The trafficker quickly flipped through the book and pointed to a section at the back. It states here that a celestial fox possesses boundless powers, but in its early stages. It has no magical abilities, which is known as the heavenly tribulation. If it dies within the 20 tribulations, it cannot return. What does that mean? The human trafficker, his eyes gleaming with greed, declared, "It is said that the fox spirit is currently undergoing a tribulation, lacking in powers. However, once she surpasses 2 decades, her powers will ascend to celestial heights, and you shall benefit immensely." I furrowed my brow at the trafficker, pondering the relevance of her prowess to my own existence. He chuckled and replied, "Her ability to perceive you signifies her interest. Once she overcomes her tribulation and you have mature, marriage between you two will grant you unparalleled influence across the realm." I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, "Marry a fox? Are you jesting?" The trafficker waved his hand dismissively. "Just tell me, is the fox spirit beautiful?" The image of that ethereal woman flashed in my mind, and I unconsciously licked my lips. Swallowing hard, "She is stunning, exceedingly beautiful." Chapter 4. A Destiny of Extreme. Upon hearing my response, the trafficker exhaled in relief and inquired further, "Then why can you not marry her?" The mention of marriage jolted me into clarity as I fervently shook my head. "But she is a fox, a mere beast, and she has already slain 6 men from our village. Those men were not killed by the fox spirit. She is a divine being." "Do you truly wish to wed a woman akin to Bai Chanhua?" the trafficker questioned. The mere mention of Bai Chanhua made me involuntarily grimace. Such a fierce woman could only be wed after enduring a lifetime of misfortune. The trafficker pressed on, "Is the fox spirit gentle?" "Indeed." "Is her figure pleasing?" "Yes." "Is her complexion fair?" "Where are you referring to?" I inquired. "The skin." "White." "Has she saved your life?" "Yes." "Then can she become your wife?" "Yes." I am uncertain how it transpired, yet I found myself inexplicably nodding in agreement. The trafficker responded with a grunt, "Very well, in 4 years. You shall leave Siki village with her and return to meet your biological parents." My heart jolted at the mention of my biological parents. "Where are they?" The trafficker stroked his grizzled beard thoughtfully. "I will inform you at the appropriate time. Rest assured, I shall ensure you are reunited with them." I furrow my brow, scrutinizing the trafficker. "Are you fearful that I might eliminate you within these 4 years, thus deliberately withholding that information?" The trafficker laughed heartily. "You lack the capability to bring about my demise. In the forthcoming 4 years, I shall teach you literacy and other skills." "What skills?" I queried. "The art of abducting children. First, assist me in moving the boxes," the trafficker replied, rising to descend. I pondered for a moment and then stood up decisively. Regardless of the veracity of his claims, remaining here was certainly more agreeable than enduring the Hu family. Upon reaching the first floor, I beheld a large suitcase and attempted to lift it, only to discover it was utterly immovable. "What on earth is in this suitcase? Why is it so heavy?" I asked, perplexed. The trafficker grasped the suitcase handle, books, and money. Together, we hoisted the suitcase up to the 2nd floor, where the trafficker opened it before my eyes. Indeed, the room was filled entirely with books, all of which were aged and yellowed, amounting to well over 100 volumes. "Where's the money?" I inquired, perplexed. The trafficker removed several books from the surface and revealed a small leather suitcase. "Here lies the money," he declared, opening the case to unveil stacks of 100 yuan notes that momentarily left me lightheaded. Even if it were not 1,000,000, it must surely be at least 500,000. Staring in astonishment at the trafficker, I exclaimed, "What a sin! How many children have you trafficked?" He produced a bundle from within and handed it to me, saying, "Initially, you were sold for 8,000. Here is 10,000, and the remaining 2,000 shall serve as interest." Instinctively, I reached out to accept the 10,000, but before I could utter a word, he reclaimed it, adding, "However, I intend to teach you a skill, and this 10,000 shall be your tuition." Cursing silently, I thought, "You old scoundrel, I have yet to warm this money in my hands." The trafficker closed the suitcase, stating, "This money is a gift from me for your wedding to the fox spirit in 4 years. I have no desire for your filthy money. Its origins are tainted." I retorted. He chuckled softly, replying, "Surprisingly, that is not the case. I sold but 1 child. This money was given to me by your biological father. Is that a deception?" I questioned. "He honored me with it. Then why has he not come to retrieve me?" I asked in a subdued tone. The trafficker shrugged. "He is entirely unaware of your presence here. You old scoundrel. One day, I shall end your life. I muttered defiantly before turning and ascending to the third floor. Perhaps it was due to the malevolence of the villagers that during our brief encounter, I found myself contemplating the nature of this trafficker, who, surprisingly, did not appear as vile as I had anticipated. Over the next 4 years, he indeed did not disappoint me. Initially, he devoted himself tirelessly to teaching me how to read and write. Within a mere 6 months, I had mastered all the characters. Once I became literate, I eagerly reached for the book he had once shown me, titled The Fox Spirit Chronicles. The contents were precisely as he had described. After I completed the Fox Spirit Chronicles, he began to introduce me to an array of peculiar texts: The Art of the Mysterious Gate, the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, the Book of Luban, the House Classic, the Burial Classic, the Dragon's Regret Classic, Physiognomy, the Divine Mirror, the Gallbladder Classic. And I immersed myself in these works day and night. The trafficker's daily routine was rather peculiar. He seldom ventured outside during the daylight, and as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, he would spring to life, causing my own schedule to become entirely inverted. Throughout these 4 years, aside from my clandestine nighttime visits to deliver food to the white fox in the cave, I scarcely left the confines of the 4-9 watchtower. The white fox was remarkably docile, waiting for me at the cave entrance during each visit. I would crawl inside to watch it consume the food, and we would share quiet conversations. Time slipped away, and before I knew it, I had reached the age of 16. In 4-9 Village, the 7th month of the lunar calendar every 4 years was destined to be extraordinary. On the morning of the first day of the 7th month, I awoke to find no familiar aroma of food wafting through the air. Calling out for the old rascal, I ascended to the 2nd floor, only to discover him lying in bed with his eyes open, his complexion somewhat pallid. Furrowing my brow, I approached him and inquired, "Old rascal, what is the matter?" Hussein glanced at me and said, "You've been calling me an old bastard for 4 years. Has your hatred for me not yet dissipated?" His tone was feeble, and his complexion was ashen, as if he were suffering from a grave illness. "I no longer harbor any hatred towards you. It's simply a matter of habit. Are you all right?" I inquired with genuine concern. These past 4 years have been the most comfortable of my life in Sigio Village. Although I have spent countless hours learning alongside him, the days of beating and scolding are long behind us. "Child, could you perhaps call me Grandpa?" Hussein turned to look at me. I shot him a sidelong glance, and he said, "I'll go fetch a doctor to take a look at you." "No need," I replied. Hussein quickly grasped my hand and insisted, "I truly am your grandfather, your biological grandfather." As he spoke, Hussein trembled slightly and retrieved an old photograph from his chest pocket. The image depicted a family of 5. Hussein was seated on a bench, with a young girl standing beside him, and behind them stood a man and a woman, the man bearing a slight resemblance to me, cradling an infant of about a year old in his arms. The baby was barefoot, and one could faintly discern a dark birthmark on the sole of his foot. The photograph was taken 15 years ago. I too have a similar birthmark on the same spot on my foot, and this image alone suffices to affirm the truth of his words. "Why did you sell me here?" I asked, furrowing my brow as I gazed at Hussein. He sighed and replied with resignation, "Child, you possess a purely Een fate, and the spirits have claimed you. Only under the protection of the fox spirit in Sigio Village can you survive. Otherwise, you are prone to early demise. I have imparted to you all that you need to know. You should comprehend this. Am I truly of extreme Een fate?" A sudden shock coursed through me as I gazed incredulously at Hussein. Chapter 5. Huyen has committed murder. The extreme Een fate is characterized by the specter of ghostly possession. It is the most favored fate among spirits. Powerful ghosts seek to inhabit the bodies of those with such extreme Een destinies. This fate endures a calamity every 4 years, with few surviving past the age of 12. However, the presence of the fox spirit guarding the village of 4-9 deters any ghostly mischief. Indeed, the 14th day of the 7th lunar month marks your birth, and this month presents your final trial. If you pass through it safely, your ghostly possession will cease to manifest, allowing you to leave 4-9 Village. Hussein spoke slowly. In those brief words, I comprehended fully why my grandfather had sent me here. The lingering turmoil within me dissipated entirely, and I spoke, "Grandfather, I understand completely." The term grandfather evoked tears from Hussein's aged eyes. Just as he was about to respond, a panicked voice from below the watchtower pierced the air. Hu Yin! Hu Yin, hurry down. The white fox has been discovered. At this, my grandfather abruptly sat up, startling me. Quick! We cannot afford any mishap with the white fox at this critical juncture, he urged gravely. I nodded hastily and dashed down the watchtower. Below, Lu Qiamon looked at me anxiously and said, "They're in the bamboo grove." Over the years, during my visits to see the white fox, I often encountered Lu Qiamon. Bonded by our shared affliction, we both held deep gratitude for the white fox, sometimes even visiting together. How could the white fox have been discovered? I questioned, quickening my pace towards the bamboo grove. Lu Qiamon followed closely behind. They had ventured into the bamboo grove, a discovery made by the youngest son of the Hu family. They had captured the white fox and were gathering firewood, proclaiming their intention to burn the creature alive. I was utterly powerless to prevent their cruel intentions. The youngest son of the Hu family, named Hu Hu, is the very boy whom I refer to as my nominal brother. In our childhood, I often bore the brunt of Bai Chunhua's wrath due to his unhappiness, and he should now be around 7 or 8 years old. By the time I reached the bamboo grove, the bonfire had already been ignited. There were 7 mischievous children present, binding the white fox with vines and suspending it from a bamboo pole. Hu grasped the pole, poised to thrust the fox into the flames. "Stop!" I shouted, rushing forward. Hu turned to glance at me, then burst into laughter, unceremoniously tossing the white fox into the fire. "No!" Lu Qiamon screamed in despair as I dashed forward, kicking Hu aside and seizing the pole to rescue the fox. Even in that brief moment, 80% of the white fox's fur had been singed away, transforming it into a charred black creature. I quickly cradled the fox in my arms, fervently extinguishing the flames that clung to its body. Upon seeing the fox still with its eyes open, I exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Hu, whom I had knocked to the ground, began to wail inconsolably. Suddenly, Lu Qiamon shouted a warning, "Be careful," and leaped onto me, followed by a dull thud as she slowly collapsed. I turned to see a boy from the Huang family holding a thick wooden stick, his expression one of shock. Aside from him, several other children nearby had also picked up stones and sticks, ready to join the fray. The young scoundrel attempted a surprise attack on me, only to be thwarted by Lu Qiamon, who intervened with a blow. Enraged, I cursed vehemently and delivered a forceful kick to the chest of the Huang family boy. Seizing the wooden stick from his grasp, I struck him squarely on the head, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The other children, merely in their early teens, witnessed the boy fall and hastily discarded their makeshift weapons, fleeing while shouting, "Hu Yin is killing people! Hu Yin is killing people!" I paid them no heed, hastily bending down to examine Lu Qiamon's head, my hand coming away stained with blood. "You little beast!" I shot a cold glare at the fallen Huang boy before hoisting Lu Qiamon onto my back, cradling the white fox, and making my way towards the watchtower. On my return journey, I encountered the frantic Huang family wife, who, upon seeing me, unleashed a torrent of accusations. "Hu Yin, you little piglet, what have you done to my son? If he is not dead, then he must be exceptionally lucky." I coldly retorted with a brief remark and continued towards the watchtower. The group of children encircled me from all directions, clutching stones and appearing intent on hurling them at me. I cast a withering glance at them and sternly warned, "Go ahead and throw one. I'll make sure you pay dearly." This threat proved effective. None of the 6 children dared to make a move. Upon returning to the watchtower, I swiftly placed the white fox on the table and carefully laid Lu Qiamon on the bench, examining her injuries and pulse. Her pulse was steady, and the wounds appeared minimal. She had merely been knocked unconscious, likely without any grave danger. However, I remained uncertain if there would be any lasting repercussions. The white fox lay on the table, its eyes narrowed, bearing not only scars from burns but also several cuts and abrasions. It was evident that the wretched creatures had tormented it prior to the fire. I hastily bandaged Lu Qiamon's wounds and then cradled the white fox as I ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, I was momentarily struck dumb. My grandfather lay on the bed, eyes now closed. His face, once adorned with a smile, had sprouted fine white fur, resembling the lifeless visage of the man who had perished in Sijio village. "Grandfather!" I exclaimed, rushing forward, my hand instinctively reaching out to check for breath at his nose. Indeed, there was no sign of life. "Grandfather!" I cried out, tears streaming down my face as I grasped his arms and shook him frantically, choking on my words. "You old rascal, don't leave me. You've only been a grandfather for a day. Wake up, please." Yet, no matter how fervently I shook him, my grandfather remained unresponsive. With a soft clatter, a pen fell to the floor. I turned to see that his hand was poised as if he had been writing. Peering closer, I discovered a piece of paper nestled beside him. Scrawled in a shaky hand was a single sentence. "Take the white fox and leave this place. Go to Qingsheng, find your father." The final stroke of the character for father was drawn out, as if he had begun to write dad, but had not the strength to finish. I sat silently by the edge of the bed, gazing at my grandfather's remains. He had departed with a smile, perhaps because I called him grandfather just before leaving. Yet the deeper my sorrow ran, the more unbearable the ache in my heart became. The demise of my grandfather was evidently not the doing of the white fox. He had once remarked that the men of the village were not slain by the creature. When I later inquired about the matter, he merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. My grandfather's death was shrouded in mystery, leaving me at a loss. However, I firmly believe it is intricately linked to the sacrificial rites held annually on the 15th of July in Sijio village. To uncover the truth, it is imperative to disrupt this year's ceremony and seek out potential clues. A profound sorrow enveloped me. My grandfather's departure rendered me utterly helpless. After 4 years of companionship, I had come to regard him as my own grandfather, and I regretted not having expressed this sentiment sooner. The white fox seemed to sense my grief, rising unsteadily to nestle within my embrace, gently licking the back of my hand. "Get down from there, you little rascal." The detestable voice of my adoptive mother, by Chunhua, echoed from outside. "You little piglet, you harmed my son. If you don't make your grandfather compensate me today, this matter will not end here." The wife of the Huang family shouted loudly. "Come down, you little bastard. Just wait. I will deal with you today." It was the voice of the only middle-aged man left in the village, Huang Jiahan. "Hand over the fox. Hand over the fox." The village's raucous youth joined in the uproar, each cry more exuberant than the last. My fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. I placed the white fox on the blanket and swiftly made my way downstairs, retrieving a kitchen knife from the side of the pantry, and charged out with fierce determination. Chapter 6. No burials in Sijio village. I grew up in Sijio village, yet I harbor no affection for its inhabitants. Dealing with these obstinate villagers requires a display of force. As I emerged, my eyes reddened and brandishing a kitchen knife, everyone instinctively recoiled, the previously boisterous crowd rendered mute. After a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, a man from the Huang family finally spoke. "Huyen, what do you intend to do?" I turned to him, my voice icy. "Is that little wretch from your family dead?" "And no, he is alive. He has awakened," the man from the Huang family replied instinctively. "If he is not dead, what are you making a fuss about? Get lost," I commanded sternly. The man opened his mouth, but his courage faltered. He glanced at Huang's wife and then at Bai Chunhua. Bai Chunhua interjected, "Huyen, you've injured someone. You ought to compensate them for medical expenses." I turned to Bai Chunhua and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" My words ignited Bai Chunhua's already volatile temper, and she rolled up her sleeves, berating me. "You little brat, have you grown some audacity? After all, it was I who raised you, and you dare speak to me like that. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson." Through gritted teeth, I responded, "You didn't raise me. You beat me into who I am. For years ago, I allowed you to strike me. Dare to lay a finger on me again and see what happens." "Huh, what will you do? Do you truly believe I wouldn't strike you back?" Bai Chunhua advanced towards me. I had warned her 4 years ago that one day, I would use my grandfather's chest to contain her remains. I charged forward, the kitchen knife raised high in my hand. Bai Chunhua, in a moment of fear, turned and fled, shouting loudly as she ran. How heartless! What a heartless creature! How could I raise such a heartless beast? I could not be bothered to pursue her. Instead, I turned to the others and exclaimed, "Get lost, all of you." The crowd did not disperse. The daughter-in-law of the Huang family shouted towards the watchtower. "Old Master Hu, come down quickly. Your Huyen is about to commit murder. Old Master Hu, you must come down and uphold justice." echoed the men of the Huang family. The children joined in, clamoring for old Master Hu. Annoyed, I retorted, "Stop shouting. My grandfather is dead." "Dead? Dead?" The couple from the Huang family exchanged incredulous glances, staring at me in disbelief. I swept the kitchen knife in my hand, threateningly, widened my eyes, and shouted, "If you don't leave, I will chop you to pieces. Go, go, go. Quickly tell the elders. It is almost the 15th of July, and someone has died in the village again." The man from the Huang family shuddered and, pulling his wife, turned to flee. The children scattered like frightened birds, running for their lives. After they departed, we entered the watchtower, glanced at the unconscious Lu Qiumon, and then ascended to the second floor. My grandfather's body had turned cold, and the white hair on him had become increasingly pronounced. The white fox lay beside him, eyes closed, as if in slumber. Silently, I turned and descended the stairs, picking up a hoe and a shovel. I made my way to a nearby clearing, a location that gathered wind and energy, nestled against the mountain and facing the water, a burial site of the finest feng shui in all of Sijiu village. My grandfather has passed away, and I cannot take his body with me. I can only allow him to rest here eternally. In the village of Sijiu, there exists a custom wherein the deceased are not buried in the earth. Thus, one cannot find a single grave throughout the entire village, and the whereabouts of the bodies remain a mystery. After digging for over 2 hours, I finally completed the burial pit just before noon. I emerged from the depths and surveyed my surroundings. I still needed to craft a coffin for my grandfather, so that he may depart with dignity. Upon entering the watchtower, I found Lu Qiumon just waking up. Supporting her head, she gradually sat up and inquired, "Huyin, is the white fox all right?" "The white fox is fine. It just needs some time to recuperate. How do you feel?" I responded. Lu Qiumon shook her head slightly. "I'm all right, just a bit dizzy. Thank you for shielding me from that blow in the bamboo grove." I poured her a glass of water and placed it before her. Lu Qiumon smiled at me, picked up the cup, and asked, "Where have you been? Why are you covered in dirt?" "I was digging a pit. My grandfather has passed away," I replied, my face devoid of expression. With a thud, the cup filled with water fell to the ground, and Lu Qiumon looked at me in disbelief. "Grandfather who has died?" I nodded and made my way toward the second floor, with Lu Qiumon hastily following. Upon seeing my grandfather's body, she immediately covered her mouth and began to weep. Lu Qiumon had been cared for by my grandfather many times before, and witnessing his lifeless form was no easier for her than it was for me. I sniffled, patted Lu Qiumon on the shoulder, and said, "Qiumon, wasn't your grandfather a carpenter? Could you lend me his tools for a moment? I wish to craft a coffin for my grandfather." Lu Qiumon nodded and replied, "Certainly. I shall fetch them for you right away." "Thank you." I approached my grandfather's bedside, seated myself, and gazed upon his lifeless form. Memories of the past 4 years flooded my mind, warm images that lingered, and tears fell unbidden. The white fox lifted its head, nestled into my embrace, nuzzling my hand as if to offer solace. I gently stroked its head, murmuring, "For years ago, I was in the wrong. Had I not struck you, perhaps you would not have been captured by that group of unruly children." The white fox shook its head, seemingly conveying that it was not my fault. "Grandfather asked me to take you away from here. Do you wish to accompany me?" I whispered. The white fox nodded and rested its head upon my hand. Before long, Lu Qiumon arrived, breathless, exclaiming, "Huye, my grandfather refuses to lend the tools. He insists that in Sijiu village, one cannot craft coffins or conduct earth burials. The deceased must be placed in the Zhangxin cave beneath the cliff." "What is the Zhangxin cave? How come I am unaware of it?" I inquired, perplexed. Lu Qiumon shook her head, indicating her own ignorance, then continued. "They say that if a person is laid to rest in the Zhangxin cave, their soul can ascend to heaven." "Such nonsense. The dead deserve to be interred in peace. Placing them in a cave brings no tranquility," I replied, my voice heavy with conviction. Lu Qiumon nodded slightly and said, "I will help you retrieve the tools later. By the way, Uncle Huang is going from door to door, claiming he wants to gather the villagers to demand the white fox." I glanced at the white fox in my arms, letting out a cold laugh as I replied, "That man, surnamed Huang, is on the brink of death himself. How can he still have the energy to trouble me?" "Uncle Huang is nearing death?" Lu Qiumon asked in astonishment. I explained in a calm tone, "This morning, When he feared I would strike him, a deathly pallor appeared upon his face, his complexion dull and lifeless, extending deep into his cheeks. His eyes also bore signs of having lost their vitality. As he turned to leave, I noticed his earlobes were dark and withered, indicative of imminent demise. Without a doubt, that man will perish within 7 days. Chapter 7. Mourning without conjugal duties, seeing my certainty. Luciamon inquired skeptically. Foolish words. How can you possibly understand such matters? I gazed at my grandfather's remains and replied, It is what my grandfather taught me. However, this old man concealed his own signs of death. If only I had discovered earlier, I would not have missed a chance to bid him farewell. Luciamon sighed, standing silently beside me. The bustling sounds from outside grew louder, prompting me to set down the white fox and grasp the kitchen knife from the bedside table before heading downstairs. As expected, the entire village, over 40 souls, had gathered, encircling the watchtower. Yet they bore no weapons, seemingly coming with sincerity. Old man who stood at the forefront. Glancing at the knife in my hand, he furrowed his brow and asked, Huyen, I hear that brother who has passed away? I nodded slightly, inquiring, What do you intend to do? Has the corpse sprouted white hair? The old man who promptly asked. Indeed, came the answer. It was evidently the work of a vixen that led to this demise. With a deep sigh, old man who lamented, and others began to murmur amongst themselves. Old man Lu quickly interjected, Nonsense! Your grandfather cannot be buried in the ground. There is a custom in the village of Sigio that the body must be placed within the Tsangshin cave. I refuse to accept that. I must ensure my grandfather rests peacefully in the earth. Should anyone attempt to thwart me, they shall first reckon with the kitchen knife in my hand, I retorted coldly. Despite their numbers, they were predominantly elderly men in their 60s or young children, with the youth being mostly women. There was truly no one among them bold enough to contest my resolve. The villagers exchanged glances, remaining silent, while old man who sighed once more. Burial in the ground may suffice, but there are 2 other matters for which you must assist the village. I remained silent, my expression impassive as I fixed my gaze on old man who, urging him to continue. He nodded, Firstly, with the departure of brother who, our village has lost a member, and a ritual is soon to occur. We need to acquire another child for the ceremony, yet we cannot gather sufficient funds. Brother who likely had some money. Could you assist us in raising 2,000? That would suffice. Secondly, you must hand over the white fox to us, for it is a menace. I let out a cold laugh, saying, I shall not surrender the white fox to you. The deaths in the village have nothing to do with it. As for raising funds, that is your own affair. Had you shown even a modicum of kindness towards the children you purchased, I would not have remained indifferent. I do not wish for anyone to follow the path that Luciamon and I once trod, subjected to your brutality from a tender age. Having firmly declined the 3 requests of old Hu, he appeared somewhat disconcerted, while the others furrowed their brows, desperately suppressing their wrath. After a moment of contemplation, old Hu spoke gravely, Very well. One last matter. Please ensure your compliance, for otherwise you would be condemning the entirety of our village to ruin. I softened my tone slightly, realizing that I could not press these obstinate villagers too hard, lest they act out of desperation. The elderly couple of the Bai family were gravely ill and unlikely to survive until the year's end. For years ago, you claimed to be too young, yet now at 16, you must contribute to the village's growth. These 8 young girls have reached childbearing age. Choose 2 at your leisure and hasten to consummate the union. Old Hu stated with a stirred demeanor. I cast a glance at the 8 girls, all of whom were older than I. Hu Chui, who often bullied me in our youth, was among them. Perhaps there had been prior discussions. Each girl was adorned in striking attire. Mini skirts, stockings, high heels, crimson lips, and tight-fitting garments, their faces heavily made up. Particularly, Hu Chui wore a low-cut dress, presenting herself as if she were engaged in illicit trade. Noticing my silence, old Hu quickly added, Huyen, if you have no interest in the girls, you might also consider the young brides. They are unprotected and capable of conceiving. The words of the old man who thoroughly disgusted me. How could this shameless old fool be so brazen? Everyone stared at me, their expressions fluctuating, as if they were on the verge of turning against me. After a moment of contemplation, I concluded, It's acceptable, but I cannot engage in any relations during the mourning period. Once the 7th day after my grandfather's passing has passed, I shall summon Hu Chui to the watchtower for a rendezvous. Hu Chui is the most beautiful among the 8 girls, yet I harbor no such intentions towards her. In our childhood, she often bullied me. Now that I am preparing to leave this place, I certainly intend to seize the opportunity to retaliate. Seeing my agreement, everyone visibly relaxed. Old man Hu hastily interjected, "Huyen, just to be safe, let us choose another one." The other girls also appear quite commendable. Are you blind? Have you not noticed that Lu Qiumon is already at the watchtower? I inquired, tilting my head. Old man Hu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Very well. It is settled then. Everyone, let us return for now. Wait, I called out to them. I must craft a coffin for my grandfather and organize a formal funeral. I will require assistance and will pay fair wages. 1,000 for a day's work on the coffin, 3 bearers at 500 each, and 100 for each attendee to the farewell. Beyond that, I cannot afford more. Our family is left with but a meager sum. I shall handle the carpentry. Although I can no longer saw the wood, old man Lu quickly stated. The men from the Huang family chimed in. I will assist in sawing the wood and can also help carry the coffin. Count me in for carrying the coffin as well. The elderly Huang and Xiao quickly echoed their agreement. I nodded slightly and uttered a word of affirmation. I shall return now to fetch my tools. The old man Lu and the men from the Huang family hastened toward the village, followed by others who also made their way inside. A cold smile crossed my lips. Indeed, money can sway even the most obstinate, as the Huang family members who had troubled me earlier in the day now exhibited an unusual eagerness to please. I turned and entered the watchtower, only to encounter Lu Qiumon, who was hiding by the doorway. With a flushed face, she inquired, Huyen, what did you mean earlier about me being in the watchtower? Ah, it was merely a casual remark. Do not take it to heart, I hastily explained. Lu Qiumon bit her lip and replied, but that Hu Chui is not a good person. Have you forgotten how she used to bully us when we were children? Therefore, I must show her a thing or two. By the way, Qiumon, I plan to leave this place after my grandfather's mourning period. Would you care to join me? Lu Qiumon was taken aback and furrowed her brow as she said, but the villagers claim we cannot leave Sijio village. They say we will fall ill if we do, and that if we do not return in 7 days, we will perish. They are merely trying to scare you. We were not born here, so you need not worry. However, this matter must remain between us. You cannot speak of it to the villagers, understood? I gazed at Lu Qiumon earnestly. But if we leave, there will be even fewer people for the rituals, she protested. That is their concern. We have never truly belonged here. They have never regarded us as one of their own, so why should we hold their interests at heart? Lu Qiumon nodded in agreement, saying, very well, Huyen, I trust you. I am willing to leave this place with you. I nodded and smiled with a sense of relief. Are you hungry? I can prepare a meal for you. I shook my head and replied, thank you, but I am not hungry. Lu Qiumon nodded and said, then I shall return to cook for my family. If they find themselves without food, I will surely be scolded. I acknowledged her with a sound, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lu Qiumon, as her circumstances seemed even more dire than mine. To this day, she endured a life fraught with hardship. Chapter 8. The Art of Spirit Control. Meanwhile, under my grandfather's protection, I had enjoyed 4 years of a relatively normal existence. I ascended to the 2nd floor to begin tidying up my grandfather's room. Less than half an hour had passed when Lu Qiumon, breathless, hurried back upstairs. Did you finish eating so quickly? I inquired, puzzled. Lu Qiumon shook her head, saying, I prepared the meal, but did not eat before coming here. While I was cooking, I overheard something. The old who was discussing with my grandfather that once you allow me and Hu Chui to conceive, they intend to confine you and set fire to the white fox. I furrowed my brow, then let out a cold laugh, replying, they will have to wait for that day to arrive. Furthermore, the reason they are so eager to assist your grandfather with the funeral is that the wages you provided, combined with their own funds, could buy another child. The old who even mentioned that once you gave him the money, he would contact a trafficker by the 8th day of the month. I raised my hands in a gesture of resignation, saying, once we leave on the 8th, even if they procure a child, it will not suffice. Do not worry about these matters. Our primary concern now is to ensure my grandfather's peaceful burial and safely navigate the period of mourning. Lu Qiumon pondered for a moment and then remarked, indeed. As long as we depart, no child will suffer. I furrowed my brow and inquired, will they not grow suspicious of your hasty arrival? Luciomon shook her head and replied, I overheard them in the corner. They asked why I wasn't eating, and I told them I had to rush over to prepare your meal. I nodded and said, then go and cook. The performance must be convincing. Understood. Luciomon promptly descended. Once she was gone, I retrieved the small leather suitcase that my grandfather had previously brought from the concealed compartment beneath the bed. Inside the suitcase lay a neatly stacked pile of 100 yuan bills. Over the past 4 years, our expenditures had been minimal. We subsisted primarily on the produce cultivated by my grandfather. Initially, we had purchased some furniture and acquired 2 new garments each year, totaling less than 10,000 yuan. As I picked up a bundle, intending to use it to cover the expenses of my grandfather's funeral, I discovered that beneath this stack of money lay not more bills, but a piece of red cloth. Frowning, I hastily extracted all the money, only to uncover a wooden box wrapped in red cloth nestled in the center of the suitcase. Instinctively, I glanced at my grandfather's remains before unveiling the red fabric and opening the wooden box. Inside was a thick book, its cover laminated, titled 100 Methods of Animal Mating. What on earth? You old rascal, what peculiar interests you have. I muttered under my breath as I removed the book. I found it hard to believe that such a volume would be so meticulously preserved by my grandfather. Surely, there was more to this than met the eye. Upon opening the cover, I found the contents to be utterly captivating. They were far from mere mating practices. Tightly affixed within was yet another cover, emblazoned with the striking 4 characters, the art of ghost control. Ghosts? I furrowed my brow, as I had never encountered such entities. However, my grandfather had imparted a wealth of knowledge to me, much of which involved the supernatural. Even my fate was entwined with the spectral, for it bore the mark of a ghostly theft. I turned to my grandfather, murmuring, Grandfather, what does it signify that you have placed this book here? Nonsense. We have arrived, came the voice of old Lu from below. We're coming, I replied hastily, tucking the book into a wooden box and shoving the money into a leather case, concealing it in the hidden compartment beneath the bed. Upon descending, I found old Lu waiting outside with his tool bag, while a man from the Huang family approached, carrying a hefty pine log. I quickly rushed to assist him, lifting the log to the clearing below. There are still 2 more. I shall fetch them now. You begin sawing. By the end of the afternoon, the 3 of us had meticulously prepared all the wooden planks for the coffin. The following morning, as the coffin was completed, I assisted my grandfather with the final rites, placing the body inside. After careful calculation, we determined that the most auspicious time for his burial would be the next dawn. Due to space constraints in the watchtower, the coffin had to remain outside, covered with a sunshade. Our home was modest, offering little in the way of burial items for my grandfather. Among the books he had brought, I retained only the one I had yet to read, The Art of Ghost Control, while the others were laid to rest alongside him. These tomes were his treasures in life, and they would accompany him in eternal slumber. Before the burial of the deceased, it is customary to keep vigil. In this place, there has never been a tradition of earth interment, and thus I could not find any officiating priest. Consequently, I took it upon myself to recite scriptures for my grandfather's spiritual elevation. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the villagers refrained from causing any disturbances. At the break of dawn on the 3rd day, before the sun had risen, my grandfather was laid to rest. Nearly the entire village gathered to bid farewell. However, there were about 10 individuals whose zodiac signs clashed with my grandfather's, preventing them from accompanying the coffin. Nonetheless, I bestowed upon each of them 100 yuan. With smiles on their faces, they departed from the watchtower, and Lu Chumon, who had been by my side for the past 2 days, was summoned by old Lu to prepare meals. With my grandfather's burial completed, I let out a long sigh of relief. At the entrance, I lit 3 sticks of incense, placed a bowl of clear water, and set an oil lamp. I pondered whether my grandfather would return in spirit during the 7th day, as I yearned to inquire about the entity that had caused his demise. Ascending to the 2nd floor, I offered 3 more sticks of incense before my grandfather's memorial tablet. Sitting on his now empty bed, I cradled a white fox that had recently grown new fur. My gaze, through the loophole of the watchtower, fell upon the residence of the Huang family. I had observed closely The signs of death upon the man of the Huang family were becoming increasingly pronounced. However, when we were lifting my grandfather's coffin, I inquired about his birth chart, and it appeared that the man possessed a strong fate, likely enduring until the final day, which will be the 8th of the month. On the 7th day, my grandfather would have his memorial rites. It would be best if the man passed after our departure, thus sparing me considerable trouble. On the evening of the 7th day, I meticulously organized my belongings, though there was scarcely any, just a small suitcase and a backpack. The suitcase contained money. Aside from a wooden box, only 200,000 remained. The backpack held the tome, The Art of Ghost Manipulation, and 2 sets of clean clothes, while the white fox could also fit within. As twilight descended, I arranged with Luciamon that after midnight, once her family had retired for the night, she would seize the opportunity to sneak out, and we would depart from the village of Sigio. After several days of contemplation, my animosity towards Huchui had nearly dissipated. Calamity was imminent for Sigio, and she, like the rest, could not evade her fate. As the clock struck the hour of the rat, I lit a red candle and scattered a layer of incense ash upon the threshold, simultaneously burning joss paper and invoking the soul-retrieving incantation for my grandfather's return. The heavens were clear, and the earth resonated. I beseeched the 5 ghostly soldiers to summon the spirits, urging my ancestor Hu San to hasten to the Sigio watchtower to meet his grandson. I, under the decree of the venerable ancestor of Een Mountain, commanded forthwith as the law dictates. Chapter 9. I am Wang Batian. I recited the soul-retrieving incantation repeatedly, burning sheets of yellow paper, my gaze fixated on the incense ash upon the threshold, hoping for the emergence of footprints, a sign that my grandfather had returned. Yet, after more than half an hour, the ash remained undisturbed. A sense of disappointment washed over me. It seemed my grandfather had no intention of returning, as, typically, he would have come back shortly after the hour of the rat had commenced. With a resigned sigh, I ceased my incantations, and just as I was about to rise, I suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps behind me. A surge of joy filled my heart, and I quickly knelt upon the ground, bowing my head and saying, "Grandfather, please enter the house." The 7th day of returning the soul is accompanied by the presence of spectral soldiers, especially for someone like me, who harbors unresolved desires. It is imperative that I do not turn around, for to do so would reveal the spectral soldiers a grave taboo. The footsteps behind me came to an abrupt halt, and I furrowed my brow, respectfully urging, "Grandfather, please enter the house." A voice, unfamiliar and bewildering, responded. Yet, it is not uncommon for voices to change over time. "Grandfather, please come inside," I said, a hint of urgency in my tone. If he does not enter after 3 invitations, it signifies that his spirit is reluctant to cross the threshold. All right, came the resigned reply. When I looked up, I was taken aback to see 2 feet clad in liberation shoes step over the threshold, completely bypassing the incense ash that lay upon it. My mind raced with confusion, for typically, a returning soul would tread upon the incense ash, and besides, grandfather did not wear liberation shoes. As I slowly raised my gaze, I realized that the figure entering was not my grandfather at all, but rather a portly man, weary from travel. Noticing my stare, the rotund stranger chuckled. "I've long heard tales of the peculiarities of Sigio village. Seeing it firsthand today, it lives up to its reputation. To receive such grand courtesy on our first meeting, calling me grandfather, oh, how I cannot accept that. Ha ha!" With a sudden jolt, I stood up with this stranger's arrival. The hope of my grandfather's return had vanished entirely. The man bore a face of excess, his countenance fierce, clad in a white undershirt, military trousers, and liberation shoes. A yellowed white sweatband adorned his head, and at his waist hung a butcher's knife, sheathed in leather. In his 30s, he appeared to weigh around 300 pounds and stood over 6 feet tall, looming before me like a colossus, exuding an overwhelming presence. His attire was tattered, his hair dry and lifeless, his face glistened with grease, and his lips were chapped, suggesting he had traveled a considerable distance. "Who are you?" I inquired, furrowing my brow. "Kid, show some respect when speaking to Fat Master," he retorted. "That old man guarding your village refused me entry, and I've already taken him down. Do you wish to share the same fate? He brandished his fist, which resembled a large cooking pot. I scrutinized him without uttering a word. This man bore the countenance of a greedy wolf, a type prone to impulsivity and aggression, a ruthless character capable of violence and theft. It was best not to provoke him. Noticing my silence, he scoffed. I need to inquire about something. Where is Third Master? Which Third Master? I asked, perplexed. The renowned Third Master from the underworld. Surely you must know him. He arrived in your village 4 years ago. He regarded me with a furrowed brow. So he was here seeking my grandfather. Yet I remained uncertain of his intentions. You have arrived too late. Third Master has passed away. Upon hearing this news, the burly man stiffened, and with a swift motion, he seized my garment and lifted me off the ground, his voice laced with fury. Speak. Who the hell killed my Third Master? His actions were brutish, yet his words brought me a sense of relief. I shook my head and replied, my grandfather's death is shrouded in mystery. I have yet to uncover the truth. Grandfather? He paused, releasing his grip as he asked, Are you Hu Yen? I gazed at him in confusion. How do you know? The stout man did not respond. Instead, he abruptly knelt before me, clasping my waist with both hands, exclaiming, Young master, at last, I have found you. Young master? I was taken aback, observing the weeping figure before me, and inquired, Who precisely are you? My name is Wang Batian, a native of Qingsheng. I was once a butcher at a slaughterhouse, but 4 years ago, it became haunted. It was Third Master who risked his life to save me. I had intended to follow him into the world, but he forbade me, entrusting me with a task instead, to come to 49 village on the night of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year to seek his grandson, Hu Yen. Which is you? Little did I know. Please, rise and speak, I urged, helping him to his feet and inviting him to sit. Wang Batian continued. Little did I know this wretched place would be so difficult to locate. I wandered the mountains for 3 or 4 days before arriving here. Young master, when did Third Master depart? He left on the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, I replied, pouring him a bowl of water. Wang Batian paused, murmuring to himself. Then even arriving on the 3rd day, I have missed seeing Third Master one last time. Alas. He then lifted the bowl and drank it down in one gulp. What did my grandfather summon you for? I asked, noticing his lingering expression, and poured him another bowl. Wang Batian chuckled, downing it once more, and wiped his mouth, saying, Third Master did not specify, only instructed me to heed your commands. Young master, what are your instructions now? No sooner had Wang Batian posed his question than the voices of Old Hu and Old Lu echoed from outside. Hu Yen, are you still awake? I hastily said, You should go hide on the 3rd floor. Why hide? Is someone seeking trouble with you? Wang Batian replied, placing his hand on the handle of the cleaver, assuming a defensive posture. I shook my head and insisted, No more nonsense, just go. All right. Wang Batian nodded and swiftly ascended the stairs. As I opened the door, Old Hu and Old Lu approached, each leading Hu Chui and Lu Chimon, both clad only in white silk pants and a red belly band, resembling concubines from a feudal era summoned to attend the emperor. Why have you come tonight? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Old Hu chuckled. It's already past midnight. Hu's 7th day has also passed. As per our agreement, we have brought the girls to you. I was somewhat speechless. These 2 old men truly raced against time. Turning to Hu Chui and Lu Xiaomon, I sighed resignedly, Fine, come in. As they entered, Old Hu grinned and said, You 2 should be proactive. Aim for success in one attempt, understood? You may leave now. I waved my hand dismissively. Old Hu and Old Lu nodded, pleased, and turned to depart. I closed the door, and Hu Chui took the initiative to pour me a bowl of water, pouting playfully. Hu Yen, I was wrong before. Let this bowl of water serve as my apology. I hope you can overlook my past mistakes and be gentle with me tonight. Outside, faint footsteps could be heard, evidently indicating that the 2 old men had returned and were eavesdropping by the wall. Chapter 10. A pair of slaps in return, I reached out and took the bowl from Hu Chui's hands, placing it on the table, and spoke coldly. I enjoy a bit of excitement. You should come up here with me. Hu Chui was taken aback. Glancing at the water on the table, she said, You should drink the water first. I need to earn your forgiveness. No need. I've already forgiven you. Come up quickly. As I spoke, I ascended to the 2nd floor. Hu Chui hurriedly followed, and I casually picked up a bundle of rope, Pointing toward my grandfather's bed, I commanded, "Lie down." "What are you going to do?" Hu Chui furrowed her brows. "You left me with a psychological scar from childhood. Without some protective measures, I cannot muster any enthusiasm." I replied coolly. Hu Chui shook her head. "Hu Yin, I swear I will never hit you again." "Not willing? Then you may leave and summon Xiaoman to come up." "Please, I will do as you say." Obediently, Hu Chui climbed onto the bed, and I seized the rope, binding her feet together, then securing her hands behind her back. After completing this, I peered through the peephole to check outside. The two old men were already walking away with their flashlights. I picked up a cloth, fixing my gaze on Hu Chui, and commanded, "Open your mouth." "What are you doing?" With a resounding slap, I struck her face and coldly demanded, "I told you to open your mouth." Hu Chui looked at me with a face full of anger, and I retaliated with another slap, coldly asking, "You have hit me for 8 years. Is it unreasonable for me to return just 2 slaps?" "No, it's not unreasonable." Hu Chui instinctively shook her head, the fury in my expression evidently having frightened her. "Open your mouth." I forced a smile that did not reach my eyes as I spoke. Hu Chui obediently opened her mouth, and I swiftly stuffed a piece of cloth into it. Having dealt with Hu Chui, I hurriedly retrieved a garment from my bag and approached Lu Qiuman on the first floor, handing it to her. "Put this on. We must leave at once. I will fetch the luggage." "All right. Hu Yin, it's fortunate you didn't drink that bowl of water earlier," Lu Qiuman remarked as she donned the clothing. I halted, regarding her intently. "What is wrong with the water?" "This afternoon, when you went to pay respects at Grandpa Hu's grave, they secretly slipped an aphrodisiac into your water bottle," Lu Qiuman explained. I gasped in realization. It was no wonder Hu Chui had urged me to drink twice. Thankfully, I had abstained. But wait, my body shuddered as I recalled that Wang Batian had consumed 2 large bowls of it. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from upstairs. I dashed up, only to find a flushed Wang Batian, seemingly devoid of reason, pinning Hu Chui down. His large hands ripped apart her bodice with a violent motion. Hu Chui, paralyzed with fear, turned pale, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the brutish figure before her, unable to cry out. I rushed forward, grasping Wang Batian by the shoulder, urging, "Calm down, fatty." Should he truly violate Hu Chui, she would undoubtedly report him to the authorities. Although she desperately desired to conceive, Wang Batian had never participated in the village's sacrificial rites and was not one of its people. Even if he succeeded in impregnating Hu Chui, it would prove futile. At that moment, Wang Batian had completely lost control, flinging me to the ground with relentless fervor. Hu Chui was in his grasp, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lu Qiuman approached and, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Wang Batian, let out a piercing scream. I hastily seized a wooden brick from the ground and rushed behind Wang Batian, striking him on the back of the head with a forceful blow. His body stiffened, and he collapsed onto Hu Chui, succumbing to unconsciousness. I quickly discarded the brick and strained to remove Wang Batian from atop Hu Chui, fearing he might inadvertently crush her. "Hu Yin, who is this?" Lu Qiuman inquired, pointing at Wang Batian. "A friend, here to escort us," I replied, panting heavily, and then added, "He drank 2 large bowls of water." Lu Qiuman instinctively nodded and asked, "Shall we depart now?" I shook my head and said, "We must wait until the effects of his medication subside before rousing him. Otherwise, we cannot control him." Lu Qiuman murmured in agreement, casting a worried glance outside. "Do not fret. The 2 elderly gentlemen have already left." I pulled a chair over and seated myself, turning to look at Hu Chui. She gazed at me in shock. Having realized our intention to flee, yet being bound, her awareness was futile. Lu Qiuman approached the bedside, pulled a blanket over Hu Chui to shield her modesty, and sat down quietly, her head bowed in silence. I rose and offered 3 incense sticks before my grandfather's memorial, mumbling a prayer for his protection, hoping for a smooth journey ahead. After approximately an hour and a half, I stood, tucked the memorial into my bag, and said, "Qiuman, please fetch a basin of water from the tank. We're preparing to leave." "All right," she responded. Lu Qiuman rose swiftly and made her way toward the staircase. The moment the bound Hu Chui realized we were about to leave, she became frantic, her feet pounding against the wooden floor as her body writhed in a desperate struggle, creating quite a commotion. I cast a cold glance at Hu Chui and approached the bed, slapping Wang Beishan's face with force, yet he remained oblivious. "Shimon, where's the water?" "Hurry," I called out, only to be met with a loud thud from below, followed by the sound of a wooden basin crashing to the ground. My brow furrowed as I rushed downstairs, where I found Lu Qiumon already pinned to the wooden sofa by Chunhua and Huang's daughter-in-law. Huang's son and another large man, whom I had never encountered before, lunged at me from the side. Before I could react, they pressed me firmly against the wall. Outside the door stood several elderly villagers, all wearing mischievous grins as they watched me. "You bunch of bastards," I spat through clenched teeth. The old man who chuckled and stepped aside, declaring, "Master Zhang, it's all set." A man dressed in a gray Taoist robe, sporting a goatee, emerged from behind them. He had a sharp, monkey-like face and an ominous expression, clearly not a man of good repute. Master Zhang stroked his goatee and commanded, "Bind them both." "Yes, master," the large man holding me replied, producing a bundle of rope from his clothing. With the cooperation of Huang's son, they secured me tightly. Hu Chui's struggles intensified above, prompting the old man Hu to hurry upstairs and shout, "Quick, there's another one up here." I had believed that Wang Batian had awakened, yet to my dismay, he remained in slumber. 10 minutes later, Lu Qiumon and I found ourselves bound to chairs on the second floor. Wang Batian, a colossal figure, was afforded special treatment. They swathed him in blankets, effectively mummifying him, before unceremoniously tossing him onto the bed. Throughout the ordeal, he remained oblivious, even emitting faint snores. Freed from her bindings, Hu Chui rushed towards me in a frenzy, unleashing a primal scream before raising her hand to strike my face. Just as her palm was about to descend, it was seized by Master Zhang, who pulled her back and leaned in to inquire, "You must be Hu Yin, the grandson of Hu San, am I correct?" In a fit of defiance, I retorted, "I am her grandfather," and spat a mouthful of 1982 vintage phlegm directly onto his face. Chapter 11. Master Zhang. My audacious act thoroughly infuriated Master Zhang's disciple, who drew a dagger from his waist, exclaiming vehemently, "Damn it, are you seeking death?" Master Zhang intervened, blocking the burly man's advance. With a grin, he extended his tongue and licked the phlegm from his face, swallowing it with an unsettling ease. Witnessing this grotesque display nearly caused me to retch. His tongue was alarmingly long, reminiscent of a creature from folklore, nearly capable of reaching his own eyes. What manner of being was this? A true pervert, I muttered under my breath, my tone laced with indignation. Master Zhang chuckled softly, "My disciple, why allow yourself to be so vexed by one who is but a breath away from death?" Hu Chui harbored an intense hatred towards me and charged at me once again. Master Zhang's disciple swiftly intercepted her, wrapping his arms around the barely clothed Hu Chui. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "This girl is indeed quite lovely, but her temper is a tad too fiery. Allow me to calm her down." With that, he hoisted Hu Chui onto his shoulder and turned to Master Zhang, inquiring, "Master, is this permissible?" Master Zhang then glanced at old Hu and asked, "Is that all right?" Old Hu hesitated, casting a glance at Hu Chui before nodding in acquiescence. "Very well." The burly man chuckled and ascended to the third floor with Hu Chui. Moments latte. Her anguished screams echoed through the air. Old Hu sighed and hurried over, asking Master Zhang, "Now that we have restrained her, what is our next course of action?" "For the ritual on the 15th of July, we shall offer Hu Yin and that plump fellow as sacrifices," Master Zhang casually stated. "Burn them?" Old Hu responded with astonishment. "If we do that, our village will lose yet another soul. Isn't it fortunate that my disciple and I are here? We shall take their place until the curse of Siju village is lifted," Master Zhang replied nonchalantly, glancing around as if searching for something. After a considerable time, he turned to Old Hu and asked, "Did you not mention that he possessed a white fox? Where's the white fox?" Old Hu surveyed the surroundings in confusion. He indeed saved a white fox earlier. How could it have vanished? Just as Old Hu finished speaking, the burly man descended with a satisfied expression, followed by a bruised and battered Hu Chui. Useless, pretty but ineffective. It's only been a short while. Master Zhang publicly reprimanded the burly man, who merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed by his master's scorn. With a sigh, Master Zhang turned to old Hu and inquired, "Are you certain he saved the white fox? This is common knowledge among the villagers, is it not?" Old Hu glanced at the others, who nodded in agreement. The white fox was nestled within my backpack, a secret unknown to them, yet Hu Chui was aware of it. Instinctively, I cast a glance at Hu Chui, whose face was etched with resentment. It appeared she had no intention of betraying me. Master Zhang lowered his gaze to me, asking, "Where is the white fox?" "I set it free," I replied bluntly. "Set it free?" Master Zhang furrowed his brow and then turned to old Hu, commanding, "Mobilize the entire village. We must locate that white fox. If it remains unfound, the curse on your village will never be lifted." Old Hu trembled at the weight of his words, turning to Hu Chui. "Chuier, have you seen the white fox?" She responded, "Grandfather, he truly released the white fox shortly after you left." Her words brought me immense relief. Her silence was undoubtedly due to the burly man's unsettling demeanor. Setting aside any biases, Hu Chui was still an innocent young woman, and having endured such treatment before so many witnesses, she must have felt utterly despondent. Master Zhang sighed heavily, declaring, "Search. Go at once to find it. If the white fox is not recovered, you will all face dire consequences." Old Hu nodded and said, "Quickly, summon everyone. We must scour the entirety of Sijio village to locate that vixen." Upon his command, the others hurried downstairs, including Hu Chui, who swiftly exited the premises. Old Hu inquired, "Master, shall we confine them to the watchtower? There are still 7 or 8 days until the sacrificial ceremony. Do you have a more suitable location in mind?" Old Hu shook his head. "The watchtower is most appropriate. Once the door below is locked, they will be unable to escape. Let us keep them here, arranging for someone to bring them meals daily. We must not allow them to starve. Disciple, you shall remain below and ensure they do not flee." Master Zhang replied cautiously. The burly man nodded, then turned to Old Hu and asked, "May I have that young lady bring the meals?" Old Hu steeled himself and nodded in agreement, gesturing to Lu Qiumon. "Shall she also be confined here?" "Let her stay for now. She's in league with Hu Yin. We shall release her after the sacrificial ceremony, lest she cause further trouble," Master Zhang stated, casting a glance at me before descending the stairs. Old Hu followed suit, and the burly man checked the ropes binding us once more. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned in close to Lu Qiumon, inhaling deeply from the top of her head, and with a perverse grin said, "You are quite lovely as well. Tomorrow, I shall entertain you." Lu Qiumon trembled in fear, instinctively curling up. The burly man laughed heartily and turned to leave. Before long, the sound of a wooden sofa being moved echoed from downstairs, followed by the unmistakable noise of a door locking shut. We found ourselves entirely confined within the watchtower, with guards stationed outside. Indeed, as Old Hu had described, the structure was remarkably robust. The door below measured a full 20 centimeters in thickness. Being trapped within this fortress felt akin to being unable to take flight, even with wings. "Shimon, I'm truly sorry. It is my fault that you are caught in this predicament," I said, casting an apologetic glance towards Lu Qiumon. She shook her head, offering a gentle smile as she replied, "Hu Yin, do not utter such words. In truth, I have long anticipated this day. We have endured more than a decade of a wretched existence in this village. Were it not for your companionship, I might have met my end beneath the cliffs long ago. Now, to share this fate with you, I find solace." Her words sent a shiver down my spine, leaving me momentarily speechless. Lu Qiumon was my sole friend in this village, yet she had never been the anchor that kept me tethered to life. I had not realized that her resolve to endure had been strengthened by the mere presence of our friendship. With a deep sigh, I averted my gaze, directing it towards Wang Batian, who lay on the bed. The man smacked his lips a few times, then rolled over, his previously sideways form now sprawled flat. His plump lips parted, and the gentle snores swiftly escalated into a thunderous rumble. Seeing him sleep so soundly ignited a spark of frustration within me. I had initially believed he was here to assist us, yet he had unwittingly led us into this predicament. Had it not been for his arrival, Lu Qiumon and I could have escaped before they came knocking on our door. The rotund figure arrived at an opportune moment, neither too early nor too late, and I couldn't help but muse that, were it not for the fact that he too was bound, I might have suspected him of intentionally delaying our fate. I mutter my frustrations under my breath. Following my outburst, the thunderous sound of Wang Beishan's snoring grew louder, resonating painfully in my head. Chapter 12. A duel of blades. The night dragged on in torment, punctuated by Wang Beishan's vengeful snores. As dawn broke, both Lu Qiumon and I found ourselves uncomfortably bound to our chairs, the relentless noise from Wang Batian further exacerbating our distress, leaving us to ponder the sins we must have committed. It was only when the sun ascended, casting its rays through the gun ports of the watchtower to illuminate Wang Beishan's face, that he slowly stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively shifted his body, only to tumble off the bed with a resounding thud. This fall jolted him fully awake, and he turned to us bewildered, asking, "Young master, what has happened?" I released a sigh of relief, finally enjoying a moment of tranquility. "Speak, young master. I vaguely recall someone launching a surprise attack on me last night." As he spoke, Wang Batian stretched his neck and, with newfound certainty, added, "Yes, someone definitely struck my head with a hard object." "It was I who struck you," I replied. "Why did you hit me, young master?" he asked, puzzled as he strained against his bindings, the ropes creaking in protest. "Do you think you can free yourself?" I inquired, eagerly awaiting his attempt to break free from his constraints. Wang Batian discerned my intentions and began to exert himself discreetly, his chubby face reddening with effort. After struggling for a good 10 minutes, he ultimately relaxed his body and conceded defeat. Both Lu Qiumon and I were greatly disappointed and turned our heads away. "Young master, what exactly transpired? Do share with me," he implored. In a state of despair, Wang Batian lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. I recounted the events to him in their entirety. Upon finishing, Wang Batian sighed and lamented, "Damn it, I truly arrived at the wrong time. I wanted to enjoy myself just before dying, yet I couldn't even manage that." I frowned, incredulous, and retorted, "Is this really about enjoyment? In such circumstances, I reckon I could have had quite a few moments of pleasure," Wang Batian replied earnestly. I sighed again, realizing why my grandfather had never allowed him to accompany him. He truly was a simpleton. Wang Batian nodded solemnly and said, "Indeed, more than one person has remarked upon that. Young master, what shall we do next? With someone like you, the only option is to await death. There are no other avenues." I was nearly amused to the point of laughter by Wang Beishan's absurdity. Lu Qiumon chuckled softly and remarked, "Nonsense. If they truly were to burn you alive, I would surely follow you on the road to the underworld. We could continue to keep each other company. Is this my family's young mistress?" Wang Batian raised his head with effort, casting a glance at Lu Qiumon before smirking. "She is quite beautiful. Do not speak foolishly. She is my only true friend here." Just as the words left my lips, the sound of a door opening resonated from downstairs, prompting us to cease our conversation. The heavy footsteps ascending the stairs belonged to a burly man. Upon arrival, he strode directly to Wang Beishan's side and, without hesitation, delivered several slaps to his face, uttering menacingly, "You fat pig, if you snore like that again, I'll make sure you regret it." The force of these blows left Wang Batian momentarily dazed, prompting him to retort angrily, "Shut your mouth, I never snore." With another resounding slap, the man declared from now on, no sleeping at night. "To hell with you. Come on, if you dare, let me go. I could crush you with a single hand." Wang Batian shouted defiantly. The burly man scoffed and turned to Lu Qiumon, grinning as he said, "Come on, sweetheart. I'll take you upstairs for some morning exercises." "Please, no." Lu Qiumon fervently shook her head, the memory of Hu Chui's ordeal from the previous night still vivid in her mind. "If you dare to touch her, I'll make you regret it," I said coldly. The man clicked his tongue in disdain and reached for Lu Qiumon's chair. Wang Batian quickly interjected, "Young master, let him do what he wants. If he seeks death, why stop him?" "What do you mean?" the burly man queried, turning to Wang Batian. "She has AIDS, you fool," Wang Batian replied with a smirk. The man's hand instinctively recoiled in surprise. Wang Batian chuckled, "Brother, if you really want to practice, just let me go, and we can settle this like men. I'm clean. To hell with you," the burly man shouted, kicking Wang Batian roughly before grabbing a rag from the ground and forcefully stuffing it into Wang Beishan's mouth. "MMM. MMM. What a miserable start to the day." The burly man rose from his seat and descended the stairs, his demeanor tinged with displeasure. As he left, Lu Qiumon let out a relieved sigh, casting a smile in my direction. I returned her smile and glanced at Wang Batian, who appeared to possess at least a modicum of sense. At noon, the sound of the door opening echoed once more, and Hu Chui, her face marked by fear, ascended with a basket in hand, followed closely by the burly man, who wore a mischievous grin. Hu Chui cautiously glanced over her shoulder before hastening to our side, slowly extracting a bun from the basket. "Could you hurry it up?" The burly man, growing impatient, snatched the basket, seized 3 buns, and unceremoniously stuffed them into our mouths. Without hesitation, he lifted Hu Chui by the waist and strode towards the 3rd floor. Moments later, Hu Chui's muffled cries of anguish echoed from above, her demeanor seemingly dulled compared to the previous night. Before long, the burly man returned, adjusting his belt as he descended the stairs. After casting a fleeting glance at us, he continued on his way. Hu Chui, her expression devoid of emotion, followed closely behind, picking up the bottle of water from the basket. With trembling hands, she twisted off the cap and brought it to my lips. I shook my head, saying, "I am not thirsty, thank you." Hu Chui glanced at the bun I had rejected before turning to feed Lu Qiumon, who similarly declined the offering. "Come now, let me have a sip. After all that ruckus you created, I am parched," Wang Batian chimed in, having already consumed his bun. Startled, Hu Chui approached Wang Batian and delivered a sharp slap to his face, then stuffed a cloth into his mouth before turning and making her way back downstairs. "Deservedly so," I muttered under my breath, observing Hu Chui's departing figure. In her gaze, I perceived a profound resentment. The ensuing days unfolded in a monotonous cycle. Hu Chui delivered meals daily, each time escorted to the 3rd floor by a burly man. Our confinement was stringent, leaving us no opportunity for escape. After a mere 2 days, both Lu Qiumon and I, unable to withstand the pangs of hunger and thirst, reluctantly began to consume the steamed buns. Wang Batian feasted voraciously, often requiring more than 1 serving, and even after devouring 2, he still felt emaciated. Their intent was merely to prevent us from starving, with no consideration for our satiation. After several days of torment, the 3 of us were utterly drained of strength. Each time Hu Chui replenished our water supply, I endeavored to engage her in conversation. She did not resist, often responding and even discreetly slipping some food into Baihu's backpack after the man had departed. On July 14th, Hu Chui returned with provisions once more. Perhaps weary of the routine, the burly man did not accompany her this time. The food she brought was abundant, featuring not just steamed buns, but also chicken legs and chicken soup. It resembled a final feast, a grand meal before the end. Chapter 13. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Gazing at the delectable dishes, I instinctively swallowed. Wang Batian chuckled. "Sister, why such a lavish spread today?" Hu Chui, while feeding Lu Qiumon, replied, "I told them that if they offered you, who were so sickly, as a sacrifice to the deities would be displeased, hence they prepared more for you. Tomorrow, there will be even more." Wang Batian let out a sigh, chuckling as he remarked, "Sister, you truly possess a warm heart. It is a pity that it has been sullied by a brute." I quickly shot him a glare, urging, "Be quiet." Hu Chui chuckled lightly, saying, "It's nothing." With that, she picked up a chicken leg and approached me, cautiously glancing at the stairway before leaning in to whisper, "Make sure to eat well to conserve your strength. Tomorrow, I will ensure you are fed, and before you depart, I will assist in loosening your bindings." Taken aback, I turned to face her. Her gaze was resolute, devoid of deceit. "Thank you, sister," I replied. The term sister instantly filled Hu Chui's eyes with tears. She wiped them away with her sleeve, then gritted her teeth and asked, "Do you know what I desire?" I nodded and softly reassured her, "Rest assured, we shall certainly deal with him." Upon hearing my response, Hu Chui nodded, her eyes now ablaze with hatred. "Has the man from the Huang family met his end?" I inquired. Hu Chui confirmed he passed on the 8th. His body was discarded in the Zhangxin cave. They have procured another woman, to be delivered tomorrow. A sigh escaped my lips as I pondered who might be so unfortunate. After consuming all the food, Hu Chui leaned in once more, whispering, They have yet to locate the white fox, but I suspect they will return here by tomorrow at the latest. Would you like me to help you take the white fox away? I shook my head, replying, "It is unsafe during the day. Please help me unzip the bag. I will let it escape tonight, as it should be nearly restored." All right. Hu Chui did not inquire further, but directly tore a hole in her backpack. After she left, Wang Batian asked us what we had been discussing. I quietly recounted the events to him, and hope ignited once more in their eyes. If there exists a chance to escape alive, who would wish for death? As night fell completely, I called out to the backpack, "Fox spirit, fox spirit." "What fox spirit?" Wang Batian asked, puzzled. "Shoo." I quickly urged him to silence, then continued to call for the fox spirit. After a good 10 calls, the backpack finally stirred and the white fox emerged. After these few days, it had fully regained its original form, with sleek, lustrous white fur, bright eyes, and agile movements, swiftly darting out from the backpack. Wang Batian whispered, "I wondered why the girl kept stuffing food in there. I thought she was preparing provisions for us." The white fox lightly landed on the ground and immediately ran to my back, opening its mouth to gnaw at the rope binding me. The knots were tightly tied and formed a deadlock, rendering the white fox incapable of untying them. After more than half an hour of effort, the white fox finally leaped onto me and shook its head. I spoke, "You go first, leave this place. We have a way to escape." The white fox shook its head again, tilting its head and gazing at me with its glossy black eyes, as if reluctant to depart. "Go, hurry," I urged in a hushed yet frantic tone. The white fox glanced around, seemingly contemplating another way. "Hurry up," I hissed in a whisper. The white fox then leapt down from my thigh, swiftly darting through the gun barrel. "Young master, do you refer to that little fox as a fox spirit?" Wang Batian inquired with a puzzled expression. I nodded, gazing at the spot where the white fox had vanished, silently hoping for its safe passage. Wang Batian chuckled lightly. To call it a fox spirit when it can't even untie a single rope. If it is a fox spirit, then I am the Jade Emperor. It was undergoing a heavenly tribulation in a state of vulnerability. It was indeed capable of transformation, but I inadvertently struck it with a stone, I explained softly. "And that made it even weaker?" I nodded in affirmation. Wang Batian scoffed. "They say fox spirits repay their debts of gratitude, yet departed so decisively. Perhaps the little fox has gone out to seek a solution?" Lu Qiumon interjected. "Regardless, I do not believe that," Wang Batian retorted, closing his eyes, and soon the familiar sound of his snoring filled the air. However, he was now quite cautious to avoid being pummeled by the burly man, rolling down to my feet each time he slept, requesting that I wake him with a kick whenever his snoring grew too loud. The following day, Hutsueru arrived as expected. This time, the meal was indeed more lavish. After we finished eating, she truly helped me untie the ropes. I did not immediately loosen them, but held onto the end of the rope, as the burly man would typically come to inspect shortly after Hutsueru's departure. Once the burly man completed his routine check and left, I finally released the ropes and hurriedly untied Wang Batian and myself. After being bound for several days, we eagerly stretched our limbs. "Damn it, I'm covered in rashes," Wang Batian exclaimed, promptly removing his clothes and staggering upstairs. I inquired about his intentions, to which he replied that his cleaver was hidden beneath the bed on the 3rd floor, and he intended to slay that burly man. I hastily called out to him, urging him to stretch a bit, as he had been bound for far too long, causing his limbs to become unresponsive. Wang Batian nodded in acknowledgement and began to loosen his stiff muscles. As I engaged in this activity, a wave of dizziness enveloped my mind, a sensation that had eluded me while restrained. "Chill, man, do you feel any discomfort?" I asked, perplexed. Lu Qiumon nodded slightly. "I feel a bit lightheaded, but it should be just my blood pressure. I'll be fine shortly. I'm ready now. I'm going to deal with that scoundrel. Damn it, how dare he strike me?" The hefty man declared, ascending the stairs, only to descend moments later, brandishing the cleaver with fierce determination. I slapped my forehead with force, the disorientation growing more pronounced. As I began to see double, Lu Qiumon, on the other hand, simply collapsed back in her chair, her body entirely slack. "You beast downstairs, come up here. The white fox has arrived," Wang Batian yelled, drawing the cleaver with fervor. However, immediately after his shout, he stumbled, nearly crashing to the ground. I too slumped into my chair. The sensation intensified, clearly indicating that this was not merely a matter of blood pressure. The meal we had just consumed was definitely tainted. The door to the watchtower creaked open, and the burly man ascended. Wong Batian collapsed at that moment, and the man bellowed, "Damn, did you poison our food?" Noticing that our bindings had been untied, the burly man showed no surprise, and, with a sneer, kicked away the cleaver lying beside Wong Batian. I had long suspected that the treacherous Hu Chui would betray us. Fortunately, my master, wise as he is, had anticipated this and discreetly administered a sedative in your final meal. Tonight marks the grand sacrificial ceremony, and, as offerings, it is imperative that you do not falter. After the burly man spoke, he approached me, lightly patting my face, and laughed heartily. "Huyen, are you not aware? The Lord of Ghosts has set his sights on your body. After tonight, you shall become his vessel. Indeed, fate has a way of outsmarting our scheming. That Master Zhang is more cunning than a fox. As for the so-called Lord of Ghosts, even a dog would scoff at such tales. The likelihood of encountering a ghost in one's lifetime is akin to being struck by lightning, let alone the Lord of Ghosts, a mythical entity said to dwell in the most remote mountains. Furthermore, my grandfather had previously stated that with the fox immortal present, no ghost would dare approach." Chapter 14. The sacrifice. As the voice of the burly man dwindled, the effects of the drug fully took hold, and I gradually lost consciousness. Just before I succumbed to darkness, I noticed a shadow abruptly materialize beside him. The man quickly bent down and clasped his fists, displaying an unusual reverence. It appeared they were conspiring about something. When I regained consciousness, it was already night. Surrounding the altar in the village center were towering braziers ablaze with fierce flames, casting an eerie glow reminiscent of twilight. The full moon shone brightly above, illuminating a cloudless sky. Wong Batian and I were bound to two wooden crosses, and my mouth was stuffed with a foul-smelling red cloth. Between us lies an elongated altar table, upon which rests the head of a bull, its eyes wide open in eternal unrest. If I am not mistaken, it belongs to the old yellow bull of the Hu family. Flanking the bull's head are an incense burner on one side and a bowl of clear water on the other, the burner adorned with crimson candles and offerings of incense. In front of the bull's head are an array of ritualistic items: ceremonial ropes, seals, talismans, swords, flags, and various implements employed by the Taoist practitioners. Master Zhang stands before the altar, inscribing symbols, while all the villagers of Sijio kneel behind him. In previous years, I participated in the village's sacrificial ceremonies, which were merely ordinary rites without the presence of a Taoist priest. The village elders would simply offer prayers to the heavens, after which everyone would kneel and tally the population for the celestial record. Past offerings were modest, consisting of sweets and rice cakes. Yet this year, astonishingly, a bull has been sacrificed. The elderly guardian, stationed at the village entrance, is now adding firewood beneath my wooden cross, while a burly man carries a bundle of kindling towards Wong Batian, who remains in a deep slumber, his head drooping as he remains oblivious. This fellow has a hearty appetite and has consumed a significant amount of the soporific drug. I turn my gaze to the kneeling villagers of Sijio and soon spot Lu Chimon. She kneels on the ground, her eyes filled with helplessness as they meet mine, tears brimming on her lashes. Distinct handprints mar her cheeks, and a dark bruise adorns her left eye, a testament to her suffering. Upon catching my gaze, tears cascade down her face, leaving a clear trail on her skin. Meanwhile, Hu Chui, who had attempted to aid our escape, now lies on the ground, her hands bound behind her, appearing to have fainted. Among this group of individuals, I also discovered a strange woman, presumably a recent acquisition to fill their ranks. She appeared to be in her 20s, clad in loose, coarse fabric, her hair disheveled, her expression vacant, with a dull gaze and drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, suggesting a possible mental disorder. Yet, there was something vaguely familiar about her appearance, as if I had seen her somewhere before, though I could not quite place it. I struggled vigorously, the wooden frame creaking under the strain, and the village elder, who was arranging firewood, glanced up at me and remarked, "Oh, little piglet, you're awake, are you?" My mouth was stuffed with red cloth, rendering me speechless, and all I could do was strain against my bindings. However, the wooden frame was sturdy and the ropes were thick, no matter how I fought against them. It was futile. A burly man approached, grinning as he said, "Stop struggling. It's pointless. Rest assured, you'll not perish. This is a rebirth through fire. If your vitality is sufficiently tenacious, you may witness your transformation into another being." My muffled sounds expressed impotent fury. At this juncture, I was devoid of any options. During the preceding days of captivity, I had mentally prepared myself. Yet when faced with this moment, anxiety surged within me. Instinctively, I felt fear and helplessness. Master Zhang completed 2 black talismans, set down his brush, then sealed them with a stamp, his hands forming a sword gesture as he held the talismans. He ignited them over the red candles, traced 3 circles in the air, and once the talismans had burned halfway, he cast them into bowls filled with clear water. His movements were deft, revealing the intricacies that only an expert could discern. It seemed that Master Zhang was indeed no charlatan engaging in trickery. After burning the talisman, Master Zhang bent down to unveil a yellow cloth beneath the ritual table, from which he retrieved a birdcage. Inside the cage was the white fox I had released the previous night. I gazed in disbelief at the white fox within the cage. She ultimately had not managed to escape. Upon seeing me, the white fox sat up abruptly and fixed her gaze directly upon me. Master Zhang placed the birdcage on the ritual table and turned to address the villagers of Sijio village, proclaiming, "The source of the curse in Sijio village is this very fox spirit. To be precise, it is indeed a fox spirit." As soon as Master Zhang uttered these words, the villagers erupted into discussion. I knew it. It must have been the fox spirit, they murmured. I had my doubts too, but I never anticipated it to be true. With Master Zhang here, we could finally break the curse. Indeed, Master Zhang is truly a good man, they agreed. Master Zhang raised his hand to silence them, stating, "This fox is cultivated for a millennium, wreaking havoc in this region. Today, I, Zhang Qinglong, shall act on behalf of the heavens, risking my life to summon my ancestral master to vanquish this fox demon and lift the curse of Sijio." The villagers beamed with joy, as if a brighter future was on the horizon. Master Zhang continued, "Each of you has fallen victim to this fox demon's poison, which has seeped into your very blood. Thus, you will fall ill if you leave Sijio village." The villagers suddenly understood, enlightenment dawning upon them. Zhang Qinglong nodded slightly, stating, "I possess a magical sword. By piercing your fingers with this sword and allowing a drop of blood to fall into the ritual water, the malevolent poison afflicting you will be dispelled. Now, each individual shall contribute a drop of blood, men to the left and women to the right." Old Hu rose abruptly, striding to the altar. He let the sword's tip pierce his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the bowl. With Old Hu leading the way, others followed suit. Even the timid children were reluctantly dragged by their parents to contribute their blood, including Lu Chiamon. The newcomer appeared to be terrified of blood upon approaching. She began to scream and vehemently refused to draw blood. Despite a burly man holding her, she struggled fiercely against him. It was deemed inconsequential. She was an outsider and had not been affected by the poison. Once everyone had provided their blood, the burly man collected the bowl and the magical sword, also taking Hu Chui's blood. After placing the bowl back on the altar, Zhang Qinglong turned, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, revealing a suddenly sinister grin. He extended his long tongue to lick his face and, raising his right hand, plunged the magical sword forcefully into his left palm. The sword pierced through Zhang Qinglong's hand, dark red blood oozing from the wound. His expression contorted in agony, yet he emitted a chilling, cackling laughter. This series of actions left me bewildered, and the villagers appeared equally tense, murmuring among themselves. The burly man hastily reassured, "Dear villagers, there is no need for alarm. My master is merely invoking the ancestors through this ritual." Ha ha ha. Indulging in theatrics, one might as well offer oneself a blade to appease the ancestors, or perhaps summon a multitude of venerable spirits to take a few steps forth. Wang Batian had awakened, though the moment remained unclear. Chapter 15. The malevolent spirit on stage, Wang Beishan's words captivated the attention of all present. They turned their gazes upon him as he assumed a demeanor of defiance. Bellowing, "You foolish populace, you ignorant knaves. These two scoundrels are clearly deceiving you simpletons." Before he could finish, a resounding shout, accompanied by a swing of a club, struck him squarely in the abdomen. With a pained cry, Wang Batian recoiled as a burly man promptly stuffed a piece of crimson cloth into his mouth. "Damn it! Even at death's door, your tongue is insolent," the man muttered darkly, delivering a stinging slap to Wang Beishan's face. Wang Batian glared fiercely at his assailant, muffled protests escaping his lips, yet bound as he was. Weighing 300 pounds, he found himself utterly powerless. Suddenly, the sound of ringing bells filled the air as Zhang Qinglong shook a bell vigorously, reciting aloud, "Spirits of heaven, spirits of earth, tonight I offer 3 pillars of incense, 2 bowls of blood, and a bloodied palm, transforming them into myriad clouds of fragrant blood, beseeching our esteemed Lord to descend upon this place, traversing the 10 directions and the boundless void, omnipresent and manifest in all realms. I humbly invite your presence." Upon concluding, Zhang Qinglong forcefully pressed his bloodied left hand against the forehead of the bovine offering. I furrowed my brow. This was far from a traditional invocation of ancestral spirits. Rather, it resembled a summoning of malevolent entities through some arcane method. Suddenly, a chilling wind arose, extinguishing the red candles upon the altar as a dark, ethereal figure slowly coalesced above the ox's head. Upon witnessing this apparition, I was instantly reminded of the shadow that had appeared beside the mighty warrior before I was rendered unconscious in the watchtower. The howling wind intensified, making it difficult for the onlookers to keep their eyes open, while the flames in the bronze basins surrounding the altar were likewise snuffed out. Fortunately, the moon on the 15th of July was bright. Even in the absence of firelight, the scene was not shrouded in darkness. I squinted, fixating intently on the figure on the altar, my heart pounding with astonishment. I had never anticipated that there truly existed a malevolent spirit in this village of Sigio. Had my grandfather not claimed that a fox spirit dwelled here, warding off any malevolent entities? Under the moonlight, the ghost appeared as an intangible silhouette, and upon its arrival, it raised its hand to grasp the 2 bowls filled with the blood of the entire village, downing them in one swift motion amidst the ferocious winds. Once the ritualistic liquid was consumed, the chilling breeze abruptly ceased, and the specter set down the bowls, drifting beside Zhang Qinglong, facing the kneeling villagers. "Rise," the ghost intoned in a hoarse, resonant voice. Gradually, the villagers stood, each appearing as if their souls had been siphoned away, their faces devoid of expression as they gazed at the specter. Even the unconscious Hu Chui had risen. It seemed she had already fallen under its thrall. "Your Excellency." Zhang Qinglong hastily clasped his fists and bowed deeply, adhering to the protocol of a disciple. His apprentice swiftly approached the malevolent entity and prostrated himself upon the ground, exclaiming, "Disciple Zhang Biao pays homage to your Excellency." "Indeed, you have performed admirably," the specter remarked, casting a glance in my direction before turning to observe Wang Batian on the opposite side. Suddenly, a figure flickered and rushed into Wang Beishan's body at an astonishing speed. Wang Batian trembled, his previously exhilarated expression transforming into one of tranquility, his gaze becoming utterly vacant. Is the ghost possessing him? I furrowed my brow, observing Wang Batian. Wasn't this malevolent spirit intent on seizing my body? Why did it target Wang Batian instead? Within mere seconds, Wang Beishan's body convulsed, and his head drooped lifelessly. The dark shadow surged forth from within him, landing beside Zhang Qinglong. Ugh, what a foul stench! The malevolent spirit intoned. This individual possesses a robust physique, which I find appealing, yet regrettably, his malevolence is too intense for possession. Zhang Qinglong hastily pointed at me, exclaiming, "My lord, that rotund figure is merely a sacrificial offering. This is the new body I have procured for you." Upon hearing Zhang Qinglong's words, the ghostly entity flickered and swiftly approached me. It leaned closer, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed with excitement, "And Extrême yin constitution? Indeed, Zhang Qinglong responded promptly. Ha ha. Splendid. Zhang Qinglong, you have done remarkably well. As the ghost spoke, it drifted back a couple of meters and then charged toward my body. With a dull thud, I felt a tremendous force strike my chest, akin to being struck by a colossal hammer. Yet, the malevolent spirit was unable to successfully enter my body. Instead, it was repelled several meters away. Why does he possess a Tao body? The spirit inquired, its tone laced with fury. Zhang Qinglong quickly bent down to explain, My lord, this individual's grandfather, Husan, is an ancient Taoist priest. Husan imparted his knowledge of the Tao, transforming him into a Tao body. To successfully possess him, a trial by fire is required. In the midst of the flames, the malevolent spirit coldly inquired, Do you wish for me to acquire a new body, marred by scars? How shall I live thereafter? My lord, please temper your anger. Zhang Qinglong hastily knelt before him. With the advancements in modern medicine, a mere skin graft will suffice to restore your appearance to that of a normal human being. The malevolent spirit pondered for a moment before asking, Then why do you not hasten to do so? Zhang Miao sprang to his feet, while Zhang Qinglong grasped his arm and inquired, Might I ask, my lord, where is the fox demon's demon core at present? The malevolent spirit paused, then chuckled, Are you concerned that I might withhold the demon core from you? Not at all. Zhang Qinglong replied, I merely wish to confirm, as I fear that the fox demon might jeopardize your endeavors. The malevolent spirit replied coolly, The demon core of the fox demon is secure. Zhang Qinglong, were it not for my grievous injuries from battling the fox demon, it would not fall upon you to assist me. I hope you are clear about your position and do not give me cause to suspect your loyalty. Yes, my lord. I would not dare, Zhang Qinglong said with a smile. Yet he still held on to Zhang Biao's arm, seemingly disinclined to send him away for tasks. What do you mean by this? The malevolent spirit asked coldly. Continuing to smile, Zhang Qinglong responded, My lord, the exchange of the demon core for a new body is our agreement. Now that the extreme in destiny lies before you, might I request a glimpse of the fox demon's core? The malevolent spirit paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. Once he had finished, he raised his hand and spoke softly. The last individual who negotiated conditions with me now has grass over a meter high on their grave. Proceed. As the sinister words of the malevolent spirit echoed in the air, Zhang Biao abruptly drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into Zhang Qinglong's abdomen. The suddenness of the ambush left Zhang Qinglong utterly unprepared. He turned, staring blankly at Zhang Biao. Beast, you dare betray me? Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Qinglong's mouth as he regarded Zhang Biao with incredulity. With a mocking grin, Zhang Biao replied, I apologize, master. I never wished to betray you, but my lord has called me brother, and you have shown a remarkable lack of appreciation. After uttering these words, Zhang Biao withdrew the dagger and, with a vicious thrust, stabbed Zhang Qinglong once more. You insulted me in front of so many at the watchtower, calling me useless. Am I not a man deserving of dignity? Chapter 16. Do you have any last words? The sudden turn of events caused Zhang Qinglong to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, the villagers, already ensnared by enchantment, remained unmoved like soulless automatons. Zhang Biao wiped the blood from the dagger and clasped his hands in salute, declaring, I pledge my undying loyalty to my lord. Well done, young brother. This king shall not shortchange you. The malevolent spirit nodded in approval. Go ignite the fire. After 30 seconds of scorching, assist me in cooling my body. I shall first absorb the essence of these villagers to fortify my soul and prepare for possession. Remember, do not interrupt me until I have successfully drawn their essence. Yes, my lord. With enthusiasm, Zhang Biao seized a bucket of gasoline and approached me directly. He glanced up, then began to pour the gasoline over the firewood. The malevolent spirit drifted to the altar, folding its legs atop the bull's head. From its ethereal form, tendrils of blackness extended, floating towards the mesmerized villagers. In less than 3 seconds, these dark strands settled upon the villagers' heads. After dousing the area with gasoline, Zhang Biao tore the red cloth from my mouth and inquired, Huyan, do you have any last wishes? Our esteemed master shall fulfill them. I responded with a loud incantation. Supreme Lord Lao Jun, grant me divine assistance. I call upon the Jade Maiden to gather the inauspicious. As the mountain quakes, I bear the seal, adorned with a splendid canopy. My feet tread the path of the auspicious, with the 6 guardians to my left and the 6 spirits to my right. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Biao furrowed his brow at me. If the ghost-slaying spell, silence him. The malevolent spirit quivered, and the dark threads, nearly dissipated, clearly affected. Yet it was wholly focused on draining the villager's essence and could not afford any distractions. Seeing the perilous situation, Zhang Biao quickly covered my mouth and forcefully stuffed the red cloth back in. Damn it, you're given a chance to wish, and you squander it, causing a ruckus instead. He cursed as he produced a lighter. And what is your final word? A clear voice rang out from the crowd, as a newly acquired woman stepped forward, drawing a short blade from her loose linen garment. Zhang Biao stared in disbelief at the woman, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Who are you?" "Your executioner," she declared, brandishing the knife and charging toward Zhang Biao. Upon spotting the woman, a surge of adrenaline coursed through Zhang Biao's body, prompting him to swiftly draw his dagger and assume a defensive stance. He then cast a glance at the malevolent spirit on the table. "You need not concern yourself with that apparition. It is currently immobilized," the woman coldly stated, raising her hand and lunging toward Zhang Biao. Instinctively, he dodged, thrusting his dagger forward as well. The woman deftly evaded his strike, twisting her wrist to direct her short blade towards his throat. Zhang Biao's expression shifted dramatically as he frantically retreated, but the woman relentlessly pursued him, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Her movements flowed with an effortless grace, revealing her as a seasoned fighter, in stark contrast to her previous demeanor. The force of her kick sent Zhang Biao stumbling back several meters, causing him to trip over the lifeless body of Zhang Qinglong. Determined to capitalize on her advantage, the woman charged at Zhang Biao without hesitation. But as she took just a couple of steps, she abruptly halted. I looked up to see a blade protruding unexpectedly from Zhang Biao's chest, while behind him, the deceased Zhang Qinglong had inexplicably risen to his feet once more. With a resounding thrust, Zhang Qinglong withdrew the knife, watching as Zhang Biao collapsed to the ground. With a sinister grin, he remarked, "I knew, Master, who would have a backup plan, but I never anticipated it would be you. You concealed yourself rather well." After making this declaration, Zhang Qinglong extended his long tongue, licking his face in a characteristic gesture. "You are a demon?" The woman furrowed her brow, her tone one of astonishment. "You must be the granddaughter of Husan, if I recall correctly." "Who Langru?" Zhang Qinglong inquired leisurely, glancing at the Ghost King, still drawing upon the essence of the fallen. "Indeed, it is you, Grandma Hu," the woman declared, brandishing a knife as she charged forward. "Hu Langru? The granddaughter of my grandfather?" I thought to myself, recognizing her vaguely. She resembled my sister, though I had only seen her in a photograph my grandfather had shown me when she was merely 8 or 9 years old. How foolishly overconfident. Zhang Qinglong advanced with an ominous grace, swiftly reaching Hu Langru's side, raising his fist to strike her chest. Hu Langru hastily halted, positioning her dagger defensively. In a swift maneuver, Zhang Qinglong altered his approach, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. The immense force propelled Hu Langru backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. I gazed at Zhang Qinglong in utter astonishment. He was nothing short of a monster, despite Hu Langru's remarkable skills. She fell so easily before him. TSK, you are far too weak." Disappointed, Zhang Qinglong shook his head and turned to the malevolent spirit on the platform, stating, "Ghost King, surrender the Fox Demon's inner core. You retain your territory, and I shall take the core and depart, leaving our paths unentangled henceforth." As he spoke, Zhang Qinglong extended his neck, elongating dramatically by nearly a meter, his head transforming into a pitch-black serpent's head, its eyes glimmering with an eerie luminescence. "Umph. A mere century-old serpent demon dares to threaten me," the malevolent spirit replied, cold, slowly rising to its feet as dozens of black tendrils rapidly retracted back into its spectral form. Witnessing this, Zhang Qinglong's body trembled, his voice quivering as he stammered, "Why you? How could you have concluded so swiftly? The prince is merely wounded, not deceased." The malevolent spirit trembled, and the originally ethereal form gradually solidified into an entity clad in a black robe, with a green face and sharp fangs. The robe billowed without wind, emanating an overwhelming aura that created an intangible sense of oppression, a sensation that could only be possessed by a true king of ghosts. This malevolent spirit was indeed a ghost king. The prince had long sensed the demonic energy emanating from you. However, he was uncertain of your intentions, and thus feigned weakness as a display. As the ghost king spoke, he slowly descended from the altar. I glanced down at Hu Lingru, who was struggling to rise, but had failed after several attempts. The ghost king's formidable presence rendered Zhang Qinglong trembling. He withdrew his serpentine head and reverted to human form, immediately kneeling on the ground, his voice quaking as he uttered, "I am doomed. I beseech your lordship for mercy. I pledge my undying loyalty to you, my lord. To preserve this extreme fate, I have even slain 7 men from the village to facilitate your possession." Under the immense pressure of the Ghost King, Zhang Qinglong seemed to have completely relinquished any notion of resistance. Once disloyal, forever forsaken. "My lord, you cannot slay me. Husan must possess a contingency. And I can assist you," he pleaded desperately. "Go to your demise," the Ghost King coldly uttered, raising his hands. From his voluminous sleeves, 2 pitch-black iron chains shot forth, piercing directly through Zhang Qinglong's body. Chapter 17. The grandfather takes the stage. Zhang Qinglong's anguished cries echoed throughout the entirety of Sijio village. The dark chains coiled around Zhang Qinglong's entire body with the swiftness of a serpent. The Ghost King raised his hand and clenched his fist, uttering a single word, "Die." With a thunderous explosion, Zhang Qinglong's body erupted, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. In the next moment, the iron chains retracted, leaving behind a black python, its body marred by bloodstains and now lifeless. The malevolent spirit glanced down at the serpent, shuddering slightly before breaking into a fit of violent coughs. It seemed that in his quest to strangle this serpent demon, he had paid a considerable price. His injuries were far from the optimistic assessment he had portrayed. Hu Lingru's voice resonated as she slowly rose to her feet. The malevolent spirit, taken aback, looked at her and chuckled, "You've seen through me. However, even in my injured state, I am certainly not someone a mere girl like you can contend with." Hu Lingru shrugged her shoulders and proclaimed loudly, "Old man, it is your turn to take the stage." With a swift whoosh, a beam of golden light shot towards the white fox on the altar, which opened its mouth and consumed the light in one motion. Accompanying this golden light was the voice of my grandfather. My dear granddaughter, splendid work." A tremor coursed through my heart as my grandfather's voice reached my ears, so vivid and familiar, devoid of any ethereal quality. It felt as though he were speaking to me in the flesh. I turned to the source of the sound, and there he was, stepping through the air, clad in the black funeral attire I had chosen for him. His form appeared somewhat insubstantial, clearly just a spirit, but indeed my grandfather had passed away, and his spirit had returned. "You have stolen my fox demon's core." The Ghost King bellowed in a fit of rage. My grandfather landed beside me, smiling as he nodded in my direction before turning to the Ghost King and saying, "This was never yours, Ghost King. Our decades-long feud should come to a close today." "Nonsense. You, a mere newly awakened soul, dare to challenge me?" The Ghost King retorted coldly, his voice still raspy from violent coughing. "Though I am newly awakened, I have spent 30 years in darkness, becoming a pariah in the eyes of society, forsaking the chance of reincarnation to seek your demise. This sacrifice shall not be in vain." With that declaration, my grandfather charged toward the Ghost King. The Ghost King's expression shifted dramatically. His body trembled as he unleashed 2 iron chains that pierced directly through my grandfather's soul. Unyielding, my grandfather pressed on, allowing the chains to penetrate his ethereal form as he roared, rushing to embrace the Ghost King. He began to chant fervently. Danju's tongue strikes, purging filth and miasma. The tongue condemns the righteous, granting life and shattering the divine. With a 1,000-toothed net, dispelling evil and safeguarding truth, the throat strikes with ferocity, drawing spirits into the abyss. The heart's essence commands my soul to soar, drawing your spirit to disperse. I could not comprehend my grandfather's incantation, but Hu Lin grew, who had just freed me from my bindings, seemed to understand. She rushed toward my grandfather, shouting no. The Ghost King struggled fiercely, reciting his own incantation. Clouds swirl in the void at the dawn of calamity, now far, now near, either sinking or floating in the cave of the corpse slaves. Heed my will, bloodthirsty and ruthless, I shall avenge my grudge. With a thunderous explosion, my grandfather, still holding the Ghost King tightly, detonated into a blinding burst of energy. The tremendous impact shattered the spectral form of the Demon King. Hu Lin grew, who had just arrived before us, was knocked to the ground, and the altar was simultaneously overturned. The bone-chilling, malevolent energy assailed me, rendering my eyes unable to open. As the sinister wind ceased, chaos erupted around us. The villagers upon the altar had their eyes transformed into a ghastly green, their bodies swaying restlessly, poised to act. Struggling to regain her footing, Hu Lin grew lamented. That old wretch has deceived me again. Little one, you must hasten and escort the fox spirit away from this place. Master, please, come help me untie these ropes. Wang Batian cried out, roused from the oppressive winds. His shouts startled the once restless villagers into awareness. They approached us with mouths agape and hands morphed into claw-like appendages. Should we save that plump fellow? Hu Lin grew inquired. Of course we must, I replied, dashing towards Wang Batian. I will rescue him. You go to the fox spirit, Hu Lin grew declared, swiftly making her way to Wang Batian. Nodding in agreement, I hurried to the overturned altar, lifting the table to uncover a birdcage hidden within. Ripping the talisman from the cage, I swiftly embraced the white fox within. Let us go. Hu Lin grew severed the ropes, binding Wang Batian with 2 swift strokes, urging us to flee. At that moment, the over 40 villagers with their green eyes had encircled us, including Hu Chui and Lu Qiumon, both of whom had succumbed to the haze of madness. Thankfully, despite their terrifying expressions and glowing eyes, their movements were sluggish. Cradling the white fox, I leaped down from the altar and sprinted towards the village entrance. The 3 individuals swiftly approached the watchtower. With a sudden pivot, Wang Batian charged toward the structure, declaring, You all go ahead. I shall retrieve my blade and deal with these scoundrels. There was no time to waste. Hu Lin grew halted, turning to gaze toward the western cliff. Shadows began to leap up from the precipice, moving with remarkable speed. These figures were gaunt, their faces obscured by tufts of white hair that glimmered faintly under the moonlight, creating an unsettling aura. It was evident that these beings were the corpses from the cave of hidden immortals. According to the incantation uttered by the Ghost King before his demise, it was likely these corpses had been transformed into zombies, seeking vengeance against us. The villagers, entranced and bewildered, posed little threat. It was these zombies that represented the gravest danger. What on earth are those creatures? Wang Batian exclaimed, brandishing a cleaver as he descended rapidly. Those are the zombies crafted by the Ghost King, possessing formidable combat prowess. We stand no chance against them. Hu Lin grew asserted with unwavering resolve. Then we must take cover. Quickly, into the watchtower, Wang Batian hastened to position himself before us, brandishing his cleaver defensively, embodying the spirit of self-sacrifice. This watchtower cannot withstand the onslaught of those zombies. Hiding here only invites death. We must flee towards the village outskirts, Hu Lin grew decisively stated, pivoting toward the village entrance. I called out to Fat Master and followed Hu Lin grew toward the entrance. Yet, having run scarcely 100 meters, barely reaching the village entrance, the white-haired zombies were upon us, emitting a continuous, low growl, their numbers nearing 100. Damn it, they're too fast. We can't escape, young master. You must go on. I shouted. I will hold them off. Wang Batian shouted loudly, pivoting swiftly as he grasped the cleaver and sprinted back. Are you seeking death? I halted my steps and turned to witness Wang Batian, in a fit of rage, charging toward the zombie. He raised the cleaver and struck down heavily upon the creature's shoulder. Chapter 18. If you're a brother, come and chop me. With a resounding thud, the cleaver embedded itself deep into the zombie's shoulder, slicing through flesh and bone. the blade entirely disappearing within the creature. This fellow possesses tremendous strength, yet lacks intelligence, Hulengru remarked in astonishment. She was right. The zombies seemed to possess a semblance of intellect, showing no signs of relenting their pursuit despite Wang Beishan's counterattack. Damn it. If you're a brother, come and chop me. Don't pursue my young master, Wang Batian bellowed, withdrawing the cleaver. Yet the zombie he had struck did not fall. Instead, it raised its hand to grasp at him. Wang Batian, with his imposing physique, sidestepped and swiftly made his way back to us. Oh, this old fool has truly doomed us. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have ventured to this wretched place for a mere 200,000. Now I might lose my life here, Hulengru lamented, drawing out a short knife. In an instant, we found ourselves encircled by those white-haired zombies, though they merely surrounded us without launching an immediate attack. Wang Batian stood protectively before us, admonishing, I'm holding them off. Why aren't you running? The question remains, did you truly hold them off? Hulengru shot Wang Batian a scornful glance. With a sigh, I remarked, it makes no difference whether we resist or not. We cannot outrun them. But why do these zombies refrain from attacking? Wang Batian interjected, indeed. Why are they not engaging us? Do they wish to humiliate us instead? They must be wary of something. Hulengru glanced around, her gaze settling on the white fox cradled in my arms. I felt the little creature trembling within my embrace. Lower my head. I noticed that its once pitch-black eyes had transformed into a dark crimson hue, emitting a sound reminiscent of a small, enraged teddy bear. Are they intimidated by this little fox? Wang Batian also caught the low growl of the white fox and inquired with curiosity. The fox's body temperature was rising, becoming almost uncomfortably warm to the touch, and its eyes glowed with an increasingly vibrant red. Observing this, the white-haired zombies could not help but retreat a step, seemingly genuinely apprehensive. It appears they indeed fear this fox spirit. Their animosity is clearly directed at the white fox. Little one, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Hulengru declared, hurrying forward. The white-haired zombies did not impede her, allowing her to pass unhindered. Hey, sister, I began, but she interrupted me with a loud voice. Little one, if you manage to escape, seek me out in Qingcheng. Also, you must not speak of anything that transpired tonight to anyone. Her voice diminished, fading swiftly as she reached the village entrance. What sort of person is this? Such a lack of loyalty, it is truly excessive. Wang Batian cursed under his breath, then turned to me and said, Young master, perhaps you should abandon the white fox, and we should make our escape. That woman mentioned that the hatred of these zombies is directed towards the white fox. They are unlikely to pursue us. You are not one of the villagers, so they should not obstruct your departure. If you wish to leave, do so swiftly. I replied softly, very well. Instinctively, Wang Batian agreed and prepared to depart. However, just as he took a step, he hesitated, retracting his foot and declaring, Forget it, if I must die. Then so be it. I, fat lord, am not one to abandon my companions. The temperature of the white fox gradually diminished, and the frequency of its shivering decreased. This change in the fox rejuvenated the surrounding white-haired zombies, who began to close in once more. It seemed that this fox spirit had failed to intimidate them. Young master, what shall we do? Wang Batian asked solemnly. We shall fight our way through. We must carve a bloody path. I gritted my teeth and charged towards a white-haired zombie, delivering a powerful kick to its chest. The zombie's body remained remarkably stable. My kick felt as though I'd struck a wall, sending me rebounding back. Wang Batian swung his butcher knife, severing the arm of one of the white-haired zombies, and shouted, Young master, stay close behind me. I nodded, but suddenly, the white fox leapt from my embrace. I raised my hand to catch it, but to my astonishment, I failed to grasp it. The white fox leaped onto the head of a white-haired zombie, then sprang into the air, pausing momentarily. In the next instant, a fierce wind arose, and the fox transformed into the ethereal figure of a celestial maiden I had encountered in the bamboo forest cave, gracefully floating in midair, her garments dancing with the breeze, resembling a divine being descended from the heavens. Beast, you are audacious. A voice resonated, imbued with an otherworldly echo, its timbre exquisite and reminiscent of a regal presence, yet laced with profound anger. The white-haired zombies halted their movements, and even the blood-soaked Wang Batian paused to gaze upwards. From this vantage point, the luminous moon aligned perfectly above the fox spirit's head, harmonizing with her celestial aura, rendering the scene breathtakingly beautiful. "By heavens, a goddess has descended!" Wang Batian exclaimed loudly. The white fox turned to regard me, her pupils shifting once more to a crimson hue. This eerie-eye color did not invoke fear. Rather, it enhanced her enchanting demeanor. "I am utterly captivated. Celestial lady, could you spare a glance for this humble man? Such a moment would make my life worthwhile," Wang Batian murmured, entranced. The fox spirit smiled radiantly, a beauty that could topple kingdoms, and softly spoke, "Thank you, noble sir. Among the myriad charms of the world, it is your affections that resonate with me. Should fate allow, we shall meet again in the next life, and I shall remain steadfast, guarding you through all your days." Instinctively, I shook my head, uttering no please, no. The fox spirit smiled and turned away, her lips parting slightly as she whispered, "Ah, a lament for parting, a sorrowful cry that echoed through the heavens and the earth." I felt little discomfort, yet Wang Batian clutched his ears, collapsing to the ground in agony. The zombies, shrieking in terror, attempted to flee, but they scarcely took a few steps before they fell, their bodies emitting plumes of black smoke. The heart-wrenching cries of the white fox persisted as I rushed to her feet, leaping fervently in a desperate attempt to pull her down. Having read the legend of the fox fairy, I understood that if she unleashed such a power-draining action during her vulnerable phase, it would undoubtedly lead to her own demise. "No, please don't. You must come down," I shouted, jumping with all my might, yet I could not reach the pristine soles of her feet. The white fox's cries echoed for a full minute, ceasing only when the arriving villagers collapsed to the ground, and all the white-haired zombies lost their ability to move. At that moment, her voice was abruptly silenced, and the enchanting celestial being transformed back into her fox form, plummeting towards the earth. I hurriedly extended my arms to catch her, cradling her in my embrace. The white fox lay with closed eyes, her body limp, breathing faintly, her life hanging by a thread. Chapter 19. The tears of the affectionate, the fox fairy had endured a millennium of arduous training in the mountains, finally reaching the threshold of becoming a celestial fox. Yet now, through an unforeseen accident, her 1,000 years of cultivation had been obliterated in an instant. Her words before casting the spell echoed incessantly in my mind. "In a world brimming with myriad beauties, only you hold my heart. If destiny permits, we shall meet again in the next life. I shall never abandon you and will protect you for eternity." The tender tone of her voice reverberated in my thoughts, and in that moment, tears streamed down my face, falling entirely upon the white fox. The temperature of the white fox was rapidly declining, soon falling below that of my palm. Strangely, at such a low temperature, my tears, as they fell upon the white fox, bizarrely produced wisps of white smoke. I paid little heed to this phenomenon, my expression frozen in shock as tears streamed relentlessly down my cheeks. Over these 4 years, aside from my grandfather, this white fox had been my greatest concern. She possessed an uncanny understanding, akin to a confidant with whom I could share everything. Each time I fed her, I would linger for half an hour, and though she could not speak, our silent communion was boundless. It is no exaggeration to say that in my heart, the white fox held a position even more significant than that of Luciamon. She was not merely a friend, but a kindred spirit, a family member predetermined in my heart. I lost track of time, unaware of how many tears had fallen, when I heard Wang Batian's voice behind me. "Young master, are you all right?" I jolted, realizing that dawn had already broken. The white fox in my arms still maintained a normal body temperature, seemingly alive. I quickly regained my composure. Recalling a line from the legend of the fox immortal, my heart swelling with joy as I exclaimed, "Fat master, the white fox is not dead. The white fox is not dead." Wang Batian glanced down and remarked, "I assenti it dead? Look, it's not moving, its eyes are closed." "Young master, was that fairy sister from last night actually this white fox?" I nodded silently. Wang Batian exclaimed in surprise and promptly said, "Then it might not be dead. Let me take a look." In the tale of the fox immortal, there exists a poignant phrase, during the period of vulnerability, The fox immortal must refrain from utilizing her powers. To do so would result in the shattering of her inner essence, and the fracturing of this essence leads to demise, eradicating her spiritual journey. However, if one's intentions are fueled by genuine emotion, and tears are treated as precious dew, she may be granted a chance at resurrection, preserving her vital essence. Wang Batian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Young master, could you articulate this in simpler terms?" Essentially, this means that when the fox immortal is in a weakened state, she cannot cast spells. Doing so would cause her inner essence to fracture, leading to her death. Yet, if one channels their emotions as intent and regards tears as life-giving dew, it may save her. "What are tears?" "Nasal mucus?" Wang Batian remarked, pinching his nose in preparation to blow it. "What are you doing?" I asked, perplexed. He quickly replied, "For the sake of reviving the fairy sister, I am willing to offer my nasal mucus." Get lost. Tears in pre-Qin times referred to tears rather than nasal mucus. The character for tear did not even exist then, I swiftly clarified. Wang Batian exclaimed in realization, and with a resounding slap, he struck his own face. "What are you doing now?" I asked. "Aren't you in need of tears?" He queried, bewildered. I rolled my eyes and responded exasperatedly. "I need the tears of one who possesses genuine feelings." "I have genuine feelings. I fell in love at first sight last night. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I wished to know I meant to marry her," Wang Batian stated earnestly. "4 years ago, my grandfather told me that I share a destined bond with this white fox, and even prepared a betrothal gift for our union." I frowned in contemplation. Wang Batian was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his own face in realization. "I apologize, young master. I always believed that Xiaoman was the young mistress, only to discover that it is the white fox. By the way, let us search for Xiaoman." I hastily rose to my feet, only to realize that we were surrounded by skeletal remains. These bones belonged to the white-haired corpses that resided within the Canshin cave, which had reverted to their original forms after being drained of their corpse energy by the white fox the previous night. Some had already decayed into mere bones, while others remained as dried corpses. One particular body was still fresh. It was that of a man from the Huang family who had perished merely a week ago. His white hair was gone, yet his face was marred by corpse spots, and the stench of death was pervasive. "Are these the very white-haired zombies that attempted to encircle us last night?" Wang Batian inquired. I nodded, affirming, "Indeed, they have been drained of their corpse energy and reverted to their true forms. Quickly, go find Xiaoman and Hu Chui. They should be unharmed." As I spoke, I noticed the villagers sprawled out in a nearby vegetable field. They had been bewitched by the Ghost King the previous night, and later rendered unconscious by the call of the fox spirit. Given the nature of the fox spirit, it was unlikely that she would harm these villagers. "Young master, are you saying that you preserve the life of the white fox with your tears?" "Yes. Though her inner core is fractured, I merely managed to save her life." "That is good news. Third master once told me of a ghost doctor residing at the foot of Qingqing Mountain. He may possess the means to treat the white fox." "That is splendid. First, we shall seek out Xiaoman, and then we will locate that ghost doctor." A surge of hope filled my heart. It seemed that the heavens had not entirely forsaken us. Crossing the heap of bones, Wang Batian and I swiftly arrived at the vegetable garden, soon locating Lu Qiuman and Hu Chui. The ropes that had bound Hu Chui were nowhere to be seen, yet a crimson ring remained on her wrist, indicating that she had managed to break free after being ensnared in a mental haze. This illustrates the immense strength she possessed after being controlled. "Lu Qiuman, wake up! Wake up!" Wang Batian urged, shaking her vigorously. "Press the philtrum," I suggested, using my thumb to apply pressure to Hu Chui's philtrum. Within mere seconds, Hu Chui gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing me, she instinctively recoiled, then sat up, surveying her surroundings. "Hu Yan, what has happened?" Hu Chui inquired, bewildered. Last night's ritual took a bizarre turn. The villagers were all under the control of the Ghost King, and nearly the entire village perished, I explained. Hu Chui paused, lifting her gaze to question me. "What did you call me?" "Sister," I responded with a smile. From a moment, Hu Chui had unbound me in the watchtower. Any animosity I harbored towards her had evaporated completely. After all, she had defied the entire village to assist me, even enduring a blow that rendered her unconscious. Perhaps her motives were solely to have us eliminate Zhang Biao. What about that beast? Hu Chui asked. He's dead. Truly dead? Hu Chui inquired, incredulity etched on her face. I nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is truly dead. His corpse remains on the altar. Hu Chui exhaled deeply, relief washing over her as she murmured, "Thank you." I smiled and turned my attention to the now-awakened Lu Qiumon. Upon awakening, Lu Qiumon immediately scanned her surroundings. Upon spotting me, she stumbled to her feet, tears streaming down her cheeks as she embraced me tightly. I gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It is all right now. We are safe. All of us are safe." After a prolonged moment, Lu Qiumon finally calmed herself, nodding in acknowledgement. Hu Chui remained seated, her gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions directed at Lu Qiumon and me. "Young master, let us depart. I cannot bear to stay in this wretched place any longer," Wang Batian declared. I turned to Hu Chui and said, "All right, sister, we are leaving. The others in the village should be unharmed." No sooner had I spoken than a loud crowing of a rooster pierced the air, followed by a chorus of other roosters joining in. The sound roused the surrounding villagers, who opened their eyes and cautiously surveyed their environment, ultimately fixing their hostile gazes upon me. Chapter 20. The cold and ruthless theft of gold confronted by the villagers' menacing stares. Wang Batian brandished his cleaver and coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Old Hu spoke up. "Huyan, how are you still alive?" "What of Master Zhang?" "What? Is my survival a disappointment to you, you old fool?" Wang Batian retorted. "Did you save Huyan?" Old Lu asked. Just as Wang Batian was about to respond, I interjected, "Zhang Qinglong and Zhang Biao are deceivers. The entire village was to be sacrificed last night, but it was the fox spirit in my arms that saved us all." "Fox spirit?" The wife of the Huang family shouted loudly, exclaiming, "It's the vixen. Hu Yin and that vixen are in cahoots." Her cry prompted the other villagers to become alert. Bai Chunhua, adding fuel to the fire, declared, "Indeed, it must be Hu Yin and the vixen working together, causing the demise of so many in our village." Just when we finally had Master Zhang to assist us, he too was thwarted by Hu Yin. Yes, only the vixen possesses the ability to render us all unconscious here. The villagers echoed this sentiment, collectively speculating that I and the white fox were behind the mischief. I frowned, ready to retaliate, but Wang Batian rushed forward, confronting Bai Chunhua. With a swift motion, he struck Bai Chunhua, sending him sprawling to the ground, and exclaimed, "Do you have no sense? How can you repay kindness with malice?" After dealing with Bai Chunhua, Wang Batian strode towards the wife of the Huang family, pushing aside several elderly villagers who attempted to intervene. With a resounding slap, he knocked her to the ground as well. After silencing these troublemakers, he brandished his cleaver and bellowed, "If anyone dares to utter another word of nonsense, I will chop them up and sell their meat." I refrained from intervening. These individuals were obstinate, and speaking further would only be a waste of breath. The scene fell into an immediate hush as I spoke. The curse of the 4-9 village originates from the Ghost King. Those who have perished in the village over the years were slain by Zhang Qinglong, with no connection to the White Fox. Now that both the Ghost King and Zhang Qinglong have met their demise, the corpses you have concealed within the Tsangshin cave have transformed into white-haired zombies. They all emerged last night, and the White Fox assisted you in resolving this matter. The remains lie over there. You may bury them at your discretion and refrain from placing any more bodies in the Tsangshin cave. My voice was not loud, yet the villagers listened intently. On the altar lay a snake, embodying Zhang Qinglong, while the corpse of Zhang Biao also rested there, a victim of Zhang Qinglong's hand. The curse of 4-9 village has been lifted. Those who wish to depart may do so, and those who wish to remain need not further concern themselves with the population being 49. The lifting of the curse is solely owed to my grandfather and the White Fox. My grandfather is interred in 4-9 village, and I hope you will remember to express gratitude. My grandfather instilled in me the values of gratitude and kindness. I truly cannot fathom what kindness you have shown me. However, I will not impose upon you, for you're also unwitting victims. I feel no sense of belonging to 4-9 village, so I intend to leave this place with Qiumon. I have said enough. Farewell. With that, I turned to walk towards the watchtower, and Lu Qiumon hurriedly followed. Wang Batian brandished the pig-killing knife in his hand and declared, "Did you hear that? Whoever dares to disturb my third grandfather's grave will find themselves dismembered and fed to the dogs." The villagers stood in stunned silence, each one gazing at us in disbelief. I am uncertain whether they will believe my words. However, with Wang Batian present, they would not dare to act recklessly. Upon returning to the watchtower, Wang Batian inquired, "Young master, is the Ghost King you mentioned real?" Having never encountered the Ghost King himself, he naturally found it hard to believe. "You doubt it. Ordinarily, such a statement would be dismissed even by a dog. Yet I trust you, for I have witnessed those white-haired corpses," Wang Batian replied. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and bent down to open the hidden compartment beneath the bed. To my astonishment, the small leather case was nowhere to be found. A jolt of panic coursed through me as I quickly began to search, only to find the compartment empty. "What is the matter, young master?" Wang Batian asked, puzzled. "The money left by my grandfather has vanished," I said, retracting my hand and crouching on the floor. "Money? How much did third uncle leave you?" Wang Batian inquired urgently. 200,000. It was kept right here." 200,000? Such a large sum?" Wang Batian's body trembled as he drew his pig-killing knife, exclaiming, "I'll find out who the scoundrel is." I shook my head and said, "No, this place is known only to my grandfather and me. The villagers are oblivious." My brow furrowed in contemplation as my gaze fell upon a jagged edge on the wooden bed, where a coarse thread was caught. I reached out and pulled down the thread, discovering it to be the twine from a burlap garment. "My sister must have taken the money," I stated, pinching the twine between my fingers. "Hu Chui." "Damn it," Wang Batian retorted, turning to leave. I hastily called out to him, "Not Hu Chui, but Hu Lingru." "Who is Hu Lingru? Is she the woman who fought the zombies and then fled?" Wang Batian inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. When Zhang Qinglong uttered Hu Lingru's name, Wang Batian was still in a daze. I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this hemp thread belongs to her. Aside from her, no one else in the village wore hemp clothing. Moreover, she previously mentioned that she came here for 200,000. After the zombies were dealt with, she must have returned to claim the money. How did she know the money was hidden here? Wang Batian asked. "Perhaps grandfather informed her," I suggested. "But didn't third grandfather leave on the first day?" I rose to my feet and sighed. Just because he departed doesn't mean he can't convey dreams. It is not surprising that he would reveal the location of the hidden money. It seems my sister does not share a strong bond with my grandfather, and she has even less affection for me as her brother. Indeed, I have heard that third grandfather's relations with the family were quite strained, particularly because he once took you away, which caused a rift with his son-ass family. Yet, I firmly believe that third grandfather had his reasons. I nodded in agreement. "Yes, he took me away to save me." "Uncle, are my parents quite wealthy?" I queried. "It is said they are fairly affluent, although I don't have the details." Came the response. "If they are indeed well off, why would Hu Lingru risk returning for the money?" I pondered aloud. Wang Batian shrugged. "Who knows? It has been over 4 years. Perhaps her family has fallen into ruin since then. Do you not have any kind words to offer?" Lu Chiamon remarked, exasperated. Wang Batian spoke, as a son, to deny one's father, and as a sister, to take her brother's money. Such a family lacks virtue. "Young master, it would be best for us not to return to that household." "One cannot say that," I replied. "Many matters are far more complex than they appear. Let us depart from here." As I uttered these words, I lifted my foot and began to descend. Upon reaching the ground floor, I spotted Hu Chui waiting outside, holding a basket covered with a white cloth. That basket was familiar. Just a few days prior, while confined in the watchtower, she had brought us meals in it daily. Chapter 21. The cave. Noticing our descent, Hu Chui appeared somewhat anxious as she said, "Brother, the journey away from Sijio village is long and arduous. I have brought you some provisions." "Thank you, sister," I replied graciously, accepting the basket and handing it to Wang Batian. Hu Chui sighed with relief. "It is I who should thank you. As for the past, let's not dwell on it. Sister, with the village's curse now lifted, we should seize the opportunity to explore the outside world. Sijio village is too insular. We plan to visit Qingsheng, and perhaps fate will allow us to cross paths again." I smiled as I spoke. Hu Chui nodded in agreement, her smile genuine. "Very well, I will do that. Allow me to escort you to the village entrance." Her smile was particularly heartfelt, She seldom smiled at me, and this genuine expression felt extraordinarily beautiful. After paying respects with incense at our grandfather's grave, we reached the village entrance, bid farewell to Hu Chui, and set our feet upon the path leading away from the village, leaving behind Sijio village, which had been my constant companion for 12 long years. As we followed the narrow path down the cliff where Sijio village perched, Lu Qiumon and I instinctively halted, inhaling deeply the fresh air. "What you two up to?" Wang Batian inquired with a hint of perplexity. Lu Qiumon and I exchanged a knowing smile. Wang Batian may never comprehend what leaving Sijio village signifies for us. It embodies the essence of freedom, a pivotal moment in our lives, and a profound sense of rebirth. This feeling is more intense than that of those born in Sijio village, for I arrived here at the tender age of 4, while Lu Qiumon was 6. We possess a concept of the world beyond these confines. Young master, once we venture outside, please refrain from speaking of Sijio village indiscriminately, Wang Batian suddenly interjected. "What is the matter?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Wang Batian elaborated, "Out there, they advocate for a harmonious society. Such tales are too bizarre. Few would believe them. Should you speak of it, you might either be sent to a mental institution or branded a fraud, which would be a thankless endeavor." "I'm not so trivial as to share these stories with others," I retorted. After traversing the mountain path for over an hour, we arrived at a fork in the road. "Young master, which way should we go?" Wang Batian asked. "You're asking me?" I turned to face him. Wang Batian paused momentarily and replied, Right, you haven't ventured out before. Which path did you take previously?" I furrowed my brow in inquiry. Wang Batian shook his head. "I wandered in the mountains for a full 4 days. I've long forgotten the route." "Then are we lost?" Lu Qiumon whispered. "It appears so," Wang Batian said, placing a hand on his stomach. "Young master, I'm feeling quite hungry. Let's have a bite to eat first." Sijio village is nestled deep within the mountains. I have previously gazed upon it from the edge of a cliff. There lies a road to the east, and we shall simply proceed in that direction. As I spoke, I found a stone to sit upon, gently reaching out to touch the unconscious white fox nestled within my embrace. Wang Batian lifted the white cloth covering the basket, revealing 7 or 8 soft steam buns and 5 or 6 boiled eggs. Such meager provisions would scarcely suffice for a single meal. Wang Batian remarked as he picked up a bun and bit half of it off. "Conserve your appetite. We are uncertain of the distance we must traverse." I seized an egg, only to discover a banknote pressed beneath it. Extracting the note, I found it to be a 100 yuan bill, likely belonging to Hu Chui. She had attended her grandfather's funeral, and I had given her 100 yuan then. This must be the only 100 she has earned to date. "Sister Chui has provided us with this 100 yuan, Lu Qiumon interjected. I nodded and inquired, "Fat master, will this 100 yuan be sufficient for the 3 of us to travel to Qingsheng?" Wang Batian shook his head. "It is inadequate. My fare when I arrived was 80 yuan. Do you have any money left?" I hastily asked. "Yes." Wang Batian stood up, retrieving 2 1-yuan bills from his pocket. 2 yuan? I exclaimed. He nodded, mumbling indistinctly, "It is all I possess." "Do not worry, young master. I shall manage the fare." "So you have come to seek my assistance as a last resort?" I inquired with a smile. Wang Batian hastily explained, "No, I previously had a job, but was merely slaughtering pigs. As a solitary man, I had no intention of saving money." I lifted my gaze towards the sun overhead, rose to my feet, and declared, "Let us proceed to the right. Our aim is to escape before nightfall." The 3 of us forged ahead, navigating through thorns and brambles, avoiding the beaten path. Guided by the sun, we ultimately failed to emerge from the mountains. The waning rays of the setting sun cascaded over the mountain peak, and the sun was on the verge of descending. Yet before us lay an insurmountable mountain that we could not cross in the short term. "Young master, we must seek a safe haven. There are fierce beasts within these mountains," Wang Batian remarked. I responded with a weary hum and said, "Where could possibly be safe? To spend the night in the mountains, to evade the beasts, we must either enter a cave or ascend a tree. How's that for a 4-line quatrain? Isn't it rather cultured?" Wang Batian chuckled and I sighed, inquiring, "So what now?" "Entering a cave is unfeasible due to Fatty's weight, and climbing a tree poses risks." Lu Qiumon interjected. Wang Batian paused, bewildered. What nonsense is this? If a sow can climb a tree, why can't I? Enough of the banter. It seems there's a cave over there. I pointed to a spot less than 100 meters to our left. Let us go. Wang Batian hurried towards the cave, eager to avoid further discussion about climbing trees. The entrance of the cave was small, just wide enough for one person to pass through, and Wang Batian had to squeeze in. The underbrush around the entrance showed no signs of being trampled, suggesting that wild beasts were unlikely to inhabit it. Wang Batian called into the cave a few times, and the echoes resonated long and deep. The entrance is rather small, yet the interior is quite spacious. Although it may not be particularly comfortable, it serves as a suitable resting place. I shall gather some firewood, as we must kindle a fire tonight, for there may be venomous snakes lurking within the cave. Wang Batian remarked as he turned to leave. I went to assist him. Lu Qiumon also turned away. After waiting for nearly a minute without hearing any sounds, I finally took a step inside. With a crack, the sound of a snapping twig resonated beneath my feet. Looking down, I discovered a red candle stub emerging from the underbrush, remnants of crimson wax still clinging to it. I furrowed my brow, set the white fox down, and began to clear the weeds at the cave's entrance. Beneath the foliage, I unearthed a series of broken incense sticks, completely moldy grains, and remnants of unburned funeral garments and shoes. These items were all meant for offerings, but what could have compelled someone to pay homage at the mouth of the cave? Could there be something within? However, judging by the level of decay, it must have been over a year since these items were placed here. Young master, what are you doing? Wang Batian and Lu Qiumon returned, each carrying a bundle of dry firewood. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and there was no time left to search for another resting place. Although tonight marks the 16th of July, the sky is overcast and rain may be imminent. I brushed the dirt from my hands and lifted the white fox, saying nothing much. Bending down, I entered the cave, which revealed a sunken terrain. The entrance was strewn with jagged rocks, making the path difficult to navigate. Wang Batian produced a lighter for illumination, and the three of us cautiously made our way to a level area below. Adjacent to this flat ground stood a massive stone, towering over 2 meters. Its surface flat and spanning around 7 or 8 square meters. The stone is rather impressive. I will ascend first and then pull you up. We shall kindle a fire atop, Wang Batian remarked as he handed me a lighter. I ignited the lighter, and Wang Batian nimbly leapt, his hands gripping the edge of the stone, 1 foot raised. In the next moment, he quickly retracted his body, exclaiming, "Goodness! Someone's there." Chapter 22. The Maiden of Luohua cave in his haste to descend. Wang Batian lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. Frowning, I sprang up to take a look, only to find the place utterly barren. Nothing was there. Furthermore, when I had just descended from above, I had seen nothing on that stone. "Who is there? Do not frighten me," Lu Qiumon said, grasping my arm. Wang Batian rose, brushing off his pants, and declared, "There is indeed someone, a woman clad in a red Miao dress, adorned with a silver floral crown, and rather beautiful." Miao dress refers to the traditional attire of the Miao people. "There is no one," I insisted, holding up the lighter and frowning. Wang Batian jumped a couple of times, peering above with suspicion. Could it be that my eyes deceived me? He prepared to leap again, but I quickly restrained him, saying, "Never mind. Let us remain below and not disturb her." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Qiumon inquired. "The cave bears signs of worship, and earlier, Fat Yi detected something unusual. This cave may harbor a spirit," I explained as I tended to the fire. Spirit is a colloquial term for phantoms, apparitions, or souls. Lu Qiumon tightened her grip on my arm. I offered a reassuring smile and said, "There is no need for concern." When we entered, everything seemed normal, which indicates that the spirit has permitted us to stay here. As long as we show her the utmost respect and avoid any missteps, we shall be fine. Wang Batian plunged his butcher's knife into the ground, asserting, "If others do not provoke me, I shall not engage them. However, should they challenge me, my butcher's knife is at the ready. Its history of slaying countless pigs attests to its ferocity." His words rang with a note of warning. Soon, a fire blazed to life, and the three of us engaged in light conversation, the hours slipping by without incident. Wang Batian vividly recounted tales of the outside world, gradually easing Lu Qiumon's apprehension. The flickering flames provided a comforting warmth, and after a day of travel, we all succumbed to yawns, fatigue overtaking us. A glance revealed Lu Qiumon had already drifted off beside me. Wang Batian spoke up, "Young master, you should rest first. I will keep watch. If I find myself unable to continue, I will wake you to take over." I nodded, leaning against a stone, and soon fell into slumber. Time passed, though I could not gauge how long, until Wang Batian gently nudged me awake, murmuring, "Young master, I can no longer hold on. I shall rest for a while. Please remember to add wood to the fire, lest it extinguish." I nodded, carefully sitting upright, and, in a daze, began to feed the fire. Before long, Wang Batian's soft snores reached my ears. Thankfully, he was seated and did not snore too loudly. In a moment of hazy awareness, a melodious voice suddenly graced my ears. "Greetings, my lord. I await your arrival in the cave, where a maiden's heart yearns for you, lamenting the difficulty of our encounters." This melody is a Miao love song, often beginning with affectionate callings, such as Hi Hi and Miao. The rhythm and tune of this mountain song possess a remarkable melodic quality, with significant fluctuations. It commences slowly, reverberating within the cave like the gentle flow of a spring, smooth and melodious, captivating the listener. The voice is enchanting. However, its presence here feels profoundly disconcerting. Shaking my head, I regained my composure and listened intently, the song's clarity unwavering. Yet, as her voice grew more poignant, the underlying sorrow and lamentation intensified, evoking a melancholic sensation within me, almost bringing me to tears. I firmly tapped my forehead, realizing the sound seemed to emanate from above the stone. Turning to glance at the still sleeping Wang Batian and Lu Qiumon, I gradually rose and approached a nearby rock, craning my neck to peer upwards. To my astonishment, there indeed sat a woman. As Wang Batian had described, she donned a striking red Miao bridal gown, her head adorned with an extravagant silver headdress. With her arms wrapped around her knees, she sang a sorrowful mountain ballad, her face a portrait of grief. She appeared no more than 17 or 18, her complexion radiant as peach blossoms, her eyes twinkling like stars, a delicate nose complemented by a cherry-red mouth, all framed by a perfectly oval face. She was truly a stunning young beauty of the Miao tribe. I found myself mesmerized by her presence. She seemed to embody both the most exquisite beauty and the deepest sorrow, an enchanting amalgamation of these extremes, captivating all who beheld her. The young woman appeared utterly oblivious to my gaze, lost in her own melancholy as she sang the same haunting melody repeatedly. It was only when the entrance began to glow softly that she ceased her song, slowly turning her head to smile at me. Her smile was enchanting, yet her eyes harbored a profound sorrow, an inexplicable eeriness emanating from her melancholy. I furrowed my brow and expressed my gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality." "No need for thanks," she replied with a playful giggle, though her eyes brimmed with tears. "Is there something troubling you, fair maiden?" I could not help but inquire. She nodded, took a deep breath, and while maintaining her smile, spoke in a tone laced with sorrow. "I am but a cave maiden who perished in love. Yet that so-called cave spirit is merely—" "What are you doing?" Wang Batian's voice interrupted her, and with a swift turn, she vanished into thin air. "Why stand so tall?" Wang Batian rose, stretching comfortably with a long yawn. I descended from a stone and glanced at Lu Qiumon, who had just opened her eyes. I reached for the white fox nestled in her arms, saying, "I saw her. We were conversing until you interrupted." "You certainly weave a tale," Wang Batian retorted. "I've been awake for only 2 or 3 minutes, and haven't heard anyone speaking. Just saw you standing there like a fool on that rock." As he spoke, he retrieved 3 steamed buns from the basket and began to roast them over the fire. "Fat Lord, do you know about the cave maidens?" I asked, filled with curiosity. Wang Batian paused, then replied, "Of course I know about the Luohua cave maidens. I lived in the Miao village during my childhood." "We're the Luohua cave maidens." Lu Qiumon rose to her feet, stretching her limbs. Wang Batian handed us some slightly warmed buns and began recounting the tales of the cave maiden. The legend of the cave maiden is rooted in the superstitions of certain tribes in western Hunan. which tell of unmarried young women who possess the ability to cause flowers to wither with their tears. When they reach the age of 17 or 18 without finding their destined partner, they believe this to be a sign of the cave deity's affection. According to the local tribe's beliefs, it is the will of the cave deity, and no one dares to approach the sacred maiden. Villagers and their families select an auspicious day to offer her to the cave deity for a union. The cave maiden, entranced, becomes infatuated with the non-existent deity, ultimately exhausting her vibrant life in a tragic dance between love for the divine and self-adoration, withering away in the process. To the cave maidens, the moment of death is seen as the moment the deity comes to claim them. Thus, each maiden departs this world with a serene smile, radiantly beautiful. After listening to Wang Beishan's introduction, I remarked softly, "She passed away with a smile, lost in love." Chapter 23. The Method of Fat Master. Upon hearing my words, Wang Batian nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. There was once a forbidden song that sang of this." "How do you know, young master?" The cave maiden herself recounted it to me. I gestured towards a large stone nearby. "Is it possible? Young master, are you saying there are cave maidens within the cave?" Wang Beishan's robust frame trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with delight, akin to a creature in heat. I furrowed my brow and inquired, "Why are you so agitated?" Wang Batian hastily remarked, "Young master, you may not be aware that the women of the Fallen Flower Cave possess bright eyes, embody pure temperaments, and are both intelligent and beautiful. The only means of rescuing them lies in marrying one of these cave maidens. I, Fat Master, am duty-bound in this matter. She has already passed away. Shall I arrange something for you?" Wang Batian was taken aback and swiftly waved his hand, saying, "Let's forego that. It is highly inauspicious. Young master, the sky outside has brightened. I believe we should depart." I nodded in agreement, sensing that the cave maiden harbored some unresolved grievance. Yet I could not dwell on it any longer. I needed to hasten to Qingcheng to seek the ghost doctor's assistance in examining the white fox to determine if her internal essence could be treated. Upon exiting the cave, I instinctively glanced back, and there at the entrance floated the spirit of the cave maiden, still smiling at me, though her gaze now bore a trace of pleading. I offered her a slight nod before making my way up the mountain. Reaching the summit, the sun had risen, and from this elevated vantage point, I surveyed the surrounding landscape. At the eastern foot of the mountain lay a modest Miao village. The Fallen Flower Cave maiden must have originated from that village. To the south of the mountain, a road stretched forth, where I could faintly discern vehicles in motion. "Young master, let us head south and first reach the road," Wang Batian urged urgently. I acquiesced with an affirmative hum, and the three of us hastened down the mountainside. Although the distance from the peak appeared short, the descent took us over 2 hours before we finally arrived at the roadside. Despite the presence of the road, it was situated in a remote area with scarce passing vehicles. "Let us follow the road to the town. There we shall find transportation to Qingcheng." Wang Batian pointed toward the nearby sign that read Songlin Town, 15 kilometers. No sooner had he spoken than a vehicle approached. He waved frantically, yet the car sped past without stopping. "Such a lack of compassion," Wang Batian muttered. Having walked for less than 10 minutes, the sound of another vehicle reached his ears. Wang Batian perked up and exclaimed, "A tractor. Let us ask him for a lift." With that, he dashed into the middle of the road to halt the oncoming tractor. The driver, a lean man with a dark complexion, glanced at him, and Wang Batian, with a straightforward demeanor, brandished his knife and asked, "Good sir, are you headed to the town?" Upon seeing Wang Beishan's fierce appearance, the dark-faced man shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid I'm not going to the town." "No, you must go to the town, or you won't go anywhere at all," Wang Batian asserted, stepping closer, the knife pointed threateningly at the tractor. The man quickly nodded and said, Yes, I'm going to the town. "Young master, Miss Man, get in," Wang Batian called out as he climbed onto the tractor's cargo area, helping us aboard as well. The tractor moved considerably faster than our previous pace, and in less than half an hour, we arrived at the bus station in town. Once we disembarked, Wang Batian grinned and said, "Thank you, good sir. Kindness begets kindness. Please accept this basket as a token, which contains a boiled egg." The dark-faced man stood in stunned silence as he accepted the basket, not daring to utter a word. Wang Batian glanced around the bus station and hurriedly exclaimed, "Young master, quickly, the bus is about to depart." Taken aback, I followed him at a brisk pace. As a bus destined for Qingcheng slowly approached us from the station, Wang Batian dashed forward, colliding directly with the vehicle's front before it had even come to a halt. Good heavens, is Fat Lord seeking his own demise? Both Lu Qiumon and I rushed forward. "Oh my, what a calamity!" Wang Batian yelled. The driver, feeling the considerable impact, promptly slammed on the brakes. Wang Batian then fell to the ground, feigning agony with exaggerated moans. The driver hastily exited the vehicle, his demeanor shifting dramatically upon seeing Wang Batian, and he inquired anxiously, "Brother, are you all right? I truly did not see you. All right? Why don't you come and find out for yourself?" "Oh, my back," Wang Batian lamented, rolling on the ground in pain. I quickly approached him, concerned for his well-being. He shifted his position and gave me a knowing glance, but I remained oblivious to his intent. The driver, growing increasingly anxious, asked, "Brother, how should we handle this situation?" "Handle it? Call for an ambulance. Accompany me to the hospital for an examination. I feel dizzy and disoriented. This could very well be a severe concussion," Wang Batian declared loudly, noting my lack of reaction. This only heightened the driver's distress. Brother, I still need to make my rounds." "Make your rounds? What on earth are you thinking?" Wang Batian retorted, rolling once more on the ground. The driver hastily rummaged through his pockets, producing several 100 yuan notes. "Brother, will 500 suffice?" he inquired. Wang Batian shook his head. "Never mind. It's not easy for someone like you to drive. Keep your money. Just take us to Qingcheng. I will go to the hospital on my own." The driver promptly nodded and extended a hand to help Wang Batian to his feet. "All right, brother, please get in the car." The three of us boarded the vehicle without incident, yet the driver appeared anxious, frequently glancing at the rearview mirror, fearful that something might happen to Wang Batian. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance in Qingcheng, we disembarked, only for the driver to chase after us, insisting on giving Wang Batian 200 yuan. However, Wang Batian adamantly refused, ultimately sprinting away faster than the driver himself. The driver, filled with guilt, drove off helplessly, while Wang Batian remained unscathed. "Old Fat, you are quite magnanimous, not taking advantage of others," I remarked with a smile. Wang Batian shrugged, replying, "A gentleman knows what to pursue and what to forego. It is not easy for a driver to earn his living, so this money should not be accepted. Since you orchestrated this, why was the driver so anxious?" Lu Qiumon inquired, puzzled. Wang Batian chuckled. "Such large vehicles have two blind spots on both the A and B pillars, which the driver cannot see. Even if he had a dash cam, it wouldn't capture it. Engaging in staged accidents is an art, filled with many techniques that I will teach you gradually. Can't you impart some positive lessons?" I said, somewhat exasperated. Wang Batian laughed heartily, asking, "Young master, where are we headed now?" "Of course, we're off to find that ghost doctor," I replied eagerly. Chapter 24. The wisdom of many thoughts. The city of Qingcheng is vast, and the night is resplendent, further enhanced by the glow of neon lights that add a touch of opulence. This city, where I once spent my childhood, now feels utterly unfamiliar. I recall it not being so bustling in my youth. Lu Qiumon finds everything to be novel, her eyes dazzled by the array of sights, reminiscent of a captivating bloom amidst a riot of colors. Before her abduction, she lived in a rural town, and this is her first venture into the city. "Young master, I am familiar with this place. The ghost doctor resides at Qingcheng Temple on Qingcheng Mountain, not far from here. A taxi would cost approximately 30 yuan, suggested Wang Batian. "Taxi? Can't we take the bus?" I inquired. Wang Batian extended his hand and replied, "How could I allow you to take the bus? Young master, if you hand me that 100 yuan, I shall earn back the fare." I furrowed my brow, feeling skeptical, but nonetheless handed over the 100 yuan to Wang Batian. He accepted the money and exchanged it at a nearby vegetable stall for a 50, a 20, and 3 tens, then proceeded toward the convenience store. Lu Qiumon and I exchanged glances and quickly followed him inside. The proprietor, upon noticing Lu Qiumon clutching a fox, barred her entry. Following closely behind Wang Batian, he inquired, "Young master, what would you like to drink?" "Choose whatever you deem fit," I replied. Wang Batian nodded and selected 3 bottles of beverage from a shelf, totaling exactly 10 yuan. When it came time to pay, he produced a 50 yuan note and asked, "Can you provide change for this 50? "Of course, I can provide change for 500. The shopkeeper exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as he counted out 4 10 yuan notes onto the counter. Wang Batian retrieved a 10 yuan note from another pocket and handed it to the proprietor, saying, "I apologize, but I have a 10. Seizing the moment while the owner accepted the payment, Wang Batian discreetly lifted the 40 on the table and combined it with the 50 in his hand. He then produced another 10 from his pocket and began to count. Exactly 100. "Sir, your establishment surely requires change. Would you kindly exchange this 100 for me? I prefer neat sums." With a smile, Wang Batian presented the 100 yuan note to the owner. "Indeed, we do need change. Thank you." The owner accepted the money, counted it, and then retrieved a 100 yuan note from the drawer, handing it to Wang Batian. "Thank you." Wang Batian smiled, then stepped out of the store. Upon exiting the convenience store, Wang Batian signaled to us and headed towards a narrow alley. "Young master, here's your 100. The extra 30 is for the taxi." Wang Batian chuckled. Lu Chimon, taken aback, inquired, "How did you end up with an extra 30? "I just saw you." I interjected, "Fat master, did you not profess that a gentleman should act with integrity? Why deceive the convenience store? This convenience store sells counterfeit cigarettes. If I don't con them, then who should I?" Wang Batian replied nonchalantly. Yet Lu Qiumon remained puzzled, unable to fathom how the 30 yuan had materialized. Wang Batian hailed a taxi, directing the driver straight to Qingqing Mountain. In less than half an hour, the car halted outside Qingchang Temple, and upon inspecting the meter, it read 35 yuan. Wang Batian pulled out 30 and said, "Brother, I have no change. Could we round it down to 30? The driver stubbornly refused to relent, leaving Wang Batian at a loss for words as he reluctantly pulled out 2 coins to offer him. The driver, sensing Wang Batian's insincerity, grew even angrier and proclaimed, "Not a single coin less." Wang Batian looked at me helplessly, prompting me to produce 100 yuan and hand it to the driver. Upon inspecting the bill, the driver exclaimed, "I cannot accept this money." Taken aback, Wang Batian swiftly snatched the 100 yuan back, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's counterfeit. That convenience store owner actually gave me a fake note. Brother, drive us back immediately. I must confront him." I could not suppress a chuckle. Wang Batian's attempt to swindle had backfired spectacularly. Seeing Wang Batian's rage, the driver, opting for the path of least resistance, said, "Forget it, 32 is fine. Consider it my misfortune. I cannot take you any further. I must change shifts." Wang Batian stormed out of the vehicle, his face a mask of frustration. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Those who engage in wrongdoing will ultimately meet their downfall, my friend. It would be wise to refrain from deceiving others in the future." "It's all right, my friend. Even the wisest can falter," Lu Qiumon chimed in to console him. Wang Batian's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly, and he seethed, "What a disgrace. It is utterly infuriating. I have always been the one to outsmart others. Who dares to trick me?" The urgency of seeking a skilled healer took precedence. I stepped toward the temple. The Qingchang Temple, a rather dilapidated establishment, bore a sign that read, "No visitors allowed." The temple door stood ajar, and the faint aroma of incense wafted through the air. At this moment, dusk had descended, and the setting sun bathed Qingqing Mountain in a resplendent golden hue, rendering it exceptionally radiant. I reached for the slightly ajar gate of the temple, and before I could knock, a series of knocks resounded from within. I turned to Wang Batian, who quickly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "That damned scoundrel has left us famished." Lu Qiumon stifled a giggle, and I chuckled in resignation, gently tapping on the gate. "No visitors allowed," came a voice, tinged with age from inside. "Greetings, esteemed ghost doctor. We are not here as devotees," I hastily replied. "Not devotees? Then what is your surname?" The voice inquired. I promptly answered, "My surname is Hu." "Hu? As in Hu Yen?" The voice continued, eliciting a moment of surprise from me, as I pondered how he knew my name. "Yes, I am indeed Hu Yen," I responded with urgency. "Come on in, the rest can wait outside." I glanced back at Wang Batian, who nodded and remarked, "It is said that the ghost doctor possesses quite an eccentric temperament." Eccentric or not, We must enter, I asserted, reaching to take the white fox from Lu Xiaoman's hands before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Young master, do exercise caution. Should anything seem amiss, be sure to raise your voice, Wang Batian advised in a hushed tone. The interior of Qingchang Temple did not resemble a traditional Taoist temple. A stone path, approximately 10 meters long, led directly to a modest wooden house with 3 rooms. On either side lay vegetable gardens, and the courtyard was home to chickens and ducks. At the center of the stone path stood a modest incense burner, with only a few incense sticks within. Had it not been for that incense burner, one might easily mistake this place for a quaint farmhouse. As I strolled along the pebble path, I arrived at the parlor of the wooden cabin. The door stood ajar, yet a heavy black curtain obscured the entrance. Standing beside the door, I was about to speak when an aged voice resonated from within. Come in, Huyen. May I inquire if you are the esteemed ghost doctor? Without hesitation, I lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Inside the room, a figure cloaked in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, stood with his back to the door. A veil of black fabric hung from the brim, nearly concealing his entire head. Before the ghost doctor lay a series of tiered altars, adorned with dozens, if not hundreds, of memorial tablets, each draped in crimson cloth, with a solitary red candle flickering before each. The chamber resembled a family shrine dedicated to ancestral tablets. Even the adjacent walls featured altars, albeit devoid of tablets. I'm the ghost doctor. Have you brought the tablet of your grandfather, Sanyi? The ghost doctor inquired with a hoarse, tremulous voice. This question caught me off guard. Just moments prior, he had accurately called my name from outside. Now, he was directly asking about my grandfather's tablet, as if he were privy to all knowledge. Senior, are you aware that my grandfather has passed away? I ventured to ask. The ghost doctor nodded, stating, for years ago, Sanyi informed me that he would depart this world on the 3rd day of this month. He mentioned that his grandson, Huyen, would seek me out by mid-month, and if all went as planned, he would be cradling an injured white fox. I was internally astonished. It turned out that all of this had been orchestrated by my grandfather. Grandfather arranged for Wang Batian to seek me out and also tasked Hu Lingru with my rescue. Now, even this ghostly physician has been forewarned by grandfather. It seems as though everything is under his meticulous control. I am uncertain of the extent of grandfather's prowess, but to predict these events with such precision is truly remarkable. Noticing my silence, the ghostly physician inquired, "Where's the tablet for the 3rd master?" "Right here," I responded, hastily removing my backpack and retrieving grandfather's tablet, presenting it to the physician. He turned to me, reverently accepting the tablet with both hands, placing it in a prominently reserved central position. After stepping back a couple of paces, he bent his knees and knelt, offering 3 bows. Rising after the ritual, the ghostly physician announced, "My final medical service in this lifetime is dedicated to the 3rd master. He has chosen to leave it for you, and, at last, you have arrived. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, esteemed physician," I expressed, feeling a wave of relief wash over me, as I had been apprehensive that he might refuse to treat the white fox. The physician approached the altar, taking 3 incense sticks in hand. As he lit them, he inquired, "Huyen, how many companions have you brought?" 2, I replied. The physician's hand trembled slightly as he continued, "Is there an 18-year-old girl among them?" "Indeed," I answered honestly. This revelation appeared to ignite a spark of excitement in the physician. His hand trembled noticeably as he finished lighting the incense. He then removed it from his pocket, grasping it with both hands and bowing respectfully toward grandfather's tablet. "Truly worthy of the 3rd master. Your word is your bond." "Thank you, Lu Xiaoyin." The words of the ghostly doctor sent a shiver through my heart. He introduced himself as Lu Xiaoyin, undoubtedly connected to Lu Xiaoman in some manner. Although Lu Xiaoman was abducted, like myself, her name remained unchanged. It is a customary practice in Suzhou village not to alter names. The children who are purchased belong to one of the 7 surnames. Whatever surname they bear upon their return determines their household. Lu Xiaoyin lit incense and slowly turned to face me. Upon seeing his visage, I couldn't help but tremble, instinctively taking a step back. Lu Xiaoyin's face was more terrifying than that of a ghost, marred by countless scars, leaving no unblemished skin. His eyes were nearly obscured by the scars, revealing only a narrow slit. The The scars resembled uneven centipedes, creating the illusion of numerous flesh-toned centipedes crawling across his face. Such a grotesque countenance. It was no wonder he chose to wear a conical hat and veil his face with black gauze. Quite frightening, isn't it? Lu Xiaoyin inquired. I shook my head, striving to maintain my gaze. I apologize, Senior Lu. He smiled faintly. No harm done. Your reaction has surpassed my expectations. For every demon I treat, a new centipede scar appears upon my face. Nonsense. Do you believe Xiaoman would be afraid? As anticipated, he awaited my response, as well as that of Lu Xiaoman. She would indeed be frightened, yet she would accept it. What is your relation to Xiaoman? Lu Xiaoyin stated, I am Xiaoman's grandfather. She was abducted by human traffickers when she was 6 years old and has since vanished without a trace. Grandfather Lu, Xiaoman was not taken by you, I hastily clarified. Lu Xiaoyin chuckled softly. I am well aware that it was not Third Master who abducted her. A few days ago, Third Master visited me in a dream, suggesting that you might come to find me with Xiaoman. It turns out Grandfather had long known of Xiaoman's true identity. No wonder he regarded her with such favor in Sijio village. I murmured to myself. Lu Xiaoyin continued. Third Master knows that due to my numerous medical transgressions, I am condemned to remain within the confines of Qingchang Temple for this lifetime. Thankfully, you have indeed brought her here. I shall summon Xiaoman for you. Rest assured, I will prepare her mentally, I replied hastily. Lu Xiaoyin nodded and extended his hand, saying, let me have a look at the white fox. With great care, I handed the white fox to Lu Xiaoyin and then swiftly exited. Upon seeing my quick return, Wang Batian inquired curiously, Young master, did the ghost doctor agree? He did. Xiaoman, please come inside. The ghost doctor wishes to see you. I turned to Lu Xiaoman. Lu Xiaoman paused, puzzled, and asked me, Yes. The ghost doctor is named Lu Xiaoyin. He's your grandfather. Do you remember? Is the ghost doctor my grandfather? Lu Xiaoman gazed at me incredulously. Do you recall? I prompted. Lu Xiaoman nodded, saying, I have a faint memory. I remember my grandfather often took me to the mountains to gather herbs and would frequently visit some graveyards. Then you're not mistaken. Come with me. I grasped Lu Xiaoman's wrist and whispered, Your grandfather, due to his ghostly medical practices, may appear somewhat peculiar, so be prepared. Prepared? Is he more frightening than those white-haired zombies? Wang Batian interjected. That may not be the case. I candidly remarked. His face bore many centipede scars. Lu Xiaoman instinctively furrowed her brow, then resolutely nodded. If he truly is my grandfather, I care not what he has become. With that, she dashed toward the wooden cabin. I hurriedly followed her, and together we entered the cabin's living room. There, Lu Xiaoyin had donned a bamboo hat and was meticulously stroking the abdomen of a white fox. Upon noticing our entrance, he merely glanced up at us before hastily lowering his gaze, seemingly unable to meet Lu Xiaoman's eyes. The white fox possessed a tenacious spirit. Its inner core had cracked yet remained intact, undoubtedly sustained by profound emotions. However, its injuries were far too grave to be mended through cultivation alone. It required the 4 rare medicinal catalysts of sorrow, fear, shock, and hurt. Alas, these catalysts are exceedingly rare, and whether they can be gathered depends entirely on fate. Lu Xiaoyin sighed as he spoke. I quickly inquired, Grandfather Lu, what do you mean by sorrow, fear, shock, and hurt? For some reason, Lu Xiaoyin's words eased my mind. It was reassuring that the white fox could be healed. As for the elusive catalysts, I firmly believed that no task is insurmountable for those with determination. Lu Xiaoyin, somewhat disheartened, explained, sorrow is represented by the tears of the fallen flower maiden. Fear, by the ghostly mother-son coffin's ghostly mushroom. Shock, by the century-old corpse-reviving whip. And hurt, by the shaman king of the Miao tribe. Each of these catalysts is fraught with difficulty, and to gather them together is akin to reaching for the heavens. Chapter 26. The incense of life. Lu Xiaoyin's reiterated emphasis left me somewhat perplexed. These items certainly appear to be rare. Yet it seemed incongruous for someone as seasoned as he, a ghostly physician, to express such astonishment. Along the way, I had also encountered the spirit of a woman from the falling flower cave. I ventured to inquire, might I ask, esteemed Lu, what makes these 4 medicinal ingredients so elusive? Lu Xiaoyin carefully placed the white fox upon the table and elucidated. word by word. The goddess of the falling flower cave possesses an enchanting allure, yet she shed not a single tear before her demise. The mother and child coffins are governed by the yin and yang, rendering the growth of the soul grass impossible. The corpse movers employ talismans and never utilize whips to drive the dead. The millennia-old shamanistic practices of the Miao tribe remain chaotic, and to this day, no sorcery dares to claim supremacy. Upon absorbing Lu Xiaoyin's explanation, I instinctively remarked, "So, esteemed Lu, does this imply that these 4 medicinal ingredients, in theory, do not exist?" Lu Xiaoyin nodded, followed by a profound sigh. Clenching my fists tightly, I asserted with unwavering resolve, since there are records of these 4 medicinal ingredients, they must exist in this world. Regardless of the cost or the time required, I shall undoubtedly seek out these 4 ingredients. Indeed, nonsense, I stand with you. Lu Qiaman affirmed with a determined nod, for in her heart, the white fox was our savior. After her declaration, she directly asked, "Grandfather, must we have all 4 medicinal ingredients to awaken the white fox?" "Qiaman, do you still remember me?" Lu Xiaoyin slowly rose, his tone brimming with emotion. Lu Qiaman nodded and replied, "I remember, grandfather. You are as kind-hearted as grandfather who." With a gentle smile, Lu Xiaoyin reached into the dark veil of his conical hat, revealing hands worn with calluses, tears cascading down his aged cheeks. "Grandfather." Lu Qiaman approached him step by step, embracing him tightly. Lu Xiaoyin, choked with emotion, reciprocated the embrace. The reunion of the grandfather and granddaughter, after 12 long years apart, was a poignant sight that brought tears to my eyes. I watched with a sense of solace, feeling the profound bond of blood that connected them. Simultaneously, the image of my own grandfather surfaced in my mind. After a long moment, they finally released each other. Lu Qiaman gently stroked the white fox and said, "Grandfather, the white fox has saved me and Hu Yin numerous times. You must help it." Lu Xiaoyin nodded. "Of course we must save it. The white fox's life-saving grace deserves our utmost return." The 4 medicinal ingredients. Obtaining 1 will awaken its true form. Obtaining 2 will allow it to take human shape. Obtaining 3 will restore its cultivation. And obtaining 4 will enable it to refine an inner elixir. "Hu Yin, you may proceed with confidence in your quest." I nodded, comprehending the hierarchical effectiveness of these 4 ingredients. Even if I could only find 1 or 2, every effort would be worthwhile. "Thank you, Grandfather Lu. I will set off for the Miao village immediately. I encountered the spirit of a woman from the Falling Flower Cave on my way here," I said, clasping my fists in gratitude. Lu Xiaoyin shook his head. "The tears of a spirit are of no use. We need the tears of the Falling Flower Cave woman from her living days. In this era, such women are hard to find. There will always be one," I replied resolutely. Lu Xiaoyin nodded and turned to the white fox on the table, saying, "The white fox cannot eat at present. It requires incense to sustain its life and meticulous care. Qiaman, would you be willing to remain at Qingxing Temple, both to tend to the white fox and to learn the art of ghost medicine from me?" I was taken aback and hastily inquired, "Grandfather Lu, doesn't the practice of ghost medicine lead to backlash?" Lu Xiaoyin chuckled softly. "Ghost medicine is a form of yin technique, typically practiced by female practitioners known as ghost midwives, whose bodies are yin and thus immune to such repercussions. As for me, being of a yang constitution, I would face backlash were I to forcefully practice ghost medicine." Before I could respond, Lu Qiaman eagerly nodded, "I am willing, grandfather." She then turned to me with seriousness, stating, "Hu Yin, I am unable to assist you in any significant way. Rest assured, I will take care of the white fox. I also need to acquire a skill to ensure my own survival in the future." I silently nodded in agreement. "Very well." Lu Xiaoyin cautioned, "The incense can sustain life for at most 49 days. Hu Yin, if you discover any medicinal ingredients, you must return here promptly to safeguard the white fox's essence. Should the time elapse and its essence perish, all efforts will be in vain." "Understood. I will return to the cave and seek the soul of the fallen flower maiden. She should possess deeper knowledge." As I spoke, I turned to leave. Hu Yin, Lu Qiaman quickly called out to me, then turned to Lu Xiaoyin, asking, "Grandfather, do you still have any funds? Could you lend me some for the time being?" "Very well." Lu Xiaoyin came to a realization and turned to enter the room on the right. Shortly thereafter, he emerged holding some money, saying, "Nonsense. To eat in the shadows. One must act in the light. Thus, I do not hoard excess wealth. I have only 1,000 yuan left, originally intended for purchasing necessities. Take it for now. Without funds, one cannot move." I hastily waved my hand, saying, "Grandfather Liu, I appreciate your kind intentions, but regarding the money, fatty, and I will find a way. I do not wish to trouble you further. Take it. You have only 49 days. How will you manage to find a solution in such a short time?" Liu Qimon interjected, directly stuffing the money into my hands. It struck me that she had a point, so I extracted 300 yuan from the bundle. "Then I shall take 300. Thank you, Grandfather Liu, and thank you, Qimon." Seeing that I had accepted a portion, Liu Qimon ceased her insistence. I approached the white fox, gently stroking the fur along its back, and softly reassured, "You wait patiently for me. I will find you medicine. Rest assured, we will ensure your recovery." The white fox remained unresponsive. Though it was not yet deceased, it had lost much of its awareness. After bidding farewell to Liu Xiaoyin and Liu Qimon, Wang Batian and I departed from Qingqing Mountain under the cover of night. As we descended, I recounted the events to Wang Batian, who, upon hearing, expressed his dismay. "Goodness, the only girl has been taken away by you. How shall I manage from now on?" I retorted, "Can you not grasp the crux of the matter?" I shot Wang Batian an incredulous look. With a chuckle, he turned and sprinted toward a nearby bus stop, exclaiming, "Hurry, young master, the bus is coming." I hurriedly caught up with Wang Batian, who had crumpled 2 coins and stuffed them inside, murmuring about 2 people. Originally, the fare was 3 yuan, but he had only given 2. As we rode the bus back to the city, it was already past 8 in the evening. Wang Batian instructed me to get off, and as I glanced around, the place seemed familiar. It was next to the convenience store where he had been given 100 counterfeit yuan. "Why are we back here? We need to return to that Miao village." I expressed my confusion. "There are no more buses to the town now. The only option is a taxi, which would cost over 200 yuan. And we currently have a total of 300, Wang Batian remarked, casting a glance at the convenience store. "Do you intend to reclaim your 100 yuan? Wang Batian nodded vigorously and said fiercely, "If they dare to deceive me, I will demand tenfold in return." I quickly grasped Wang Batian's arm, urging, "Please don't act recklessly. We live in a society governed by law, and getting caught would be troublesome." Wang Batian chuckled, "Rest assured, young master, I'm not so foolish. Just watch me." Chapter 27. Nayenmo. After speaking, Wang Batian strode towards the convenience store. I remained uncertain about his intelligence. He possessed an array of petty tricks, but had never displayed any true cleverness. I hastened to follow, anxious that he might stir up trouble. Upon entering the convenience store, the owner glanced up at him and chuckled. "Ah, it's you again? Here, to swindle money once more?" With a sly grin, Wang Batian remained silent and turned to step outside, glancing at the surveillance camera by the roadside, his imposing figure effectively blocking the entrance of the convenience store. A young man, intending to purchase something, hesitated and asked Wang Batian to move aside. Wang Batian replied, "Brother, this shady establishment sells counterfeit cigarettes and fake money. You would be wise to seek another place." The young man, taken aback, hurriedly left. Seeing Wang Batian obstructing his business, the store owner stormed out, seething with anger. "If you continue to interfere with my business, I will call the police," he shouted. Wang Batian turned his back to the camera and remarked, "Your wife is quite dark." "What did you say?" The owner furrowed his brow. "But the mole on her chest is rather provocative," Wang Batian retorted with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, the owner clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Wang Batian continued, $100 in counterfeit bills is of no consequence. I can easily reclaim that by spending a few nights with your wife. Are you looking for trouble?" The owner, fists tightly balled, was on the verge of violence. "Go ahead and rage here. Your wife mentioned you lack prowess. You never submit your assignments. Just focus on your work, and I'll take care of your homework for you. I'm quite the scholar," Wang Batian taunted, leaning closer to the owner. At this provocation, the owner erupted with fury, throwing a punch that landed squarely on Wang Batian's face. I felt the tension rise, ready to intervene, but to my surprise, Wang Batian did not retaliate. Instead, he fell to the ground, and the owner, still unsatisfied, kicked him twice. Wang Batian, feigning great distress, rose and said, I was merely jesting. I assure you, my relationship with your wife is entirely innocent. However, now that you have laid your hands upon me, should I choose to alert the authorities, you would face a minimum of 7 days in confinement, particularly with the surveillance cameras capturing the entire incident. The boss paused, seemingly relieved, and inquired, what do you mean? Go ahead and call the police. Perhaps they could also investigate your dealings in counterfeit cigarettes and currency, Wang Batian replied in a hushed tone. At that moment, the boss began to regret his actions, realizing that Wang Batian had intentionally provoked him into violence. While he could conceal the sale of counterfeit cigarettes, the act of assault was indefensible. Once the footage was reviewed, he would be left with 2 choices, either settle financially or face a few days of incarceration. Would it suffice if I return the 100 to you? The boss asked quietly. Wang Batian shook his head dismissively. 100? What are you thinking? Alternatively, I could deliver a punch and kick you a couple of times. The boss, gazing at Wang Batian's imposing figure, estimated that 1 punch might leave him incapacitated for a fortnight. What do you wish? How much do you desire? The boss's tone softened. 10,000. Or I will promptly contact the authorities, Wang Batian declared resolutely. The boss was taken aback. Brother, this is a modest business of mine. You demand 10,000 right off the bat. Is that not rather unreasonable? What amount can you offer? Wang Batian inquired, furrowing his brow. The boss, trembling, raised a single finger and stammered, 1,000? Would that be acceptable? If not, I can increase it a bit. Very well, 1,000, but be swift in retrieving the money. And do not forget to bring some food as well. Wang Batian unexpectedly acquiesced. Agreed. The boss, visibly relieved, hastily turned and entered the shop, followed closely by Wang Batian. He seized a large bag and began to gather provisions from shelves. In less than a minute, he received 1,000 yuan from the owner and emerged with a substantial bag of snacks and drinks. Let's go, young master. We can afford a taxi now, Wang Batian remarked, giving me a knowing glance before hailing a cab. Once inside, I inquired, Fat Lord, how did you uncover the boss's wife's secret? Are you referring to the mole on her chest? 9 out of 10 women have such moles. It merely varies in size, Wang Batian explained with pride, pulling out a packet of cooked chicken legs from a bag and handing it to me. Upon reaching the town, I sought out a funeral attire shop to purchase items for worship. At 11 o'clock that night, we returned to the roadside where we had descended the mountain earlier. After settling the taxi fare, Wang Batian rummaged through the bag and produced 2 flashlights, handing one to me. Young master, shall we return to that cave tonight? You can wait outside while I go in alone. Why can't I enter? I asked. You might frighten her, he replied. I explained, stepping towards the mountain. Wang Batian paused, then remarked, Young master, that's rather unkind. Do I seem so frightful that even ghosts fear me? Indeed, I affirmed with a serious nod. As we arrived at the cave's entrance, it was nearly midnight. I instructed Wang Batian to wait outside while I took the offerings and ventured into the cave. Beneath the massive stone, the marks we had previously left remained intact. I hastily retrieved the offerings, incense, red candles, yellow paper, and other tributes, and began to ignite them. Before long, a familiar voice echoed, You have come. From atop the stone, I raised my gaze and beheld the spirit of the cave maiden, floating above the stone. Her face adorned with a radiant smile as she glanced at me, before lowering her gaze to the offerings and incense laid upon the ground. A small token, yet a gesture of respect. I rose and took 2 steps back. The cave maiden descended gracefully, crouching down to savor the fragrant smoke wafting from the incense. A picture of sheer enjoyment, while the 3 sticks of incense burned rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, the incense was consumed, and only then did the cave maiden rise. Smiling at me as she said, Thank you. May I ask your name, young lady? I am an Ayuma. Miss, to be frank, I have returned to seek the tears of the fallen flower cave maiden. Could you kindly guide me on how to obtain this? I inquired directly, and Ayuma paused, her smile fading into a gentle shake of her head as she replied, The fallen flower cave maiden was enchanted by the cave deity, immersed in infinite sweetness, and shed no tears in life. Indeed, this echoed the words of Lu Xiaoyin. Miss, could it be true that the tales of the cave deity hold some merit? I asked, My brow furrowed in curiosity, and Yunma nodded, affirming, "Yes, I firmly believe so, yet I am but a wretched soul, encountering not the cave." Before Yunma could finish her thought, her spirit trembled suddenly, and she reached for her neck, crying out in agony. "What's happening?" I rushed forward, closing the distance to Yunma's side. Yunma took 2 steps back, her expression contorting in agony as crimson blood began to seep from her 7 orifices. And indistinct sounds emerged from her throat. I found myself at a loss, glancing around. It appeared that her soul was under someone else's control. Save, save, save. One hand clutched her throat while the other reached out towards me, her face a mask of torment, the blood flowing more profusely from her orifices. I swiftly formed a Zawuju hand sign with both hands and pressed it against her crown, murmuring rapidly, "Raise the evil fire, bury the Een energy. Calm the spirit in tranquility, cultivate the female immortal skill." Chapter 28. Mind your own business. The purpose of the Zawuju is to calm the startled, effective against ethereal entities, serving as a defense against remote magical assaults. As I completed the incantation 3 times, and Yunma gradually began to stabilize, the anguish in her expression slowly fading. I secretly exhaled in relief and released the Zawuju, and Yunma's soul raised her gaze towards me. Save my sister. Sister? I frowned at her, and in the next moment, she let out a sudden shriek, her ethereal form instantly disintegrating into the air. With a whoosh, the red candle was extinguished by the disturbance of her dissipating soul. My body jolted, and I hurriedly seized a flashlight, rushing towards the cave's exit while calling out, "Fat Master, check if anyone is causing trouble nearby." And Yunma's soul was abruptly annihilated. It was evident that someone had acted with malicious intent. Moreover, after I had already subdued the magical influence, the fact that her soul could be instantly destroyed meant that the perpetrator was likely in close proximity. "Good." Wang Batian responded loudly and swiftly departed from the cave entrance. I hastily emerged from the cavern, climbed onto a nearby rock, and began to search around with my flashlight. Wang Batian had already ascended the mountain, commencing his search. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of a shadow darting towards the depths of the mountains. This figure possessed no flashlight, relying solely on the moonlight to navigate with remarkable speed, clearly well acquainted with the terrain. "Master, over here," I called out, immediately pursuing that direction. However, after barely 50 meters, the silhouette had vanished entirely into the darkness. "Young master, come quickly." Wang Batian's voice echoed from the mountains. I halted and dashed toward his call. Wang Batian stood before a crevice in the rocks, where 3 incense sticks were lit, and on the ground lay scissors, a file, and a small figure woven from hair and congealed blood. The figure was pierced with a dozen silver needles, its head severed, accompanied by several unburned black talismans nearby. "What is this?" Wang Batian reached out to grasp the small figure. I quickly shouted, "Don't touch that." He promptly retracted his hand. I crouched down, picked up a twig, and turned the figure over. On its back was affixed a black talisman, 2 fingers wide, inscribed with runes, and the runic foot bore the name Yunmo Master. "What kind of talisman is this? What does Yunmo signify?" Wang Batian inquired. "The soul-eating talisman. This diminutive figure is crafted from the hair and blood of the deceased, colloquially referred to as a soul substitute, capable of replacing the spirit of the departed. Yunmo is the cave, maiden residing within the cavern. It is said that someone utilized this soul substitute to strangle her essence." I furrowed my brow and remarked. Wang Batian, taken aback, lamented, "What a pity, such a beautiful cave maiden, and I didn't even have the chance to catch a glimpse. Why do you always miss the crux of the matter?" I sighed, rising to survey my surroundings. Wang Batian nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, young master, you are correct. Though the maiden's spirit has dissipated, I can still seek out her remains. It is rumored that the body of the cave maiden remains uncorrupted for a millennium and emits a captivating fragrance." "Damn," I muttered under my breath. "The focal point is who suffocated this maiden's spirit. Yes, it is regrettable that we arrived too late, young master." "You mentioned—" "Wait, what did you just say?" "I stated we were late." "Not that. What about the body?" I inquired hastily. Wang Batian replied nonchalantly, It is said that the body of the cave maiden remains uncorrupted for a millennium and emits a captivating fragrance. Where is the body typically located? Wang Batian shook his head. How would I know? It is usually found within a cave, I suppose. Let us search again. I turned and made my way back toward the cavern. After searching for approximately an hour, having scoured every corner, I found no trace of any remains within the cave. Young master, it appears she is not within this cavern, Wang Batian stated. I remained silent, picking up a stone and began to strike the rocky walls. Young master, do you have a peculiar fascination with corpses? Wang Batian imitated my actions, hammering at the rock face. Get lost. Can't you think normally for once? Why are you so determined to search for a body? I replied, if a corpse can remain uncorrupted for a millennium, its organs should function perfectly. Perhaps through necromancy. We might even obtain tears. I spoke in a low voice. Wang Batian paused. Aren't we supposed to seek the tears shed before death? Borrowing a corpse to return a soul, I added. Can you truly perform such a feat? Wang Batian asked, astonished. I shook my head. I've never attempted it. But I refused to overlook any opportunity. Wang Batian nodded silently, earnestly assisting me in searching. Another hour passed, yet we remained empty-handed. I discarded the stone in my hand and said, it seems it truly isn't here in the cave. Let's head to the nearest Miao village to inquire about Nai. Young master, why not rest for a while first? It's already past 3 in the morning. We won't find anyone at this hour. Very well. I glanced around, then climbed atop a massive stone and lay down. A night of silence passed. When the cave entrance began to brighten, I was awakened by Wang Batian's snoring. I had slept soundly on this stone, devoid of dreams, indicating that Nai spirit had indeed vanished completely. It was already daylight outside, and I was eager to venture into the Miao village. I nudged Wang Batian. Fat master, wake up. The sun has risen. Wang Batian turned to glance outside, letting out a sigh. Young master, it is still dark outside. Allow me to sleep a while longer. I could only sigh in resignation as I leapt down from the boulder and departed the cave alone. The mountain air was invigorating. The morning birdsong and the rich fragrance of the grass brought a sense of tranquility. The fog was thick atop the mountain, obscuring visibility, indicating that today would again be a day of brilliant sunshine. As I stretched my limbs, I pondered whether the individual who had fled last night was from a nearby Miao village. Mind your own business. A voice suddenly echoed from behind me, causing my body to tense as I turned to locate the source. Above the cave stood a figure cloaked in black, wearing a mask of the Miao people. The person's stature bore a striking resemblance to that of the one who had escaped last night. They were likely the same individual. Who are you? I inquired, furrowing my brow. I am the emissary of the cave spirit. Should you dare to meddle in the affairs of the cave spirit, you shall surely regret your existence in this world, the figure replied coldly. Come, if you possess any true skill, descend here and witness how I shall deal with you. Wang Batian's voice boomed from within the cave as he emerged brandishing a cleaver. Upon seeing Wang Batian, the figure turned to flee. Curse it, you think you can escape? If I fail to capture you today, I will write my name Wang backwards, Wang Batian declared, without hesitation, as he swiftly pursued the figure. I too wasted no time and darted off in another direction to cut off their escape. Chapter 29. Winter in the Miao village. The mountain was shrouded in heavy mist, visibility reduced to less than 20 meters, and the rugged terrain made the path difficult to traverse. I pursued for over 100 meters, but I had already lost sight of that individual. Even Wang Batian's figure had vanished entirely, leaving only the echoes of his curses in the air. I dashed toward the source of Wang Batian's voice, convinced that this person was no divine emissary, and as Nai Yunma herself had stated, she was not wed to any deity. If I could apprehend him, it would unravel further mysteries surrounding the Lotus Blossom Cave maidens. After yet another 100 meters of pursuit, I found myself utterly disoriented, with Wang Batian's voice fading into silence. Fat master, I shouted, pressing forward, yet received no response. How far could this fellow have run? I repeatedly called out as I advanced, until I arrived at the entrance of a cave, my body jolting in recognition. Gazing at the familiar cave mouth, I murmured softly, how have I returned here? I scanned my surroundings meticulously, confirming that indeed I had come back. This cursed mountain, though I had taken the same path. Fat Master, I bellowed once more, my voice reverberating through the mountains, yet still no reply from Wang Batian. Anxiety began to grip me. It was improbable that he had ventured this far without responding. Perhaps something had befallen him. With that thought, I turned and sprinted in the direction the masked man had retreated. After a few strides, I halted, sensing something amiss. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, even allowing me to hear the thumping of my own heartbeat. As I glanced around, realization dawned upon me. The cheerful chirping of birds that had previously filled the air was now utterly absent. Evidently, it is not Wang Batian who cannot hear my voice, but rather I who am attuned to the sound from the outside. A wall of spirits. I furrowed my brow, shook my head vigorously, unfastened my belt, and began to relieve myself. Closing my eyes, I murmured, with ears that hear the silent lute and a breath that perceives no sound. Let my heart grasp the essence of respiration, and my intent illuminate the spirit palace. I command the malevolent spirits to retreat, as swift as the law dictates. As the sound of my release reached my ears, the calls of birds gradually filtered in. "Begone!" I shouted, abruptly opening my eyes, and the surrounding mist dissipated significantly. The sun had already ascended the mountain crest to the east. Has so much time truly passed? I murmured to myself, judging by the light. At least 2 hours must have elapsed. This wall of spirits is undoubtedly a human contrivance. Otherwise, time would not have passed so swiftly without my awareness. Hastily, I called back my second brother, shouting for Fat Master, and began my ascent towards the mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, I still had not heard a response from Wang Batian. Squinting, I surveyed the Miao village at the foot of the mountain and quickly made my way down. The masked man had traversed from this direction. Fat Master must have pursued him into the village, and that man was likely one of the villagers. After nearly an hour, I finally descended the mountain, only to find myself at a fork in the path. One route led to the Miao village, while the other meandered toward a nearby grove of bamboo. From behind the bamboo thicket, faint sounds of laughter and flowing water beckoned. Frowning slightly, I turned and briskly made my way toward the grove. As I traversed through the bamboo grove, I chanced upon a majestic waterfall, beneath which lay a tranquil pool. The sounds of laughter grew ever clearer, suggesting that a group of young women was engaged in playful merriment. Scaling a nearby stone, I leaned over to catch a glimpse below, and to my astonishment, I beheld a cluster of Miao maidens frolicking in the water. Clad only in minimal attire, their exposed legs glistened in the sun, creating a scene both alluring and captivating. I hastily averted my gaze, fearing that lingering too long would cast me in the light of a voyeur. As I prepared to depart, my attention was drawn to a figure 100 meters away. Concealed behind a rock, a sturdy silhouette, intently observing the maidens at play. It was none other than Wang Batian. With a resigned sigh, I contemplated rushing over, but then noticed a group of 4 or 5 Miao men, their heads wrapped in black cloth, charging toward him. Without uttering a word, they swiftly encircled Wang Batian, whose focus remained solely on the young women, oblivious to the encroaching threat. One of the Miao men gestured with a commanding hand, and in an instant, Wang Batian found himself pinned to the ground. The sudden commotion startled him, and he erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What do you want? What is this?" Peeking at the girls bathing. How shameless! The leader of the Miao men unfastened his belt, swiftly binding Wang Batian's hands behind his back. Meanwhile, the maidens, alerted by the commotion, shrieked and hurriedly scrambled ashore, frantically donning their garments. I quickly retracted my body, still uncertain about the customs of this village. If I were to step out, the outcome would likely mirror that of Wang Batian. Soon, Wang Batian was being jostled by the crowd towards the interior of the village. While the young women began to depart from the water pool, I sighed in relief and emerged from behind the stone, preparing to enter the village, only to discover a girl of about 17 or 18 seated on a stone beside the pool. She was adorned in a vibrant red Miao outfit, with a large silver flower crown beside her, and her long hair cascaded down to her waist. She gazed intently at the water, softly humming a tune, seemingly in high spirits. Despite the recent incident of peeping, the girl appeared completely unaffected, as if the events held no relevance to her. This peculiar situation piqued my curiosity, and after a moment's contemplation, I approached her. 5 or 6 corns, placed on the hot Kong. The good seeds bloom. The younger sister awaits you. Where is the elder brother? The girl swayed gently to the rhythm of her song, entranced by the water's surface. Hello, miss. I stepped closer, glancing into the pool, which seemed unremarkable. I could not fathom what captivated her so deeply. The girl continued to hum, entirely oblivious to my presence, as if I were invisible. Miss, I queried, moving in front of her and waving my hand in front of her eyes, yet she remained unresponsive. The eerie situation prompted me to furrow my brow. I gently nudged her shoulder. Miss, with that push, she jolted slightly, turned to face me, and smiled as she asked, Do you think I am beautiful? A shiver ran through me. Her smile radiated sincerity. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the smile of Inai Yunma that I had encountered in the cave, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. Moreover, it was rather peculiar for a young lady to inquire of a stranger whether she was beautiful. Something felt amiss. Was it possible that I was not beautiful? The maiden pouted, her expression clouded with disappointment as she lowered her gaze. I quickly reassured her, No, my dear, you are indeed beautiful. My words were heartfelt. This young woman possessed fair skin, exquisite features, and clear, vibrant eyes, embodying not only beauty but also a remarkable grace. In an instant, her spirits lifted, and with a hint of curiosity, she asked, Hey, you don't seem to be from the Dongjiu Miao village. Who are you? Chapter 30. In Yuma, the behavior of this Miao girl struck me as rather strange. My knowledge of Miao culture was limited. It reminded me of what Wang Batian had previously said about the women of Luohua Cave. The girl's actions closely aligned with the symptoms of those women, but not entirely, for she also exhibited signs of disappointment. If that were the case, it would indicate early symptoms. Hello, my name is Uyen, and I am not from Dongjiu Miao village. I promptly introduced myself. Oh, she responded, I am Inai Yuma. Welcome to Dongjiu Miao village. Upon hearing her name, I was taken aback. Inai Yuma, could they be sisters? Suddenly, I recalled Inai Yunma's desperate plea for her sister during a moment of despair. An excitement surged within me. Is Inai Yuma your sister? I inquired eagerly. Inai Yuma tilted her head slightly and nodded. Indeed, my sister married the cave god. I truly envy her. I wish to wed the cave god as well. However, I do not yet qualify as a cave maiden. What must one do to be considered a cave maiden? Inai Yuma said dejectedly. A cave maiden is carefree, able to see through all, with only the cave god in her heart. Yet, I still care about whether others perceive me as beautiful. I mourn for those around me, and I experience various other emotions. Nevertheless, what is it? I can always envision the cave god donning a new bridal gown to come for me, and I believe I will soon become a fallen flower cave maiden. Inai Yuma spoke earnestly, her eyes brimming with longing. In her view, becoming a cave maiden would allow her to embark on the most noble love story between gods and mortals, a pinnacle of glory and faith. I sighed helplessly, pondering which fool had propagated such superstitions. It was truly perilous. If she continued to indulge in such self-suggestions, she would inevitably perish with a smile amidst the ethereal fantasies of love. Noticing my silence, Inai Yuma inquired, By the way, how do you know about my sister? I gazed at her earnestly, realizing that I could not reveal the truth at that moment, for she would surely think I was deceiving her. With a swift thought, I whispered, To be honest, I am an envoy of the cave god. It is the cave god who sent me to find you. Really? Inai Yuma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she quickly rose from the stone and, filled with anticipation, asked, When will the cave god come to marry me? Before I could utter a word, she furrowed her brow and exclaimed, This doesn't make sense. I have yet to fully become a daughter of the falling flower cave. How could a messenger have arrived? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? I am not deceiving you, I replied. Then do you possess any magical abilities? Indeed, I nodded, retrieving a piece of talisman paper from my pocket and swiftly tearing it into the shape of a paper figurine. Is this considered magic? Her brow knitting in confusion. I smiled and affixed the small figure to my left hand. With my right hand, I formed a sword gesture, inserting it into my mouth to bite the tip of my finger, allowing my blood to trace a serpentine rune upon the paper. I began to draw circles above the figurine, softly chanting, "Illusory and ethereal, supreme jade purity, assist the ailing and aid the troubled, transform paper into soldiers. The 3 souls to the left, the 7 spirits to the right, rise swiftly and heed my command." Upon completing the incantation, I released my gesture, and the paper figure, which had been lying in my palm, suddenly sprang to life. It traversed my arm and leapt from my shoulder towards Miao. This rudimentary paper figurine technique holds little practical value in reality, serving merely as a means to impress. "How incredible!" Miao exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to leap into the air, her hands outstretched in anticipation of catching the paper figure. "Burn!" I silently commanded. Just before the figure could land in Miao's hands, it ignited in flames as black ashes drifted gently down upon her delicate, jade-like fingers. "Astounding! You truly are a messenger of the cave." Miao's large, glistening eyes remained transfixed on the ashes in her palm, her expression brimming with admiration. I hastily gestured for silence and whispered, "Please, do not disclose this matter to anyone." "Very well, I shall not," the envoy replied. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" I casually explained, "By the will of the cave deity, I seek a worthy cave maiden." "Rest assured, I shall not fall in love with anyone other than the cave deity, I swear." At that moment, Miao raised her hand to perform a gesture, but I quickly grasped her wrist and inquired, "It seemed that someone was taken away just now." "Indeed, an outsider was caught observing us while we frolicked in the water, and the men from the village apprehended him. His fate will be dire." Miao's words shocked me, and I immediately asked, "What will happen to him?" "He shall be subjected to flogging, at least 20 lashes. If he does not repent, the village elders may resort to witchcraft to punish him." "Could he take me to sea?" I asked anxiously. Flogging seemed bearable. I had known Wang Batian for only a few days and was unaware of how many beatings he had endured. However, if he were to be subjected to witchcraft, that would be troublesome. I was entirely ignorant on the subject. Yet it was fortuitous that there were those in the Miao village who understood it, as I too sought the Miao village's shaman. "Certainly, but if others inquire about your identity, how should I respond?" "Just say, I'm a classmate of your sister." "That may not suffice. My sister is 5 years my senior, and you appear no older than 18. Then say, I'm the younger brother of your sister's classmate." "All right." Miao donned a silver floral crown and led me toward the winter Miao village. Though the Miao village is not particularly large, it is not insignificant either, boasting hundreds of houses nestled within a valley. Even from a distance, before entering the village, one can observe a gathering of people surrounding a platform in the center. Not everyone is adorned in traditional Miao attire. Some are dressed similarly to the Han Chinese. Among them stand a wooden cross frame, against which Wang Batian leans, his back visible through the crowd. The excitement is palpable, even before the festivities commence. As Miao exclaims with delight. Just as her words fade, an urgent voice calls out from behind, "Make way. Clear the path, quickly." I turn to see, not far behind us, an old yellow ox charging forward, pursued by an elderly man barefoot and frantic. The ox's horns protrude menacingly, reminiscent of a bull's. And I can't help but think that should it collide with a person, the consequences would be dire. The path is narrow, and, as the ox approaches, I instinctively grasp Miao's arm and pull her aside. The ox rushes past, its robust belly colliding with Miao's waist. With a pond close by, I quickly step forward, forcibly pulling Miao back. "Are you all right?" That ox appears to be mad, having broken free from its tether. It could injure someone. The old man shouts as he races after the ox, which is heading straight for the crowd gathered in the village center, where many are clad in red. "Thank you. You nearly scare me to death." Miao gasps, her breath quickening as she repeatedly pats her chest. "I must help," I declare, casting a glance back before hastening to give chase. "Get away, you in the red clothing. Quickly move aside." The old man shouted frantically while chasing behind. Yet he was being distanced by the old yellow bull with increasing speed. Chapter 31. The painless whipping. Upon hearing the old man's cries, chaos erupted among the crowd, scattering in all directions. Summoning every ounce of strength, I swiftly surpassed the old man and soon caught up with the old yellow bull. The bull emitted snorting sounds as it charged forward, seemingly enraged beyond measure. Reaching the side of the old yellow bull, I leapt high and landed directly on its back, wrapping my arms tightly around its neck. Upon feeling the weight on its back, the bull halted and began to leap and spin wildly in place. I clamped my legs firmly against its belly, gripping its neck with all my might, and recited in a low voice, "Fear not the tumult, the vastness shall guide. In the depths of uncertainty, serenity shall abide. Spirits be still, soothe the restless soul, quell the anger, suppress the malign, restore the true self. I command." Having swiftly completed the soul-soothing incantation, I raised my right hand sharply, forming a hand gesture akin to a fist, with my thumb pressing against the nails of the other 4 fingers, and struck the bull's neck with a powerful blow. With that strike, the old yellow bull finally calmed down, ceasing its frenzied movements and standing still, appearing remarkably docile. Gasping for breath, I dismounted from the bull's back. Fortunately, my childhood experiences of riding bulls had equipped me with the knowledge of how to stay balanced. A careless fall could lead to being trampled, resulting in at least a serious injury. Upon witnessing the frenzied old ox subdued by my intervention, the crowd erupted into applause. An elderly man hurried to my side, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young man. Otherwise, this beast could have caused harm." I smiled at the old man, who promptly retrieved the severed ox rope, exclaiming, "Tonight, we shall slaughter this mad cow. No need to kill it, sir. It will no longer exhibit such madness," I replied. The old man's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Is that true?" "Indeed, it merely had a slight mental disturbance, which I have already remedied," I explained. Hearing my voice, Wang Batian, bound upon a cross, called out loudly, "Young master, is it you?" I quickly approached the platform, and Miao followed, remarking, "You are truly impressive." Standing before Wang Batian, I teased, "Oh, if it isn't the rotund Lord himself. What brings you here to bask in the sun?" A Miao man approached me, saying, "Young brother, this rotund fellow was caught peeping at our Miao village maidens while they bathed. We were about to impose punishment on him. Do you know him?" Before I could respond, Wang Batian interjected, "What bath? They were all dressed. There's no need for a whipping. At worst, strip me bare, and I shall let the maidens enjoy the view." His words reignited the ire of the previously calm Miao villagers. I tapped my forehead and asked the man beside me, "Brother, what punishment do you intend to administer?" "We plan to give him 20 lashes. The man spoke while waving the whip in his hand, then commented, "If you know him, that's enough. After all, you just saved the cattle for my uncle's family and have helped everyone." I nodded and replied, "I am acquainted with him, but brother, you need not spare my feelings. Strike as you wish. It might serve as a lesson for some, to refrain from engaging in petty thievery." "Very well." The man nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, the whip cracked with a sharp Pia sound. "Young master, please no. Let us discuss this calmly. I shall never engage in such deeds again." Wang Batian suddenly began to shout with his eyes shut tight. Yet his cries bore an uncanny resemblance to someone relishing a massage rather than enduring punishment. The commotion caused the onlookers to shake their heads in disbelief. I glanced at the man wielding the whip. He appeared to be exerting considerable effort. After 20 lashes, Wang Batian still had his eyes closed. After a considerable pause, he finally opened them and inquired, "Is that all? Just this?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving me at a loss for words, while others merely smirked, their motives unclear. I ventured to ask, "Master Fat, does it not hurt?" Wang Batian shook his head and replied, "Not at all. It doesn't hurt one bit. It feels merely like a tickle." "Then let us have you bask in the sun for another day," I declared without hesitation. Wang Batian froze, and the man with the whip quickly interjected, "That won't do, brother. He certainly could not endure a whole day, and it could lead to dire consequences." "Are you speaking nonsense? Master Fat is not so delicate as to succumb to the sun. How can he humiliate me before so many ladies? Come. Let me share my day. I must say, a mere hum from me could invoke the fiercest of curses." Wang Batian, with a brash demeanor, confronted me head-on, exuding an air of indifference that left me quite exasperated. Suddenly, a nearby female dog barked, voicing her discontent. Very well, I shall endure another day of this. As I turned to leave, it became evident that Wang Batian was indeed quite formidable. With my departure, the crowd on stage began to disperse. The elderly herdsman, having secured his cattle, approached me and said, "Young man, why not join us for lunch?" Fourth uncle, and I, Yuma interjected, "He's coming to my house for a meal. He is the brother of my sister's classmate." The old man waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "That won't do. After all the assistance you've provided us, a meal is certainly warranted. Our family relies on this cow for sustenance, so you must accompany me. Come, let us go." Without further ado, he grasped my wrist and led me toward a nearby dwelling. "Fourth uncle, may I also dine at your home?" And I, Yuma, playfully inquired. "Of course. I shall ask your aunt to prepare your favorite sticky corn for you," he replied as we arrived at his residence, conveniently situated beside the stage. I cast a glance back at Wang Batian, who continued to whistle leisurely, flaunting his perceived strength. The old man called for his wife to prepare the meal, then brought out chairs and presented a plate of sunflower seeds and peanuts, saying, "Young man, please enjoy some peanuts and seeds." "Thank you, fourth uncle," I smiled, addressing him in the same manner as an Yuma. "No need for thanks, young man. You are from the city, aren't you?" the fourth uncle inquired. I nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle C. What did that man mean when he said my friend cannot withstand the sun? Oh, let's call him over for dinner shortly. It's evident that your friend is not malicious. We wouldn't want him to suffer dire consequences from the sun. Can it really be fatal?" I inquired, puzzled. Uncle C nodded and explained it can be. The penalty whip of the Golden Jade card contains leech sorcery. Prolonged exposure to the sun is unbearable for the sorcery. If the sorcery cannot endure, neither can he. Sorcery? I instinctively stood up. Uncle C raised his hand and reassured me. "No need to be alarmed, young man. This leech sorcery merely causes suffering. It does not harm internal organs. It will die of its own accord in 3 days. If your friend cannot bear it, he will call out." I slowly resumed my seat and asked, "Uncle C, I heard that the people in the Miao village can easily cast sorcery." Uncle C paused, then waved his hand dismissively. No, that's not true. Don't listen to the nonsense." I sighed in relief and took a sip of water that an Yuma had handed me. However, Uncle C's next words nearly made me spit out the water. Casting sorcery carelessly would earn the ire of the village leader. Chapter 32. Golden Silkworm Sorcery and Love Sorcery. I spat the water onto the ground. And Uncle C chuckled. "Don't worry, the water is clean." I turned to an Yuma and asked, "Do you understand sorcery as well?" An Yuma shook her head and replied, "I don't understand it at all. What purpose would there be in knowing such things?" Uncle C chuckled and remarked, "You are fortunate now. In my youth, being born into the Miao family without knowledge of the Gu insects and the Gu scriptures rendered one unworthy of being called Miao person." I nodded silently, continuing to inquire, "Uncle C, is there truly a Gu king? The Gu king? There is no such entity. Before the liberation, various Miao villages held competitions to crown a Gu king, yet in the end, no one could agree on a victor. There were simply too many formidable Gu." Uncle C replied, cracking sunflower seeds as he spoke. "What, then, are the relatively formidable types of Gu?" I asked. "Relatively speaking, the golden silkworm Gu among animal Gu and the love Gu among plant Gu were recognized by many after reaching the finals back in the day. However, some contested their merit, for both types had caused the death of their own masters. Many argued that a Gu capable of killing its master should not be deemed a king," Uncle C explained. "And which do you think is more powerful, the golden silkworm Gu or the love Gu?" I pressed further. Uncle C shrugged. "Everyone has their own perspective. The golden silkworm Gu can marry Gu, while the love Gu cannot be cured. The golden silkworm Gu is quicker to harm, whereas the love Gu does so gradually. The application of the golden silkworm Gu is straightforward, while the love Gu is relatively complex. Moreover, cultivating offspring Gu from the golden silkworm Gu is considerably easier than with the love Gu. Thus, it is difficult to ascertain which is truly superior." I let out a soft "oh," my expression betraying a hint of disappointment. "Young man, why are you inquiring about this?" "I have a friend afflicted with a peculiar illness that requires the Gu king from the Miao village as an ingredient for a remedy. I am not well versed in Gu, nor do I understand what a goo king is. Uncle C paused, then asked, "Is that the reason you have come to the Miao village?" "Indeed, Uncle C." Uncle C pondered for a moment. Indeed, prior to liberation, numerous goo masters professed their ambition to cultivate goo kings. And there were even some fervent practitioners who resorted to nurturing goo within their own bodies. By the way, I recently heard tales of the old matriarch from Miao Valley using her granddaughter to concoct a goo king. How exactly is this done? And Yuma inquired. The old matriarch simultaneously implanted both love goo and golden silkworm goo within her granddaughter, as it is said that the fusion of these two types of goo could yield a true goo king. Where is Miao Valley? I hastily asked. Uncle C waved his hand dismissively. This is not something you should be inquiring about. Miao Valley is a Miao village that ordinary people cannot access. Even we seasoned Miao folk dare not venture there. The goo culture there is exceedingly wild, inhabited by some exceedingly deranged goo masters with goo everywhere. Where exactly is it? I pressed, purely out of curiosity, wondering how such a place could still exist in modern society. There is everything in the mountains. Miao Valley lies on the eastern side of Goo Mountain, which requires traversing 100 miles deeper into the wilderness. In that realm, normal individuals who enter essentially have no return. Young man, do not entertain any reckless thoughts before Uncle C could finish his words. Wang Batian on the platform let out a wretched cry. Young master, come save me. I can't hold on any longer. Truly, I cannot endure. Go release your friend. Uncle C chuckled. I'm off. And Yuma quickly rose and dashed towards Wang Batian. I continued to inquire, Uncle, do you believe that if the golden silkworm goo and the love goo could merge, it would undoubtedly become the Goo King? Uncle affirmed with certainty, indeed. It is not merely my belief. It is a consensus among the Miao people and is documented in the ancient Goo scriptures. Yet, for centuries, no one has ever succeeded. I silently nodded as Wang Batian and his companion rushed over, seeking refuge beneath the eaves, exclaiming, "What is the matter with this sun? It is so scorching. It makes my whole body itch and ache, akin to a drug addict in withdrawal. Utterly unbearable." I chuckled and remarked, "You have been cursed. The whip may not hurt at first, but the torment follows." Curse. Wang Batian's body trembled, and he suddenly knelt before Uncle, pleading, "Old Master, you must save me." Old Master is a colloquial term in the Miao village referring to a shaman. Uncle waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am not an old master. But this curse will not take your life, so do not worry excessively." Wang Batian sighed in relief, scratching his entire body, "But I feel so uncomfortable now. Even out of the sun, I still suffer." Just then, the female dog that had barked at Wang Batian when he vowed to endure for a day came running over, barking twice as if demanding him to fulfill his promise. Mistaking it for a remedy, Wang Batian shouted, "Mother!" I couldn't help but burst into laughter, and even Uncle and Yuma joined in. Realizing his error, Wang Batian quickly stood up and asked, "Uncle, what should I do to break this curse?" Uncle C ceased his laughter and remarked, "The leech and the cursed insect will perish in 3 days. You merely need to endure." Wang Batian, feeling anxious, exclaimed, 3 days? The crux of the matter is that I cannot bear it. It is too agonizing. You should immerse yourself in the pond behind the bamboo grove. It will bring you relief." And you interjected. Wang Batian was momentarily taken aback, but then hurriedly sprinted in that direction. After a few paces, he turned back and asked, "Will the ladies still go there to bathe?" I furrowed my brow, and Wang Batian quickly clarified, "I do not wish to watch. I am merely concerned about receiving a flogging." "Go on. If there are others present, they will not go." Uncle C waved his hand dismissively. With that reassurance, Wang Batian felt at ease and dashed towards the bamboo forest, all the while calling out, "Young master, remember bring me some food later. I am starving." Before long, Aunt C had prepared lunch. During the meal, I inquired further about the Goo King from Uncle C, who elaborated on the golden silkworm goo and the love goo. The so-called golden silkworm goo is not derived from actual silkworms. Rather, it involves sealing numerous poisonous creatures, such as snakes, centipedes, lizards, scorpions, and toads, within a jar, along with goo medicine, causing them to engage in mutual annihilation. After a year, there is a chance that a singular venomous entity will emerge. This creature resembles a silkworm, with golden skin, hence its name, the golden silkworm mother goo. The nourishment for the golden silkworm goo is made from brocade, consumed at a rate of 4 inches daily. The excrement produced thereafter becomes the golden silkworm larvae goo, which is colorless and odorless, capable of being used to curse food. Once ingested, it will infect the person, with the larvae burrowing into the abdomen to feast upon the individual's intestines. The Compendium of Materia Medica records that the mother of the golden silkworm goo is impervious to blades and immune to fire and water. It can bestow wealth upon its caretaker and shield the goo master from other malevolent spirits. However, this power is a double-edged sword. Should the nurturing be inadequate, the golden silkworm goo may turn against its master. My fourth uncle further explained that the golden silkworm goo can be married off. If the master no longer wishes to care for it, they can prepare a small box filled with gold, silver, and fine silk, place the golden silkworm goo within, and leave the box by the roadside. Once someone else takes it, the master will no longer face its backlash. Nonetheless, most goo masters regard the golden silkworm goo as a precious treasure, making the act of marrying it off exceedingly rare. The concept of the love goo is even more terrifying. In Chapter 33, Fat Master Floats, the master of the love goo nurtures it with their own flesh and blood. Once ensnared by the love goo, they are bound for life until death. This goo is unique to Miao girls, cultivated through heartfelt sacrifice, requiring daily offerings of blood for a decade to manifest. The master typically bestows the love goo upon their beloved. Should the latter yearn for another woman, they will experience excruciating pain, and if they engage intimately with another, they will perish instantly. The love goo also manifests its effects monthly, causing similar heart-wrenching agony that necessitates an antidote from the master. Moreover, the goo master carries the love goo within themselves, while a girl could dispel her own love goo. Once released, she will be incapable of feeling affection for anyone else and cannot engage in intimate relations. Otherwise, she too will face a fatal demise. Thus, once the love goo is invoked, a life of unrest ensues. In conclusion, my fourth uncle confidently asserted that if these two types of goo could merge, they would indeed create a true goo king. Continuing, I inquired further about the tale of the Flower Cave Maiden. My uncle chuckled softly, saying, "The Flower Cave Maiden is destined by the heavens. It is the fate of the cave maidens. Such matters cannot be cultivated. It all hinges on whether the cave spirit has taken notice of the maiden." At this moment, Miao beamed with pride, for in her heart, she believed that the cave spirit had indeed set its gaze upon her. I asked my uncle whether he believed in the existence of the Flower Cave Maidens, to which he nodded resolutely. "I do. Many of the older Miao people hold this belief, but the younger generation seldom embraces it. As you know, the thoughts of boys and girls today have become increasingly liberated. I had heard that if the cave spirit favored a girl, no one else could marry her." My uncle quickly responded, "Who would dare to wed the bride of the cave spirit? That would be akin to courting death." I pressed on, "What would happen if one did marry her?" He replied, "It would end in a most tragic fate." I then asked Uncle, "Do you know if there are any flower cave maidens in the nearby Miao villages?" He shook his head. "I have not heard of any. The last cave maiden was Miao's sister, Yunma, and that was 4 years ago." I turned to glance at Miao, who was diligently packing food into a container, feeling a deep inner conflict. From a compassionate standpoint, I ought to rescue her from the mire of becoming a flower cave maiden. Yet, if she ultimately did not transform into one, my quest for the tears of the flower cave maiden would be utterly in vain. "Nonsense. All right, this is food for your friend," Yunma said, her eyes sparkling with a distinct brightness reminiscent of the flower cave maidens. I reached out to take the lunchbox, stood up, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. Uncle C, I must go deliver this meal to my friend." "Very well," Uncle C nodded. "Xiaoyan, your friend may not be able to leave in 3 days. If it is not too much trouble, they may stay at our home. We have a vacant room." "Uncle C, have you finally decided to move Wana's room?" Yu asked. Uncle C nodded. "It was bound to happen eventually. Wana has been deceased for 5 years. It was your aunt who insisted on believing that Yueo was still alive. She even locked the room and hid the key away securely. Today, with esteemed guests arriving, your aunt will have no reason to object. And you turned to me and inquired, Huyen, would you be comfortable staying at Uncle C's house? My sister's room cannot be touched, and we have no extra rooms. I nodded. Thank you, Uncle C. We will pay for the room, as usual. What are you talking about with room fees? Huyen, do not be so formal. Just come and stay. Now, go deliver the meal to your friend. I smiled, turned, and walked towards the door, with Niu quickly following, saying she wanted to accompany me. Once outside Uncle C's house, I asked Niu who is Wana. Wana means elder brother. Yu's name was Wu Jidong. He was Uncle C's only son and committed suicide by jumping off a cliff 5 years ago, Niu replied, pointing to a nearby precipice that seemed to rise about 17 or 18 meters high. Why did Aunt C believe Wu Jidong was still alive? Was the body never found? I asked, perplexed. Niu Ma shook her head. The body has been found, mangled beyond recognition. Fourth aunt is unable to accept this harsh reality due to her overwhelming longing for her son, which is why she insists that it was not Wu Anan who fell to his death. No one in the village dares to contradict her. I let out a soft exclamation and stepped into the bamboo grove. Niu Ma then inquired, Huyen, is your friend also a messenger of the cave deity? I shook my head and replied, he is not, and he remains unaware of my identity, so please do not mention it to him. Niu Ma chuckled softly, I understand. The cave deity sent you to assess my situation, just like the messenger who came to seek my sister 4 years ago, right? My brow furrowed in confusion. Have you encountered the messenger who sought your sister? Niu Ma shook her head, no. But my sister informed me that a messenger of the cave deity came to see her, and she was not far from becoming the cave deity's bride. Less than half a month later, she was wed to the cave deity, so I should be nearing that destiny as well. As she spoke, her face radiated happiness, her tone as gentle as a flowing stream, her gaze distant, as if entranced, her entire being frozen in place. I waved my hand in front of her eyes and asked, Niu, are you all right? Niu Ma shivered slightly, smiling. I think I just saw the cave deity waving at me. What does the cave deity look like? I asked, furrowing my brow as I gazed at her. Niu Ma, with an infatuated expression, exclaimed, handsome and elegant, like a jade tree swaying in the wind, his eyes gleaming with a brilliance akin to the vastness of the stars and the sea. He donned a resplendent red robe, his hair arranged in an imposing crown, and a captivating vermilion mole graced his forehead. I nodded in agreement and cautioned, there is but one messenger of the cave god, which is I. Should anyone else claim to be the messenger, know that they are a malevolent spirit. You must inform me immediately. Niu Ma nodded in affirmation. The individual wearing the mask earlier this morning claimed to be the messenger of the cave god, yet he likely had not yet sought out Niu Ma. This person must be apprehended. As we traversed the bamboo forest, the sound of flowing water became distinctly audible. I called out loudly, Fat Master, are you comfortable? It's time for a meal. Wang Batian did not respond, and an uneasy feeling washed over me. He must surely be famished. I quickened my pace and rushed to the edge of the pond. Sure enough, Wang Batian's clothing lay at the water's edge, while his body floated on the surface. His already considerable belly now looming alarmingly large. Fat Master, I shouted, promptly leaping into the pond and swiftly swimming to his side. I checked for his breath, and, thankfully, he was still breathing. What happened? Is he all right? Niu Ma anxiously called out from the shore. He is still breathing, I replied, grasping his feet and dragging him toward the shallows. With Niu Ma's assistance, we exerted immense strength to pull him onto a nearby slab of stone. Chapter 34. The loach curse Wang Batian lay with his eyes closed, his expression pained, yet he remained unresponsive to our attempts to rouse him. I reached out to touch the round, protruding belly, sensing some movement within. Niu Ma inquired, could he be drowning? It seemed unlikely. I pressed my ear against Wang Batian's abdomen, listening intently, and indeed, there was a sound that resembled bubbling, not merely the rumblings of the stomach. I pinched Wang Batian's nose, restricting his breath, causing his mouth to open wide in surprise. With both hands, I applied pressure on his belly, commencing a series of shallow to deep compressions. As I exerted more force, Wang Batian's body began to undulate rhythmically. Should we perform rescue breaths? Yuma asked anxiously. While continuing my pressing motions, I replied, I am not trained in artificial respiration, but it seems there is something within his stomach. As I spoke, I formed a 3 pure one's hand gesture and struck his abdomen forcefully. The sound echoed like a drumbeat. Suddenly, Wang Batian sat upright and began to vomit. Small, black loaches, no larger than a thumb, poured from his mouth, accompanied by a torrent of murky water. Oh my goodness! Wang Batian instantly regained his clarity. Gazing in horror at the loaches that had emerged from his belly, his expression akin to that of someone who had just endured a great misfortune. He continued to heave for nearly a minute, and in front of him lay a small puddle containing almost 100 loaches. I stared in astonishment at the creatures. Seemingly ordinary loaches, yet how could they have resided within Wang Batian's stomach? And how could they be expelled so easily? Before I could voice my thoughts, Wang Batian asked, Young master, is this what is known as a goo worm? I shook my head and said, Does this resemble a leech to you? This is a loach. Wang Batian responded. How could you have swallowed so many live loaches? I inquired, perplexed. Wang Batian shook his head and replied, I did not swallow any loaches. I merely drank the water from the pool, for I was exceedingly thirsty. However, as I drank, I experienced a peculiar sensation. The water appeared so clear, yet it felt as if I were consuming jelly. This is the loach curse, fat master. Someone intends to harm you. Look. Miao pointed to the loaches in the small puddle. I lowered my gaze and noticed that the loaches, once entirely black, had vanished. Wang Batian was taken aback. He cupped his hands in the puddle, and as the water drained away, the loaches transformed back to their black color, wriggling in his palm. This implies that these loach parasites become transparent after spending some time in the water, only revealing their true form once they are out of it. Wang Batian quickly released his grip and turned to me, asking, Young master, who seeks to harm me? I haven't even asked you yet. Did you have any luck tracking down that masked man you pursued this morning? I retorted. Wang Batian shook his head. He dashed towards the village and then vanished in the bamboo grove. I intended to return and find you, but with so many young women bathing there, I deemed it unsafe and decided to stay behind to protect them. Oh, how it itches. As he spoke, Wang Batian leapt into the pool with a splash, revealing a look of sheer comfort. Do not drink that water again, Miao promptly cautioned. I turned to Miao and asked, Is there anyone in your Miao village who uses Nuo masks? The masks of the Miao people, often referred to as face shells, are abundant. Virtually every Miao village possesses a rich heritage of witchcraft and ritualistic culture. These masks are integral to various ceremonies, dances, and theatrical performances. In fact, numerous Miao villages hold diverse ritual festivals annually. By the way, in 3 days, our winter Miao village will host the drought-repelling ritual. Yuma explained. Drought-repelling? I inquired. Yuma elaborated. It is a grand ceremonial event dedicated to invoking rain. In July, we beseech the sun, and in August, we implore for rain, as we are presently in the solar month of August. So, does that mean everyone will partake in this ritual? I hastily asked, and Yuma nodded. I turned to Wang Batian, who promptly declared, If that person reappears, even if he dons a mask, I shall certainly recognize him. Yuma gazed at me with concern. Are you suggesting there is someone in the Miao village who intends to harm your friend? It is aimed at both of us. This individual is likely trying to thwart the marriage of the cave deity, I replied solemnly. Upon mentioning the cave deity's wedding, Yuma instantly grew anxious and stood up. I must inform the village head immediately. Someone is recklessly using sorcery to harm others. Very well. Please remember not to eat or drink anything indiscriminately. Yuma cautioned before turning towards the bamboo forest. As I watched a retreating figure, I recalled how she previously claimed ignorance of sorcery at my uncle's home. Yet she had swiftly identified the loach sorcery, which belied her assertion of complete unawareness. Young master, that girl is truly beautiful. She can be rightfully regarded as the village's flower, Wang Batian remarked, his gaze fixed on Yuma's silhouette. I shot him a disapproving look. She firmly believes she will transform into the true maiden of the falling flower cave. Wang Batian was momentarily taken aback. No wonder she is so beautiful, young master. I wish to save her. How do you intend to do that? The most direct way to rescue the maiden of Luohua Cave is to marry her. As Wang Batian spoke, he licked his lips, his piggish grin fully unfolding. Are you serious? I asked, puzzled. Wang Batian nodded firmly. Yes, young master. Do you know how many bones are in a human body? How many? I inquired. Wang Batian chuckled. 206. From my perspective, just now, it seemed my count increased by 1, becoming 207. What do you mean? I asked offhandedly. Wang Batian laughed heartily. It means I wish to have her. I frowned, instantly comprehending, and shot him a glare. You will eventually meet your demise because of that foul mouth of yours. Wang Batian chuckled and pointed at the box meal. Having just finished his meal, Miao rushed in with the old village chief and fourth uncle. Urgency etched on their faces. The village chief, an elderly Miao man dressed in loose, dark Miao attire, appeared somewhat dirty, evidently having just come from the fields. He seemed older than fourth uncle, likely nearing 70. After assessing the situation, the village chief squatted by the small puddle, stirring the mud loach poison with his hand. Then turned to fourth uncle and asked, which scoundrel wasted such food? Wouldn't it be delightful to stir-fry this mud loach with chopped chili as a side dish? Indeed, using it for poison is an utter waste, fourth uncle replied, his face full of concern. The words of the old party secretary left both Wang Batian and me exchanging glances, realizing that the issue of wastefulness was even more grave than that of the cursed mud loach. Well, old secretary, if I were to be done in by this loach curse, would it not be more fragrant if you chopped me up to stir-fry with chili? Wang Batian inquired softly. Chapter 35. The divine stone. Wang Batian's question was timid, for in the presence of someone who deemed it more fitting to cook than to resort to curses, he found it hard to hold his ground. The old party secretary chuckled. I apologize for the jest. Rest assured, it is quite easy to trace who is cultivating the mud loach curse. I shall uncover the truth and provide both of you with an explanation. Good. With your word, I can relax. Wang Batian sighed in relief. Uncle C interjected, once the sun sets, there will be no need to soak in water. You may stay at my home for the night. Wang Batian nodded and asked, in your Miao village, how can one avoid being cursed? Simply refrain from consuming unknown water and food. The practice of curses has diminished, and it is rare for anyone to resort to such means. You need not worry, the old party secretary assured. Wang Batian muttered softly. Rare. In less than half a day since my arrival, I have already encountered it twice. After a brief exchange, the old party secretary announced his intention to inquire about who was raising the mudloach curse, while Uncle C mentioned he still had some chores to complete and would prepare dinner at home for us. After swimming for a while, Wang Batian turned to Miao and asked, Sister, you seem so entranced. Would you care to join your brother for a playful swim? He glanced at Miao, who had seated herself upon the very stone where we first met, appearing to be lost in a blissful stupor. She gazed at Wang Batian with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with joy. Young master, do you think this girl has feelings for me? Just look at how captivated she is, Wang Batian inquired with a chuckle. I furrowed my brow and waved my hand in front of her eyes, yet there was no response. She is lost in her own reverie. She isn't watching you, I remarked with a frown. Wang Batian paused, then swiftly swam back, and indeed, Miao's gaze remained fixed on the distance. Truly bewitched. Does the cave god possess such allure? He wondered, preparing to grasp Miao's foot. Don't move, I quickly called out to him, scrutinizing Miao closely as I said. She appears more like someone who has been enchanted. Isn't that the same as being bewitched by the cave god? Wang Batian replied, starting to swim toward Miao's feet, his gaze wandering to where it ought not to be, mumbling, Young master, what color do you think such a beautiful girl likes? I picked up a stone and tossed it beside him, saying, I'm not referring to the cave god. Someone is manipulating things from behind the scenes. Wang Batian promptly swam to my side and asked, Are you talking about that masked man? At the very least, he is involved. Miao's sister did marry the cave god, or perhaps there is no cave god at all. Shoo! Wang Batian interrupted me urgently, whispering, Young master, do not speak of this in the Miao village, or they may think you are blaspheming the divine and might just hang you up for punishment. I nodded and asked, Fatty, make it your mission to find that masked man during the Miao festival in 3 days. Rest assured, as long as he is present, I shall undoubtedly recognize him. My only fear is his absence. Such a grand sacrificial event would be far simpler to navigate in his absence. A mere inquiry would suffice to reveal the truth. As I spoke, I approached behind Miao, raising my right hand to form a sword-like gesture, tracing a talisman for soul retrieval above her head. The spirit may find peace, yet the heart remains restless. Though we may be bound by a common fate, I follow the celestial decree, gathering the spirit in tranquil meditation, uniting our hearts as one, rootless and boundless, like the pure waters of a clear mirror in the dustless winds. The heart may gather and disperse at will. When the spirit is thus harmonized, the heavens shine with clarity and virtue. By the decree of Zhang Tianming of Maoshan, I command the divine weapon with urgency. Upon concluding the incantation, I sealed the talisman. With a flick of my fingers, I snapped sharply and bellowed, "Awake!" This single utterance sent a tremor through Miao's delicate form. She quickly averted her gaze from Wang Batian beneath her and, adjusting her skirt, exclaimed in anger, "Vile rogue!" Wang Batian, taken aback, swiftly retreated. I furrowed my brow, realizing that Miao had indeed been ensnared by enchantment, not merely lost in fanciful reverie regarding the cave deity. Otherwise, this spell would not have roused her. This revelation stirred discomfort within me. Miao's transformation into the flower cave maiden was a consequence of external manipulation. And even if she ultimately assumed that guise, her tears would likely hold no value for me. Yet, I also felt a sense of relief, for I need no longer grapple with the decision of whether to assist her. "What troubles you, Huyen?" Miao inquired with a smile. I posed a question. Why do you always choose to sit upon this stone? Seated upon this sacred stone of the cave, I am granted the vision of the cave deity, as my sister has informed me. And indeed, each time I find myself here, I can feel the blessings of the deity. Miao spoke earnestly. I circled around the stone and remarked, "Miao, is there nothing for you to attend to at home?" "Indeed, there is work to be done. But as you are guests, I must ensure your comfort," she replied. "Truly, you need not remain here by our side continuously. I have come to witness your genuine way of life. Each maiden of the falling flower cave embodies diligence and beauty, do they not?" I inquired with a smile. In an instant, Miao grasped my intention, nodding as she said, "Yes, then I shall return to assist my parents." "Very well, go ahead," I gestured, my gaze unwavering upon the stone. Once Miao departed, Wang Batian sighed and asked, "Young master, do you harbor feelings for me?" "What do you mean? If you do not fancy me, why is it that every time a girl appears, you whisk her away?" "Lu Qiumon has just left, and now you have captivated Miao as well. Is it simply that you relish my company?" Wang Batian lamented. I chose to disregard his musings and reached out to lift the stone. It was remarkably heavy, far beyond my capacity to move. Yet, it was evident that this stone stood apart, not rooted to the riverbank. "I shall assist you." Wang Batian promptly scrambled ashore, following my guidance to turn the stone over. Upon its reversal, a substantial depression, approximately 30 centimeters deep, revealed itself, filled with earth. From the traces along the edges, it appears that this pit was artificially carved rather than formed by natural processes. How could there be a pit within this stone? Wang Batian gazed at me in confusion, reaching out to dig with his hands. "Do not use your hands," I cautioned, scanning the surroundings for a stick, which I then handed to him. However, Wang Batian declined to take it and instead leaped into the water. "Young master, you should come. I find it quite uncomfortable to be out of the water for even a moment." I nodded in agreement and began to use the wooden stick to carefully displace the soil. Before long, I unearthed a bundle wrapped in red cloth. "What treasure is this?" Wang Batian stared in awe at the object in my hands. Unwrapping the red cloth revealed a palm-sized black urn, adorned with golden runes. I turned to observe the stone we had overturned, noting that its base also bore additional rune carvings. "Young master, what is this?" Wang Batian inquired, stretching his neck for a better view. I remained silent, continuing to excavate the pit, retrieving slender, white bones from within. Chapter 36. Morning Love. Once I had cleared the pit, Wang Batian curiously emerged from the water, asking, "Young master, are these chicken bones?" I shook my head and began to piece the bones together. After assembling them, I spoke, "If I am not mistaken, These should belong to a seagull. A seagull? How is it possible to find a beak without a skull? The skull must have been fashioned into a pendant, likely worn close to the body of Miao. Oh, how could there be seagulls in this mountain gorge? Young master, you have never encountered a seagull, have you? I have never encountered it. Yet I am aware of a sinister art known as the funeral of love. Funeral? The funeral family? Your words seem a bit absurd. No. Do you know which creature in the world is the most devoted? As I spoke, I picked up the black urn. You mean the seagull? I nodded. Indeed. The seagull is the most devoted animal on the planet. They remain with a single mate for life. If one seagull perishes, the other will circle endlessly above the sea, calling for its partner's return until it exhausts its last breath and plunges into the ocean, sacrificing itself for love. As I spoke, I opened the urn, and a pungent stench wafted out. Goodness, the smell of formaldehyde. How foul. Wang Batian quickly covered his nose. I peered into the urn and, as expected, discovered the corpse of another seagull, immersed in a preservative liquid. Someone had tampered with this stone, exploiting the seagull's transcendent love to bewitch the human mind. And Miao liked to sit on that stone, and over time, this dark art would take effect on her, instilling in her an infinite longing for an elusive spirit. As I spoke, I spread a red cloth on the ground and collected the bones into it. Wang Batian responded with a vague understanding. It is now certain that Miao was harmed by this individual, and that this person intends to harm Miao as well. I said as I stood up, if we destroy this, will it resolve the issue? Wang Batian promptly inquired. I am uncertain whether that individual possesses any other means. However, it is clear that this stone will no longer serve any purpose in the future. I must inquire with Miao about retrieving that skull pendant. As I spoke, I walked over to a nearby vegetable patch, dug a hole with my bare hands, and placed the bones within it. I then added the seagull from the urn, interring them together. After covering the grave with soil, I raised the urn, preparing to shatter it, when my gaze fell upon a character inscribed at the base of the urn. Ka. Frowning slightly, I hurriedly brought the urn to the edge of the water and asked, Fat Lord, do you think that striking your golden jade card with a whip resembles the masked man? Wang Batian immediately shook his head, responding, Not at all. That masked man is more robust than the golden jade card, and moreover, the masked man has a leg ailment, walking with a gait reminiscent of Lou Dana from Rural Love, limping as if he has one leg shorter than the other. Why do you ask this? I pointed to the inscription at the bottom of the urn and remarked, There's a character Ka here. I recall that my fourth uncle mentioned that the urns used by the Miao people are often inscribed with the name of the male head of the household at the base. Wang Batian inquired, So you believe this Ka refers to the father of the golden jade card? I nodded, for the naming conventions among the Miao are rather limited. The most common method involves combining one's own name with that of one's father. For instance, Miao. Niu is her name, while Mo is her father's name. Another method involves combining one's name with that of the father and the Miao clan name, as exemplified by my fourth uncle's son, Wu Jidong, where Wu is his name, Ji is my fourth uncle's name, and Dong represents the Miao clan name. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this character should indeed be the father of Jin Yuka, as it is improbable for the same Miao village to have namesakes. Wang Batian pondered for a moment and suggested we could inquire whether Jin Yuka has any other siblings. You should come up first. Let's restore this stone. I called Wang Batian over. As we were in the midst of moving the stone, an irate voice from behind us belonged to Niumo. Nonsense. What are you doing here? This is the stone of the cave deity. It must not be disturbed. We hastily exerted our strength to restore the stone, and I smiled as I explained, this stone is no longer of use. And Niu, are you not wearing a pendant made from a bird skull? Indeed, I have kept it close to me, and Niumo replied, pulling out a circular skull pendant from beneath her neck. She had indeed worn it all along. This pendant is quite fortunate. Residing in the place long coveted by Fat Master, Wang Batian chuckled. I quickly inquired, and Niu, who gifted you this pendant? It was not a gift from anyone. I found it on this stone a year ago. I remember my sister had a similar pendant, so it must be a token of affection bestowed by the cave deity. And Niumo elaborated. Well, the cave deity now wishes to reclaim this item, so please hand it over to me. I extended my hand as I spoke. Miao furrowed her brow, conflicted for a considerable time, before finally removing the pendant and passing it to me. Miao was wholly entranced by this burial love sorcery. Once the pendant was taken, she would gradually awaken from her enchantment. The moment I accepted, the pendant signified the complete obliteration of the opportunity to obtain the tears of the Flower Cave Maiden from Miao. However, I harbor no regrets. Sacrificing one life to save another is not an act of an ordinary person. The sun had set, and Uncle C was awaiting your return for dinner. Miao remarked with a smile. I nodded and called for Wang Batian to emerge from the water. Once Wang Batian donned his attire, we commenced our journey back. Yet Miao remained stationary. When I invited her to join us, she declined, expressing a desire to linger a while longer. I understood she was yearning for the cave deity, wishing to perch upon that stone once more. Let us depart. The cave deity shall no longer appear, and the path ahead must be traversed alone, I said earnestly. Miao was taken aback and inquired, What do you mean? The cave deity has bestowed upon me a directive, declaring you unworthy, I replied quietly. My words struck her like a bolt from the blue, and Miao staggered backward, nearly collapsing. Biting her lip, she shook her head, exclaiming, Impossible! The cave deity vowed to marry me. This cannot be true. Fear not, sister. If the cave deity forsakes you, your brother shall take your hand, Wang Batian interjected. Miao cast a fleeting glance at Wang Batian before averting her gaze, dashing to the stone and slowly seating herself upon it. Sister, Wang Batian began, yet before he could finish, Miao shouted at him, You leave? I refuse to believe the cave deity would abandon me. He is right there in the pond. After her outburst, she donned a serene smile and began to softly hum a love song. Several ears of corn lay upon the fire pit, their kernels bursting with vitality. A maiden awaits your return. Where is her beloved? Chapter 37. Yukidong gazed at Miao, who appeared entranced. A silent exchange passed between Wang Batian and me. Words eluded us. Miao's sorrow was palpable, her attempts at concealment futile, as the once jubilant melody she sang now bore an air of melancholy. Her body trembled, and her voice became increasingly indistinct. From the side, one could see her eyes brimming with tears. The enchantment of love had been shattered, leaving her unable to perceive the reflection of the so-called spirit of the pool in the water. Young master, Shu, I interrupted Wang Batian, my gaze fixed cautiously upon Miao. Her emotional state appeared precarious, teetering on the brink of despair, making her prone to reckless actions. As anticipated, after singing the same song thrice without sighting the spirit, she rose abruptly, leaping into the pool with abandon. By the heavens! Wang Batian exclaimed, his body jolting as he followed suit, and the two of them vanished beneath the surface in an instant. The pool varied in depth. Some areas were shallow. Yet near the stone, it plunged into darkness. I hurried to the bank, watching intently for any signs of disturbance on the water surface. Before long, bubbles began to surface, and Wang Batian emerged, dragging Miao up as one would a fledgling chick. Miao thrashed desperately, her voice ringing out, Let me go. Let me perish for the spirit. I wish for the spirit to know that I would do anything for him, even die. Release me. Release me. Miao's struggles were in vain before Wang Batian, who, undeterred by her cries, resolutely pulled her to safety. Why waste a life? Wang Batian firmly grasped Miao's arm, refusing to release her despite her struggles. I hurriedly stepped in front of Miao and urged, Calm yourself. Miao, your death holds no value. I do not seek value. I am willing to die for the cave deity. Let me go. I must meet the cave deity. Miao struggled desperately, repeating her fervent plea, her madness evident, impervious to my attempts to reason with her. With a swift motion, I struck her face, my voice rising in frustration. You have been deceived. The cave deity does not wish to marry you. Your sister did not ascend to be with the cave deity. She was murdered. There is no cave deity within these mountains. Though the slap did not calm her, my words seemed to penetrate her haze. Miao looked up at me, her eyes brimming with resentment, yet I felt a sense of relief. This was the response of a rational mind. You are not the messenger of the cave deity, are you? Enayuma asked softly. I nodded in affirmation. No, I am not a messenger, for there is no cave deity in these mountains. Yesterday, I encountered the spirit of your sister in a cave. It was she who urged me to come and save you. I did not believe it. No, I cannot believe it. Enayuma shook her head, her meticulously arranged hair cascading down, obscuring her face entirely. I continued, Enayu, I empathize with your feelings and can sense the despair brought on by your shattered hopes. However, I must convey to you that mere fantasies will not attract the favor of the divine. If the so-called god of the cave truly existed, it would not strip away the essence of life. Love is a beautiful phenomenon, while death embodies darkness. If the culmination of love is death, then such a romance is nothing but a complete deception. Enayu remained silent, her disheveled hair cascading over her face, devoid of any struggle. Drops of water trickled from her ebony locks, pattering onto the ground where a colony of ants was relocating. Some ants were toppled by the falling droplets, yet they promptly regained their footing and persevered onward. I sighed, reflecting, ultimately, you are but human. No matter how exquisite, you cannot evoke the lingering affection of the divine. Much like the ants beneath your feet, if one were to perish beneath the water from your head, would you mourn its demise? Your sister. Before I could finish my thought, you suddenly lifted her gaze to meet mine, asking, you claim there is no god of the cave. Would you be willing to marry me? If you agree, it would demonstrate your courage to engage with a woman touched by the divine. Your lack of fear would lend credence to your words. Her proposition took me aback, prompting Wang Batian to interject, Sister, the young master has someone he holds dear. How about this? I shall take a loss and marry you instead. No, I want him to validate the truth of his words. You retorted, her teeth clenched as she directed her gaze at me. Do you dare? If you do not, you are destroying me. You, after the ritual, I will unveil the truth to you. Fraud. Yuma suddenly broke free, turning towards the bamboo forest. Just as Wang Batian intended to pursue her, I interjected, Fat Master. Let it be. She won't be despondent, at least not until after the festival. However, it was evident that she harbored deep resentment towards you, Wang Batian remarked. I chuckled lightly. Let her harbor such feelings. Once we uncover the identity of that masked man, she will come to understand everything. I sensed a sense of unease. In truth, it wasn't that she couldn't comprehend, but rather that she was unwilling to. Young master, you can never awaken one who feigns sleep. I remained unconvinced by this notion. Shaking my head, I stepped towards the bamboo grove. After dining at Uncle C's abode, he called out to Aunt C, requesting her assistance in tidying up the room belonging to his son, Widgedaw. Aunt C hesitated for quite some time before finally rising to help. Meanwhile, Uncle C and I engaged in conversation, inquiring about Jin Yuka and his elder brother, while also gleaning information regarding the festival and the King of Goo. Over 3 hours had passed when Aunt C slowly emerged from the room, informing us that everything was in order. During this time, we discussed various matters concerning the village. If anyone understood these affairs best, it would undoubtedly be the old branch secretary. Uncle C said, I apologize, Xiaoyan. Your Aunt C has likely been weeping inside for quite a while. She still has not come to terms with her son's absence. Uncle C, we have intruded, I said, quickly turning to Aunt C to express my apologies. She merely managed a forced smile, inquiring how many days we intended to stay. I replied that we would likely remain for 3 or 4 days. Aunt C appeared momentarily taken aback, then politely smiled before departing. Uncle C ushered us into a rather ordinary bedroom, featuring a wooden bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, all of which appeared to be quite aged yet meticulously maintained. The bedding had been replaced with fresh linens, and the wooden walls bore the traces of many photographs once displayed. The desk was draped with a white cloth. Rest well. We shall visit the water pond after breakfast tomorrow, Uncle C remarked as he exited the room, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. Wang Batian yawned, comfortably reclining on the bed, and said, Young master, if we cannot find the tears of the Luohua cave here, what purpose does your stay serve? Firstly, your leech curse remains unresolved. Secondly, we must locate the masked man. He will not relent until he has eliminated Yuma. and he may have access to the tears of the Luohua cave. Thirdly, and most crucially, in the absence of the tears, I must seek clues regarding the other 3 items within this Miao village. Regardless, I must return with at least 1 item within 49 days. As I spoke, my gaze wandered around the room until it landed on a photograph atop the desk. The picture was not entirely covered, revealing 2 smiling faces. One belonged to a dark-skinned young man from the Miao village, who bore a resemblance to Uncle C. He must be Wujidongju. The other, astonishingly, was Enai Yuma. Chapter 38. Another snore. I reached out to extract the frame. It was an intimate snapshot. Wujidongju's arm was wrapped around Enai Yuma's waist, their affectionate posture akin to that of a couple. In the photograph, Enai Yuma appears to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, even younger than the souls I encountered within the cave. Upon inspecting the date inscribed on the back, I realized that 6 years have elapsed since then. Enai Yuma passed away 4 years ago, while Wujidong met his demise 5 years prior, marking the years following their photographs. I reached out to lift the white cloth, revealing a collection of photographs encased in frames, 23 in total, more than half of which feature Wujidong alongside Enai Yuma. It is evident from these images that they were indeed in a romantic relationship at that time. Among these photographs, there are also images of Wujidong with various others, including one familiar face, Jin Yuka. I extracted a particular photo of the 3 of them. Aside from Jin Yuka and Wujidong, there is another slightly larger peer. I furrowed my brow and remarked, "Peng Yi, take a look. Does the stature of that masked man resemble this individual?" Wang Batian remained silent. His only response, a resonant snore. I hastily roused him from slumber, and, as he squinted at the image, his demeanor shifted abruptly, stating, "Young master, if this individual had developed normally, he could indeed be the masked man." Fourth uncle's family comprises solely of Wujidong as their only son, and this person bears some resemblance to Jin Yuka, suggesting they may be brothers. Hence, Jin Yuka might have an elder brother. I spoke softly. Wang Batian nodded in agreement, saying, "In my past experience as a butcher, I could ascertain the feeding duration of pigs with a mere glance, and, similarly, I could predict the weight of piglets a year hence with ease. Thus, it is highly probable that the masked man is indeed the brother of Jin Yuka." I furrowed my brows as I gazed at Wang Batian. He nodded in affirmation, stating, "Did not my fourth uncle also mention that Jin Yuka has another brother? However, the physique of Wujidong should be quite similar to that of the masked man. Well, tomorrow morning I shall seek out the old secretary. You should immerse yourself in the waterhole, and remember, do not indulge in reckless drinking." Sigh. Wang Baishan's snoring echoed once more, as he had surprisingly dozed off while seated. With a resigned sigh, I too succumbed to fatigue and climbed into bed. In the dead of night, Wang Baishan's snoring jolted me awake again. I sighed, accustomed to this disturbance, and found myself unable to return to slumber, left merely to await the dawn with open eyes. Not long after, I suddenly felt a jolt in my body, for I realized there seemed to be 2 distinct snoring sounds within the room. Furrowing my brow, I listened intently for a while, confirming that indeed there were 2 snoring sounds. Although Wang Baishan's snoring was quite loud, it did not produce an echo, and I was certain that this additional snoring was not emanating from outside. Cautiously, I turned in bed and descended, seeking the source of the second snoring. Before long, my gaze fell upon a wooden plank beneath the bed, upon which a lock hung. The snoring was emanating from below, though the sound was faint. I could ascertain its origin. In old rural houses, most rooms possess a cellar for storing provisions for the winter. It was evident that there were others concealed beneath. And recalling the various peculiar behaviors of my fourth aunt, the tension in my brow was instantly alleviated. Perhaps Wujidong is indeed alive, hiding within his home. And aside from himself and Aunt C, it is likely that no third party is privy to this secret. This raises a question. If Wujidong has not perished, why does he choose to conceal himself? After a moment of contemplation, I stealthily returned to bed. As a guest, I had no justification to unearth the secrets of my host, for whether Wujidong lived or died bore no relevance to my current circumstances. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Batian ventured alone to the pond for a soak, while I took the jar to the home of the old party secretary. He appeared to have just risen, tending to his ducks. Upon noticing my arrival, he smiled and said, "Xiaoyan, I investigated the matter regarding the loach charm. It has only been reared by the AKA family." I gave AKA a stern reprimand, yet his family is renowned for their honesty. He kept the loach charm solely for the amusement of his little granddaughter. There was no intention to harm anyone. The incident involving your friend was accidental, as AKA's granddaughter discarded the loach charms into the pond after playtime, and your friend, unaware that the pond water was not to be consumed indiscriminately, thus, I felt somewhat at a loss upon hearing that the loach charm was merely a toy for his granddaughter, a rather peculiar plaything, indeed. I produced a jar and inquired, "Old secretary, do you recognize this item as belonging to Uncle Ka?" The old secretary paused, taking the jar into his hands for inspection. "Indeed it is. 6 years ago, a batch of jars was crafted at the residence, and each household received a few. The name inscribed here was carved by my own hand. How did you come by this?" I hurriedly explained the situation to the old party secretary, informing him that someone was using sorcery to deceive Yuma. The old secretary was taken aback, muttering, "Surely not. The AKAs would never engage in such deeds. Could you be mistaken?" I shook my head and inquired, "Old secretary, are you familiar with Jin Yuka's brother?" "Jin Lianka, you mean?" "That makes it even more improbable. He is deaf and mute, seldom leaving his home. And how could he possibly comprehend sorcery?" The old secretary shook his head in disbelief. "Could you take me to Uncle Ka's house?" I promptly asked. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded, saying, "If there truly is someone causing chaos in the village, I must deal with it sternly." On our way, I asked the old secretary why he was so convinced that Uncle Ka's family would not be involved in such activities. He replied, "When Aka was 18, he participated in the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam. He is a revered veteran in the Miao village. Jin Lianka also served for 3 years in a peacekeeping force, and during a mission abroad, he was injured in a duel with a Western sorcerer, resulting in his deafness and muteness. He returned to Dongjiu Miao village 3 years ago, and for over a decade, the AKA family has been recognized as a model of spiritual civilization in our community." I nodded silently. If that were the case, the timeline would not align, as Jin Lianka had only returned 3 years ago and could not have harmed an Yuma. This family indeed commands great respect, yet all the clues pointed towards them, which perplexed me. After purchasing some gifts at a small shop in the village, we arrived at Uncle Ka's residence. This is a quaint 2-story wooden house, situated on a small flat area where rice and soybeans are being sun-dried. Inside, a family of 7 is gathered for breakfast. In addition to Uncle Ka and his wife, 2 brothers, and Jin Lianka as wife and daughter. There is also an elderly Miao man whose hair and beard have turned gray with age, surpassing 90 years. Jin Yuka was the first to recognize me, exclaiming, "Good brother. Welcome, welcome. What brings you to our home?" "Hello, Jin Yuka," I replied with a smile and a nod, then turned my gaze to Jin Lianka. He is a robust Miao man, impeccably dressed in military attire, even at home, sitting upright with a sharp gaze and a solemn expression. The aura of righteousness characteristic of a soldier is vividly embodied in him. His 3 years of service in peacekeeping forces have imbued him with a more masculine presence than in the photographs. Chapter 39. Mischief of the ghostly fetus. The Miao people are renowned for their hospitality. Upon seeing me and the old secretary, they quickly added chopsticks and bowls, inviting us to join their meal. Jin Lianka also nodded and smiled at me, albeit with a hint of shyness. As the old secretary had mentioned, Uncle Ka's family exudes an aura of simplicity, and their interactions are remarkably harmonious. At the dining table, the old secretary straightforwardly presented the urn and recounted its origin. Uncle Ka took the urn, examined it, and remarked, "Indeed, this is our family's urn. We originally had 8, but we lost the smallest one later. This must be it." "What did you lose it?" I inquired eagerly. Uncle Ka pondered for a moment and remarked, "It must have been 5 years ago. Yes, precisely 5 years ago. For within that small urn was the silver flower poison I had cultivated for 5 years, intended to cure my father's asthma. Just as it was nearing maturity, it suddenly vanished." I continued to inquire, "Did you later investigate who took the urn?" Uncle Ka shook his head and replied, "I certainly searched for it. At that time, My father's asthma was quite severe, and the silver flower poison was meant to save his life, yet was indeed nowhere to be found. I turned to the elderly gentleman and asked, was grandfather's asthma eventually cured? Uncle Khan nodded and said, yes, later, Aki delivered the silver flower poison to us. Fourth uncle? I glanced at the old village chief. The village chief nodded and affirmed, indeed, I am aware of this matter. Cultivating silver flower poison requires 5 years. This particular silver flower poison is quite unique. While it can treat asthma, it also serves as nourishment for love poisons. Thus, its cultivation is prohibited in the. Generally, one must submit a notification with an asthma diagnosis to cultivate silver flower poison. Aki's son, Wujidong, also suffered from asthma, hence he cultivated it as well. Uncle Ka sighed and said, unfortunately, that young lad, Ah Wu, fell into depression at such a tender age and tragically took his own life by jumping off a cliff. It was then that the silver flower poison was given to us. Just as Uncle Ka finished speaking, the little girl suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing. She appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old, and as she coughed, she began to wail loudly, her face turning ashen. The woman hurriedly embraced the little girl and stepped outside. I furrowed my brow and inquired, does this little sister also suffer from asthma? Jin Yuka shook his head and replied, the hospital stated it is not asthma. They have yet to determine the exact ailment. Each time the child becomes agitated, she coughs, and occasionally she coughs up blood. Her hands and feet are icy. Coughing up blood, I see hands and feet. I frowned and asked, may I step outside to take a look? Of course. But do you have any idea what strange illness it might be? Jin Yuka quickly inquired. I must first see for myself, I responded, rising to my feet and making my way outside. In the courtyard, the woman was soothing the little girl, jingling a copper bell in front of her. The tinkling of the bell seemed to possess a certain enchantment. The child, who had been wailing, suddenly fell silent. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. I approached them and gently took the little girl's hand, which was indeed frigid, akin to touching an ice pop. I checked the temperature of her other hand and feet, which were equally cold. When I placed my hand on her chest, the warmth there was higher than that of a normal human body, almost uncomfortably hot to the touch. The little girl gazed intently at the copper bell in her mother's hand, erupting into a fit of giggles, seemingly unfazed by her condition. The limbs lack vitality. The chest is filled with energy, blood surges with each cough, yet the soul remains at peace. I murmured to myself, then turned to Uncle Ka and asked, Uncle Ka, does the little girl have trouble sleeping at night, remaining quiet without crying or fussing? Yes, how did you know? Uncle Ka asked in astonishment, his expression mirroring the bewilderment of those around us. I rose to my feet and proclaimed, this is not an ailment, it is a possession. Within the child resides a malevolent spirit. A spirit? Jin Yuka inquired hastily. Indeed, it appears she is haunted, I replied, gently cradling the little girl and moving her towards a sunlit area. But, dear brother, she will cry if exposed to the sun, Jin Yuka cautioned. I'm aware, I responded softly, and then I held the child under the sunlight. As expected, within mere seconds of being bathed in sunlight, the little girl erupted into inconsolable tears. With one arm still holding her, I formed a sword gesture with my fingers, biting through the pad of my middle finger to draw a protective symbol upon her forehead, ultimately pressing my fingertip to her third eye, leaving a trace of blood. The child began to thrash violently, her cries piercing the air. Just then, her family rushed over. Jin Liankar reached out, intent on taking her from me. I quickly stepped back, saying, wait just a moment longer. Anxiously, everyone watched me and the child in my arms. In less than a minute, her cries subsided, and her complexion returned to normal. She looked around in bewilderment, then extended her arms toward her mother, babbling, Mama, hold me, Mama. Witnessing the child's return to her former self, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. Their gazes filled with gratitude towards me. Nanin's mother hurriedly took her away, instinctively preparing to retreat into the shadows. I quickly interjected, no, let her bask in the sunlight for a while longer. She needs to absorb at least 3 hours of sunshine each day. In 3 days, I shall be able to extract the lingering spirits within her. My good brother, you are truly remarkable, Jean Yuka exclaimed in astonishment. Uncle Ka rushed over to grasp my hand, stating, Xiaoyan, if you can assist in curing my granddaughter's ailment, our entire family will be sure to express our gratitude. As soon as Uncle Ka finished speaking, Aunt Akka approached my side, kneeling as if to bow. I hastily pulled her back, saying, Aunt, there is no need for such formality. Since we have crossed paths, it is fate. I happen to have some knowledge in this area. Rest assured, I will exert every effort. Very well, then we shall trouble you, Aunt Akka replied, wiping away her tears of joy. She turned to Jean Lianka, gesturing animatedly. Observing her gestures, Jean Lianka promptly approached me, respectfully saluting as if in military fashion. This man, usually so composed, now displayed a joyful countenance. I straightened my posture and cupped my fists in salute, bowing in return. After a brief exchange, I picked up the copper bell and inquired Uncle Ka, from where did this copper bell originate? This is from the old Ding family's bell. 2 years ago, when Nan Nan was crying uncontrollably, she happened upon the neighbor's little girl playing with it. The moment she heard the bells chime, she ceased her tears, seemingly enchanted by it. Thus, it was gifted to her, Uncle Ka explained. I furrowed my brow and continued to inquire. So, this peculiar ailment of the child began after she acquired the copper bell, did it not? Uncle Ka nodded and replied, Indeed, this strange affliction has been present since the child's birth. Since birth? I felt a jolt within my body. This was not a mere possession by a wandering spirit. Rather, it was the mischief of a ghostly fetus. Chapter 40. The God of the Cave's Retribution. Such a 2-year-old child, if indeed possessed since birth, would not have survived given the fragility of an infant's life. That seemingly ordinary bell was anything but. It was a reincarnation bell. Noticing my peculiar expression, the others grew anxious as well. Uncle Ka cautiously asked, Xiaoyan, is there something troubling you? I shook my head and questioned, Uncle Ka, is it true that only this bell can soothe the child? Uncle Ka vigorously nodded, affirming yes indeed. Only the sound of this bell can bring peace to the little sister. I even specifically inquired with the neighboring child about the origins of this bell, and she mentioned finding it by the pond. When was the child born? I asked. Originally, the due date was set for mid-lunar July, but she was delayed until mid-August. Was it on the 17th of August? I hastily probed. Uncle Ka confirmed with a nod. I let out a sound of acknowledgement. My heart stirred with excitement. The child's peculiar illness was due to the ghostly fetus, implying that near her birthplace, there must be a mother-child coffin. A mother-child coffin is designated for pregnant women beyond 6 months, where the fetus within has fully developed, becoming a ghostly entity. In my perception, the maternal infant coffin is inherently elusive, and among the 4 medicinal catalysts, the maternal infant coffin's ghostly mushroom was something I had nearly resigned myself to abandoning. However, I did not anticipate discovering a glimmer of a clue here. Where was the child born? I inquired hastily. The crowd paused in surprise, and Uncle Ka explained, the child was born in Miao People's Valley. The daughter-in-law faced considerable difficulties during her pregnancy, and as the time for delivery approached, there were no signs of labor. She was over a month late, and ultimately, in desperation, they went to Miao People's Valley to seek the assistance of a shaman, who helped her give birth. Miao People's Valley again. I furrowed my brow slightly, realizing that a visit there was imperative. Not only were individuals experimenting with the fusion of love worms and golden silkworms, but the maternal infant coffin was also located there. Noticing my renewed frown, Jean Yuka promptly asked, My good brother, do you face any difficulties? If so, please feel free to share with us. I smiled and shook my head, saying, No, I am merely pondering other matters. As I mentioned earlier, ensure the child is exposed to sunlight for 3 hours daily, and do not wipe away the blood on the forehead. It serves to seal the restless spirits. As long as the blood remains, those spirits will not disturb the child. The other sighed in relief and nodded vigorously. After conversing for a while longer, the old party secretary and I finally departed from Uncle Ka's home. On the way back, the old party secretary chuckled. Xiaoyan, I did not expect you to possess such prowess. You truly are a distinguished figure in our winter Miao village. You flatter me, I replied, but that masked man continues to lurk in the shadows. We must expeditiously unearth him. I sighed and shifted the topic. Old party secretary, Was Wu Jidong truly a victim of depression leading to his tragic leap? Upon hearing my question, the elderly secretary abruptly halted his steps, turning to me with a look of inquiry. What prompts this sudden curiosity about him? I refrained from mentioning the presence of others in the room and simply replied, I came across numerous photographs of him and Ni Yunma in Wu Jidong's chamber. Uncle Ka let out a sigh, saying, You're a distinguished guest in our Miao village. There are matters we typically refrain from disclosing to outsiders. However, since you've inquired, I shall speak frankly. Wu Jidong incurred the wrath of the cave spirit, which led to his misfortune. But according to the dates on those photographs, when they were in love, Ni Yunma had not yet become the flower cave maiden. Had she? I questioned. Indeed, but later, Ni Yunma fell for the cave spirit, while Wu Jidong stubbornly clung to her, which ultimately led to his tragic demise. The old secretary replied in a hushed tone, observing his cautious demeanor. It was evident that the tradition of the flower cave maiden was deeply ingrained in the minds of the Miao people. I pressed on. Is it not said that the flower cave maiden does not love anyone else before her affection for the cave spirit? Precisely. Which renders it all the more ironic that Ni Yunma likely never truly loved Wu Jidong. He asserted, shaking his head. Do you believe Wu Jidong is truly dead? I inquired. The old secretary paused, his expression momentarily blank. Given the height of that cliff, how could he have survived? Ni Yunma witnessed his leap with her own eyes. Ni Yunma? I furrowed my brow, gazing intently at the old secretary. The elderly party secretary nodded, affirming, indeed, she immediately called for help upon witnessing the incident. It was too late. The child fell headfirst, resulting in a gruesome injury. It is truly pitiable for Aki, who has been the sole heir for 3 generations. Now, facing the end of the lineage. As we approached the threshold of the party secretary's home, he spoke up, Xiao Yin, feel free to pursue your search for the masked man. Whatever assistance you require from me, I shall wholeheartedly provide. Thank you, Secretary, I replied, making my way towards the bamboo grove. As I walked, an unsettling feeling settled in my heart. If the masked man was not Jin Liangka, he could very well be Wu Jidongji, concealed in the cellar by 4th Aunt, or perhaps someone else from the Miao village. If it were indeed Wu Jidongji, how had he managed to escape death? I tapped my head in contemplation, casting a glance back at the cliff before hastening towards the pond. Upon traversing the bamboo thicket, I was immediately greeted by the sounds of laughter from Wang Batian and Ni Yunma. As I approached, I saw them playfully splashing water at each other in the pond, their camaraderie evident. Ni Yunma, clad in her attire, appeared more alluring as her once loose garments clung to her form, accentuating her curves. She radiated joy, a stark contrast to her demeanor when I departed the previous day. Clearing my throat, I approached the shore and feigned a cough. The pair ceased their play and turned their gazes towards me. Ni Yunma smiled and said, Huyen, you've come. Ni Yunma, you no longer hold a grudge against me? I inquired, filled with curiosity. Ni Yunma shrugged her shoulders and remarked, I have come to understand that fate is preordained. Since I am not destined to be with the god of the cave, I should let it go, rather than foolishly becoming a victim of love, ultimately rendering my life meaningless and betraying its essence. You are correct to think this way, I replied, nodding in appreciation. I had not anticipated her swift recovery. It appears the power of that wicked sorcery was not as formidable as I had imagined. Young master, what do you think? Wang Batian inquired. I shook my head, choosing to remain silent. Wang Batian acknowledged my response, while Ni Yunma continued. The masked man cannot possibly be Brother Jinliang, though there are indeed several men in the Miao village who resemble him. We shall search thoroughly during the Nuo festival. How do you know this? I asked, glancing at Wang Batian. With a grin, he replied, it was a conversation between me and Sister Ni Yunma. She has been inquiring about your whereabouts. I responded with an O, then turned to Ni Yunma, asking Ni Yunma 5 years ago, Wu Jidong leaped off the cliff to take his own life. Were you the first to discover him? Ni Yunma paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, when I saw him, he was already standing on the edge of the cliff. I did not have time to call out to him before he jumped. As soon as Ni Yunma finished speaking, the voice of my 4th uncle rang out from behind. Xiao Wang, is the soak comfortable? I turned to see my 4th uncle leading the old yellow ox toward the nearby field, a plow slung over his shoulder. Quite comfortable, uncle. Are you going to plow the field? Wang Batian responded. Indeed, Xiaoyan, you possess remarkable talent. This old ox has truly ceased its madness and is now quite obedient. Thank you, exclaimed Uncle C loudly. You're welcome, I replied, waving my hand toward him. Uncle C continued. Your Aunt C has already begun preparing lunch. Once I finish plowing these 2 acres, I shall return home, and we can enjoy our meal together. Today, she has slaughtered a chicken. With that, Uncle C went back to work, leaving Aunt C alone at home. This moment presented a perfect opportunity to return and check on her. Chapter 41. House arrest for 30 years young master. Would you like to join us in fetching water for some fun? You and you against me, Wang Batian proposed. I waved my hand dismissively. No need for that. You all enjoy yourselves. It is too sunny here. I shall return to assist Aunt C with the cooking. I will go too, to sneak a taste of chicken for lunch. Haha. And Umo said eagerly as she hurried ashore and quickly approached me. I scrutinized Umo from head to toe. Aren't you going to change into something else? Of course I will change, she replied, shaking her sleeves. She then turned to Wang Batian and said, Brother Fatty, you can play by yourself. Hey, Wang Batian called out, casting me a sidelong glance. And Umo skipped ahead, her innocent demeanor endearing. I followed leisurely behind, navigating through the bamboo grove. I reminded her, your home is up there. I know. I'm just going to greet Aunt C and ask her to cook a bit more, and Umo replied. No need for that. I can inform Aunt C. You should hurry and change your clothes to avoid catching a cold, I advised. And Umo responded with an O, then turned to head in the direction of her home. I breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards my uncle's house. Upon reaching the door, I noticed an eerie silence within. Beside the faucet, a basin filled with boiling water contained a freshly slaughtered chicken. Frowning slightly, I circled to the back of the house and stood outside the room belonging to Yuki Dong, straining to listen intently. It seemed that someone was speaking inside. Just as I prepared to hold my breath to catch every word, the sudden call of a cuckoo from the small hill behind the direction of the Umo family disrupted my concentration, drowning out the voices within. After the bird cried out 5 times, it fell silent. At that moment, I heard a dull thud from inside the room, reminiscent of a door being shut. I realized that my aunt had emerged. Casting a curious glance at the small hill behind me, I made my way to the front of the house, just in time to see my aunt anxiously stepping out from the main room. Upon noticing my arrival, she smiled and said, Ah, Xiaoyan, you're back. I'm just about to start cooking. I killed a chicken today, so your uncle can enjoy a good drink at noon. He gets along well with you. Thank you, Aunt. I'll help you with plucking the feathers, I replied, grabbing a small stool and settling down by the basin to begin my task. Thank you so much. I'll go start the fire for the rice, she said, retreating into the kitchen. I lifted the basin and carried the stool into the kitchen as well, where my aunt was measuring rice. She glanced at me and smiled, saying, Indeed, the sun is quite strong outside. I set down the basin and informed her aunt, and I said he would come for lunch, so please cook a bit more. Not a problem at all, she replied, adding another cup of rice to the iron pot. I picked up the chicken to pluck its feathers and casually inquired, Annie, is my elder brother still here? Upon hearing this, the 4th aunt, who had just approached me, froze in place, a flicker of panic crossing her features as she responded, Why do you say that? I stated directly, last night, while I was sleeping, I heard a faint snoring sound coming from the cellar beneath the bed. Although it was quite soft, I was able to discern it. If I am not mistaken, it must be my elder brother, right? The 4th aunt relaxed her grip, and with swift reflexes, I discarded the chicken and caught the iron pot that had slipped from her hands, placing it upon the stove. Auntie, there is no need for you to feel anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. This secret shall remain between us, rest assured. I completely empathize with your feelings as a mother, I assured her. Ah, the 4th aunt nodded, moving to the stove to kindle the fire. As she did so, her voice trembled with emotion. Thank you, Xiaoyan. The elders in the village say that your elder brother has offended the spirit of the cave, which is dire. If I do not conceal him, and the villagers find out, it will spell trouble. Should any calamity befall us, they will blame your elder brother, and they would never allow him to remain in the Miao village. I understand, I nodded and asked, Annie, how did my elder brother manage to survive? As she tended to the fire, she replied. Your elder brother claims that it was the spirit of the cave that saved him. The spirit of the cave? I turned to her, puzzled. Can the spirit truly bring someone back from the brink of death? Aunt C shook her head and said, no. The person who jumped from the cliff is not your Uncle Au at all. My body trembled. Then who is it? The one the cave god found as a scapegoat. I have no idea who it is. The one buried in the grave is that scapegoat. Even your Uncle C is unaware of this matter, and I dare not tell him. I can only bring some food to your Uncle Au while your Uncle C is out working. Aunt C sighed as she spoke. Aunt C, why would the cave god help Uncle Au find a scapegoat? You wish to say that your Uncle Au competed for a bride with the cave god and was punished for it, correct? Aunt C interrupted me. I nodded. Aunt C sighed deeply again. Indeed, it is a punishment. Your Uncle Au cannot go outside. He must live in the pitch-black cellar, enduring a life of confinement. Is this punishment not worse than death? Is it that he does not want to go out, or that he cannot? The cave god has imposed a restriction on him for a full 30 years. If he were to venture out or take his own life, the cave god would retaliate against the entire Dongjio Miao village with floods and droughts. Thus, although your Uncle Au is alive, he suffers far more than death. Aunt C said helplessly. I cannot help but shake my head in disbelief. Such notions seemed utterly implausible. So for these 5 years, Uncle Au has never left the cellar, correct? I looked at Aunt C earnestly. Aunt C nodded. Yes, he contemplated leaving, but I persuaded him otherwise. The key has always been in my possession. I do not wish for him to encounter any misfortune, nor do I want him to endanger the people of the Miao village. 30 years, after all, one can endure until the end. To prevent any impulsive actions on his part, I have secured him with iron chains. May I visit Brother Awu? I inquired. Aunt C turned to me, her eyes brimming with tears, and she wiped her cheeks. Please do not go, all right? The cave spirit has cast a spell on him. He cannot meet anyone. I nodded quickly. All right, Aunt C, I will refrain from visiting. Thank you, dear child. Aunt C sniffled, placed the firewood into the stove, and then rose to chop vegetables. She was a remarkably simple Miao woman, her words laced with helplessness, her expression filled with affection. Aunt C, I have arrived. Has Ian mentioned that I had lunch at your home? And Ayumo's voice drifted in from outside, clad in traditional Miao attire. She had now changed into form-fitting jeans and a white snug t-shirt, her sleek hair cascading naturally down her back, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Aunt C, who was busy chopping vegetables, trembled slightly and quickly wiped her tears away, feigning nonchalance as she replied, Yes, indeed, you little girl, your news travels fast. I want to eat chicken legs, 2 of them. And Mo declared as she entered, comfortably settling beside the stove. As she brushed past me, a distinctive fragrance wafted into my nostrils. It seemed she had applied perfume. Aunt C gently remarked, The chicken legs are reserved for our guests. And Yuma turned to me and asked, Dear guest, may I have a chicken leg? Of course, I replied with a smile. As I was not particularly fond of chicken legs myself, I increased the fire and lifted the plucked chicken, placing it over the flames. I held no belief in the words of Aunt C, not because I thought she was lying, but rather that she might have been deceived by the so-called god of the cave. Thus, I was determined to find a chance to descend and take a look at Wikidong. Chapter 42. After drinking during lunch, Uncle C insisted that I drink a considerable amount of alcohol. It was my first experience with drinking, yet I held my own rather well, managing to keep Uncle C entertained. Observing my capacity for drinking, and Yuma persistently toasted me with tea. The rice wine from the Miao village has a particularly intense after-effect, and before I knew it, I found myself inebriated. Upon regaining consciousness, I realized it was already dusk. I lay on the bed in Wikidong, with the setting sun streaming through the window, casting its warm light upon my face. Squinting my eyes, I felt a sense of drowsiness wash over me. I shook my head and carelessly tossed aside the covers, only to be greeted by a chill that made me shiver. Glancing down, I hastily pulled the covers back over myself as I discovered I was clad only in a pair of half-finished undergarments. A wave of shock surged through me, leaving me frozen on the bed. What on earth had transpired? A strange fragrance wafted into the air, and I frowned, recognizing it as the scent of Enai Yuma's perfume. I quickly grabbed the blanket and inhaled deeply. The aroma emanated from it. A terrifying thought suddenly struck me. Had Yuma and I share a night together? I inhaled deeply, glancing around, and gradually calmed myself. Could it be? I felt a surge of panic, unsure how to ascertain whether I had been taken advantage of. Huyen, are you awake? Came the voice of Nayumo from outside the door. I quickly grasped the cup and replied, Yes, Niu, come in. Nayumo pushed the door open and entered with a cheerful smile, seemingly unperturbed. Did you do anything to me? I asked softly. Nayumo chuckled and said, Of course. I removed your clothes. Is that all? I inquired. Nayumo shrugged her shoulders and replied, That's it. What else would you like me to do? No. It's fine as long as that's all. Please step outside. I need to get up. I sighed with relief. Nayumo laughed as she exited. You get up. And are you still worried about being seen? I've already seen everything worth seeing. Impudent girl, I muttered under my breath. Once the door closed, I hastily dressed. After sunset, Wang Batian returned. After dinner, I strolled through the Miao village and visited Nayumo's home, where I met her parents, a humble Miao couple. Nayumo's home boasted better conditions than many others, equipped with a rice cooker and a complete array of furniture and appliances. Unlike the traditional wooden houses, it was constructed of red bricks with tiled walls and floors, representing a relatively affluent household within the Miao village. Her home was exceptionally clean, particularly Nayumo's room, which was almost spotless. Subsequently, I sought out the girl who had once bestowed the reincarnation bell upon Jiliang's daughter, meticulously inquiring about the circumstances under which she had discovered the bell. There was nothing particularly remarkable about her account. By the time I returned to my uncle's residence, it was already past 9 in the evening, and most of the villagers in the Miao settlement had succumbed to slumber. Upon entering my room, I found Wang Batian deep in thought while seated on the bed. What are you pondering? I inquired. Wang Batian lifted his gaze to meet mine and replied, Young master, I sense that Yuma is somewhat peculiar. What do you mean? Have you fallen for her? I jested. He shook his head and said, No, I believe she has developed feelings for you. Nonsense. I retorted. Truly, he insisted. She spent the entire day probing into your affairs, asking every conceivable detail. At least 100 questions. A frown creased my brow as an uneasy feeling stirred within me, though I could not pinpoint its origin. Regardless of her intentions, we shall be departing in 2 days, I remarked, leaning closer to Wang Batian and whispering, Fat Lord, if I recall correctly, you mentioned you possess the ability to pick locks? Wang Batian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is an essential skill among those of our kind. I bent down and pointed to the lock on the wooden plank beneath the bed, softly asking, Can you open it without causing any damage? He crouched to examine it and firmly nodded, removing a bracelet from his wrist and extracting a slender piece of wire. We shall attend to it later, I interjected, halting Wang Batian's actions. In the dead of night, faint snoring emanated once more from the cellar below, prompting me to gently nudge Wang Batian awake. Upon awakening, Wang Batian quickly nodded, rising from his bed to begin unlocking the door. In less than 30 seconds, he had opened the padlock and looked up at me. The bed was not particularly high, yet Wang Batian's large frame made it impossible for him to slip inside. I instructed him to wait outside while I stealthily descended into the cellar. This cellar was unlike the typical ones found in ordinary homes. It was spacious, measuring a substantial 40 to 50 square meters. Inside, there was a bed, a table, a wardrobe, and even a bathing area, all imbued with a sense of liveliness. A kerosene lamp sat atop the table, casting a dim light throughout the cellar. Lying on the bed was indeed Wujidongju. Having long resided underground, his complexion was pallid, and his physique resembled that of the masked man we had encountered before. His feet were shackled, with an iron chain as thick as a wrist, tethered to a concrete block. I tread carefully, examining the cellar, and slowly opened the wardrobe, but found no trace of the Nuon masks, nor the black robe worn by the masked man. It appeared that the masked man was not Wujidongju after all. Puzzled, I crawled out of the cellar, cautiously covering the wooden panel and locking it once more. Young master, is someone inside? I heard snoring. Wang Batian inquired softly. I nodded. Wujidongju is indeed within. He did not leap to his death. This matter must remain between us, including for uncle and Yuma. Wang Batian responded with an "Oh," then, in astonishment, asked, Is he the masked man? I shook my head. No, he's been imprisoned here by 4 ant for 5 years without leaving. Good heavens! How has he endured this? In order to ensure a bountiful winter for the Miao village, it is merely a fabrication spun by the so-called spirit of the cave. Uncle Pang, we must unmask this charlatan and restore tranquility to our village, I whispered. Wang Batian nodded in agreement. Let us rest. The Miao festival is in 2 days, and the entire village will be present. I have already made arrangements with the old party secretary, who will fully cooperate with us. Wang Batian acknowledged with a grunt and soon fell into a deep slumber, his snores filling the air within a minute. In the following 2 days, accompanied by Jinyu Ka and Nayumo, I continued to traverse the village, engaging in conversations with the elder residents to gather information about the 4 medicinal ingredients. After extensive inquiries, I reached a definitive conclusion. Such items were utterly unattainable for an ordinary village like Dongju Miao. The only place to seek them would be Miao People Valley. If they were not found there, they would cease to exist in this world. My mind began to form a basic understanding of Miao People Valley, a place so feared that even the oldest Miao elders spoke of it with trepidation. For ordinary individuals, entering that realm was akin to courting death. It was a hell for the conscience and a paradise for malevolence. Chapter 43. Miao Festival. On the day of the Miao Festival, Wang Baishan's leech charm met its demise, liberating him from the need to soak it in water. After days of visiting, I had become a familiar face within Dongjiu Miao, able to greet anyone I encountered. The ritual of the Miao Festival was set to commence after the sun dipped below the horizon. After noon, the entire Dongjiu Miao village began its preparations. Everyone was required to cleanse themselves, and each household had ready a roasted poultry. In the center of the village, a grand platform was erected, adorned with numerous colorful ritual flags, while a massive ox head graced the altar at its heart. Beside the altar, bonfires were stacked high, and all 500 villagers donned their elaborate Miao attire, gradually making their way to the square as the sun began to set. Each face radiated joy, reminiscent of a New Year celebration. The term Nuo signifies the act of evading misfortune, embodying the driving away of malevolent spirits. Nuo rituals fulfill the psychological needs of a vast number of believers, and over time, the tradition has intertwined with local customs, persisting in the form of traditional culture even in modern times. The August Nuo Festival in Dongjiu Miao Village is a grand event, having evolved over many years. It has incorporated various elements beyond merely invoking the blessings of Shinnon for favorable weather. Under the divine witness, conflicts are transformed into harmony. Young men and women express their affections for one another, while men indulge in meat and drink, and women engage in casual conversation. They dance together, sing together, and, under the gaze of the deities, revel in their desires. Experiencing such a grand occasion for the first time in many years, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. To be honest, I envied those seemingly carefree faces, brimming with joy. Nonsense. This is the most grandiose sacrificial event in our Miao village, and all the villagers will be filled with joy, especially the young men and women who can express their feelings freely and boldly. And Yuma handed me a mask adorned with the visage of a spirit. I took the mask and jested. So, do you have your own prey? And Yuma cast a mischievous glance my way and turned astride towards the center of the altar. At the edge of the sacrificial table, several villagers were queuing to place offerings of roasted chicken, rice wine, and candies, while children frolicked nearby. My good brother, the Miao Festival will last until midnight. Are you prepared to indulge in copious amounts of wine? Jin Yuka cautioned. I looked at Jin Yuka in bewilderment. Why? Because you are a guest, and we Miao people are renowned for our hospitality. Everyone will come to toast you, Jin Yuka explained. Moreover, I must perform a soul-drawing ritual for your niece tomorrow, so I cannot drink tonight. I quickly devised an excuse. Jin Yuka was taken aback, and Wang Batian promptly interjected, No worries, I will shield you. Just direct them all towards me. Very well. I shall inform everyone shortly. I will assist for now, Jin Yuka replied as he made his way towards the offering table. I turned to Fat Master and said, Fat Master, keep a keen eye. We must identify that masked man tonight. Rest assured, young master, I am ever vigilant, Wang Batian whispered in response. Before long, the sky had completely darkened, and the bonfire on the platform blazed to life, illuminating the altar. A few elderly Miao individuals donned in spirit masks and shamanic attire ascended the stage, commencing the Miao dance. The village was instantly alive with the clamor of gongs and drums, marking the official beginning of the sacrificial festivities. All the villagers stood below the stage, attentively and quietly observing the shaman performing the Miao dance. With every beat, they shouted in unison, bowing and kneeling, rendering the ceremony particularly grand. The ritual to honor the divine farmer lasted a full half-hour before concluding. During this time, Wang Batian scrutinized everyone present, eventually approaching me and shaking his head. I moved closer to the old village chief and quietly inquired, "Chief, is everyone in the village accounted for?" The chief nodded, affirming, "Yes, except for children under 3, nursing mothers, and the elderly who are unable to move. Everyone else is here. Did you not find anyone?" I responded with a soft hum and glanced around the crowd. If that were the case, there could only be 2 possibilities. Either the one locked in the cellar, Wujidong, or the masked man does not belong to this Miao village. Could it be that he is not from our Dongju Miao village at all? The village chief posed the question. I took a deep breath and replied, "The likelihood of him not being from Dongju Miao village is quite low, as Pang Yi clearly saw him enter the village before vanishing. All the adult men and women are here, aside from the nursing mothers, whose physiques differ significantly from your description." "Thank you, Chief. I shall take another look," I said, departing from the village chief's side and heading straight towards Wang Batian. At that moment, the crowd had already begun the festive Miao dance, everyone reveling in the rhythm of the gongs and drums. Wang Batian shamelessly twisted his waist amidst the crowd, gravitating towards the clusters of girls, clutching a large roasted chicken leg in hand. Midway through, Nayumo, accompanied by several Miao girls, encircled me. With a bowl of wine in her hands and a radiant smile, Nayumo declared, "Huyen, having met you, and with your departure tomorrow, I present this bowl of wine to you." "I cannot drink today," I swiftly replied. "You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. While you may refuse others' wine, you must partake of mine, for you have wronged me and must make amends." Nayumo insisted, bringing the wine to my lips. This wine, unlike rice wine, held a faint crimson hue. The other girls began to cheer, chanting loudly, "Drink, drink, drink." I cast a helpless glance at Wang Batian, who had claimed he would shield me from drinking. Suddenly, my heart raced as I noticed, not far behind him on a small path, a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a red mask, standing atop a stone. I hastily broke free from the crowd and pulled Wang Batian out. Bewildered, he asked what was happening, and I pointed towards the masked figure on the stone. Upon seeing it, Wang Batian exclaimed his trademark phrase, "What the hell?" and rushed forth. This figure seemed to be deliberately provoking us. Only when we began to pursue did he take flight. I glanced back at the jubilant crowd, which remained unperturbed by our departure, few even noticing our absence. Only Nayumo, with a peculiar expression, continued to smile at me. As night enveloped us, Wang Batian and I produced the flashlights we had long prepared, fervently pursuing the masked man. Before long, we found ourselves deep within the bamboo grove. Indeed, as Wang Batian had asserted, the masked man limped as he walked. However, his speed remained remarkably swift. "If you escape today, I swear I shall never lay eyes on a woman again," Wang Batian vowed, his pace quickening, narrowing the distance between him and the masked figure. Emerging from the thicket, the masked man arrived at the edge of the pond, beside a stone that had previously been tampered with. Suddenly, he halted, turning to bellow, "Stop! Don't come any closer." Chapter 44. In Yuma, the masked man's shout instinctively brought Wang Batian and me to a standstill. "What is it? Are you trying to intimidate us with a dive?" Wang Batian retorted defiantly. "You fool," the masked man replied in a low tone. "You remain blissfully unaware that you are about to be afflicted by the love curse." "The love curse?" Both Wang Batian and I froze in shock. The masked man then turned to me and remarked, "Did you not find the color of the wine that Yuma offered you a bit peculiar?" I furrowed my brow, recalling the glass of wine Yuma had presented to me, which indeed had a reddish hue, and her insistence that I drink was particularly forceful. "Are you suggesting that Yuma intends to cast a love curse on me?" I questioned, perplexed. Wang Batian interjected. Young master, do not listen to his nonsense. Let alone a love curse. And Yuma knows nothing of such sorcery. He, and Yuma, is far more complex than she appears on the surface. She is insatiable and merciless. 5 years ago, the silver flower goo from Uncle Ka's household was stolen by Yuma, with the intention of cultivating a love goo. Her initial motive for cultivating the love goo was to compete with her sister for the favor of the cave deity. The masked man spoke softly. Young master, do you believe this? Wang Batian turned to me. I nodded and replied. The drink Yuma offered me earlier indeed had an unusual color. After revealing the truth to her, she pretended to believe, but in reality, she did not. Unable to win the cave deity's favor, she naturally sought the cave deity's messenger. In her mind, you still embody that role. Is she truly that extreme? I was astonished. The master of the love goo nourishes it with blood, requiring a sufficient release of blood from the wrist every month. Have you noticed the scars on Yuma's wrist? The masked man inquired. I had overlooked this detail, but Wang Batian interjected. Yes, I saw them when we were playing in the water. I even asked her about it, and she claimed it was an accidental scratch. Why did you disrupt Yuma's soul? I asked coldly. The masked man growled softly. It was not I who shattered Yuma's soul, but Yuma herself. Does Yuma understand the ways of magic? I furrowed my brow and asked. Do you think that Uncle Ka's granddaughter's strange illness came about for no reason? And yet you recklessly intervened in this matter, the masked man replied calmly. My heart sank. Was this also the doing of Yuma? Why would she act in such a manner? Lastly, I advise you to hastily depart from the winter Miao village, for this is not a place meant for you. Otherwise, you may find yourself oblivious to the manner of your demise. As the masked man uttered these words, he suddenly leaped into the water. Astonished, Wang Batian rushed to the edge of the stone, yet being the late hour, he hesitated to jump. He turned to me, inquiring, Young master, what shall we do? Should we pursue him? There is no need to chase. I already know who he is, I replied, gazing at the gradually calming surface of the water. Who is it? He pressed. It must be Wu Jidong Jio, I stated, turning toward the bamboo grove. Wang Batian hurriedly followed. Was he not locked in the cellar? We shall soon discover, I replied. Before long, we arrived at Uncle C's residence, where the festivities of the Miao festival continued joyously. The sounds of song and dance resonating through every corner of the village. We made our way to the room, and Wang Batian swiftly unlocked the cellar. I quickly slipped inside. The kerosene lamp within the cellar still burned brightly, yet Wu Jidong Jio was nowhere to be found. I hurriedly climbed out of the cellar and instructed Wang Batian to secure the lock once more. Is he there? Wang Batian inquired. I shook my head and walked towards the door. He is gone. We must seek out Yuma, young master. Do you believe Wu Jidong Jio's words? Wang Batian queried, keeping pace with me. I felt he had no reason to deceive us, and his only intention was for us to leave. However, Yuma truly seemed uncharacteristic. After all, she remains a victim, Wang Batian reminded. I nodded in agreement. Thus, his words cannot be disregarded. Yet neither can they be wholly trusted. Which parts can be trusted? Which parts cannot be trusted? The trustworthy elements should pertain to the segment where Yuma casts a love curse upon me, for she possesses profound insight. A girl in her adolescence, even in the face of a mere heartbreak, cannot simply revert to her former self overnight, despite your assertion that she inquired about me extensively. However, Yuma claims to be unfamiliar with curses, yet she undoubtedly understands them. Otherwise, she would not have immediately recognized the loach curse that you previously. She inadvertently imparted some knowledge about curses to us, and I have visited her room, which was remarkably pristine. It is said that curses, particularly love curses, are also fond of cleanliness. Wang Batian nodded. And what about the parts that cannot be trusted? The matter of Uncle Ka's granddaughter being possessed by a ghostly fetus should have no connection to Yuma. Yuma's soul was not vanquished by Yuma, and I can ascertain that Yuma is certainly ignorant of the arts of Tao. Young master, why are you so certain that she lacks knowledge of Tao? I explained to Wang Batian that when I first encountered Yuma, I demonstrated the paper man technique in her presence. The burning of that paper figure carried certain risks. as the ashes should not be collected. If it were a sophisticated paperman technique, she could have been at risk of being bewitched by the paperman's spirit upon attempting to collect the incense ashes. The methods employed are identical, and had she been knowledgeable in Tao, she would not have so instinctively reached out to gather the ashes without any caution. Upon hearing this, Wang Batian uttered a soft "Oh, young master, do you possess any harmful sorcery?" Why do you ask that? If one understands it, they could amass great wealth through its proper application. However, those who profit from sorcery often meet with unfortunate ends. I shot Wang Batian a bemused glance. As we spoke, we had already arrived at the altar's edge, where the populace was still engulfed in jubilant revelry, immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the sacrificial rites. "Good brothers, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere." Jin Yuka approached us. "I wandered about, but where's Miao?" I scanned the vicinity for her silhouette. Jin Yuka glanced around. "She was just here." Furrowing my brow, I quickly inquired, "When exactly was just now?" "Just a couple minutes ago. I saw a fellow confessing his affection to her." "Is there something you need her for?" Jin Yuka continued to search. I frowned and turned to Wang Batian, remarking, "Brother Jin, is Nanan at home?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "Let us go to your house," I said, promptly turning and striding towards Uncle AKA's residence. Chapter 45. The Haunting of Bugong Town. Jin Yuka and Wang Batian hurriedly followed, with Wang Batian questioning, "Young master, are you concerned that an Ayuma might trouble Nanan?" I did not respond directly, but rather paused and said, "Brother Jinyu, Fat Lord, if anything happens later, I will call upon you both to seek out an Ayuma. However, do not go together. Brother Jinyu, you shall find an Ayuma, while Fat Lord, you should return to Uncle C's house to see if anyone is performing a ritual." "All right." Wang Batian agreed without a moment's hesitation. "Good brother, what do you mean by that? Why would an Ayuma target Nanan?" Jinyu Kai inquired, puzzled. "There is no time for explanations. You both must remember, if you see anyone conducting a ritual, regardless of who it is, immediately intervene and retrieve any objects from the altar to bring back to me." "What are those objects?" they asked in unison. "They are items used for possessing spirits, which could be wooden tablets, small wooden figurines, or other metallic artifacts, all adorned with a talisman that makes them easily identifiable," I clarified. They nodded in understanding, and I continued on my way. "Brother Jinyu, is your brother home?" Jinyuka replied, "Yes, my brother is here. He has difficulty with his sight and hearing, so he never participates in the sacrificial rites." I nodded and hurried to Uncle Ka's house. Inside, Jinyang Ka's wife was cradling Nanan in her arms, fast asleep, and there was no sign of an Ayuma. The bloodstain on Nanan's forehead remained, but her demeanor appeared calm. She seemed to be sleeping soundly, while Jinyang Ka sat nearby, looking at me with a perplexed expression. "Is Nanan all right?" I asked. Jinyang Ka's wife nodded. "She cried a lot, but has only just fallen asleep." I reached out to touch the little girl's hand, which felt rather cold. As I gently lifted her eyelids, an involuntary shiver coursed through my entire being. Her eyes were entirely white, resembling an exaggerated eye roll. "What happened, my good brother?" Jin Yuka hurriedly approached. "Someone is manipulating the ghostly fetus. It has broken free from its seal and is attempting to forcibly consume the girl's very soul. Fat Master, guard the entrance." As I spoke, I extended my palm, bending my middle and ring fingers to form a 3 mountain hand seal, while the other 3 fingers pressed against her forehead and cheekbones. Wang Batian nodded and swiftly moved to the doorway. The interplay of yin and yang is intricate and unfathomable. The two converge to return to the 9 palaces. I recited, transforming the 3 mountain hand seal into a Taoist palm, and continued incanting. If one can comprehend the principles of yin and yang, the universe itself shall be encapsulated within a single palm. Upon finishing the 4 lines of the incantation, I withdrew my hand, watching as the dried bloodstain on her forehead began to dissolve, gradually seeping into her skin. In the next moment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes wide and let out a piercing scream. Her eyes, now wide open, were filled with white, while the rims rapidly darkened. Her mouth gaped open, releasing a faint stream of black mist, and her teeth transformed into sharp fangs. A 2-year-old child, at the most adorable age of life. was now exhibiting a grotesque expression that defied common human demeanor. This visage startled everyone around her. Jean Lianca's wife, who was holding the girl, trembled all over, while Jean Lianca sprang to his feet, his expression fraught with anxiety. After the loud scream, the girl abruptly lifted her head and lunged towards Jean Lianca's wife, aiming to bite her chest. Demonic creature. I raised my hand and pressed it against her forehead. The little girl swiftly rolled her body, breaking free from her mother's embrace, performing 2 quick somersaults on the ground before dashing towards the door with remarkable speed. "Stop her, Fat Master!" I shouted, hastening after her. Did she think she could escape? Fat Master charged forward, extending his hand to grasp the little girl. In a surprising display of agility, she abruptly halted, leaping nearly 2 meters into the air, poised to spring off Wang Beishan's shoulder in her bid for freedom. A cold smile crept onto my lips. I had anticipated her move. I rushed to the doorway, leaping high to pull her down, wrapping my arms tightly around her chest from behind. The little girl thrashed wildly, her limbs flailing. I quickly instructed Jin Yu, "Take Fat Master to the Nai Yuma's house. She should be performing a ritual. We must stop her." Understood. Wang Batian and his companion did not hesitate, swiftly making their exit. "Sister-in-law, light 3 incense sticks and place a bowl of clear water beside the door. Tell elder brother to move the dining table," I called out loudly, while holding the little girl, stepping into the 8 trigram stance within the room. Jean Lianca's wife promptly signaled him to clear the table, while she hurried off to prepare offerings of incense and water, cutting with 5 strikes, responding with 5 strikes. "May the 5 deities accompany me," cutting with 6 strikes, responding with 6 strikes. "May the 6 heavenly generals accompany me," cutting with 9 strikes, responding with 9 strikes. "May the 9 heavenly mysterious maiden accompany me," cutting with 10 strikes, responding with 10 strikes. "May the 10 great lords accompany me." Break. As I completed a round of walking the spiritual path, with a single utterance of break, the little one instantly fell silent, ceasing her struggles, yet a peculiar laughter escaped her lips, echoing "keek keek." At merely 2 years of age, her weight had inexplicably surged several-fold. As I held her while traversing the path, my steps grew exceedingly burdensome. "Can you still laugh?" I inquired, continuing my strides. "I am quite curious to see how long you can endure." The child spoke, her voice tender yet remarkably composed. "I should have no trouble enduring until I find you." I gritted my teeth and replied, "Arrogant and foolish. It seems I have overestimated you. It appears you are limited to such clumsy methods as walking the spiritual path to stave off the spirit's manifestation," she remarked with indifference. I chuckled lightly. "Regardless of the method employed, if it can prevent you, it is indeed a good one. Can you truly halt it? I am not afraid to tell you, this spirit is no ordinary one. You cannot provoke it." The little one said with disdain, "Is that so? Do enlighten me, so I may understand whom I have truly offended." While I struggled to maintain my footing, I spoke calmly. The child laughed softly. "It is best not to inquire too much about worldly matters." "Afraid to speak? Hee, you, who are barely able to protect yourself, still have the audacity to provoke me? One wonders who is truly unable to safeguard themselves. You should be more concerned with how to resolve the love curse upon you. While it has not fully manifested, there may still be a glimmer of hope. However, an IUMO is unlikely to grant you that opportunity," she said, her tone laced with schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, a jolt of alarm surged through me. To my dismay, the shadowy figure behind it all was not an IUMO. What troubled me even more was the realization that I had seemingly fallen victim to an IUMA's enchantment. Memories of that fateful night at my uncle's house, when I was inebriated, flooded my mind. Could it be that an IUMA had manipulated events then? Shaking my head, I recalled the night when the white fox transformed and spoke to me while suspended in midair. The mere thought of it sent a sharp pang through my heart, compelling me to halt abruptly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just as I paused, the girl in my arms let out a furious scream, wriggling free and tumbling to the floor before swiftly darting towards the door. Chapter 46. Everything is under control, regaining my composure. The heartache subsided as I turned to pursue her. The girl reached the entrance and came to an abrupt stop, her gaze fixed upon the 3 incense sticks at the doorway, utterly entranced. Seizing that fleeting moment, I rushed forward and lifted her once more. Did she truly believe she could escape? I scoffed softly, returning inside and resuming my stride. Plagued by confusion, why had there been no sign of Wang Batian or Jin Yuka after all this time? If not an Yuma, then who else could it be? Perhaps Wujidong? The Jin Liang couple stood nearby, visibly anxious. His wife was on the verge of leaping up, while Jin Liang's gaze remained intensely fixed on me, filled with a complex array of emotions. They seemed to doubt my capability to resolve this predicament. My steps felt burdensome, and the girl teased. Aren't you worried about the enchantment on you? Worry is futile. First, I must extricate you from the situation. I replied softly, pondering whether something had happened to Wang Batian. Just as I was about to call Jinlianka to go to my uncle's house, Nan suddenly spoke up. Jinlianka, kill him, and I will return your daughter. Allowing him to continue his reckless behavior will lead to your daughter's demise. Before she could finish her sentence, Nan suddenly grew light, her head drooping downwards. I halted my steps, incredulously turning to look at Jinlianka, who was slowly approaching me with a cold, steely gaze, as if he had transformed into a different person. Aren't you mute? I frowned, retreating cautiously while holding Nan. If you lack the capability, why meddle in this? Jinlianka spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. His words left both me and his wife astounded. She gazed at him in disbelief, her face etched with incredulity. Do you know who is controlling the ghost fetus? I inquired. Jinlianka extended his hand and demanded, Give me Nan. I can heal Nan, brother Jin Liang. Please do not act impulsively, I hurriedly explained. Give her to me. Jinlianka bellowed, charging towards me. His robust physique and background as a special forces soldier rendered me utterly defenseless in his presence. In a moment of panic, I raised my hand, pretending to choke Nan, coldly stating, If you take another step forward, I will crush her. Upon seeing my intent, Jinlianka immediately halted, raising his hands and urging, Calm down, you are speaking nonsense. I remained composed, brother Jin Liang. That individual had not finished speaking. It must have been found by Jin Yu and Wang Batian. I possessed the means to extract the malevolent spirit from Nanan's body. Please trust me, I stated calmly. Jin Liang shook his head and replied, No, you cannot contend with them. Summoning them to seek Yuma is futile. It is not Yuma. I was aware that Wang Batian had gone to Uncle Ji's residence. How do you know? Jin Liang gazed at me in astonishment, his initial defensive posture gradually relaxing. Everything is within my control. Rest assured. Do you wish to remain subjugated for eternity? I withdrew my hand from Nanan's neck. Jin Liang's brow furrowed, his expression deeply conflicted. I continued, If this malevolent spirit is not eradicated, it will inevitably seize Nanan's body. You believe you are protecting her, yet in truth, you are aiding them in nurturing the spirit. Upon hearing my words, Jin Liang's turmoil intensified. Extracting the malevolent spirit is quite simple for me. My earlier retreat was merely a tactic to buy time. Grant me 10 seconds, and I shall expel the spirit from Nanan's body immediately. Jin Liang nodded, stating, Very well. I shall give you 10 seconds. I nodded in agreement, gently placing Nanan down, supporting her with my left hand for stability, while my right hand formed a 5-thunder seal, striking her chest and back. Then I forcefully bit into the pad of my thumb. Come and support her. I urgently beckoned Jin Liang over. Jin Liangka hurriedly approached, his hands resting on the young girl's shoulders. I lifted her garment and swiftly inscribed a blood symbol on her back with my thumb, reciting fervently, Heaven and earth, spirits of the realm, heed my command. By the decree of the talisman, depart swiftly from this body. I invoke the edict of the master of Miao. Let the divine weapon act with urgency. As the incantation concluded and the symbol was completed, I raised my hand and struck the girl's back. She gasped and expelled a mouthful of blood, splattering it across Jin Liangka's face. You, do not panic. This is a normal occurrence, I swiftly reassured him, forming the 3 mountains hand gesture above the girl's head and shouting, Rise. With a pull of my hand, a smaller, shadowy figure was extracted from the crown of her head. As the ghostly entity emerged, it emitted an ear-piercing shriek, struggling to flee. I swiftly raised my left hand, gripping its neck, The shrill cries of the entity transformed into the sound of a mouse caught in a trap, an unsettling noise that was difficult to bear. Is this the ghostly entity? Jean Lianka inquired, cradling the now unconscious girl. I nodded. A small wretch, audacious enough to attempt possession. Is she all right? Jean Lianka's wife hurried over. I shook my head. She will be fine. A few days of rest will restore her. Just as I spoke, commotion arose outside, and the heavy footsteps suggested that Wang Batian was returning. Young master, it's indeed you. Surely not Miao, yet not Wu Jidong either. Wang Batian's excited voice echoed before he even entered. I turned to see Wang Batian entering, furrowing my brow as I inquired, could it truly be the fourth aunt? Indeed, it is she, he replied, dressed like an old witch, performing rituals in her bedroom. I managed to incapacitate and bind her. This is the vessel. As he spoke, Wang Batian handed me a wooden token, no larger than a matchbox, wrapped in a piece of black talisman paper. He gazed at the ghostly fetus I held and asked, Is this the ghostly fetus? I nodded and extended the talisman paper to him, instructing, Burn this. Wang Batian accepted the paper and ignited it with a lighter. Once the talisman was consumed by flames, I concentrated, silently reciting the soul-retrieving incantation, swiftly enclosing the ghostly fetus within the vessel. After placing the vessel in my pocket, I turned to Jin Lianka and asked, Are you at ease now? Jin Lianka silently nodded and expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Young master, who exactly is the fourth aunt? How has she concealed herself so deeply? Wang Batian inquired. I glanced at Jin Lianka, knowing he possessed more insight into the fourth aunt's true identity than I did. Sighing, Jin Lianka explained, Everyone in the village knows she married in from outside. But what they do not realize is that she hails from Miao People's Valley. Miao People's Valley? My heart jolted, and I looked at Wang Batian. Before I could speak, Jean Yuka rushed in, breathless. Chapter 47. The Love Curse Takes Shape in 10 Days. I turned, puzzled, and asked Jean Yuka, Is Miao not home? Jean Yu nodded and said, Indeed. However, her door was ajar. I ventured into her room and found it in disarray. The wardrobe doors were open, and the bedding on the bed was missing, as if she had hastily packed her belongings and departed. This is dire. Quickly, let us go to Uncle C's house. As I spoke, I dashed out ahead of the others. Before long, we arrived at Uncle C's residence. In his bedroom, a ritual platform remained intact, yet Aunt C, who had been rendered unconscious and bound by Wang Batian, was nowhere to be found. Blast it! Wang Batian exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the ritual platform. It must have been Miao who rescued Aunt C. I should have taken her to Uncle Ka's house instead. My apologies, young master. It was my lack of diligence. I shook my head, replying, I too did not anticipate that they were in cahoots. Aunt C had clearly revealed to me that she had placed a love curse on Miao. As I spoke, my gaze fell upon a yellow talisman lying atop the ritual platform, faintly inscribed with words. Turning it over, I discovered it bore not mystical symbols, but rather 6 characters. Hui in, me, or in valley awaits. Have they gone to me, or in valley? Wang Batian looked up at me. Jean Lianka interjected. It would be more accurate to say they have returned to me, or in valley. They left not long ago. I shall retrieve them. I shall accompany you. Wang Batian quickly concurred. I nodded, indicating that they could pursue. The two exchanged glances, each grabbing a flashlight before rushing out. My good brother, did you just say that Miao placed a love curse on you? Jean Yu asked, furrowing his brow. I nodded, however. It seems the love curse has not fully manifested. Its effects on me are minimal. Although it takes a decade for love poison to fully mature, its venom can manifest in merely 3 to 10 days. Once it takes shape, even divine beings find it difficult to remedy. Jean Yuka gazed at me with great concern. 3 days? I inquired. Jean Yuka elucidated. Initially, the love poison requires a substantial area of the body. Engaging in intimate relations is not a necessity. Within 10 days, the love poison will materialize. However, should one directly consume the blood of the poison's master, it could take form in just 3 days. Is there any antidote before it takes shape? I hastily asked. Jean Yuka shook his head. Unless Miao voluntarily retracts it, We can only helplessly witness the love poison's formation. Once it solidifies, you will be compelled to consume Miao's antidote every month, lest the poison wreak havoc within you. While it may not be fatal, the torment will be excruciating, akin to being devoured by a myriad of insects. 10 days? I clenched my fists and struck the altar with a punch. Jin Yuka sought to comfort me. Fear not, my brother and Wango will bring Miao back. The odds are slim, I replied, shaking my head. Those elderly women are not as swift as my brother and the others. Fourth Aunt understands the art of sorcery. A mere ghost wall can ensnare them. I fell victim to it myself. I sighed heavily. Jin Yuka paused, pondering. Could the ghost wall inflict any harm on them? No. Fat Lord knows how to break the ghost wall, but they will undoubtedly be delayed for a considerable time, I remarked as I stepped outside. Not far away. The sacrificial altar remained ablaze with activity, the villagers of the Miao tribe reveling in song and dance, celebrating with unrestrained joy. Brother Jinyu, could you kindly summon Uncle C and the old secretary? Oh, and also Uncle Ka and Uncle Mo. Jinyu nodded promptly and made his way towards the altar. I turned and returned to our room, bending down to inspect the entrance to the cellar beneath the bed. The lock remained secured, positioned precisely as I had arranged it after Wang Batian had locked it, indicating that it had not been tampered with. This meant that Wujidong could not be inside. It was implausible for Wujidong to have unlocked it from within. His sudden appearance on the night of the ritual must have been facilitated by Aunt C. Not only did he prevent Nayumo from continuing to cast curses upon me to expedite the formation of a love curse, but he also urged us to leave this place. He is a pitiable soul, having been confined in the cellar for 5 years, yet he still retains a semblance of kindness, perhaps stemming solely from his animosity towards Nayumo. What on earth transpired, Xiaoyan? What is the situation with the altar in our room? Uncle C entered, followed closely by the old secretary, Uncle Ka, and Uncle Mo. I observed the puzzled expression on Uncle C's face and felt a pang of sympathy for this elder, who remained oblivious to the fact that his son was alive, and that his beloved partner had passed away. Jinyu brought over 2 stools, and I settled back onto the bed, recounting the events to the 4 elders. I spoke for over an hour before pausing. The 4 elders listened in silence. Uncle C's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he held back his sobs, continually wiping his tears away. Nayumo's father's condition mirrored his. He had 2 daughters. One had perished, having married the cave deity, while the other had also ventured to Miao People's Valley. Uncle C waved his hand. Xiaoyan, I am fine, really I am fine. After all, she did not harm me. She has cared for me all these years. Aka, it brings me great comfort to know you feel this way. The old party secretary patted Uncle C's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, with your partner gone, you still have us brothers. Uncle C managed a strained smile and turned to Uncle Ka. Aka, it is our old G family who has wronged you, causing Nanan to suffer for so long. Uncle Aka quickly waved his hand. No, Aji, there's no need for apologies. Thankfully, Nanan is safe now. I am sorry, Xiaoyan. I never anticipated that you would cast a love curse upon you. Suddenly, Uncle Mo knelt before me. I hastily helped him up, saying, Uncle Mo, this is not your fault. Do not worry. I will make a trip to Miao People Valley, and, if possible, I shall certainly bring Niu back for you. You intend to go to Miao People Valley? The 4 of them were taken aback, gazing at me in disbelief. The old party secretary sighed deeply. Indeed, you already bear the love curse. Xiaoyan, that place is fraught with peril. It is a place where survival is uncertain. Uncle C sighed heavily, still unable to let go. How could my wife have concealed this so deeply? Alas, after living together for decades, I was completely oblivious. When I saved her, I truly believed she was a refugee. Uncle C, Aunt C indeed escaped from Miao People Valley. Jean Lianca's hoarse voice drifted in from outside the door. As we turned to look, he and Wang Batian returned, covered in dust and grime. What did you say? 4th uncle rose, staring blankly at Jean Lianca. Jean Lianca did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned to Jean Yuka and said, Jinyu, go fetch our family's law whip to present to Brother Huyen. Brother, what do we need the law whip for? Jean Yuka inquired, puzzled. The law whip is one of the items Brother Huyen has been desperately seeking. Jean Lianka replied, glancing at me. A jolt ran through me, and I blurted out, the century-old corpse-driving whip? Chapter 48. The century-old corpse-driving whip. Noticing the earnestness in my gaze, Jean Lianka nodded and confirmed. Indeed, our family's law whip is the century-old corpse-driving whip. A treasured gift from a comrade during my time in the peacekeeping forces. A comrade? I asked, bewildered. Jean Lianka affirmed, that comrade hails from a lineage of corpse drivers, with 10 generations of ancestors devoted to this craft. During our overseas mission, we encountered a sorcerer, and I fell victim to a curse that rendered me deaf and mute. Just as I was on the brink of death, it was my comrade's corpse-driving whip that saved my life. It is his family heirloom, having driven away countless corpses and vanquished all manner of foul spirits and evil. To think the law whip bears such significance. Brother, how could one part with a family heirloom? Jean Yuka questioned, still perplexed. That comrade later sacrificed himself and entrusted the corpse-driving whip to me. Jean Lianka sighed, urging Jean Yuka to retrieve the whip. A wave of joy surged within me. With the corpse-driving whip, by who could be spared from death? With clasped hands, I bowed deeply to Jean Liang and expressed my gratitude, saying, thank you, Brother Jean Liang. Your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. Jean Liang promptly assisted me to my feet, saying, brother, you are the true benefactor. You saved Nan Nan. A mere whip for guiding corpses cannot adequately convey my gratitude towards you. I nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. Brother Jean Liang, you mentioned that fourth ant escaped from Miao People's Valley? Jean Liang affirmed with a nod and recounted the events from 2 years prior when his wife was about to give birth to Nan Nan. 2 years ago, his wife's due date in July approached, yet she suffered from persistent abdominal pains without labor commencing. One night, fourth ant suddenly appeared before Jean Liang, informing him that to ensure a smooth delivery, they must seek a shaman in Miao People's Valley. Jean Liang inquired how fourth ant knew of Miao People's Valley. She revealed that she had once escaped from there, having been a disciple of the valley shaman. The shaman had intended to use her for a sorcery experiment, and prior to her escape, he had conducted similar experiments on over 10 individuals, all of whom had met with fatal outcomes. Aware of her own impending doom, fourth ant fled, narrowly evading the shaman's minions until she was rescued by fourth uncle, ultimately taking refuge in Dongjiu Miao village. Initially, it seemed that the ordeal had concluded, but 6 years ago, the shaman's followers discovered her once more. However, instead of demanding her return to Miao People's Valley, they sought her assistance in using dark sorcery to entice Nayunmo into becoming the flower-drifting cave's maiden. Their ulterior motive was to employ the maiden's body for functional experiments concerning love sorcery. Indeed, the experiment ultimately ended in failure, and Yunmo met his demise in Miao Run Valley rather than within the cave, rendering his body undiscoverable. Subsequently, fourth ant assisted the shaman in numerous endeavors, including employing dark sorcery to delay the childbirth of Jean Lianka's wife, facilitating the transfer of a ghostly fetus into the body of Nuan, intended to nurture the malevolent spirit. Unbeknownst to Jean Lianka, he mistakenly believed it was the shaman who had saved Nuan's life. When fourth ant and I communicated through Nuan, we discerned that this ghostly fetus was no ordinary spirit. It was evidently a critical project of the shaman, which is why fourth ant vigilantly watched over it in the winter Miao village. Had it not been for my unexpected arrival, Nuan might have indeed fallen prey to the ghostly entity. Furthermore, Yunmo was also ensnared by fourth ant's dark sorcery. However, unlike Yunmo appeared innocent while harboring considerable cunning. 6 years prior, fourth ant had remarked upon Yunmo's potential to become a maiden of the Falling Flower Cave. 5 years ago, she pilfered the silver flower worm from Uncle Ka's household to cultivate a love worm, even aspiring to use it to dominate the cave deity. Now, due to my presence, I have inadvertently shattered her dreams of becoming the maiden of the Falling Flower Cave, yet she remains unwilling to accept defeat, perceiving me as the emissary of the cave deity and attempting to ensnare me with a love worm. Jean Lianka's account aligned closely with my conjectures, yet upon its conclusion, all present were left in astonishment. Wang Batian shook his head, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that in this modest winter Miao village we would encounter both Fourth Ant and Ni Yuma, two exceptional talents?" I then inquired, "Brother Jean Liang, was it the shaman who cured your deaf-mute condition?" Jean Liangka nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, indeed, that shaman possesses formidable power, having thoroughly eradicated the curses that plagued me, thus demonstrating her prowess. To avoid arousing suspicion, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. In truth, over the past 2 years, I have clandestinely aided Fourth Ant in many ways. The unfortunate soul who leapt from the cliff was a new corpse I procured from another Miao village, with Ni Yunma serving as a false witness. In reality, Wujidong did not perish. Then why orchestrate such a ruse? Fourth uncle inquired hastily. Jean Liangka sighed, responding, "Firstly, Ao is infatuated with Ni Yunma. No counsel can dissuade him. To fall for a woman deemed a goddess of the cave is a grave taboo among the Miao people. Secondly, the shaman fears that Ao might expose her charade of being a false goddess of the cave. Thus, Fourth Ant staged this elaborate act to safeguard Ao, confining him within this cellar." Fourth uncle instinctively glanced at the cellar, murmuring, "My son has lived under my very nose for 5 years, and yet I remained utterly oblivious. How capricious fate can be." I sensed that Ao did not depart with them. I interjected suddenly. Fourth uncle was taken aback, gazing at me with urgency. "Xiaoyan, are you certain of this?" I nodded affirmatively. Although Fourth Ant acted to protect Ao, he has been imprisoned for 5 years. No deception can fool him. He harbors his own thoughts and has come to realize that Ni Yunma did not marry a true cave deity. Consequently, he has learned to resist and even wishes to save my life. Wang Batian took the lead in the conversation. "Young master, if Aunt C is indeed protecting Ao, she would never easily release him. So how did he manage to escape? There is no way he could have unlocked that door from the inside. 5 years is ample time for Ao to have excavated a tunnel to the outside." As I spoke, I crouched down and knocked on the wooden planks beneath the bed. "Oh, am I correct?" The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on the wooden stick under the bed. "Hud, hud, hud." A sound indeed emanated from below the planks. Son! Son!" Uncle C suddenly knelt on the ground, desperately tugging at the lock. "Fat master, unlock it," I urged, quickly stepping aside and beckoning the Jinlianka brothers to lift the bed. As soon as the bed was moved, Wang Batian had already unlocked the door. Uncle C personally lifted the planks, and, upon seeing Wujidong standing below, he could no longer contain his emotions after a night of restraint, bursting into tears. Wujidong climbed up the steps and immediately embraced his father, tears of grievance streaming down like a fountain. This scene brought moisture to everyone's eyes. Chapter 49. The illegitimate child, the long-awaited reunion of father and son, infused the room with a semblance of warmth. The group engaged in conversation for quite some time, as the sounds of the festival outside gradually subsided. The old party secretary turned to me and asked, "Xiaoyan, when do you plan to head to Miao People Valley?" "I will return to the city first thing tomorrow morning. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to make my way there the following morning." Jean Liang handed me the corpse-whipping whip that Jinyu had brought, saying, "Brother, be sure to call on me when you go. Everyone knows that Miao Run Valley is nestled deep within the mountains, yet not all can find their way there. I have been, and I can serve as your guide." I nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Jean Liang." As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone dispersed. We assisted Uncle C in tidying up the room. Uncle C and Wu Jidong retired to his chamber, while Wang Batian and I returned to our own quarters. The following morning, we set off from Dong Jiu Miao village with the corpse-whipping whip in hand. "Young master, at last, our trip has not been in vain," Wang Batian remarked cheerfully. I nodded in agreement, examining the whip, which was intricately woven from long strands of hair, its body remarkably taut. The handle was carved from a piece of dark brown old peach wood, featuring a dragon's head at the end, inscribed with the character for dragon. By the time we returned to Qing Chung, it was already noon. The 500 yuan previously given by Lu Qiuman had dwindled to mere dozens, the remainder having been paid to Uncle C for our lodgings over the past few days. As we stepped out of the station, Wang Batian spoke up, "Young master, If we're to venture into Miao Valley, we must prepare a proper set of outdoor gear, including some self-defense tools. I turned to him, inquiring, "What scheme are you concocting now?" Wang Tian chuckled, "Not at all. I merely suggest we need funds. After all, your parents and sister are in Chingcheng, and your sister took 20,000 from you." "That 20,000 was promised to her by grandfather," I replied. "Third uncle promised you as well," he countered. "My grandfather mentioned that it was the wedding gift from my union with the white fox, yet I have not wed her," I replied. "Young master, you're truly obstinate. Do you not wish to acknowledge your parents?" Wang Batian inquired, a look of confusion on his face. I paused, turning to Wang Batian with earnestness. "The white fox is in grave danger, and I am currently afflicted by a love curse. My thoughts are consumed by this predicament. Precisely for this reason, you should earnestly seek their assistance," Wang Batian countered, steadfast in his argument. I smiled softly, shaking my head while gesturing towards the approaching bus. "Let's not dwell on this matter for now. We must first head to Qingcheng Temple to ensure the white fox's survival." With a sigh, Wang Batian fell silent. Just as the bus was about to arrive, a pink sedan halted before us, blocking the bus's path. "How dare you?" Wang Batian began to curse, but upon seeing the individual in the driver's seat, he quickly amended, "Young master, it's Ulengru." I tilted my head to glance at the driver, indeed confirming it was Ulengru. "Where are you headed?" "Get in. I shall take you both," she beckoned with a knowing glance. Exchanging looks with Wang Batian, he promptly opened the door and climbed inside, followed by me taking the passenger seat. As soon as we were settled, Wang Batian remarked, "A Panamera Turbo S Mississippi. How can you justify driving a car worth over 2 million while taking the young master's 20,000? That was a promise made by the old man to me. Why should I not accept it? Fasten your seatbelts. Where are you planning to go?" Hu Lengru reminded us. Upon hearing the term "old thing," a flicker of discomfort washed over me, prompting a subdued response. "I wish to visit the Qingcheng Temple on Qingcheng Mountain. Thank you." Hu Lengru chuckled lightly. "There's no rush. I shall first escort you home, as your father awaits you." I insisted on proceeding to the Qingcheng Temple, furrowing my brow at Hu Lengru. She merely shrugged. "The steering wheel is in my hands. Wherever I choose to go, we shall go." "Stop the car," I declared, unfastening my seatbelt and reaching for the door handle. Hu Lengru quickly interjected, all right, we will head to the Qingcheng Temple first. It appears the old thing has indeed raised a spirited offspring. Your temperament mirrors his precisely." "How did you know we were here?" I inquired. "The traffic system is monitored. You purchased the tickets for the recently arrived train, and your father specifically requested that I come to retrieve you," Hu Lengru elucidated. "Oh," I nodded nonchalantly. Wang Batian, with a sly grin, asked, "Miss, may I pose a question that perhaps I should not? Has the Hu family not gone bankrupt? You shall be disappointed. The Hu family is thriving, and my father has just been honored as one of Qingcheng's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs," Hu Lengru replied, her voice brimming with pride. Wang Batian laughed heartily. "That's splendid news. Young master, it seems you have struck gold." "However," Hu Lengru interjected, "this matter is of no concern to you. Hu Yin, you are merely your father's illegitimate son, and with his current standing, he cannot afford any negative publicity. Thus, he wishes for you to sign an agreement relinquishing your claim to the family inheritance. Of course, he will compensate you handsomely." "What nonsense is this? Even an illegitimate child has the right to inherit," Wang Batian retorted angrily. I remained silent, uncertain as to why this news brought me a sense of relief. Thus, a waiver of inheritance agreement was required. A mere signature, and 1 million would be mine, a rather lucrative deal, as Hu Lengru calmly remarked. "Very well, I agree," I responded without hesitation. "Young master, they are digging a pit for you. Your father is utterly despicable, truly a detestable act," Wang Batian retorted, his face flushed with indignation. I chuckled softly. "Fat master, there is no need for anger. I find this arrangement rather agreeable. After all, isn't 1 million rather enticing?" Hu Lengru interjected. Wang Batian sighed in resignation and turned his gaze toward the window. I followed suit, my voice steady as I inquired, "Where are you taking us?" "Of course, I am taking you to collect your money. You have already consented, haven't you?" Hu Lengru replied casually. I meant to visit Qingchang Temple first. It's on the way, I clarified. Hu Lingru, while speaking, steered the car into an upscale community and parked before a villa. Wang Batian scoffed. Deep Jing Villa, worth over 20 million unit. Yet you dismiss your own son for a mere million. What a disgraceful father you are. You fat man are quite verbose. Hu Lingru retorted as she opened the car door and exited. Fat master, please hand me one of your bank cards. Young master, are you planning to use my card to receive the funds? I do not possess a card. All right, Wang Batian replied, rummaging through his bag to produce his wallet. Offer me a card. I accepted it, opened the car door, and followed Hu Lingru into the villa. The interior of the villa was resplendently decorated, and in the spacious hall sat two men clad in suits. Among them, one is my father, who has always wished to kick me aside, and the other, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, gazes at me with a broad smile. Father, this is Hu Yen, Hu Lingru remarked as she gracefully settled onto the sofa. I regarded this unfamiliar father and took a seat directly opposite him. Mr. Hu, good day. I am the attorney for Chairman Hu, here to witness. I interrupted the lawyer abruptly, fixing my expressionless gaze upon my father, whose face betrayed little emotion, and inquired, is the agreement for severing our father-son relationship prepared? Let us sign it as well. Chapter 50. 10 million for severing father-son ties. As my words fell, the previously unperturbed expression of my father transformed, revealing a hint of anger. He spoke softly, Lawyer Zhang, please prepare it. Lawyer Zhang nodded and rose, making his way toward a nearby room. I lowered my gaze to the agreement on the table, then plopped down onto the chair, flipping through its contents before asking, your name is Hu Jinyu? What kind of uncultured creature has that old fool raised? Hu Jinyu furrowed his brow in inquiry. With a sudden clap of my palm against the table, I coldly retorted, Hu Jinyu, mind your language. All right, Hu Jinyu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. It seems my decision was not misguided. To relinquish the inheritance and sever our father-son bond. 2 agreements for a flat sum of 10 million. I spoke in a calm tone. Hu Lingru was taken aback and stood up, exclaiming, Hu Yen, have you lost your mind? Sign it or don't. I rose to my feet, turning to leave. Stop. Sign. I had thought you possessed a considerable appetite, Hu Jinyu remarked with a smile. Hu Lingru, somewhat irked, retorted, Father, he clearly promised 1 million in the car. How can this be? Row, go, and instruct Lawyer Zhang to amend the amount to 10 million. Hu Jinyu interjected decisively. Transfer the funds to this card, registered under the name Wang Batian. I will sign once the money is credited. I tossed Wang Batian's card on a coffee table. Very well, Hu Jinyu replied, picking up the card along with his phone to initiate the transfer. Just as the transaction concluded, the lawyer approached with 4 new agreements, divided into 5 payments, 2 million each. You may inquire with your friend whether the funds have been received, Hu Jinyu stated, handing me the transaction record. I glanced at it, seized the pen from the table, and within a minute had signed 4 agreements and affixed my fingerprint. Mr. Hu, these 2 copies are yours. Please keep them safe. Lawyer Zhang handed over 2 of the documents. I reached out, promptly tearing them into shreds, casting them into the air, and chuckled, Thank you, Chairman Hu. As the fragments fluttered about, I turned and walked towards the exit. Hu Yen, don't forget, I saved your life. Hu Lingru's voice echoed from behind. Grandfather has already compensated you, I quipped as I hastened outside. Wang Batian awaited me in the courtyard, and upon seeing me emerge, he hurried over. Young master, have you truly signed? Indeed. Have you received the notification of the funds? I inquired, eyeing him with curiosity. Wang Batian shook his head. My phone ran out of battery long ago. Let us step outside to check. I nodded, and, alongside Wang Batian, we hastened towards the exit of the community. Upon reaching the bank outside, Wang Batian quickly located an ATM. With a swift insertion of his card and a few keystrokes of his password, the balance was revealed. 10 million? Wang Batian looked at me with astonishment, his lips quivering in disbelief. I affirmed, suggesting we withdraw some cash for ourselves and transfer 5 million to another card of his, which he would then hand over to Xiaoman. How much should we withdraw? He inquired, his hands trembling slightly as he recalled the last time he had seen such a substantial sum of money. Just arrange it as you see fit. I'll step into the restroom, I replied, making my way into the bank's lobby. Upon my return, Wong Batian flashed a grin, exclaiming, "All set, young master. Let's depart. By the way, are you not concerned that I might abscond with the funds? If you truly intended to flee, I would accept that, fat master. Although we have only recently met, I am well aware of your character. Now let us procure some gifts for Grandpa Lu and Xiaoman." As I spoke, I made my way toward the nearby Grand Shopping Mall. As dusk fell, we arrived outside Qingchang Temple, burdened with numerous bags. Entering through the temple gates, we spotted Lu Xiaoman tending to the vegetable garden. Just as I was about to call out to her, a bald man stormed out from a room, exuding a fierce demeanor. Upon seeing us, he declared, "You might as well head back. No amount of gifts will sway this stubborn old fool. Damn it, I'll eventually put him in his place." Upon hearing the bald man's voice, Lu Xiaoman turned around, joyfully calling out to Hu Yin, and swiftly ran over. Upon realizing that we were acquainted, the bald man furrowed his brow and hurriedly exited. Wang Batian loudly retorted to the bald man, "You damn bald head. If you dare to cause trouble, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball." Don't mind him. Individuals like him tend to curse when they fail to seek medical help. "How much did you spend on all these items?" Lu Xiaoman inquired while assisting me with the belongings. Wang Batian chuckled and replied, "Sister, the young master currently has plenty of money. There's no need to feel sorry for him. These are merely items that you will find useful." "Is the white fox doing well?" "Quite well. It's resting in my room and occasionally opens its eyes." "Did you find the medicinal catalyst so soon?" Lu Xiaoman asked anxiously. I nodded and stepped into the main hall, calling out, "Grandpa Lu." Lu Xiaoyin, who was offering incense, quickly turned around and smiled, asking Xiaoyan, "Did you really manage to acquire the tears of the falling flower cave?" I placed the items on the table and then drew forth the century-old corpse-driving whip from my waist. I didn't obtain the tears of the falling flower cave, but I inadvertently acquired this century-old corpse-driving whip. A century-old corpse-driving whip? Lu Xiaoyin's spirit was invigorated as he hurried over to take the whip from my hand. Grasping the whip, woven from long hair, with his right hand, Lu Xiaoyin closed his eyes to feel its essence. Indeed, it is a century-old corpse-driving whip. I can sense the immense malevolence contained within. "This seems to be made of hair?" Lu Xiaoman asked, puzzled. Lu Xiaoyin nodded and explained, "Indeed, this corpse-driving whip is woven from the hair of a millennium-old zombie, capable of dispelling all forms of filth and evil, particularly inflicting great harm upon zombies. It is truly astonishing that you have managed to find it. Grandfather Lu, how can this whip serve as a medicinal catalyst?" I inquired hastily. Lu Xiaoyin replied, "The corpse-driving whip is unique in its external application. Simply strike it 77 times, and it will suffice. I would rather you do it. I fear I might not gauge the strength of my blows." I responded quickly. "Indeed, it does not hurt at all," Wang Batian, a seasoned individual, affirmed with a nod. Lu Xiaoyin chuckled softly. "This whip does not inflict pain, and given your affinity with the white fox, your strikes will yield even better results." With determination, I took the corpse-driving whip and entered the adjacent room, where my gaze immediately fell upon a hanging basket by the bedside. Inside the basket lay a plush blanket, and atop it rested the white fox, her eyes closed as if in slumber. I carefully lifted the basket and placed it upon the table, speaking softly, "Fox immortal, I have returned." As soon as the words left my lips, the white fox slowly opened her eyes. Upon witnessing her gaze, I instinctively exhaled in relief. Her eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance, as clear as a tranquil autumn lake, imbued with the depth of the starry sea. A pang of anguish gripped my heart, a consequence of the love curse at play. Fortunately, the curse had yet to fully materialize, and this fleeting pain was still bearable. I have brought the corpse-driving whip, capable of dispelling the impurities and malevolent energies of your true form, allowing you to move freely. As I spoke, I carefully lifted the white fox along with its blanket from the hanging basket. The fox gazed at me intently, oblivious to the various movements of my hands, for it was undeniably frail. "The corpse-driving whip does not hurt," I murmured, gently placing the fox down before taking a couple steps back. After practicing a few motions in the air beside me, I raised my hand and struck towards the white fox. A sharp crack resonated as the whip connected with its body, causing the fox to tremble slightly. "Does it hurt?" I inquired. The fox slowly closed its eyes, seemingly inviting me to proceed. Nodding and understanding, I delivered each strike of the whip with precision upon the fox's form. Upon completing 49 strikes, I hurried over and cradled the fox in my arms, checking for any injuries. The white fox had been well cared for by Luciamon. Its fur was soft, and it exuded a delightful fragrance. Despite enduring 49 strikes from the corpse-driving whip, there were no marks on its body. It still did not open its eyes. I swiftly carried the fox into the main room and asked Lu Xiaoyin for an explanation. Lu Xiaoyin glanced at me and replied, "It is normal. After sunrise tomorrow, when the sunlight touches her, she will be lively once more." I nodded. "Then I shall stay here tonight. I will depart only after she has recovered." "That will be best," Lu Xiaoyin agreed. Wang Batian hastily interjected, "Young master, you have only 10 days left." "No, you currently have just 6. "One night makes no difference," I interrupted Wang Batian. He quickly closed his mouth. Yet Lu Xiaoyin still heard him. He inquired with a hint of confusion, "Xiaoyin, what do you mean by 6 days?" "It's nothing, Grandpa Lu. It was just a baseless remark made by Fatty." I cast a subtle smile towards Lu Xiaoyin, knowing that such matters were beyond their assistance. Revealing the truth would only incite unnecessary worry. Wang Batian, understanding my intent, quickly interjected, "Indeed, it was merely jesting. Young master, why don't you stay here for the night? I shall procure the necessary equipment from Miao Ren Valley and return to escort you in the morning." "You intend to venture to Miao Ren Valley?" Lu Xiaoyin's voice turned grave. Wang Batian hesitated for a moment, then spun around and dashed outside, moving faster than a startled rabbit. Wang Batian's loose tongue had betrayed our plans, leaving me with no choice but to admit, "Yes, Grandpa Lu, I must go to Miao Ren Valley." Miao Ren Valley is no ordinary place. It is fraught with peril at every turn. "Xiaoyin, you must think this through," Lu Xiaoyin remarked earnestly. "Grandpa, what sort of place is Miao Ren Valley?" Lu Chimon inquired, her anxiety palpable. Lu Xiaoyin explained, "Miao Ren Valley is a hidden realm shrouded in darkness, inhabited by 3 malevolent factions, the Wicked Gu Masters, Sorcerers, and Heretical Priests. It operates under its own set of rules, where witchcraft, sorcery, and the art of Gu are revered. There, humanity is distorted, monsters roam freely, the strong dominate, and life is as fragile as grass, steeped in bloodshed and brutality, utterly engulfed in darkness." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiamon shuddered and looked at me with concern. "Huyen, are you going to Miao Ren Valley to seek the other 3 medicinal ingredients? Is there no alternative to searching for them there?" I shook my head and sighed, saying, "Even if I do not seek out the other 3 medicinal ingredients, I must go to Miao Ren Valley, for within me resides an unformed love curse, and the one who inflicted it is in Miao Ren Valley." "Love curse?" Lu Xiaoyin furrowed his brow, his expression turning grim as he asked, "You didn't exchange something for the corpse-reviving whip, did you?" I succinctly recounted the events, and upon hearing my tale, both of them wore expressions of deep concern. Lu Qiamon inquired, "Grandfather, can you cure the love curse?" Lu Xiaoyin shook his head, saying, "I possess limited knowledge of curses. Yet I am aware that the love curse is the most potent of plant curses. Before it fully forms, only the curse master can resolve it. Once it has taken shape, it becomes utterly irreparable." "Ah!" Lu Qiamon gasped, her eyes welling with tears. I smiled gently and spoke with unwavering conviction. "It's all right, Qiamon. Life and death are fated, and wealth is governed by the heavens. Miao Ren Valley is but a mere place. As long as there are those who can survive there, I too shall prevail." Lu Xiaoyin stared at me in astonishment before turning to the memorial tablet of his grandfather, saying, "Third brother, this grandson bears your likeness." However, before Lu Qiamon could speak further, Lu Xiaoyin interrupted her. "Qiamon, go fetch the jar of fine wine I have stored away and prepare some delicious dishes. Tonight, I intend to enjoy a hearty meal with Xiaoyan." "Yes, grandfather." Lu Qiamon nodded, not uttering another word. Dinner that evening was exceptionally sumptuous. 3 of us for sets of chopsticks and 8 dishes, all of which were my favorites. Lu Qiamon's culinary skills had never failed to impress me. I raised the first cup in honor of my grandfather, and, after downing the second, Lu Xiaoyin spoke up. The bald man you encountered upon your arrival is named Zhang Huanglong. He has long been a fixture in Miao People's Valley. No wonder he exudes such malevolence, Lu Qiumon remarked, her voice laced with incredulity. Zhang Huanglong? I furrow my brow, recalling an encounter in Sijio village with a fellow named Zhang Qinglong, who happened to be a transformed serpent demon. Have you seen Zhang Qinglong? Lu Xiaoyin inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Grandfather Lu, are you familiar with Zhang Qinglong? I countered. Lu Xiaoyin raised his cup and drained it in one swift motion. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. 7 individuals known as the 7 oddities of Miao People's Valley. The Zhang Qinglong you mentioned and the Zhang Huanglong you just met are both among them. My brow knitted in concern, and I hastily asked. Zhang Qinglong was after the inner elixir of the fox spirit. Could it be that Zhang Huanglong seeks the same? Lu Xiaoyin shook his head. The inner elixir of the white fox has been damaged. Even if he were to obtain it, it would be of no use to him. Furthermore, he is unaware that the white fox is here. He seeks me solely to assist in the treatment of a small ghost he has raised. I nodded silently, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. Yet unbeknownst to me, I had unwittingly forged ties with the other 6 oddities of Miao People's Valley. Are the other 6 oddities also residing in Miao People's Valley? I inquired. Lu Xiaoyin replied affirmatively, indeed. Although they are yet unaware of Zhang Qinglong's demise being connected to you, you must exercise caution when you venture into Miao People's Valley. Are they all demons? No, he clarified. There are sorcerers, shamans, and practitioners of the dark arts, along with ghosts. These 7 individuals share a common affinity and have sworn brotherhood within the valley. Lu Qiumon took the lead in the conversation. Grandfather, how do you know so much about Miao People Valley? Lu Xiaoyin clinked his glass with mine, and after finishing his drink, he replied, I spent 3 years as a ghost doctor in Miao People Valley. Upon hearing this, my heart leaped with joy. Grandfather Lu, do you know about the shaman of Miao People Valley? The shaman? Lu Xiaoyin, who had just taken a sip of his drink, trembled, causing his cup to clatter onto the table. His reaction immediately filled me with apprehension. Chapter 52. The legend of the third master Lu Qiumon quickly righted the cup and poured another drink for Lu Xiaoyin. Grandfather, who is this shaman? Why such a strong reaction? Lu Xiaoyin regained his composure and asked me, Xiaoyan, is the person who placed the love curse on you related to the shaman? I nodded. Yes, she likely sought out the shaman and may have transformed into the shaman herself. Lu Xiaoyin sighed deeply and began to discuss the various factions within Miao People Valley. The valley is a melting pot of diverse elements with tangled interests. The 7 peculiar individuals I previously mentioned are merely of moderate standing among the many factions. At the pinnacle of power in Miao People Valley, there exist 3 dominant forces: the Gu Master faction, the Shaman faction, and the Evil Taoist faction. The Gu Master faction is governed by the Gu Immortal, Jin Zhanqing. The Shaman faction is led by the Shaman Queen, Wu Hanya. And the Evil Taoist faction is controlled by the Tao Master, Zhao Zhuyang. Collectively, these 3 figures are known as the 3 kings of Miao People Valley. Beyond these 3 kings, there exists a character reminiscent of the Shaolin's sweeping monk, known as the shaman. The true identity of a shaman remains a mystery to most. Lu Xiaoyin describes the shaman as an enigmatic being, an androgynous figure who perpetually dons a golden mask. Despite wielding no power and refraining from any conflicts within the Miao people's domain, even the 3 kings of Miao Valley regard him with profound respect. This reverence stems from the shaman's unparalleled mastery of sorcery, witchcraft, and Taoist arts, each skill as formidable as that of the 3 kings. The shaman's greatest passion lies in the exploration of various mystical arts, rarely venturing beyond his abode. He is served by 4 divine attendants whose status, granted by their connection to the shaman, allows them to navigate Miao Valley with remarkable authority. Their primary duty involves roaming the valley in search of individuals with unique physical attributes, whether human, spirit, or even zombie, whom they forcibly bring to the shaman for his arcane studies. Once, the daughter of the Witch Queen, born with the condition of being a stone woman, a female incapable of engaging in sexual relations, was clandestinely abducted by these 4 divine attendants and transformed into a subject for experimentation. This act nearly incited a catastrophic confrontation between the Witch Queen, Wu Hanya, and the shaman. However, through the persuasion of the Gu Immortal and the Taoist master, she managed to suppress her fury, ultimately settling the matter after the shaman offered sincere reparations. During his tenure as a ghostly physician in Miao Valley, Lu Xiaoyin frequently encountered the patients sent from the shaman's domain. These so-called patients were unfortunate victims of failed experiments, their conditions so grievous that even the most seasoned healer found them unbearable, often rendering them beyond salvation. At this point, Lu Xiaoyin subconsciously set down his chopsticks, seemingly disgusted by the vivid recollections that flooded his mind. "Grandfather, how truly horrifying must it be? Even you cannot bear to eat?" Lu Qiumon inquired with genuine curiosity. Half a head, limbs teeming with maggots, a body riddled with abscesses, intestines that can sway like a weapon. As Lu Xiaoyin spoke, he waved his hand dismissively, then rose to step outside for some fresh air. Lu Qiumon and I exchanged a fleeting smile, quickly diverting our attention from the grim thoughts. Before long, Lu Xiaoyin returned and continued. In his youth, third uncle also mingled in the Miao People's Valley, where various tales about him circulated. Some claimed he was one of the 4 divine attendants of a shaman, while others asserted that he had slain the brother of the Gu master, Jin Zhanqing. There were even whispers that he had captivated the heart of the Witch Queen, Wu Hanya. Are any of these stories true? I asked eagerly. Lu Xiaoyin shook his head. I have not delved into their veracity. However, after third uncle departed from the Miao People's Valley, he had indeed been a figure of considerable renown during his time there. With that, Lu Xiaoyin lifted his glass once more, engaging me in a detailed conversation about all he knew regarding the Miao People's Valley. Yet, since his time, there was over a decade ago, much of the information might no longer hold the same relevance. Nevertheless, these accounts were significant to me, as they provided me with a clearer understanding of the Miao People's Valley. A meal stretched from 7 in the evening until 11 at night, and both Lu Xiaoyin and I, intoxicated by the feast, fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, I noticed the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. I sat up, shook my head to clear the haze, and glanced at Lu Qiumon, who was preparing her bedding beside me. Memories flooded back of our days in Sijio village, where we often lazed about in the watchtower, sometimes even spending the night there. Now that we have grown up, she has become so accustomed to independence that she sets up her own bedding. I quietly rose from my bed, tucked the blanket around her, and cradled the white fox as I stepped out of the room. I settled onto a stone in the eastern part of the yard, awaiting the sunrise. Holding the white fox close, I felt a dull ache in my heart. The effects of the love curse seemed to intensify. Suppressing the pain, I spoke to the fox about past memories, present circumstances, and hopes for the future. Each conversation with the white fox felt boundless, as if I had an endless stream of words to share. After more than an hour, the sun began to rise in the east, casting warm rays that enveloped the white fox. The sunlight spread across her glossy fur, creating a vibrant spectrum that appeared extraordinarily radiant. This ethereal glow seemed to bestow energy upon the white fox, who slowly opened her eyes and sat up, gazing at me with an expression filled with affection. Her eyes sparkled with an added sense of vitality, as if they were speaking of her longing for me. Moved by her gaze, I could not help but feel a surge of emotion, which was quickly followed by an intense pain in my chest. A warmth surged in my throat, and suddenly, I spat out a mouthful of blood. The white fox shivered, her lively little head leaning closer as she anxiously licked the blood from the corner of my mouth. I reached out to caress her back, smiling as I spoke. "I am fine. Your true self has finally been restored." "Young master, what are you doing?" Wang Beishan's voice echoed from behind. I wiped my mouth, the traces of blood having been meticulously cleaned by the white fox. Embracing the white fox, I leapt down from the stone. Wang Batian had changed into a full outdoor ensemble. Athletic pants, a windbreaker, and sneakers. 2 bulging backpacks hung from his shoulders, and he carried a bag in his hand. "Is this really necessary?" I chuckled as I approached him. Wang Batian grinned. "Absolutely. The Miao People Valley is fraught with danger. We must be thoroughly prepared." "Young master, I have not only gathered the essentials for outdoor survival, but also procured this from friend. With that, he unzipped one of the backpack's compartments, revealing a concealed handgun. Chapter 53. Encountering a water ghost by the pond, noticing my stunned expression, Wang Batian chuckled. Regardless of whether they are sorcerers or shamans, if anyone dares to confront me, I will take them down with a single shot. Where did you acquire this? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Wang Batian shrugged. I have a friend who specializes in firearm modifications. While at ISNT, a genuine gun, its modified power is nearly indistinguishable from that of a real one. Rest assured, I will not engage in any unlawful activities. Here comes Fat Master. Lu Qiumon's voice resonated from within the courtyard. Wang Batian hurried inside, exclaiming, "Yes, I brought breakfast. We should eat before the car arrives." What car? I followed him indoors. I purchased a second-hand vehicle for 12,000, currently undergoing maintenance at a friend's repair shop, as having a car is rather convenient for us. Shortly after finishing breakfast, the sound of a car horn resonated outside. I entrusted the white fox cradled in my arms to Lu Qiumon, donned my outdoor attire, and slung my backpack over my shoulders in preparation for departure. Lu Xiaoyin, however, remained indoors, cautioning me to exercise utmost care. In a gesture of precaution, he specifically reminded me to bring along the corpse-whipping whip. Upon stepping outside, I was greeted by the sight of a rather dilapidated off-road vehicle parked nearby. I handed the car to Lu Qiumon, informing her that it contained funds for any necessities she might require. Lu Qiumon accepted the card, assuring me she would keep the money safe, as they had little need for expenditures here. I gently stroked the white fox nestled in her arms and whispered, "Fox spirit, after our brief separation, perhaps upon my return, you shall transform." The white fox exhibited no excessive movements, merely gazing at me with reluctance. A pang of anguish pierced my heart, prompting me to swiftly turn and board the vehicle. As we departed, I pressed my hand against my chest, signaling Wang Batian to hasten our departure. Wang Batian and Lu Qiumon waved farewell, then drove away from Qingqing Temple. Through the rearview mirror, I observed the white fox leap from Lu Qiumon's embrace, pursuing us for over 100 meters before halting on a stone, watching the receding vehicle with longing. As we descended the mountain, Wang Batian dropped off the friend who had delivered the car at the bus station, then continued relentlessly towards Songlin town. During our journey, I engaged Wang Batian in a discussion regarding intelligence on Miao People Valley. After our conversation, he fell into silence, muttering, "Indeed, it does not appear to be a favorable place." I nodded, saying, "So, Fat Lord, if any danger arises, you should escape if you can. Do not let us both fall into peril." "Young master, are you and I merely indulging in idle chatter?" Wang Batian replied. "This life of mine was bestowed by Third Master. If I were to perish after you, upon reaching the underworld and encountering Third Master, he would surely strike me down. I meant, in the event of an emergency, you must relay the information," I insisted. "Then why should it not be you who conveys it? Enough of this trivial banter. Young master, remember this. Should we face danger, I will take the brunt of it. You must not take risks for my sake. Do you understand?" Wang Batian's words were delivered with a gravity that surpassed all he had previously uttered. I turned to look at Wang Batian, and he glanced back at me, our eyes confirming the bond of brothers who would face life and death together. At 10 in the morning, Wang Batian parked the car outside the Dongjiu Miao village. Jin Lianka, Jin Yuka, and Wu Zhidongju had already been waiting outside, each carrying a bamboo basket on their backs. "Are the brothers here, waiting for us?" Wang Batian asked with a smile. Jin Lianka nodded and replied, "First, secure the vehicle. The path to Miao Ruin Valley is rugged and can only be traversed on foot. Walk 100 miles? On mountain trails?" Wang Batian exclaimed in surprise. Jin Lianka affirmed, "If we move quickly, we can reach our destination before midnight." After finding a suitable spot to park the car, I looked at Wu Zhidongju, who also bore a bamboo basket. "Are you going as well, Brother Wu?" Wu Zhidongju replied with a simple, "Yes, my father asked me to inquire whether my mother will return. It might be somewhat perilous." I turned to Jin Lianka, who explained, "It's nothing serious, just checking in. Brother Huyin, we must set off quickly. If we don't reach our destination before midnight, we will have to wait another day." "Why?" Wang Batian asked as he secured his luggage and locked the car. Miao Valley only permits entry at midnight, and the gate opens for only half an hour, Jinlianka clarified. I nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. The path leading to Miao Valley was fraught with rugged terrain, devoid of any signs. Even someone who had visited once might struggle to locate the entrance. However, Jinlianka was different. He had been a special forces soldier in the peacekeeping troops, possessing a remarkable sense of direction and an exceptional memory for routes. 2 years prior, he had carried his pregnant wife on a stretcher to Miao Valley, taking a full 2 days and nights under the guidance of Aunt C. This journey would be a considerably lighter undertaking for him. As dusk fell, we had traversed several mountains and arrived at the edge of a pond. Yu Jidong, panting heavily, said, Brother Jinliang, if there's still time, let's take a break and wash our faces. Jinlianka nodded in agreement. Very well, let us rest for 15 minutes. The group settled on the ground, and Yu Jidong retrieved some provisions from his backpack, distributing them to everyone. He then handed a water bottle to Jinlianka, saying, Brother Jinliang, have some water. I will drink from the pond. Yu Jidong stood up, but Jinlianka cautioned, no, it's fine to wash your face in the stream, but it's best not to drink the water. Jinlianka pointed towards the small stream and remarked, in Miao People's Valley, there exists an underground river known as the River of Forgetfulness. The water in this pool flows from that very river. The River of Forgetfulness? I interjected. It is said that there is also a river by that name in the underworld. Jinlianka nodded in agreement. The Miao People's Valley lies beneath the surface, shrouded in darkness, and is deemed the closest place to hell. Within, sorcery and witchcraft prevail, along with some who practice alchemy. Thus, it is best to refrain from drinking this water. I proposed I will wash my face first. Brother Jinliang, are you certain it's safe for that? Wang Batian inquired. Washing your face is acceptable, but drinking it is ill-advised. Jinlianka reiterated. Yukadong turned to me and asked, Brother who? Are you not going to wash your face? Nodding in affirmation, I stood and approached the edge of the pool, with Yukadong following closely behind. This pool was unlike others. There were no shallow areas, and the nearest bank to us was a deep section beneath a large stone. The water felt refreshingly cool. As Wang Batian splashed water onto his face, he remarked, This water is invigorating. I squatted down, gazing at my reflection on the surface, and as I extended my hand, a sudden jolt coursed through me. To my horror, my reflection morphed into the ghastly visage of a pale female ghost. A water ghost, I exclaimed, springing to my feet. In that instant, I felt a force from behind that propelled me into the water. Simultaneously, Wang Batian let out a startled exclamation and tumbled into the pool beside me. Chapter 54, The Living Dead. In that fleeting moment, as I plunged into the depths, I caught a glimpse of Yukadong on the shore, wearing a sinister smile. Oh, what are you doing? Not far away, Jinlianka rushed over. But as he reached the edge of the pond, his legs buckled, and he collapsed. It was evident that the water Yukadong had given him was tainted. Just as I intended to swim upstream, a frigid hand suddenly grasped my ankle, yanking me fiercely toward the depths of the pond. The grip was immensely powerful. One hand clutched Wang Batian's foot while the other held mine. Regardless of our struggles, we were utterly unable to resist. The icy water enveloped me, sending a shock of chill through my body, and I quickly regained my composure. I recognized this was a water ghost, possessing formidable strength in the water, rendering any resistance futile. This pond was her realm, her domain. A gunshot echoed beneath the surface, and to my astonishment, a crimson mist appeared before my eyes. Turning my head, I saw Wang Batian wielding a pistol, having shot at the water ghost, which was now bleeding from its chest. Yet, the injury seemed to have no effect on the creature, as it relentlessly continued to drag Wang Batian and me toward the bottom. Wait, how could a water ghost bleed? The only explanation was that this creature was not a water ghost at all. My brows knitted together, but then I felt a surge of hope as I swiftly drew the corpse-controlling whip wrapped around my waist. If it was not a water ghost, it must be a zombie. With a firm tug on the whip, I bent forward, maneuvering it around her neck, and then pulled with all my might. A piercing scream erupted as the hand gripping my ankle released its hold, and all resistance vanished in an instant. I quickly coiled the whip, grasping both segments of my right hand, and frantically swam upward with my left. The female zombie was ensnared by my corpse-driving whip around her neck. Her once formidable strength diminished to that of a feather. Suddenly, she burst forth from the water's surface, and I gasped for air, replenishing my oxygen supply. It had been perilous. Had we lingered any longer, both Wang Batian and I would have succumbed to drowning. In the next instant, Wang Batian resurfaced, shaking the water from his face, and immediately inquired, "Young master, are you unharmed?" I shook my head and looked up at the astonished Yukai Dongjio on the shore, who seemed utterly unprepared for our miraculous escape. Upon noticing the female zombie I was restraining, Yukai Dongjio quickly reacted, bending down to seize a nearby stone, ready to hurl it at us. "By all means, try it. Let us see whether your stone travels faster than my bullet." Wang Batian raised his hand, the dark muzzle of his gun aimed directly at him. Yukai Dongjio's hand froze in midair, and Wang Batian swiftly ascended, forcefully pinning Yukai Dongjio to the ground, binding him with rope. I exhaled in relief, using the corpse-driving whip to drag the female zombie to the shore. I first climbed up myself, then, with Wang Batian's assistance, we pulled the female zombie onto the land. Clad in white, her hair disheveled, she emanated a faint chill, her body convulsing under the whip's oppression, emitting a chilling howl from her throat. I gripped the whip tightly, unwilling to release it, and turned to glance at Yukai Dongjio, who was intently observing the female zombie. "Release her. If you wish to kill or torture, come for me instead," Yukai Dongjio shouted. "Fat master, go check on Brother Jinliang's condition." I spoke up, reaching out to part the hair obscuring the female zombie's face. Upon discerning her features, I immediately furrowed my brow. This female zombie was astonishingly an Yunma. "Release her, Huyen. I beseech you, let her go." Bound hand and foot, Wu Jidong struggled to kneel on the ground, his forehead repeatedly striking the stone floor, producing a dull thudding sound. "Young master, Jin Liang seems unharmed. He appears merely to have been rendered unconscious," Wang Batian remarked, pinching the acupoint on Jin Liang's body. "Ah, Wu Go," I called out. Wu Jidong ceased his head banging, gazing up at me, his forehead already bruised. "You must understand, this is not the true Yunma," I said earnestly. Wu Jidong stared blankly for a moment, then nodded slowly, his gaze shifting to the female zombie as he muttered, "As long as it is in Yun's body, I care not who she is. She requires the essence of the living to return to normal. Thus, I shall find a way to procure a living being for her." "Beast!" Wang Batian cursed vehemently. "Is this how you repay the kindness of the young master and me? Who rescued you?" Jin Liang had regained consciousness, and upon realizing our escape, he exhaled heavily, murmuring, "Ah Wu, this world does not revolve solely around an Yunma. I am sorry, Brother Jin Liang. I have let you down. I once vowed that if I could not preserve an Yun's life, I would at least safeguard her body." Wu Jidong lamented, lowering his head, his tone laden with sorrow, uttering apologies yet devoid of genuine regret. The despondency of Wu Jidong seemed to resonate with the female zombie, who ceased her struggles. Her body trembled continuously as she slowly extended her hand towards Wu Jidong, emitting incoherent sounds. A frown creased my brow. It appeared that this female zombie possessed emotions. Wu Jidong lifted his head, anxiously calling out, "Yun'er, Yun'er, Huyen, I implore you, release Yun'er. She is on the shore and poses no threat to you. If this continues, she will perish." "Perish? She already has, fool," Wang Batian retorted furiously, observing Wu Jidong's helpless gaze. I pondered that this Anai Yunma was undoubtedly no ordinary zombie. She could recognize individuals and exhibited emotions. Most likely, she was a revenant resulting from a failed soul transference. The so-called revenant is an advanced form of zombie. The individual is deceased, yet bodily functions remain intact, with cells retaining vitality and the ability to move freely, albeit lacking the aggressive tendencies of traditional zombies. The formation of a revenant is intricate, requiring the presence of a lingering spirit and a breath of yang energy lodged in the throat. Revenants represent the optimal choice for soul transference. Aside from individuals like myself with an exceedingly lean constitution, yet the success rate is notably low. A failure in the soul transference process results in a new revenant, unable to exist and function like a normal human. Within, a new spirit emerges, consuming the residual spirit and acquiring fragments of its memories, capable of communication, imbued with emotions and obsessions. In other words, the body of this living dead belongs to Enai Yunma, yet the soul is that of another individual, one who possesses the memories of Enai Yunma's former life and has developed feelings for Wu Jidong. I gradually loosened my grip on the corpse-whipping whip, prompting Wang Batian to exclaim urgently, "Young master, do not release it. This creature is formidable. Look at the bullet hole in its chest. It is already healing on its own. It's fine," I murmured softly, retracting the whip. Chapter 55. Daughter of Wu Hanya. As expected, upon the whip's retraction, the living dead did not immediately flee or launch an attack, but instead crawled directly towards Wu Jidong. Thank you, Brother Hu Yin," Wu Jidong expressed gratefully while gazing at me, then turned with concern to the red marks around the neck of the living dead, inquiring, "Yinner, are you all right?" The living dead shook its head and extended a hand to assist Wu Jidong in freeing itself from its bindings. None of us intervened. We merely stood there, entranced by the scene. Al Wu's fate was tragic, yet this soul borrowed from the grave must endure an even harsher existence. "Al Wu, have you been caring for her all this time?" Jean Liangkai inquired. Wu Jidong nodded, embracing the living dead. "Do you know who she is?" I asked in a subdued tone. Wu Jidong replied, "I know. She emerged from the Wangchuan River in Miao People's Valley. Her name is Wu Yun." A shaman attempted to borrow Enai Yun's body for her reincarnation, but unfortunately, it failed and she was abandoned. "Wu Yun," I instinctively asked, "is she the daughter of the witch Empress Wu Hanya?" Before coming here, Lu Xian had informed me that Wu Hanya's youngest daughter was a natural stone woman, taken by a shaman for arcane research. I had initially thought this was merely a casual remark. However, upon posing the question, I observed the body of the living dead tremble. She lifted her gaze towards me, her eyes brimming with astonishment. "Is it truly so?" I turned to glance at Wang Batian, who appeared to be still in a state of shock. Even Wu Jidong wore a perplexed expression, glancing back and forth between me and Wu Yun. "Yinner, what is happening here?" "Indeed, my mother is Wu Hanya. How did you come to know this?" Wu Yun spoke, her voice melodious and her enunciation clear, indicating that her soul had adapted remarkably well to the body of Enai Yunma. As she spoke, her pallid complexion transformed into that of a normal person. "Heard through the grapevine, but why were you in the water? I had thought you were a water ghost." Wu Yun turned to Wu Jidong and said, "It was Wu Long who saved me. Otherwise, I would have had no chance to exist as a living dead. To survive in this water is already the best outcome for me. If you're not dead, why did you not seek help from your mother?" I inquired, puzzled. Wu Yun chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery in her tone. "My mother would not offend the shaman on my behalf. She favors my sister entirely and cares not for me. If I were to inform her, she would confine me again and offer me back to the shaman." What Wu Yun recounted was entirely different from the version I had heard. Lu Xiaoyin claimed that Wu Hanya had nearly quarreled with the shaman, though Lu Xiaoyin's knowledge was merely hearsay. "Please do not harm Wulong, if you would. Please do not inform my mother of my continued existence," Wu Yun implored, her gaze pleading. Wang Batian interjected, "Do you harbor some misunderstanding towards your mother?" "There is no misunderstanding. I am a natural stone woman, incapable of inheriting her witchcraft legacy. From a young age, she has held me in disdain. In her eyes, I am inferior to a mere servant. The divine servant of the shaman took me away in her presence, yet she uttered not a single word." Wu Yun's tone was fervent, escalating to a shout in her final words. The three of us exchanged glances, and Wang Batian, at a loss for words, remarked, "Why are you shouting at us? This does not concern us." "I am sorry." Wu Yun lowered her head, but then her body trembled as she lifted it, staring in disbelief at Uji Dongjio. Sensing the impending danger, I hastily approached them, only to discover a dagger lodged in Uji Dongjio's abdomen. The blade was entirely embedded within, leaving only the hilt visible. "Wulong, why have you done this?" Wu Yun trembled, panic etched across her face, as she released her grip on Uji Dongjio and gazed tearfully at his wound. I furrowed my brow at Uji Dongjio. Brother, oh, what are you doing? Jin Lianka rushed over, his voice grave. Oh, why must you resort to this? Brother Hu Yin would not harm you. Uji Dongjio looked at me and spoke. Brother Hu Yin, I have wronged you both. I, Uji Dongjio, am ungrateful, not deserving of humanity. However, today marks the last day for Yun'er to be reborn. In a moment of confusion, I acted foolishly against you. Have you considered the feelings of fourth uncle? I inquired softly. Yukai Dong let out a bitter laugh, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, and then weakly spoke. My father has grown accustomed to my absence over the years. I implore you, my mother is also a victim of circumstances. If possible, persuade her to return to my father. After speaking, he turned to look at the tearful Wu Yun and said, Yun'er, if you do not absorb yang energy soon, you will perish. I offer my life for you. Please, live well on my behalf, will you? I do not wish to. Wu Lang, overwhelmed with gratitude for the care he had received over the years, replied, I am already content. I do not want to be alone again. Wu Yun shook her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yukai Dong coughed a few times and insisted, No, I am already on the brink of death. Regardless of whether you are Inai Yunma or not, I have fallen in love with you. I am willing to die for you. So please do not betray my feelings. Do not let me down. Come now. I cannot. Wu Yun cried out in anguish. Gome. Yukai Dong shouted fiercely. Do you wish for me to die with unclosed eyes? With that, he cradled Wu Yun's head in his hands, gazing at her with a smile. Yun'er, this is my final wish in this life. Will you help me fulfill it? Wu Yun turned to us, her eyes pleading for guidance. His last wish. We must help him, or he may become a vengeful spirit, I urged. Wu Yun nodded, rising to her feet. She bent down to lift Yukai Dong into her arms and began to walk toward the pool of water. As they passed by me, Yukai Dong extended his fist towards me, as if offering something significant. I extended my hand and placed it beneath his, and a jade piece pendant slipped from his palm, landing softly in my grasp. Brother Hu Yin, this was given to me by my mother. If you present this to her, she will undoubtedly comprehend its significance. Wu Jidong managed a faint smile in response. Very well, I shall do so, I nodded, watching as Wu Yun embraced Wu Jidong and gradually waded into the pond, ultimately submerging beneath the surface. Once the water had settled into complete tranquility, the three of us simultaneously exhaled a sigh. Let us proceed. We must keep moving, Jean Leon Ka stated as he shouldered his backpack. I acknowledged with a murmur, lifting my own mountaineering bag and followed Jean Leon Ka deeper into the forest. Wang Batian trailed behind, inquiring, Young master, what will happen to Wu Yun now that she has received a Wu's yang essence? I shook my head. I am uncertain, but it is highly probable that she can depart from this place. Even a corpse may experience rebirth. So, she could become a normal person? No, she is likely to become an impervious and lovesick living dead. A Wu Ji's sacrifice was merely to liberate her from the confines of the pond. I cast a final glance at the water before hastening to catch up with Jean Liang Ka. Chapter 56. The Crossing of Miao People's Valley as night descended. The three of us wielded flashlights, hastily navigating through the mountain gorge, enveloped in silence. We had traversed only half the distance to Miao People's Valley when Wu Jidong could no longer accompany us. His journey had reached its conclusion. Wukadong was deeply enamored with Nai Yunmo, yet Nai Yunmo fell victim to the malice of his mother. In his sorrow, Wukadong paid the ultimate price with his own life, ultimately paving the way for the unworthy Wu Yun, and in doing so, left the world with yet another heartbroken soul. Truly, fate plays its cruel games. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, yet this also hastened our pace. Before 11 o'clock at night, we had arrived at the periphery of Gushan, also known as Wuga Mountain. Though its elevation is not high, at less than 300 meters, its expanse is considerable, stretching over 100 miles, making it the largest mountain in this region. Nestled beneath Gushan lies Miao Valley, surrounded by a thick fog that envelopes the entire mountain. Regardless of sunny or rainy weather, the dense mist lingers throughout the year, bestowing an air of concealed mystery upon Miao Valley. The fog was so thick that visibility was nearly non-existent. Wang Batian continuously swept his flashlight through the haze. Jinlianka elucidated. Gushin has always been shrouded in darkness. Even on a bright day, the exterior fog does not dissipate, which is quite peculiar. It is not so strange, I replied. Some terrains gather wind and energy, embraced by surrounding mountains, and coupled with the shadow-loving flora within, devoid of any wind openings. It can lead to a perpetual state of mist. Moreover, there exists the possibility of magical interference, which can trap the fog as well. As I spoke, I surveyed the area, noting that we stood precisely at the juncture of the dense mist. Within the fog, the sound of trickling water could be heard, yet the source remained invisible. Remarkably, a path appeared in the place where we stood. In the mountains, there was once no path, yet as many tread upon it, a route emerged. It seems this place has witnessed a multitude of footsteps. Jinlianka gestured towards the path before us, stating, "We must proceed along this road. As we walk, the guide should softly recite Miao, People Valley, and in approximately 10 minutes, we shall arrive at the ferry." "What happens if we do not recite it?" Wang Batian inquired, puzzled. "Then we may not reach the ferry and could easily lose our way. If fortune favors us, we might emerge after an hour," Jinlianka replied, surveying the surroundings before advising. "Should we encounter others, refrain from conversing, for it is equally easy to stray." Indeed, there was some form of magical intervention at play. As I spoke, I took the lead, stepping into the thick fog, where visibility plummeted to merely 2 or 3 meters. Even with a powerful flashlight, all that met our eyes was an expanse of mist. We lowered our heads, following the rather indistinct path ahead. I led the way, softly reciting Miao, People Valley, while attentively listening to the sounds around us. It was eerily quiet, with only the sounds of our footsteps and breathing filling the air. I attempted to slow my recitation of Miao, People Valley. As I did, the path before me became increasingly blurred. Should I pause for more than 3 seconds, the road would inexplicably vanish. Once the path disappeared, I found myself utterly disoriented, unable even to retrace my steps. Yet, as I resumed my recitation of Miao, People Valley, the road would reemerge, becoming clearer the faster I spoke. What formidable magic this is! I was secretly astonished. What appeared to be a mundane transformation of reality concealed an intricate and profound mastery of the mystical arts, entirely eliminating the possibility of anyone unwittingly wandering into the valley of the Miao. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the sound of flowing water became suddenly distinct. Raising my gaze, I beheld a faint glow ahead. Quickening my pace, I advanced towards the light, only to discover that a ferry terminal truly existed here. The terminal was modest in size, and the thick mist had dissipated, revealing a wooden bridge approximately 2 meters wide and 5 meters long extending into the river. Beside the bridge lay 4 ancient wooden boats, each manned by a ferryman clad in a straw raincoat and conical hat, seated at the stern. On either side of the entrance to the terminal stood lantern racks adorned with 3 crimson lanterns, each inscribed with the characters Valley of the Miao from top to bottom. Adjacent to the ferry terminal was a thatched cottage, and in the open space beside it stood 4 octagonal tables. Beneath the eaves, a white cloth hung, bearing the large, bold characters Ferry Tavern written in calligraphy. All 4 octagonal tables were occupied. 3 of them hosted 4 individuals each, while one table had a solitary patron. These patrons were sipping drinks and engaging in hushed conversations. With few boats remaining, we had to share. We approached the table where only one person sat. Jean Lianka pointed to the table with the solitary occupant. No sooner had he spoken than 2 individuals suddenly emerged from behind, rushing towards the tavern. My goodness, were they trying to seize the spot? Wang Batian turned to look at Jean Lianka, who had already dashed after them. However, they were still a step too late. The table, not fully occupied, was claimed by 2 individuals, leaving only 1 seat available. Just as Jean Lianka was about to take that last spot, the burly man beside him abruptly raised his foot and placed it firmly on the table. "My apologies, brother, but we have another companion arriving shortly," the man chuckled, glancing up at Jean Lianka. "Hey, are you even being reasonable? We clearly arrived at the dock first." Wang Batian stormed over, slamming his palm down on the table. "What you're doing is undeniably thuggish," Jean Lianka retorted coldly, turning to me. Xiaoyan, there's only one seat left. If we miss this, we'll have to wait another day. I didn't expect so many people today. I frowned. Time was indeed of the essence for me, and waiting another day was not an option. The burly man, however, was unfazed and replied, "While it's true you arrived at the dock first, we entered the tavern before you did. The first to sit down claims the seat." Wang Batian, incensed by this remark, ceased his chatter and directly threatened, "You'd best think this through. Don't let a seat cost you your life." The burly man furrowed his brow, thrusting a dagger into the table with a cold challenge. "What? Do you think I'm afraid of you? No disturbances allowed at the dock tavern, or I'll toss you all into the river to feed the fish," came an elderly voice. I turned to see a frail old woman, her hair a mix of white and gray, and her posture hunched. She held a platter of freshly cooked meat, placing it on the neighboring table. Her voice weak, yet imbued with a formidable confidence. The robust man swiftly concealed his dagger and respectfully remarked, "Yes, Granny Ming, please adjudicate this matter. We occupied this spot first. Ought it not to belong to us?" Chapter 57. The Battle for Both Seats. I hastily turned my gaze towards Granny Ming, for the possibility of entering the Miao Valley today seemed to hinge upon her decree. Others also fixated on her, eager to discern how she would resolve this predicament. Granny Ming scrutinized Wang Batian before shifting her attention to me and stated, "Ultimately, this position is mine to allocate as I see fit, as per our customary practice. Should the number exceed the allotted, the seat belongs to the one who offers the greater sum. I require cash, and I do not extend credit." "Very well." The man promptly acquiesced, producing a stack of money from his bag and slapping it onto the table. 10,000. Wang Batian was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at me, to which I resolutely nodded. He removed his climbing backpack, extracting another 10,000, unbound by any ties, and then placed a coin atop the pile. Gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "I'll add a single coin." The tavern erupted in laughter. Wang Batian's distress stemmed not from a mere coin, but from the staggering sum of 10,000 he had just laid down. The robust man paused, then laughed heartily, slamming another 10,000 onto the table while defiantly gazing at Wang Batian. Wang Batian's heart bled. He looked at me with a hint of resignation. I approached him, peered into his backpack, and discovered 9 more stacks within. This fellow had come well prepared, bringing a total of 100,000 in cash. "What is this? Out of funds? If you lack money, perhaps you should take your leave." The robust man smiled at me. I reached into my backpack and withdrew 3 stacks of 100 yuan bills, placing them upon the table. "Young master," Wang Batian called me softly. With this display of wealth, the atmosphere became instantly subdued, and the smile of the burly man froze. "Wang Gang, do you still have any money?" the man inquired, retrieving 2 more stacks as he turned to glance at his companion. The one addressed as Wang Gang hesitated for a moment before rummaging through his bag and producing 2 additional stacks, saying, "Brother, this money is meant for purchasing." "Scram," I interrupted, placing another stack of money on the table. 50,000 should be their limit. The 2 exchanged glances, and Wang Tai shot me an irritated look. "No worries. In Miao People's Valley, we can buy on credit. Tomorrow is the annual ghost market. We must enter tonight. Let's wait for the young lady. She should have some cash." "Wait? What are you waiting for? There are only half an hour left until midnight. If you have no money, you might as well leave." Wang Batian quickly interjected. "Wang Tai, Wang Gang, what are you 2 doing?" As soon as Wang Batian finished speaking, a female voice called out from behind. A woman clad in a black leather jacket and pants, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, approached briskly, her back adorned with a bulging black backpack. "The young lady has arrived," Wang Tai exclaimed with delight as he hastily briefed her on the situation. After listening, the woman turned to me. "So, you intend to compete with me for a spot?" "In truth, we arrived at the dock first," I replied with a frown. "And so what? It's a matter of who possesses more cash, right? Come on," she declared, removing her backpack and directly pulling out a bundle of 100 yuan bills, slamming it onto the table. "An additional 100,000. Is that sufficient?" "I shall add another 100,000. I turned my head to glance at the woman, whose backpack was predominantly filled with cash. If it came to a contest, we would stand no chance. "Young master, we cannot compete," Wang Batian sighed, eagerly stowing the money back into the backpack. Granny Ming approached, taking their money, and declared, The last 3 spots are yours. Those without a position may wait outside. With that, she slowly entered the thatched hut. I felt somewhat helpless. After hastily making our way to the dock, we encountered such an ordeal. Xiaoyan, you should go out first. We cannot disrupt Granny Meng's rules, Jinlianka suggested. All right, Brother Jinliang, you go back first. We'll wait here, I nodded, realizing we would have to wait another day. Just as I was about to exit the tavern, a middle-aged man at a nearby table spoke up, Young brother, 50,000, and we'll give you 3 spots. Upon hearing this, my heart leaped with joy, and I hurried over. Although I was aware they might be professional scalpers, the opportunity presented was too good to pass. Thank you, big brother. We only need 2 spots, so we can offer you 40,000. How does that sound? The middle-aged man shook his head. No, whether it's 1 spot or 3, it's still 50,000, as we are all together. All 4 spots must be relinquished. Xiaoyan, I shall join you. Regarding Ao's matter, it would be better if I spoke with Aunt C, Jinlianka stated. I nodded and took 50,000 from Wang Baishan's bag, handing it to the middle-aged man, finally securing 3 spots successfully. The expressions on Wang Tai and his companions turned ashen with fury. They had expended 150,000 to secure 3 positions, while we had acquired our 3 positions for a mere 50,000. Truly, human calculations pale in comparison to the whims of fate. Shortly after taking our seats, Granny Meng approached, carrying 3 jugs of wine and 3 cups. The wine is 1,000 per jug, a mandatory expense, while the beef is offered at 1,000 per platter, though you're not obliged to order it. I was taken aback, hastily intervening to stop Wang Batian, and handed 3,000 to Granny Meng. Thank you, but we shall forego the meat. Granny Meng accepted the money, stating, you may skip the meat, but at the very least, you must drink a cup of wine. If you do not partake here, once you enter the Miao People's Valley, what you drink will not merely be wine. Her words were somewhat perplexing, prompting me to glance at Jinlianka, who was pouring the wine and had yet to speak. Before he could, the young lady inquired, what do you mean? Is it mandatory to drink the wine here? Wang Tai explained, indeed, it is the custom of the Miao People's Valley. Consuming Granny Meng's wine serves as a form of identification for entry into the valley. He gestured to a small, round black mark on the back of his left hand, roughly the size of a broad bean. What is that? The young lady questioned, furrowing her brow at the mark. Wang Tai elaborated, this is a token of entry into the Miao People's Valley. It is essentially a form of goo, used to regulate outsiders. As long as one adheres to the valley's customs, this goo poses no threat. Not only is it harmless, but it is also beneficial to one's health, enhancing vitality. Wang Gang interjected, what if I do not enjoy drinking? The young lady furrowed her brow as she gazed at the wine before her. After crossing the river, one would have to consume the goo worms raw. Outsiders lacking the identity of goo could not enter the Miao Valley. Rest assured, my lady is safe to drink, Wang Tai said, lifting the cup and presenting it to her. The young lady, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately raised the cup and drank it all in one go. Jinlianka poured a cup for both me and Wang Batian, then nodded slightly. Gentlemen, I shall take the first sip as a gesture of respect. Cheers! Wang Batian and I also lifted our cups, draining the contents in unison. After some idle chatter, a boatman struck a copper gong on the pier, and the other 3 boatmen stood up, collectively announcing, time's up, it's time to board the ship. Chapter 58. Descendants of the Yin family, all 11 individuals in the tavern rose and made their way towards the pier. I inquired, Brother Jin Liang, is there still a ghost market in Miao Valley? Jin Liang nodded in response. Indeed, I have heard tales of the ghost market, filled with all manner of strange items. But I was unaware that the annual ghost market occurs tomorrow. There won't be many people then, Wang Batian interjected. Wang Tai scoffed, fool, tomorrow marks the annual ghost market. Many vendors arrive a month in advance. Who will be foolish enough to arrive just on time like you? You 3 fools spent 150,000 to secure a spot. You are truly the champions of foolishness, Wang Batian retorted without hesitation. You. Wang Tai's fist cracked ominously. With a hearty laugh, Wang Batian and I approached a boat. The ferryman glanced up at Wang Batian and remarked, so corpulent. If the boat capsizes, you'll have to fend for yourselves. Though his words were not particularly damaging, their derogatory nature was unmistakable. However, Wang Batian, possessing a thick skin, chuckled and retorted, "Are you implying that the overweight have no rights?" The fare was 1,000 per person. The ferryman smiled and cautioned the hefty gentleman to board cautiously. The ferry at this dock was modest in size, with a low displacement. Accommodating 4 adults would essentially mean it was at full capacity. Although we appear to be only 3, Wang Batian's presence alone could easily account for 2. By the time we boarded, the other 3 boats had already begun to row away. I observed the water surface, barely 10 centimeters below the boat's edge, and a sense of unease crept into my heart. The ferryman said nothing further and picked up the oars, preparing to set off when suddenly a figure dashed onto the dock, calling out loudly, "Wait, wait, please hold on a moment." Turning my head, I saw a girl of about 12 or 13 sprinting towards us. She was clad in tattered clothing, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with grime, barefoot, and gripping a red plastic bag, embodying the image of a little beggar. Upon reaching us, the girl pleaded, "Grandfather ferryman, could you take me back to Miao People's Valley?" The ferryman shook his head and replied, "The fare is 1,000. Do you have any money? Moreover, this boat is reserved for these 3 guests. And as you can see, it is already at full capacity." The little girl shook her head, then turned to us and, with a soft thud, knelt down. "Uncle, brother, I beg you, please take me across." I quickly responded, "Little sister, please get up. We will take you with us." "Young master, bringing 1 more person might truly capsize the boat," Wang Batian cautioned. "It's all right. An extra passenger will not burden us," I replied, turning to the ferryman. "Good sir, could you kindly assist her aboard?" The ferryman nodded and helped the little girl onto the boat, which already posed a risk of capsizing, now swayed precariously. "Just stay still. Fatty, I've been ferrying for over 20 years without incident. Do not let this be the first," the ferryman remarked as he grasped the oars and began to row slowly. Wang Batian nodded, stretching his arms to grip the sides of the boat, his expression tense. The river appeared broad, its surface tranquil, shrouded in a faint mist. The lantern at the bow illuminated little ahead, leaving the path ahead shrouded in darkness. "Good sir, how long until we reach the shore?" I inquired. The ferryman, with utmost seriousness, replied as he rowed, "Sometimes we arrive quickly, other times slowly, but it will never exceed half an hour." Half an hour?" I exclaimed. "You seem to row quite steadily. How can it be such a wide river in these mountains?" Wang Batian asked, perplexed. The ferryman smiled and explained, "There are routes on the water, yet many hidden reefs and water spirits. We must navigate around these dangers to reach the shore safely, which is why not everyone can manage this ferry." The water spirit. Wang Batian shuddered, recalling the near-drowning incident by the pond, which had left him with a psychological scar. This tremor caused the ferry, which had been gliding smoothly, to suddenly sway, prompting everyone aboard to instinctively seek their balance, inadvertently exacerbating the vessel's instability. Water began to seep into one side of the boat. Everyone remained still. The ferryman shouted, vigorously rowing with his oars. After much effort, the boat gradually steadied. "Fatty, please stop fidgeting." The ferryman barked in irritation. Wang Batian instinctively nodded. "All right, my apologies. I'm truly sorry. Brother Fat, to be frank, it might be time for you to shed a few pounds," I said with a grin. Wang Batian slightly nodded, his lips tightly pressed, his hands gripping the edge of the boat to the point of whiteness, fearful of causing any further disturbance. On the back of his hand, a dark mark, the identity worm, had begun to form. I instinctively raised my hand to check, and I too bore this mark, lightly touching it with my finger, feeling no pain or unusual sensation. "Big brother, is it your first time in Miao People's Valley?" asked a little girl sitting beside me. I nodded, and upon glancing at her wrist, I noticed she bore an identity worm as well, though in a red hue and shaped like a pentagram, albeit of similar size. Observing my gaze, she raised her hand and introduced herself. "I am a native of Miao People's Valley. Our identity worms differ from those of visitors. My name is Yintansi, and I am 12 years old. My name is Huyen, and I am 17 years old. This gentleman here is the corpulent Lord Wang Batian, and this is Brother Jean Liang." I hastily made the introductions. "Greetings, Brother Huyen. Greetings, Uncle Peng. Greetings, Uncle Jean Liang," said Yin Tongzi politely, his hands tightly clutching a plastic bag. Through the translucent material, I discerned several bottles of albuterol inhalers within. Tongzi, did you go outside to fetch the medicine? I initiated a casual conversation. Tongzi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I went to purchase a few bottles of asthma spray. My sister suffered from acute asthma. The doctors inside cannot cure her and have advised the continued use of this medication for maintenance. Are you a descendant of the Yin clan? The boatman inquired suddenly. Tongzi cast a glance at the boatman before silently lowering his head, as if he had committed a grave mistake. How unfortunate! Had I known, I would not have allowed you to board. The boatman muttered disdainfully at Tongzi. I furrowed my brow and asked, Elder, why do you say that? The boatman recounted the history of the Yin clan. It turned out that the Yin clan of Miao Valley was once quite formidable, second only to the three kings of the valley. However, they strayed from humanity, choosing to consort with filthy corpses and demons, seeking to harness their power to augment the Yin clan's influence and ascend to the ranks of the three kings. Ultimately, the Yin clan, lacking the requisite strength, became ensnared by the very forces they sought to control. Not only did they lose their power to spirits, but the entire clan also became cursed, suffering casualties exceeding 80%. Once a prominent family in Miao Valley, the Yin clan transformed into a pariah, shunned by all and reluctant to venture outside. Had it not been for the witch queen, Wu Hanya, advocating on their behalf, the Yin clan might have long vanished from Miao Valley. It is rumored that the Yin family bears a curse, one that is said to spread like a contagion. However, this is merely a slanderous rumor. Discerning individuals understand that no such infectious curse exists. Thus, the ferryman did not take special care to maintain distance from Tongzi. Upon hearing the ferryman's introduction to the Yin family, we cast sympathetic glances at Tongzi. She did not protest. Instead, she lowered her head, her small hands fidgeting with a red plastic bag in a state of uncertainty. In observing Tongzi, I was reminded of my childhood with Lu Qiamon. When we found ourselves in nearly identical predicaments, anyone in the village could bully us at will, and the acceptance from even a single person would leave us profoundly moved for a long time. I gently placed my hand on Tongzi's shoulder and said, Tongzi, do not be afraid. You have done nothing wrong. Tongzi trembled slightly, her tear-filled eyes meeting mine, reflecting her sense of injustice. Those who have long endured bullying often develop a hardened exterior in the face of humiliation and mockery, yet the presence of understanding and acceptance can provoke tears. Thank you, Brother Huyen, she said, wiping her tear-streaked face with her sleeve before forcing a smile for me. I advise you to keep your distance from the Yin family. Otherwise, you might invite unnecessary trouble, the ferryman kindly warned. I nodded silently, choosing to remain quiet. The ferry glided across the tranquil waters, the rhythmic sound of the oars echoing in our ears, and as the wooden boat advanced, Miao Valley drew ever closer. In less than a quarter of an hour, the wooden boat glided into a vast entrance along the river, and shortly thereafter, it docked at a ferry terminal situated a mere 50 meters away, leading to a grand hall known as Miao People's Valley Gate, located 100 meters distant. This ferry terminal was significantly larger than the one outside, hosting around a dozen wooden boats. Our vessel was the slowest among them, accompanied by several unfamiliar individuals who also arrived at the terminal. This indicated that there were indeed other entrances to the Miao People's Valley beyond the one we accessed. We disembarked one by one, and the boatman silently rowed away without uttering a word. Here, beneath the Gu Mountain, lay an immense underground expanse, illuminated by lights along the banks of the river aptly named Wangchuan. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the vibrancy of the Miao People's Valley far exceeded my expectations. The houses lining the riverbanks were densely packed like a small city, with more than 5 bridges spanning the waters. Even before fully entering the Miao People's Valley, the cacophony within was already audible. Who could have imagined that such a grand underground world existed in this desolate place? How many people must inhabit this realm? Wangba, in his instinctive curiosity, inquired. Tongzi elucidated. The indigenous population of Miao People's Valley exceeds 100,000, with a transient population consistently around the same figure. Starting this evening, the annual ghost market will commence, effectively doubling the transient populace. Ahead lay the checkpoint. All must pass through this gateway to enter the Miao People's Valley. Tongzi gestured toward the Grand Hall 100 meters away, likening it to a customs station. Jean Lianka took the cue and strode directly toward the checkpoint. "Brother Huyen, are you here to attend the ghost market as well?" Tongzi inquired as he strolled beside me. I shook my head, replying, "No, I am here to find a friend." "Oh, when will you be leaving then?" he asked. "I'm not certain yet." "Why do you ask?" I responded. "I wish to take my sister out of Miao People's Valley for treatment, but I cannot care for her alone. The journey involves treacherous mountain paths. Would it be too much to ask for your assistance?" Tongzi's voice trailed off as he lowered his gaze, appearing quite embarrassed. Before I could utter a word, Wang Batian interjected, "Tongzi, is your sister beautiful?" "Yes, she is exceedingly beautiful." Tongzi eagerly nodded in affirmation. I shot a disapproving glance at Wang Batian and said, "Tongzi, although our departure time remains uncertain, we can certainly assist you when we leave. Where shall we find you then?" Tongzi queried, "Brother Huyen, do you have a place to stay? If not, you may rest at our home, for in an hour, curfew will commence." "Curfew?" I turned to Tongzi, as I had never heard of such a regulation. He nodded and explained, "The curfew in Miao People's Valley has been in effect since last year, starting at the hour of the tiger. During curfew, everyone must remain indoors, for it is a time to settle grievances. If one is found outside, the Valley Lord's estate will not take responsibility for any harm incurred." "The Valley Lord's estate?" I pondered, perplexed by this newly emerged authority. The Valley Master's office was established a year ago, tasked with maintaining the fundamental order of the Miao People's Valley to ensure basic personal safety. Previously, the valley was rife with indiscriminate killings, which deterred many proprietors from entering. Consequently, significant reforms were implemented in the valley a year prior, as Tongzi patiently elucidated. "And who is the Valley Master?" I inquired hastily. "The nominal Valley Master is the shaman, but the guards of the office are entirely composed of zombies and ghostly sentinels, all rigorously trained by the Three Kings. They adhere strictly to the regulations of the Miao People's Valley, enforcing the law with unwavering impartiality, which instills a profound sense of security among the populace." Upon hearing this news, a wave of apprehension washed over me. The shaman had unexpectedly transformed into the Valley Master, thereby significantly complicating my quest to locate an Ayuma. If that is the case, it may not be so bad. "At least there are more regulations now," Wang Batian remarked, exhaling in relief, his simplistic mind completely oblivious to my concerns. "Of course, if Brother Huyen finds it inconvenient, you may also stay at the inn adjacent to our inn manor, which offers good value." Tongzi gazed at me, her eyes pleading. It dawned on me that she was anxious about potential mishaps with the asthma spray and had devised a subtle scheme to ensure we traveled together. "Very well. Thank you for leading the way," I assented with a nod. Tongzi's expression brightened. "Then let us proceed through the gate." With that, she seemed anxious that we might change our minds and hurriedly beckoned us towards the grand hall at the entrance. Inside the hall, there were at least 100 individuals, most of whom were registering to enter the Miao People's Valley. "Brother Huyen, you must take the visitor's passage and first obtain a consumption card. I will proceed through the residence passage and wait for you inside," said Tongzi as he walked towards another corridor. Crossing into Miao People's Valley was devoid of cumbersome procedures. One merely needed to ensure that no identity insect was present on the back of their hand. Then, with a permanent marker, a number would be inscribed upon the hand. Subsequently, one would receive a folded consumption card, approximately 3 fingers wide, bearing a number that corresponded with the one inscribed on the hand. When unfolded, the consumption card extended to about 20 centimeters in length and was roughly the thickness of a business card, yet the material was notably robust. This so-called consumption card was essentially a means for credit. Possessing it allowed one to make purchases on account, where all expenses could be recorded without the need for cash. Any debts recorded must be settled within 7 days at a designated account after leaving. Within a mere 10 minutes, we had passed through, officially entering the Miao People's Valley. During our passage, I took a moment to glance at the newly instituted management regulations of Miao People's Valley. Upon reviewing them, I couldn't help but shake my head in dismay. Although the standards have been raised, They were fundamentally akin to what I had heard from Luzan. In Miao People's Valley, as long as no one died, everything else was permissible. During curfew hours, even if one were to kill, there would be no repercussions. Furthermore, as long as one possessed wealth, they could virtually act with impunity, indulging in their desires. Chapter 60. The Gate of Insects. The only sanctuary was one's residence. For trespassing into another's dwelling in Miao People's Valley was punishable by decapitation. This meant that on the streets, if someone took a disliking to you, they could come and assault you without consequence, provided they did not kill you. If you did not provoke the situation, the assailant would simply compensate you based on the assessment of your injuries. In the realm of compensation, a mere 10,000 is allocated for minor external injuries, while severe internal injuries warrant a sum of 100,000. The price for a severed hand or foot stands at 100,000 each, with the governing authority claiming 20% of these compensations. Additionally, individuals may opt to employ the services of the authority's zombie bodyguards at a rate of 100,000 per day. These bodyguards will offer unwavering protection, and should anyone dare to challenge them, the outcome would be fatal. Such revenue streams alone would suffice to fill the coffers of the Miao clan to overflowing. Furthermore, numerous regulations are instituted to generate income, indicating that the current administrators of the Miao clan are, much like the majority of their counterparts outside, singularly focused on amassing wealth. This realization leaves me perplexed, as one would assume these individuals would have little interest in monetary gain. Upon exiting the checkpoint, Wang Batian flicked his consumption card with a grin, exclaiming, "This is akin to an unlimited credit card for spending here." I nodded, my gaze scanning for the figure of Yintanzi, and I inquired, "Where has Tongzi gone? Wasn't she supposed to be waiting for us here?" Before me lay a broad avenue, a stone-paved path over 5 meters wide, flanked by scenic landscapes, rockeries, lawns, and shade-loving flowers, all exuding an impressive aura. Both Wang Batian and Jean Lianka were also surveying the surroundings when Jean Lianka remarked, "Perhaps she has wandered off. It might be for the best. Given the circumstances with the Yin family, it is prudent for us to avoid unnecessary complications." I shook my head. She shouldn't have gone off on her own. By the way, Jean Liang, should we consider hiring a zombie bodyguard? Jean Lianka dismissed the thought with a shake of his head. There is no need to squander money on that. Typically, it's only women who require such protection. Having 3 grown men accompanied by a bodyguard would only invite ridicule. Very well, let us proceed and see if we might encounter Yintanzi. As I spoke, I lifted my foot and strode forward. However, I had scarcely taken 2 steps when 2 individuals emerged from behind the artificial hill. Clad in black robes, they bore an embroidered character on their backs, unmistakably identifying them as Gu Masters from the Gu sect. While the presence of Gu Masters was not surprising, what caught my attention was that one of them was holding a red plastic bag, which Yintanzi had consistently carried. "Halt!" I called out to the 2 Gu Masters. They paused and turned to regard me with a look of confusion. Jin Lianka also sensed that something was amiss. He swiftly moved behind the artificial hill and emerged carrying Yintanzi, who was bound and had cloth stuffed in his mouth. At that moment, Yintanzi's expression was one of agony, his small face marred with bruises. How audacious to commit robbery in broad daylight. Wang Batian rolled up his sleeves and approached the 2 Gu Masters with a fierce demeanor. One of them frowned and said, "You outsiders should not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. We are people of the Gu sect. I care not for your affiliations. Taking my friend's belongings is simply unacceptable," Wang Batian declared, stepping closer and brandishing his fist. I quickly interjected, "According to the rules of Miao Valley, if one strikes another, compensation must be made. Otherwise, we are entitled to retaliate. As newcomers, we do not wish to cause trouble. Leave the items behind and depart." "Do we need to hold someone accountable?" A voice unexpectedly resonated from my left, and a semi-transparent spirit materialized before me. This must be the ghostly sentinels of Miao Run Valley, rumored to be omnipresent on the streets, akin to concealed surveillance cameras. "You dare!" Another individual cast a cold glance in my direction. "Fat Master, let me disarm one of them. I shall compensate for the damages." I waved my hand dismissively. "Very well." Wang Batian swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, startling the 2 men into a frantic retreat. The one clutching the plastic bag discarded it, uttering, "Just wait for me," before he bolted. Observing that we did not pursue, the ghostly sentinel gradually faded from sight. "Coward," Wong Batian muttered under his breath as he picked up the spray canister and handed it to me. Accepting the bag, I sighed and remarked, "Having just arrived, we have already offended the goose sect. Fat Master, our days in Miao Valley may not bode well. What's there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall counter. When water rises, we shall bury it." Wang Batian shrugged nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Jean Lianka had untied Yin Tongxi and removed the cloth from her mouth. Tears welled in her eyes as she accepted the plastic bag I offered, constantly expressing her gratitude. "Let us head to your home," I urged. Curfew was approaching, and we needed to enter before it took effect. Yin Tongxi nodded, leading us briskly toward the residential area. With curfew imminent, the foot traffic on the streets diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Although the location of the underworld was not too far off, it required crossing a bridge. And without any means of transportation in Miao Valley, the journey was not an easy one. Along the way, numerous onlookers pointed at us. However, with Fat Master and Jean Lianka by my side, no one dared to confront us. Yin Tongxi reveals to us that those individuals merely propagate rumors, and their hostility towards the Yin clan is not particularly significant. However, the Goose sect harbors a genuine animosity towards the Yin lineage, playing a substantial role in its decline. Had it not been for the interference of the Goose sect, the Yin clan would not have succumbed to the usurpation by the corpse spirits, nor would many of its members have met with a tragic fate. Even now, only Yin Tongxi and her sister remain of the Yin clan. Yet the members of the Goose sect continue to impede their well-being. "Ah, your family consists solely of the two of you?" Wang Batian cast a sympathetic glance at Yin Tongxi. She shook her head. "Not quite. The Yin residence currently houses many individuals, most of whom are spirits or zombies, along with a handful of servants. However, the only descendants of the Yin clan are my sister and I. In that case, should we seek refuge in an inn?" Wang Batian inquired, turning to me. I did not respond to him, but proceeded to ask, "Why do those corpse spirits still tolerate your presence?" "There are two reasons. First, the Yin residence retains its significance. Those corpse spirits require puppets. Second, my father and uncle previously had confidence in recruiting corpse spirits because our Yin clan possesses a family heirloom known as the Gathering Yin Pearl. This artifact is also coveted by those corpse spirits, but my sister has hidden it away, and even I am unaware of its location." "What is the Gathering Yin Pearl?" Wang Batian asked. I began to elucidate. "It is an extraordinarily rare, precious stone, formed under exceedingly harsh conditions, requiring a millennia of existence in a perilous graveyard to potentially yield a Gathering Yin Pearl. This object can truly be regarded as a masterpiece of the world." Wang Batian let out a sound of intrigue, remarking, "It sounds formidable, but what purpose does it serve?" I casually explained, "It nurtures souls, reanimates corpses, and cultivates goo, among other things. The Gathering Yin Pearl can sustain all malevolent entities and can also be employed to arrange sinister formations and forge wicked artifacts." As we spoke, we arrived at the entrance of a grand mansion, flanked by two imposing stone lions. Above the entrance hung a massive plaque inscribed with the words Yin Mansion. The grandiosity of the mansion was palpable, a testament to the former splendor of the Yin family. To the left of the Yin Mansion stood an inn, aptly named the Inn. To the right, a tavern bore the simple title The Tavern. The Yin Mansion, true to its name, was shrouded in a dismal aura, illuminated only by two red lanterns at the entrance, casting a foreboding atmosphere. Standing at the door were two pallid, hollow-eyed zombie sentinels. These entities were known as walking corpses, possessing a degree of sentience. They lacked the instinctive aggression of regular zombies, yet exhibited a lesser intellect than that of the living dead. In essence, walking corpses appeared rather fearsome, yet were somewhat dim-witted, possessing greater strength than the average person and obediently following commands. "Brother Huyen, are you certain you wish to stay at the inn instead of my home?" Yin Tongxi inquired. No sooner had Yin Tongxi spoken than a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the mansion. Startled, Yin Tongxi trembled and instinctively uttered "sister," before hastily rushing into the Yin Mansion. "I will investigate. You two should secure a room at the inn." I instinctively followed suit, while the two walking corpses merely observed us with puzzled expressions, offering no obstruction. "Young master, I shall accompany you. Jinliang, you go and secure a room." Wang Batian hurriedly followed suit. Bursting through the gates, we traversed a wall of light, revealing a vast expanse of over 1,000 square meters before us, with the main hall directly opposite. Flanking it on both sides were 2 stories of auxiliary chambers, totaling around 20 in number. Alongside the main hall were passages leading to the rear garden, where the outlines of the back building and sleeping quarters could be faintly discerned. The grandeur of this place was akin to that of a royal estate. Dim lanterns cast a meager glow, rendering the overall illumination rather murky, reminiscent of the moon on the 15th night of the lunar month. However, the courtyard was bustling with activity, swarming with a multitude of wandering corpses and spirits. While we stumbled into a den of the undead, Wang Batian murmured. Yintansi charged straight toward the main hall, and without hesitation, I closely followed suit, with Wang Batian gritting his teeth and joining us, while the wandering corpses and spirits made no effort to impede our progress. The grand doors of the main hall stood ajar, revealing a comparatively brighter interior. "Sister," Yintansi called out as he pushed the door open and rushed inside, with Wang Batian and I closely trailing behind him into the hall. The layout of the main hall resembled that of an imperial court, with a raised platform in the center and 2 rows of ancient scholars' chairs and tea tables on either side. The decor was minimal, lending an air of vast emptiness to the hall. To the left sat a living corpse, adorned in fine garments and a tall crown, his pale visage betraying a sinister demeanor. Opposite him was a fully materialized spirit, elongated in face, exuding a faint aura of darkness. This living corpse and ghost were undoubtedly the leaders of this underworld domain. In the center of the scene sat a woman whose beauty had already faded, her face glistening with perspiration, clad in scant attire. Her trembling hands rested upon the table, where she held a clamp, an ancient device used for inflicting pain upon fingers. Flanking her were 2 lifeless beings, each grasping the ropes of the clamp, while her fingers bled profusely. Before her lay the lifeless body of a deceased maid, evident from her attire. "Stop!" cried Yin Tongzi, rushing forward with urgency, exclaiming, "If you torment my sister to death, you shall never obtain the gathering Yin pearl." The corpse and the spirit turned their heads, the ghost mocking, "Ah, the second young lady has returned. We thought you would never come back." The living dead cast a disdainful glance at me, and Wang Batian, scoffing, "Are these 2 your reinforcements?" Yin Tongzi dashed towards the main seat, forcefully pushing aside the 2 animated corpses, and knelt down to embrace her tormented sister. "Sister, are you all right?" Yin Tongzi wept, her voice trembling. The elder sister, pale as death, lifted her gaze to us and weakly implored, "Tongzi, why have you brought outsiders here? Hurry, send them away. They will be dragged into this too." "Send them away?" The ghost chuckled sinisterly. "Now that they have entered, how can they leave? They are just in time to provide a feast for my brothers. As per our old custom, the yang energy will be returned to the ghostly brothers and the flesh to the walking dead." The ghost continued, "Miss, how about you surrender the gathering Yin pearl, and we shall spare you, as well as those 2 oblivious souls." The undead, grinning, inquired. Then his tone grew somber. "If you do not surrender soon, this maid shall meet the same fate as the second Mississippi cursed beast." Wang Batian muttered under his breath, his fist cracking ominously. "Master, let us confront them," I whispered. Wang Batian, taken aback, hastily waved his hand and replied, "Young master, you cannot be jesting. If you refuse, I shall go myself." I swiftly drew the corpse-driving whip from my waist and declared towards the ghastly duo, "Wretches, come forth to meet your doom. Foul brigands, seize them." The undead regarded me with disdain, then waved his hand, prompting the 2 previously executing corpses to charge at me. "Young master, be cautious." Wang Batian rushed forward without hesitation. I quickened my pace, flicking the whip, which cracked sharply as it accurately struck one of the corpses, though I had not specifically practiced with a whip. Handling this corpse-driving whip felt remarkably intuitive, and I had already mastered the technique while combating the fox immortal. With a resounding crack, the whip connected precisely with one of the corpses, eliciting a tortured scream as it was sent hurtling backwards, colliding violently with a chair that splintered upon impact. What the? Wang Batian halted, staring at me in disbelief. With a swift motion, I retracted the whip and lashed out once more, this time striking the chest of the other corpse. Another thunderous crack echoed as the second corpse, too, was propelled backwards as if struck by a mighty force. A corpse and a ghost suddenly sprang to their feet, leaving even the Ean's sisters in a state of disbelief as they gazed at me. The two walking corpses writhed in agony on the ground, emitting plumes of black smoke. Clearly wounded. Young master, could this be the legendary lightning 5 whips? Wang Batian stared at me in astonishment, while the faces of the corpse and the ghost were etched with fear. It was not just their bewilderment. I too felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Indeed, the corpse-driving whip was formidable, but it hardly warranted such an exaggerated reaction. Otherwise, how could a corpse handler dare to wield such a tool without fear of cruelty? I glanced at the whip in my hand, a subtle warmth radiating into my palm, evoking a sense of familiarity. The warmth was reminiscent of the fox spirit. Yes, it felt just like the warmth emanating from the fox spirit. Grasping the corpse-driving whip felt akin to having the fox spirit lending me its strength. In that moment, clarity washed over me. This whip had likely been imbued with the fox spirit's power during its use against her, which was why it had become so potent. Chapter 62. The power of the fox spirit. With this realization, I felt a surge of confidence and charged directly towards the living dead. The corpse moved with remarkable speed, executing a sharp bend to evade my whip. With a wicked smile, I pivoted and in a swift motion redirected the whip towards the ghost before me. The ghost was caught entirely off guard. As my focus shifted, he instinctively attempted to retreat. Yet, time was not on his side, and the corpse-driving whip struck him like lightning, landing squarely on his back. A sizzling sound resonated as a lash mark appeared on his back, causing his spectral form to erupt in a cloud of dark vapor. What kind of artifact is this? The ghost glared at me with gritted teeth, clearly in discomfort. Ordinary weapons fail to inflict significant pain upon the corpse spirits. Only magical artifacts can truly wound them. And the corpse-driving whip I wielded was a formidable weapon against them. Even though this spirit possessed some strength, it still regarded my whip with trepidation. Witnessing such a robust ghost suffering considerable harm left the zombie momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, I swung the whip towards the zombie. Instinctively, it raised its hand to grasp the whip's body, only to be met with a hissing sound as white smoke emerged, akin to sulfuric acid corroding flesh. The zombie quickly released its grip and, unexpectedly, knelt down with a thud, exclaiming this is crafted from the hair of the Millennium Corpse King. Moreover, it seems to be imbued with potent spiritual energy. The ghost furrowed its brow and, surprisingly, cupped its fist in salute, inquiring, "May I ask who you are, and how you came to possess such a powerful artifact?" Their display of weakness left me uncertain about whether to continue my assault. Just as I was about to respond, an uproar erupted from the grand hall's entrance, where dozens of corpses and spirits surged in, intent on tearing us apart. "Fat Master, have some fun and teach them a lesson," I said, tossing the corpse-driving whip to Wang Batian. He caught it with a flourish, laughing heartily. "Ladies and gentlemen, watch closely as I, Master Wang, vanquish these demons." With that, he brandished the whip and charged towards the doorway. With the corpse-whipping rod in hand, Master Fat resembled a fierce tiger descending the mountain or a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. The first lash he unleashed struck the row of corpses ahead with precision. Instantly, those corpses opened their mouths in a harrowing wail. To my astonishment, they did not get sent flying, nor did they collapse. Their expressions were merely contorted in agony, yet they ceased their advance. "Why isn't it effective?" Wang Batian inquired, puzzled. He quickly retreated a few steps and raised his hand to sweep the rod upwards. Several floating corpses were immediately knocked down, emitting faint wisps of black smoke. The force appeared to be far less dramatic than when I wielded it, yet his strength was evidently superior. "Young master, is there some incantation?" Facing the relentless onslaught of increasing numbers of corpses and ghosts, Wang Batian fought while retreating. "Give it to me." I dashed forward, snatching the corpse-whipping rod from his grasp. Raising it high, I swung it with vigor. Crack, crack, crack. The rod made a crisp sound as it struck the foremost row of corpses, and in the next moment, 7 corpses were sent flying, crashing into the dozens behind them. With one sweeping strike, a multitude fell. This was the true power of the corpse-whipping rod. Suddenly, a solidly formed female ghost plummeted from above, her hands poised like talons. Fierce and chilling, my gaze sharpened, and a murderous intent surged within me. I swiftly stepped aside, raising the corpse-whipping rod with determination. With a whoosh, the rod sliced through the air, landing a resounding crack against the female ghost. Her anguished scream echoed, and her ethereal form disintegrated into nothingness. Among all the spirits, this female ghost possessed a formidable strength. However, once I harbored murderous intent, I effortlessly dispersed her with a single lash of my whip. This turn of events left both the living dead and the ghostly leader trembling in fear, prompting them to exclaim in unison, "Cease at once." As the 2 leaders spoke, all the spirits halted, and those fallen corpses slowly began to rise. "Young master, what is happening?" Wang Batian inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. "The power of the celestial spirit is beyond your control." I brandished the corpse-driving whip and turned to face the corpse leader and the ghost leader. At that moment, both entities regarded me with a newfound trepidation, their gazes no longer daring to meet mine. "Senior, did you just mention the power of the celestial spirit?" The corpse leader stared at me in astonishment, addressing me with the title of senior, which underscored their apprehension towards the whip in my hand. I nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from providing a verbal response. In truth, it should have been referred to as the power of the fox spirit, but I could not divulge such information. I began to piece together the situation. The fox spirit had infused spiritual energy into this whip, and through the act of licking the blood from the corner of my mouth, it enabled my bloodline to resonate with this energy. Thus, the corpse-driving whip proved especially potent against both corpses and spirits in my grasp. "May I inquire, senior, from whence do you hail?" the ghost leader ventured. Wang Batian interjected, "It is best not to pry into matters of society. You parasites should swiftly vacate the underworld." The ghost leader and the corpse leader exchanged glances, clearly caught in a dilemma. "Let them stay," Yin Tongzi's sister suddenly interjected. I turned to her in disbelief, uncertain of the meaning behind her words. Yin Tongzi's elder sister cast a grateful glance in my direction, then weakly explained, "If we drive these corpses away, they will undoubtedly be hunted by the Taoist practitioners. As it was my father who marked them with the Yin family label, we, the Yin clan, are responsible for their safety. Isn't that rather self-righteous?" Wang Batian remarked, somewhat exasperated. I fixed my gaze on Yin Tongzi's sister for a considerable time before nodding and saying, "I shall heed the young lady's words. You all may leave. You are welcome to remain in the Yin residence." With that, Yin Tongzi's sister raised her bloodied hand and waved. "Everyone out." The elder corpse hurriedly echoed her command, expelling all the corpses from the room. He then turned to me and clasped his fists, saying, "Senior, we shall await you outside. Call upon us at any time should you require assistance." I nodded, gestured with my hand, and stepped towards the main seat. The corpses retreated swiftly, and soon the doors of the main hall were closed. "Brother Hu Yen, thank you," Yin Tongzi exclaimed as she knelt before me. I hurriedly helped her to her feet, saying, "It was but a small effort. There is no need for such formality." Afterward, I turned to Yin Tongzi's sister and clasped my fists in greeting. "Greetings, Mississippi. I am Hu Yen, and I encountered Tongzi on my way here. This is my friend, Wang Batian." Yin Tongzi's sister struggled to rise and slightly bowed, saying, "I am Yin Susu. I'm deeply grateful to you, young master Hu. I am at a loss for how to repay such a great kindness." Wang Batian chuckled. "Repayment can indeed come in the form of oneself. Since the young master has fallen victim to a love curse, it appears I, Fatty, will have to bear the burden." Chapter 63. The Body of Forbidden Sorcery. I cast a sidelong glance at Wang Batian, who seemed to realize that the jest had gone too far, and quickly offered an awkward apology. Susu, I was just joking." "It's all right," Yin Susu replied, waving her hand and managing a faint smile despite her weakened state. "Sister, I'll go fetch the medicine box. Please bear with it for a moment, In Tongzi said, hastily rising and making his way to the back room. In Susu then inquired, young master who? Earlier Brother Wong mentioned that you have been afflicted by a love curse. I nodded in affirmation. Has the love curse taken full effect? In Susu pressed on. I shook my head. There are still 5 days remaining. Our purpose for this journey is to locate the one who cast the love curse upon me, hoping she will willingly lift it. Who is the one that cast the love curse on you? An Ayuma. You may not be familiar with her. She has just arrived from the outside world a couple of days ago, I explained. In Susu silently nodded, contemplating for a moment before fixing her gaze upon me. Young master who? If that person is unwilling to assist you in breaking the love curse, please inform me. I am willing to take the risk and attempt it. Can you break the love curse? Wong Batian asked in astonishment. In Susu smiled gently. While the love curse is notoriously difficult to dissolve, I can certainly make an attempt. Success is not guaranteed. Thank you, Sister Susu, I said, clasping my fists in gratitude, secretly relieved that my escape route had not been entirely severed. May I boldly inquire, would you be willing to remain in the Yin residence and lead it to renewed strength? In Susu suddenly posed a question that caught me off guard. I furrowed my brow, gazing at In Susu, uncertain of her intentions. In Susu offered an awkward smile, acknowledging the boldness of her inquiry. I realize this may seem presumptuous, but truly, only you possess the power to quell those ghouls. Despite their fearsome appearances, they harbor considerable strength. I glanced at Wong Batian, who appeared equally bewildered. In Susu continued, restoring the Yin clan to its former glory is my father's dying wish. I, Susu, am powerless to fulfill it. However, if it were possible, I would willingly offer my body, a vessel of forbidden sorcery, to ensure a young master whose invulnerability against all curses. Sister, what are you saying? In Tongzi approached, her tone laced with urgency. In Susu chuckled lightly. Dear sister, this may be the last opportunity for our clan. The secret of Yin women being vessels of forbidden sorcery can no longer be kept. Yet father warned that revealing it would invite peril. In Tongzi stubbornly retorted while opening a medicine box to tend to In Susu's wounds. Wong Batian interjected, excuse me, but what exactly is a vessel of forbidden sorcery? A vessel of forbidden sorcery possesses a unique energy that serves as a formidable adversary to curses. If one were to share a bed with a Yin woman, they would be rendered nearly immune to all curses, In Susu explained earnestly. But sister, you would also perish. In Tongzi exclaimed hastily. In Susu simply smiled. What difference does it make for us now? We are as good as dead. I then posed a question. So, the Gu sect is intent on annihilating the Yin clan because we're their natural nemesis. Is that correct? This is one of the reasons. Unfortunately, the Yin clan sons failed to confine the Yin essence and fell victim to a treacherous scheme devised by the Gu sect. This secret has been guarded by our clan for centuries, yet it ultimately became known to our adversaries. Alas, In Tongzi also sighed, stating in truth, our Yin clan never intended to oppose the Gu sect, yet they relentlessly pursue us without mercy. A man of innocence may suffer due to the possession of precious jewels. Some individuals are simply born extreme. I express my resignation, so the head of the Yin clan recruits corpses and spirits for self-preservation. In Susu nodded in agreement. The Yin clan merely seeks a means of survival, but the Gu sect intervenes, nearly leading to our annihilation. This profound enmity must be avenged. Young master who? Would you be willing to assist me? If we can bring about the downfall of the Gu sect, I, In Susu, would have no regrets even in death. In Susu appeared remarkably innocent, yet her thoughts were far from simple. At this point, I began to understand why she had chosen to retain those corpses and spirits. I instinctively shook my head. I could not engage in something that required betraying one's emotions and demanded lives. A sudden commotion caught my attention, and I turned to see Wong Batian nodding fervently. Are you suffering from a nervous condition? I glared at Wong Batian. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and swallowed hard. Say, the 100 worms cannot harm you, young master, and it can also dispel the love curse afflicting you. With Susu being so exceptional, she could take over the Yin manor. This is akin to achieving multiple goals with a single arrow. Sister Susu, I regret that I cannot agree to your proposal. We have already incurred the wrath of the Goose sect, and they are unlikely to let us go easily. I will stand by the Yin clan, not only for your sake, but also for our own, I stated earnestly. Susu bit her lip and nodded. We shall discuss this matter at a later date. I quietly exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to summon Wang Batian, instructing him to bring Jean Lianka in and not to stay at the inn. Wang Batian nodded and proceeded outside. Susu continued. You may first collect the Ming corpse and Ming soul, as this would effectively grant you control over all the Yin family's corpses and spirits. Will they heed my command? I inquired, furrowing my brow as I regarded her. Susu firmly nodded. They revere the strong, and I can discern that they respect you both in word and spirit. Furthermore, they desire the Yin family to thrive, for in doing so, they would avoid becoming prey to the Taoist sect. I silently nodded in agreement. This seemed advantageous. Since I was to navigate the Miao people's valley and engage with the shaman, having such a force at my disposal would be beneficial. With this thought, I called out loudly towards the entrance. Ming corpse, Ming soul, please come in. The corpse and spirit hurriedly entered, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Are you two willing to follow me? I inquired softly. Both figures trembled slightly, exchanging glances before looking at the corpse-restraining whip in my hand. They clasped their fists and knelt, declaring in unison, we, the juniors, are willing to accompany you, esteemed elder. Very well. I removed my backpack and retrieved 2 talismans, slicing my fingertip to draw blood, inscribing the contract symbols upon them. Consume this, I instructed, holding out the talismans before them. Esteemed elder, what is this? Ming corpse asked. Perplexed, I replied calmly. This is a human ghost contract talisman. Once consumed, should you betray me, there will be consequences from the heavens. The two exchanged a determined glance before taking the talisman and promptly placing it into their mouths, their expressions resolute. It seems that Susu was indeed correct. The Ming corpse and Ming soul were genuinely convinced. Just as the two, one corpse and one ghost, swallowed the contract talisman, Wang Batian and Jean Lianka entered. Jean Lianka spoke up, saying, Xiaoyan, we can only stay here. There are no rooms left at the inn. Young master, it's currently curfew outside. Some are settling personal scores, and the fighting is quite intense. Should we not go and witness the commotion? Wang Batian inquired with a smile. There's nothing worth seeing. It's better to avoid trouble in Miao Run Valley, I replied, waving my hand dismissively. Wang Batian chuckled. Are you certain? Fourth aunt is also present. Fourth aunt is not here, is she? Jean Lianka looked at Wang Batian with confusion. Wang Batian nodded firmly. She is. I saw her, and fourth aunt is as fierce as ever, facing 3 opponents without losing ground. Let us go. We must see for ourselves, I said, striding purposefully towards the exit. Chapter 64. United front. As I swiftly exited the main hall, the Ming corpse and Ming soul closely trailed behind me, their presence commanding respect from the wandering corpses and spirits that had previously roamed freely. Before we even stepped outside, the sounds of battle reached our ears, indicating a fierce conflict between 2 groups. Following the noise, we spotted a tavern not far away, illuminated by a large lantern, where a dozen individuals were engaged in a bloody skirmish. Among them was indeed fourth aunt, clad in a black robe like many of the influential figures around here, with a large character for deity embroidered on the back. She, along with 2 others dressed similarly, was currently besieged by a group of over 10 assailants. Moreover, the 10 or so individuals were shrouded in masks, clad in form-fitting black short sleeves, their attire uniform yet devoid of any insignia or markings. I inquired about the identity of these masked figures. A companion beside me elucidated. They are bounty hunters from the Shadow Hunt sect, for the right price. They are willing to undertake any task, though their fees are exorbitant. I continued, those 2 individuals besieged must belong to the shaman sect? Indeed, came the reply. They are garbed in the shaman sect's attire, yet it is rather peculiar that someone would dare to target a member of the shaman sect. I nodded silently. It was true that my aunt and the other 2 from the shaman sect demonstrated considerable prowess, but against the onslaught of over a dozen bounty hunters, they were beginning to struggle. The conflict in Miao People's Valley was characterized by the use of cold weapons and exhibited a remarkable spectacle. Master, Shall we lend our assistance? Wang Batian inquired. That would be inadvisable, Ming Hun interjected hastily. We cannot afford to offend the Shadow Hunt sect. Provoking them without cause would be akin to inviting a relentless pestilence. Suddenly, Ming Shi interjected, It is over. The divine envoy has arrived. And these assassins from the Eagle Hunt sect shall meet their demise. I furrowed my brow, observing a figure rapidly approaching, adorned with a red mask, clad in the shaman sect's black robe, wielding a long sword. Just as Ming Shi had foretold, upon the arrival of the divine envoy, with swift precision, 3 assassins fell, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In less than a minute, all of the Shadow Hunt sect's assassins lay lifeless on the street. Throughout the entire confrontation, not a word was spoken. After the carnage, my aunt and the others turned and departed, equally silent. Upon reaching the threshold of the Yin mansion, I called out, Annie. Aunt C turned her head, casting a glance at me, while the other 3 paid me no heed and hastily moved forward. After merely a glance, Aunt C resumed her pace, prompting me to hastily retrieve the safety pendant that Wu Jidong had given me. I called out loudly, Aunt C, take a look at this. Upon noticing the pendant in my hand, Aunt C halted and approached me. You are here to find an IUMO, aren't you? She inquired. Yes, Aunt C, I replied. She will be going to the ghost market tonight. How did this pendant come to be in your possession? Aunt C asked, her brow furrowing. I quickly clarified. It was given to me by a Wugu. He wishes to know if you will be returning to Dong Miao village. Not returning, Aunt C exclaimed, sweeping her hand dismissively, taking the pendant from me, and preparing to leave. Aunt C, Ah Wu is dead, Jean Liang Ka interjected hurriedly. Aunt C paused, her body slightly trembling. Deserved it, she muttered, before striding swiftly in the direction where the soul servants had vanished. I furrowed my brow as I watched Aunt C's silhouette, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed that Uncle C would be disappointed, though this was to be expected. Those soul servants are indeed formidable, and their methods are exceedingly cruel, Wang Batian remarked. I turned to Wang Batian, Fat Master. How many moves do you think you could survive under his hand? Wang Batian shook his head. I don't know how many moves, but I'm certain I could not defeat him. I suppose I would struggle as well. Jean Liang Ka agreed helplessly. What's there to fear? We have this, Wang Batian said, gesturing with his hand as if to mimic a gun, chuckling. With Ming Shi and me combined, we should not fear a single soul servant. Ming Shi declared. I silently nodded and returned to the main hall, where Yin Tongzi had already bandaged Yin Susu's wounds. Each finger was wrapped in a layer of gauze, neither too thick nor too thin, showcasing a commendable skill. Unable to suppress a yawn, I felt the weight of exhaustion from a long day of travel. Brother Huyin, I have arranged a room for you. Allow me to lead you there for some rest, Yin Tongzi said as he rose, guiding us toward a side chamber of the main hall. The night passed in silence, and when I awoke, it was already 10 in the morning. Although the Miao People's Valley was devoid of sunlight, it still upheld the tradition of night watchmen, ensuring that the essence of time was not lost to the annals of history. After sharing lunch with the Yin sisters, the first order of business was to convene all current members of the Yin household, which comprised 88 walking corpses, 66 spirits, and 8 servants, along with the Yin sisters and the 3 of us, totaling 167 individuals. In the outside world, this would be considered a large family. However, within the Miao People's Valley, it merely constituted a modest force. Reports indicated that the 3 major factions, Gumin, Dao Min, and Wu Min, each boasted over 1,000 members, with Gumin exceeding 2,000. Recently established, the Valley Lord's Manor had a militia exceeding 3,000, primarily tasked with maintaining order in the Miao People's Valley and not directly commanded by the shaman. Even the 2 other factions I was aware of, the 7 Wonders of Miao and the Shadow Hunters, had memberships exceeding 300 and 500, respectively. Armed with this knowledge, I embarked on an impassioned speech. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the realm of the underworld, which bears the name of Yin. Once, it was a formidable force. However, due to your presence, it has succumbed to decline. Therefore, the degradation of the underworld is a collective responsibility of all present. Had the young lady been replaced by another, you would have all faced annihilation. As I spoke, I glanced at Yin Susu. who regarded the assembly of corpses and spirits with a calm demeanor, devoid of both anger and gratitude. The young lady repaid animosity with virtue, opting to spare your lives despite having the power to obliterate you. Her choice was primarily to ensure your safety. Remaining in the underworld offers you a chance at survival, while leaving would undoubtedly invite retribution from the Taoist sect, leading you swiftly to become mere puppets of the dead, enslaved spirits. This, I trust, is evident to you all. The second reason for your attention is that for the underworld to exist with dignity in the Miao People's Valley, it must enhance its strength. This, too, is inextricably linked to your fates. I am aware that your initial allegiance to the underworld was spurred by the presence of the gathering peril, which has the potential to amplify your powers, granting you the strength to claim your rightful dignity in the Miao People's Valley. At the mention of the gathering peril, an air of excitement surged among the corpses and spirits. Susu stepped forward, proclaiming with conviction, "I have conferred with young Master Hu, and I am prepared to offer the gathering pearl to nurture your corporeal forms, elevating your powers to new heights. What I ask of you in return is to unite and restore the underworld to its former glory." Susu's words elicited a resounding cheer from the crowd. The corpses and spirits had flocked to the manor with the intent of acquiring the gathering pearl, and now their goal was finally within reach. The bright corpse and bright soul exchanged glances before stepping forward, clasping their fists in reverence as they spoke in unison. "Thank you, young Master Hu. Thank you, young lady. We shall stand united against our foes, rallying together to restore the glory of the manor." The assembly of corpses echoed their sentiments, proclaiming, "United against our enemies. Let us revive the splendor of the manor." Chapter 65. The Sovereign of Ghosts and the Master of 100 Spirits witnessing such an exhilarating scene. Susu breathed a sigh of relief. In my perspective, the corpses, lacking the intricate machinations of humans, would be considerably easier to manage. I continued, "Everyone, cleanse your souls and purify your bodies. Gather in the ancestral hall in 1 hour. I possess a technique that will aid you in better absorbing the energy from the gathering pearl, allowing you to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Now go." My words served only to further ignite the enthusiasm of the corpses, who dispersed eagerly. I turned to Wang Batian and Jean Lianka, instructing them, "Go procure incense and red candles. Procure as many as possible." They nodded and departed with 3 attendants. Susu then addressed the remaining 5 maidens. "Please clean the ancestral hall thoroughly." In an instant, the courtyard was emptied, leaving only the sisters and me. We returned to the main hall, where Susu smiled and said, "Young Master Hu, today has been the happiest day of my years. You have pulled me back from despair, and I am sincerely grateful. I entrust the manor to you, and I feel at ease." I shook my head and replied, "Sister Insu, you are being overly courteous. Our encounter is a matter of fate, merely a trivial effort on my part. However, the residents will always bear the name and I, Hu, am but a transient visitor and shall not take up permanent residence in Miao Valley. Are you planning to leave?" Insu appeared somewhat anxious. "I have come to Miao Valley primarily to understand the emotional worm, and I must also seek the Worm King and the herb for my wife. Once these matters are resolved, I shall take my leave." I spoke candidly. Upon hearing the word wife, Insu's body trembled slightly, while Intong let out a sigh of relief. "The Worm King? Is it Jin Zhanqing?" Intong inquired with a frown. I shook my head. "No, it is not Jin Zhanqing. I am in search of the King of Worms, not the leader of the Gu sect. As of now, I have not heard of any King of Worms, although the shaman has been attempting to merge the golden silkworm Gu with the emotional Gu for decades without success. It seems rather elusive." Insu sighed. "In this world, there is nothing insurmountable for those who are determined. I believe I will find it," I stated with conviction. Insu nodded silently, her spirits low. I smiled gently. "Do not worry. Even if I depart from Miao Valley, those corpses and spirits shall not betray the residents. Sister Insu, you remain the master of the estate, and I shall ensure they grow stronger while remaining utterly loyal." Insu silently nodded. "Thank you, young Master Hu. However, regarding the herb you mentioned, You might want to keep an eye on it at the Ghost Market's auction. I recall there was a specimen of Een Herb at the annual Ghost Market 5 years ago. A jolt of realization struck me, and I quickly nodded in agreement. However, the price of Ming Ji is exorbitantly high. 5 years ago, it was auctioned for an astronomical sum of 100 million, purchased by an outsider. Therefore, young master who must prepare himself mentally, for it may not be attainable, and even if it is, he must be equipped with ample funds, Een Susu advised. 100 million. I could not help but let out a sigh. This figure was an unfathomable sum to me. In less than an hour, Wang Batian and his companions returned, carrying the burden of their purchases. They had acquired all the tribute incense and red candles from Miao Ren Valley, and the prices were outrageously high, totaling over 30,000. Next, we began to arrange the magical formation. The Een family ancestral hall was spacious enough to accommodate the corpses and spirits. Our task was simple, to set up a vast Bawa gathering Een formation using the tribute incense and red candles, sealing all doors and windows of the hall. With the collective effort of everyone, the gathering Een formation took shape in less than half an hour. Within a nearly 150 square meter Een Yang Bagua diagram, 154 corpses stood, enclosed by a massive circle of 108 incense burners, each adorned with 3 sticks of tribute incense and a single red candle. Een Susu produced the gathering Een Peril, a small black orb no larger than a checker's piece, surrounded by dense black smoke. This pearl, formed from concentrated Een energy, takes millennia to crystallize and is exceedingly rare. It was simply to be placed upon the altar. I approached the ritual table, grasped the peach wood sword, and began the incantation. The 6 Jia and the 6 E. The 3 wonders are E, Bing, and Ding. The 3 wonders must be summoned with sincerity. The 6 Jia are not to be underestimated. The Yang retreats following the order of the wonders, while the Een retreats contrary to the order. I invoke the decree of the Miao Shan sect leader, valuing life above all, with boundless gathering Een, guiding corpses and souls. Swiftly, as the law commands. As I chanted the incantation, I stepped forward with deliberate strides, igniting the offerings for the 8 trigrams gathering Een formation. The red candles flared to life automatically, and the previously dim shrine was suddenly illuminated with brilliance. Over 100 corpses and spirits sensed the gathering of Een energy, akin to a parched land welcoming the refreshing rain. Each ghastly visage reflected sheer ecstasy. I gestured to the others, leading them outside. This formation can sustain itself for 7 days. Every hour, we simply need to replace the offerings and candles. After 7 days, these spirits will undergo a transformation, their strength at least doubling. Sister Susu, this task requires your and Tongzi's personal involvement. In doing so, these spirits will be eternally grateful to you and will no longer defy your commands, I remarked. Een Susu and Een Tongzi nodded in understanding. Young master, this Miao People's Valley is quite intriguing, with various gambling houses, taverns, and pleasure quarters. Shall I take you for a delightful excursion? Wang Batian said with a grin. I shook my head. I cannot go. The initial hours of the 8 trigrams gathering Een formation may experience a breach, and I must remain to oversee it. You may go. Jean Lianka responded affirmatively. Then Fat Master and I will explore, gathering intel about the Miao People's Valley, as our current knowledge is still quite limited. Jean Lianka certainly lived up to his background as a special forces operative, possessing a keen sense of reconnaissance far superior to Wang Batian's. Exactly, that's my intention. Wang Batian quickly concurred. All right then, I appreciate your efforts. I nodded and instructed the Een sisters to summon me should anything unusual arise. Upon returning to my chamber, I promptly retrieved the tome titled The Art of Spirit Mastery and delved into its pages. This book had remained untouched since I acquired it. I once perceived spirits as distant entities. However, after my arrival in the Miao People's Valley, I discovered that spirits are quite prevalent, and it is likely I will frequently engage with them in the future. Thus, it seems prudent to familiarize myself with the techniques of spirit mastery at the earliest opportunity. As I opened the cover and glanced at the table of contents, my gaze settled upon the overarching themes: the spirit master, the leader of spirits, the master of 100 spirits, the sovereign of ghosts. The world is inhabited by myriad specters, each with distinct forms and grievances. Humans pusas con las spiritual orifices. Each one accessed strengthens the soul. Now, with the existence of the art of spirit mastery, which employs the technique of soul absorption, one can fortify their own spirit by traversing these orifices. Should one succeed in absorbing 100 spirits, they could ascend to the stature of a ghost emperor, traversing between realms with unparalleled efficacy. The myriad spirits include the hanged ghost, the drowned ghost, the infant spirit, the thunder ghost, the starved ghost, the grave ghost, the disheveled ghost, the birth ghost, the house ghost, the toilet ghost, the wild ghost, the headless ghost, the painted skin ghost, the ghost mother, the bloodthirsty ghost, the tree ghost, the shadow ghost, the flesh-eating ghost, the stinking mouth ghost, the debt ghost. Chapter 66. The Ghost Market and Fate in Love. Having finished the overarching themes amidst a whirlwind of astonishment, I felt as though my perspectives had been irrevocably altered. This volume, The Art of Spirit Mastery, is far from an ordinary treatise on the supernatural. It serves as a means to enhance the spiritual fortitude of the practitioner. No wonder my grandfather concealed this book so meticulously. However, the notion of soul absorption, particularly from 100 distinct spirits, presents a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. Setting aside the feasibility of mastering the art of soul absorption, the quest to gather 100 different spirits is equally as daunting as searching for a needle in the vast ocean. These myriad spirits must be ordinary, vengeful souls, whose accumulated grievances allow them to penetrate the spirit channels of the ghost tamers. However, the souls within the Miao people's valley have largely dissipated their grievances, rendering them unfit for such a purpose. The likelihood of encountering a ghost in the mundane world is scarcely better than 1 in 5 million, let alone encountering 100 distinct types of spirits. Even if I devoted my entire life to the pursuit of ghosts, I would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve this. I couldn't help but shake my head, letting out a quiet sigh, feeling that my grandfather held me in far too high regard. Nevertheless, I did not allow this to dishearten me. Retreating in the face of difficulty has never been my character. I must finish this book and grasp the methods contained within, yet I shall not treat them as my immediate goals. The ocean of knowledge often makes one lose track of time, and before I knew it, the clock struck 8 in the evening. A knock on the door interrupted my thoughts, and I heard Jean Lianca's voice from outside. The 8 trigrams gathering in formation had not presented any issues lately, and stability was to be expected. I set aside the book and opened the door. Jean Lianca spoke. Xiaoyan, the annual auction at the Ghost Market will commence at 10 o'clock. I've heard there will be many peculiar items this time. All right, has Anayuma left yet? Jean Lianca shook his head. Not yet, but the vendors at the Ghost Market are already setting up their stalls. I believe you can head over now. Very well, I shall go at once. What about Fat Master? I said as I stepped out of the room. He is keeping watch at the Ghost Market. If Anayuma appears, he will devise a way to delay her. Brother Hu Yin. The voice of Yin Tongzi called out from behind me. I gazed at Yin Tongzi with a sense of perplexity. Yin Tongzi spoke, saying, "My sister asked me to inform you that the Yin family possesses an additional 10 million in cash, which you may claim at your convenience." I nodded appreciatively and expressed my gratitude before hastily departing from the Yin residence. In the central section of Miao People's Valley lies a vast plaza, nearly 100,000 square meters in expanse, known as Ghost Market Square. This square, devoid of any buildings or stalls, attracts a throng of over 10,000 people. It is adorned with hundreds of stalls, where vendors lay out black cloths to conduct their trade. They offer an array of peculiar items, including talismans, ancient artifacts, rare medicinal stones, endangered animal parts, furs, bones, and burial goods. Additionally, some stalls feature contemporary products such as modern crafts, instant foods, beverages, and toys, albeit at exorbitant prices, 10 times that of high-speed rail. A fact that leaves one speechless. Nonetheless, the business thrives, drawing many of the valley's indigenous inhabitants. Moreover, there are stalls dedicated to selling cursed insects and spirits, along with fortune-telling and witchcraft divination. In summary, this market is an enclave untouched by the outside world, showcasing an eclectic array of vendors. Upon our arrival at Ghost Market Square, we noticed a steady influx of people from all directions. Wang Batian was engrossed in observing a stall that offered witchcraft divination, where a woman clad in white with a veil covering her face was performing. Draped in a white shaman's cloak, her figure was exquisite, and the semi-transparent veil not only failed to conceal her beauty, but also added an enchanting allure, reminiscent of a delicate bloom partially veiled. "What are you looking at, Fat Master?" We approached him. Wang Batian instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, chuckling as he said, "Young master, this little witch possesses some skill. I intend to seek her fortune-telling, and I am currently waiting in line." Jean Lianka remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Aren't you searching for an Ayuma?" Wang Batian shrugged. "She should not have arrived yet. Even if she has, she will certainly wait for the auction. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly find her. No more talk. It's my turn." With that, Wang Batian seated himself on a small stool in front of the witch, gazing at her with rapt attention. "Greetings. May I inquire what you wish to divine?" The witch inquired, her smile professional. "Did you see that, young master? This girl has a truly stunning smile." Wang Batian chuckled, then turned to the witch, asking, "Can you tell fortunes regarding love?" "Certainly," the witch replied with a smile. Wang Batian promptly rose, dragging me down beside the stool, saying, "Come, help my young master with his love fortune." I was taken aback, unsure of his intentions. The witch then retrieved a turtle shell from a nearby bag and took a sharp copper drill, creating a small hole in the shell without completely penetrating it. Afterward, she picked up a brush and began painting mystical symbols on the turtle shell. "Young master, have you ever witnessed such a form of divination?" Wang Batian inquired, crouching beside me. "I have not seen it, but I recognize it as a common method of divination using tortoise shells," I replied. "Why do you wish to inquire about my love fortune?" I gazed at Wang Batian, filled with confusion. Wang Batian chuckled softly. "I must leave a foundation for myself, so that I may pursue other maidens aside from your destined partner." His reasoning caused me to shake my head inwardly. However, observing the shamanist's technique, it seemed she possessed some skill. "Young master, please heat this until it glows red," the shamanist instructed as she handed me the copper drill. With a graceful motion, she ignited a nearby oil lamp. "Impressive," Wang Batian exclaimed in admiration. I grasped the copper drill and placed it in the flame, watching as the tip began to glow. By the time it was sufficiently heated, the shamanist had nearly completed inscribing the divinatory symbols on the turtle shell. She offered me the shell, her voice gentle. "You may pierce the pre-prepared hole with the copper drill, and I shall interpret the response from the god of marriage based on the cracks that appear on the shell." Nodding, I plunged the glowing copper drill into the hole, applying force until it pierced through. Instantly, a multitude of fissures erupted across the turtle shell, resembling the intricate patterns of shattered glass. The sight caused the shamanist to shudder, instinctively glancing at me. "Young master, something seems amiss," Wang Batian remarked, his brow furrowing in confusion. From the shamanist's expression alone, I discerned that the situation was not right, yet I could not pinpoint the cause. "Please, hand me the turtle shell, but do so gently," she said, a hint of tension in her voice as she extended her hands. I complied, placing the shell into her hands. The moment my fingers released it, the shell, now riddled with cracks, shattered into pieces the size of soybeans, scattering audibly to the ground. The priestess, startled, quickly withdrew her hand, her eyes wide with terror, resembling an ordinary person who has unexpectedly encountered a ghost. Chapter 67. Unaware of danger. The witch's behavior left me utterly perplexed, and both Wang Batian and Jean Lianka beside me wore expressions of astonishment. The witch forcefully discarded the remnants in her hand, her face displaying deep regret as she said, "I apologize, my lord, but I cannot divine your romantic fate." Noticing my confusion, Wang Batian hastily inquired, "What do you mean? Did you not claim you could reveal the answer of the matchmaker to our young master? Is even a matchmaker powerless?" The priestess earnestly nodded, prompting a bemused response from Wang Batian. "What nonsense is this, beautiful? I must inform you, there are plenty of girls who fancy our young master." The witch sighed. "This is the broken armor divination disc. Its interpretation reads, transcending the mysteries of heaven and earth, the matchmaker's red thread is severed, unaware of heaven's brevity or length. Large and small pearls fall upon the jade plate. What does that mean? Is the matchmaker truly uninvolved? Wang Batian regarded me with sympathy. The priestess shook her head. Such destinies belong to the secrets of heaven, inscrutable to mortals, and even more difficult to interpret. There will be no charge this time, not even for materials. Very well. I rose to my feet. Although I was thoroughly bewildered, I felt a peculiar sense of joy, for the fox spirit was no ordinary being. Her inability to divine our fate only indicated a greater likelihood between the two of us. Perhaps my grandfather's words were indeed prophetic. I do not believe it. You must try again. Wang Batian seated himself, initiating yet another process. After piercing the tortoise shell, the cracks were few. The witch examined the fissures and furrowed her brow at Wang Batian. My dear, what do you mean by this? Wang Batian inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. The witch elucidated, you are merely passing through a garden of flowers without touching any of their petals. What does that imply? It sounds rather pure, he replied. It suggests that you will experience many relationships, yet none will bear fruit, the witch stated as she put away the tortoise shell. Wang Batian was taken aback. Is that truly the case? With your beauty, you mustn't deceive. I teased, with someone like you, who falls for every passerby, such an outcome seems inevitable. The witch turned to scrutinize me intently for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth as if she were about to retch. She quickly averted her gaze and, in a flurry, began to gather her belongings, saying, I apologize, everyone, but I must close my stall for today. No more divinations? Wang Batian asked, perplexed. The witch shook her head, hastily grabbing her bag and making her way towards the exit of the square. The others who had been waiting in line sighed and dispersed as well. I squinted at the witch's retreating figure, sensing something amiss. Jilianka leaned closer to me, Xiaoyan. Her behavior is rather peculiar. The ghost market has only just begun. Why is she leaving so soon? I shook my head, I do not know. When she looked at me, she nearly vomited. Am I truly that unappealing? Wang Batian chimed in, young master, perhaps your fate, which even the deity of marriage dares not meddle with, frightened her. Alas, oh dear, watch where you're going. I turned my head to see a figure standing beside Wang Batian. It was Wang Tai, the very person we had encountered at the dock tavern. Standing alongside him were Wang Gang and the woman they referred to as the young lady. Well, you deliberately bumped into me. What are you going to do about it? Wang Tai provocatively taunted, revealing himself to be quite the grudge-bearer. This infuriated Wang Batian, who, with his fiery temper, raised his fist, ready to strike. However, he ultimately restrained himself, muttering, Damn it, I see what you're up to. You're trying to provoke me, aren't you? You fat fool. You're certainly not as stupid as a pig. Wang Tai chuckled slyly. I frowned. This fellow was seeking trouble without cause. And though it likely had nothing to do with the incident at the dock, his derision towards Fat Lord was intolerable. Fat Lord can say what he pleases. But others cannot, I remarked. Fat Lord, sever his hands. I will compensate you 400,000. Upon uttering these words, both Wang Tai and Wang Batian were taken aback. Wang Batian replied, Young master, this fellow's hands aren't worth 400,000. No matter, do it, I said, narrowing my eyes at Wang Tai. He too frowned, then turned and fled. You got guts, just wait. Wang Gang pointed at me and strode forward in pursuit. Youmph. The young lady seemed to want to say something, yet her words failed to materialize. Coward, Wang Batian muttered under his breath, then cast a glance behind me, pointing and exclaiming, Young master, it's Niyumo. I swiftly turned around and spotted Nayumo not far away. At that moment, she had donned a long robe of the divine witch sect and was perusing items at a herbalist stall. Behind her trailed two individuals wearing red masks. Those adorned with red masks were indeed the divine attendants of the sect. I hastened towards her and grasped her wrist. Nayumo instinctively let out a gasp before turning her head to furrow her brow at me. Heh, Huyen, what a surprise to see you here so swiftly, she remarked, forcefully shaking off my hand. Release me from this love curse. I stated coldly. Nayumo chuckled lightly. What are you thinking, Huyen? If I were inclined to free you, I wouldn't have cast the curse upon you in the first place. Are you certain? My voice had turned icy. Nayumo shrugged nonchalantly. What? Do you intend to kill me? Go ahead. If you lay a finger on me, my master, the divine witch, will ensure you never leave the Miao Valley. I share your surname. You insolent little girl. How dare you? Wang Batian shouted furiously, raising his hand to strike. In an instant, the two divine attendants behind Nayumo moved forward, seemingly there to safeguard her. I quickly intervened to block Wang Batian, reminding him that violence was ill-advised. The prowess of the divine attendants had already been proven last night. Engaging them now would be tantamount to courting disaster. I was perplexed as to why Nayumo was held in such high regard by the divine witch. To have two divine attendants dispatched to protect her. Nayumo looked up at me and asked, Huyen, wouldn't it be delightful to be my lover? After speaking, she leaned close to my ear and whispered, by the way, I forgot to mention that my master has discovered a method to seamlessly merge the love worm and the golden silkworm. I will no longer be susceptible to the backlash of the love worm. Apart from you, I will be able to cast the love worm on many others. At that point, I shall become your queen and you. Hee, I can hardly wait to see you kneeling before me, begging for a night of passion. I turned to her and replied softly, And I, Yumal, this is your final opportunity to refrain from becoming my adversary. Are you certain you wish to forfeit it? Ha! And I, Yumal, laughed heartily, stepping back and coldly declaring, You are courting death. With that, she brushed past me, her arms striking heavily against my own. I gazed at the departing Inai Yumal, realizing that she seemed utterly beyond redemption. Chapter 68. The Ghost Market Auction. Inai Yumal's decision irrevocably extinguished any hope of her willingly assisting me in dispelling the curse. With only 4 days remaining until the love worm fully formed, failure to discover an alternative solution would lead to dire consequences. However, now that Inai Yumal had allied herself with the shaman and attained a position of considerable power, taking aggressive action was evidently not a trivial matter. Young master, I will find an opportunity to bind Inai Yumal. If she refuses to break the curse, I shall eliminate her, Wang Batian murmured. I shook my head. That won't work. She is protected by a soul attendant. Attempting to capture her would be tantamount to seeking death. Then you are left with no choice but to marry In Susu. In truth, that might not be so bad, Wang Batian suggested. I shook my head as I observed the guards of the Goom Master's residence emerging on the elevated platform in the center of the square. A mature woman clad in a cheongsam gracefully swayed her slender waist as she ascended the stage. Her heavily made-up visage bore the marks of travel, yet it captivated the attention of many in the audience. The auction was about to commence. I remarked as I joined the throng heading towards the stage. The woman in the cheongsam approached a tall table at the center and proclaimed loudly, Esteemed guests, welcome to the Ghost Market of the Miao Valley's annual fair. This year's event promises to be far more vibrant than those of previous years. Since the establishment of the Goom Master's residence, the order within Miao Valley has exhibited a remarkable openness and inclusivity. Here, we extend our gratitude to the Goom Master's residence for its outstanding contributions to Miao Valley. Following her words, she led the applause, which resonated throughout the crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. Many of the proprietors present were visiting Miao Valley for the first time, and I believe that the valley's unique charm would not disappoint them. Furthermore, in response to the desires of the esteemed guests, this auction would showcase an array of treasures far surpassing those of previous years, including rare items such as the 3 treasures Jade Rui, the Millennium Golden Silkworm Goo, the Taiji diagram, and the 6-Soul banner, among others. The audience erupted in cheers, and my heart raced as I recognized the significance of the items the host mentioned. It is said that the 3 treasures Jade Rui is a magical artifact of the Taoist sage Laozi, crafted from white jade, capable of countering those with magical abilities by striking their crown, rendering them powerless. The Taiji diagram and the 6-Soul banner are renowned ancient artifacts, with the Taiji diagram encompassing all treasures, capable of separating the pure from the impure and regulating the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The rumored 6 Souls flag belongs to the Celestial Master, adorned with 6 tails, each inscribed with a name. By performing rituals with talismans upon it, one can shake the flag on the day of completion, thereby claiming a life instantly. As for the Millennium Golden Silkworm Goo, it too possesses the power to drive Goom Masters to madness. Without delving into the worth of these treasures, merely catching a glimpse of them is a privilege for the majority of extraordinary individuals. The woman in the Qipao continued, before we commence the auction, I must outline the rules. The minimum bid for any item is 500,000 yuan. For items exceeding 10 million, proof of funds must be provided post-auction. This serves as a reminder for all esteemed guests to prepare their financial documentation prior to the event. Without further ado, let us present our first item, the wealth accumulating spirit. Upon her announcement, a guard approached the auction table, carrying a small urn. The woman in the qipao elaborated. This wealth accumulating spirit was refined by a certain enlightened master, suitable for business owners in the industrial sector. Its offerings are straightforward, and its backlash is minimal. Within a year, it can at least double the owner's assets. For those burdened with debt, it can help them regain stability within a year. The revelation that the first item was a wealth accumulating spirit came as a surprise. The opening bid for this item was set at 1 million, with increments of no less than 50,000. The woman in the qipao smiled as she surveyed the audience. 1,100,000. 1,500,000. The wealth accumulating spirit garnered considerable interest, with many participants eager to bid. Wang Batian spoke up. Young master, is this truly as potent as they say? Shall I give it a try? I shook my head and said, no, these so-called fortune spirits merely exploit wealth. According to Buddhist teachings on reincarnation, the extent of wealth one possesses in this life is determined by their virtuous deeds from previous lives. The total amount of wealth is immutable. Relying on spirits for financial gain merely accumulates one's wealth for the latter part of their life. While one may enjoy a period of prosperity, their later years will inevitably be fraught with misfortune, not to mention the necessity of repaying a portion of interest. So that is how it is, Wang Batian murmured, nodding in understanding. No wonder I've heard that some entertainment stars who employ these spirits experience a brief period of glory before ultimately facing downfall. They must be unaware of this principle, right? They are indeed aware, yet they choose to engage in such exchanges. Many live solely in the present, oblivious to the fact that acquiring immense wealth when it is not rightfully theirs leads to the forfeiture of numerous aspects of humanity. Most of these individuals sacrifice not only their wealth, but also their character, virtues, and values, thereby setting themselves on a path of continuous decline. I patiently elucidated, hoping to extinguish Wang Batian's desire to engage with these spirits. In truth, the years spent in contact with such entities had already marked the zenith of one's life, leaving no room for further brilliance thereafter. During my conversation with Wang Batian, the fortune spirit was sold for 3 million to a bald middle-aged man, who was met with envious glances from the crowd. I, however, silently shook my head. This man was essentially doomed. After the qipao-clad woman concluded her transactions, she subsequently auctioned an antique golden mask for 1.5 million and a millennium-old skeletal hand for 600,000. Once these treasures were sold, the woman, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, after a few rounds of drinks, it is time for a little climax. The fourth treasure is an ancient artifact, the Six Souls banner. Upon her utterance, the audience remained largely unresponsive, save for a few knowledgeable individuals who exhibited a flicker of interest, as most attendees hail from the outside world and were merely there for spectacle. This reaction seemed anticipated by the qipao-clad woman, who raised her voice to announce, most of you may not have heard of the Six Souls banner, but after my introduction, you will undoubtedly regard it with newfound reverence. The Six Souls banner is the sole banner of the Celestial Master, featuring 6 tails that can inscribe the names of 6 individuals. Wielding this banner enables one to slay 6 adversaries without leaving a trace, all while evading any divine retribution. Her words incited an immediate uproar among the audience. Although many present were affluent outsiders, few were without enemies or rivals they wished to eliminate. The qipao-clad woman gestured for silence, and once the crowd quieted, she announced, the starting bid for the Six Souls banner is 5 million, with increments no less than 100,000. Let the bidding commence. 8 million. The first bid surged forth, elevating the price to unprecedented heights. Young master, this item is a remarkable treasure. It is practically a divine instrument of vengeance. Wang Batian exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 69. The Millennial Golden Silkworm. I nodded silently. Indeed, it was a remarkable item. However, this artifact requires mystical support. rendering it unusable by the average person, and its effects cannot be witnessed in the short term. The host had somewhat sidestepped the crucial points. Alas, it was already beyond our means, and pondering it further was futile. Wang Batian shrugged, noting that the price of the Six Souls banner had soared to over 15 million, with numerous bidders still eager to raise their offers. Brother Huyen, a voice suddenly emerged from behind me. It was Yin Tongzi. I turned to her, puzzled. What brings you here? Were you not supposed to exchange for incense? In a hushed tone, Yin Tongzi replied, Sister sent me to inform you that if the person who placed the love goo on you does not voluntarily remove it, and you choose not to heed my sister's advice, you must earnestly seek a golden silkworm goo. There exists another means to dispel the love goo afflicting you. By having the golden silkworm goo devour the love goo? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Yin Tongzi nodded. Precisely. The gathering Yin pearl can nurture the goo, enhancing the golden silkworm goo's potency to consume the poison of the love goo. Fortunately, there is a millennial golden silkworm goo available at this auction. Let us see if we can secure it. A flicker of hope ignited within me. This indeed provided a potential escape route. Although there was a risk that the golden silkworm goo might backfire against its master, what I sought now was merely a means to prolong my life. Young master, that item has been deliberately highlighted, and its price will likely exceed 10 million. We lack the financial credentials, Wang Batian cautioned. Yin Tongzi nodded in agreement. Thus, my sister dispatched me. I will bid in the name of the Yin clan, which does not require financial proof. However, the Yin clan possesses only 10 million. How much can we contribute? Is it sufficient to gather everything within 7 days? I inquired urgently. Yin Tongzi nodded in affirmation. Apart from the 10 million from the Yin clan, we could currently muster a maximum of 9 million. Wang Batian took over the conversation. Yin Tongzi acknowledged with a simple good, then raised his gaze towards the central stage. At that moment, the bidding for the Six Soul banner had concluded. This item, which had a starting price of merely 5 million, was ultimately acquired by the Taoist sect for an astonishing 42.8 million. I knew the Taoists would not let this item slip through their fingers, Yin Tongzi remarked. I responded thus. The Millennium Golden Silkworm goo will equally escape the grasp of the goo sect. If we fail to obtain the Millennium Golden Silkworm goo, we may still consider purchasing a regular one. A standard golden silkworm goo typically costs a few million. Although the success rate is not particularly high, it's still worth a try. Yin Tongzi reassured me. I nodded quietly, patiently awaiting the auction of the Millennium Golden Silkworm goo. After 3 more treasures, each valued over 1 million, were sold, the urn containing the Millennium Golden Silkworm goo was finally placed upon the auction table. The woman in the qipao spoke loudly. I believe all esteemed guests present are aware that the Golden Silkworm goo possesses the most formidable protective capabilities among all goo insects. Every goo master yearns to possess a Golden Silkworm goo. However, the conditions for nurturing it are exceedingly stringent, with a probability of less than 1 in 1,000. The Millennium Golden Silkworm goo is even rarer in the world, its protective power maximized. Furthermore, it is currently in a dormant state and does not require the traditional marriage process for goo. It can recognize its master upon awakening, thereby avoiding any risks associated with the marriage process. The woman's introduction sent the atmosphere into a small frenzy, particularly among the goo masters present, whose bodies trembled with excitement. After concluding her presentation, the woman announced the starting bid for the Millennium Golden Silkworm goo. 6 million yuan, with increments no less than 500,000 yuan. 10 million. A familiar voice interjected, unexpectedly belonging not to a goo master, but to the young lady brought by Brother Wang Tai. 11 million. A goo master swiftly matched the bid. 15 million. 13 million. 14 million. The price quickly soared to 18 million, with numerous bidders, predominantly goo masters, occasionally interrupted by a few external businessmen. While we could only sit back and watch the fierce competition unfold, Yin Tongzi inquired, Brother Huyen, shall we place a bid? I shook my head. No need. This is just the beginning. Bidding would be futile and would only reveal my desire for the Golden Silkworm goo to Ni Yuma, who would certainly prevent me from acquiring it. Wang Batian sighed, exclaiming, Damn it, how can these people be so wealthy? As I anticipated, in less than a minute, The price of the millennial golden silkworm goo had skyrocketed to an astonishing 50 million. In this brief yet intense bidding war, only two participants remained, one from the goo sect and the other, the young lady who had made the initial bid. The 50 million price tag was directly added to the goo master's previous bid of 41 million by the young lady. This amount had already surpassed the intrinsic value of the millennial golden silkworm goo, yet neither contender showed any intention of relinquishing their pursuit. 55 million. The goo master called out loudly. 65 million. The young lady responded without hesitation. 70 million. The goo master's voice had grown somewhat cold. With a chuckle, the young lady declared, 80 million. I, Lan Shiga, must have this millennial golden silkworm goo. Lan Shiga, no wonder she is so affluent, remarked a newcomer beside me. His companion nodded in agreement, saying, it turns out she is from the Lan group. Given Lan Shiga's extravagant bidding, it seemed certain that the golden silkworm goo would fall into her hands. I couldn't help but inquire, gentlemen, what does the Lan group do? One of them explained, the Lan group is a prominent enterprise in Xinjiang province. Although it is not publicly listed, its valuation has reached an astounding 100 billion, and it operates as a family business. I was taken aback. Lan Shiga's background was indeed impressive. Anything she set her sights on would likely be unattainable for anyone else. As anticipated, the staggering price of 80 million for the golden silkworm goo rendered the members of the goo sect speechless. The woman in the qipao counted down thrice, then decisively declared, congratulations to this young lady for acquiring the millennium golden silkworm goo at the price of 80 million. This figure astonished everyone present. Yet Lan Shiga remained unperturbed. Her demeanor as relaxed as if she had merely purchased a handbag. This woman is indeed wealthy, Wang Batian muttered, his tone tinged with envy. Where else could one procure an ordinary golden silkworm goo? I turned to Yin Tongzi, who scanned the surroundings and suggested, we might check the goo stalls. If nothing is found, we shall have to go to the goo sect, though their prices tend to be considerably higher. Fat Master, keep a close watch. If you can secure the Taiji diagram and the 3 treasures Rui, do your utmost to acquire them, I instructed, then turned to seek out the goo stalls. My interest in the auction waning. Frankly, I was quite envious of that millennium golden silkworm goo, as it represented a form of assurance. Chapter 70. An invitation from Wu Hanya. This millennium golden silkworm goo guarantees the absorption of a love poison, while resorting to an ordinary one entails certain risks. After wandering around the square for a considerable time and finding 4 or 5 goo stalls without a single golden silkworm goo, I sighed in resignation, realizing we would indeed need to head to the goo sect. Just as I was about to return, my peripheral vision caught sight of a sneaky bald man. This bald man was the same one I had observed in Qingcheng, seeking medical assistance from Lu Xiaoyin, only to be rejected. Before departing, he had boasted about wanting to eliminate Lu Xiaoyin. I furrowed my brow, feigning interest in my surroundings, as another familiar figure approached Zhang Huanglong with swift strides. This individual was Wang Gang, the brother of Wang Tai. The two exchanged cautious glances, embodying the essence of clandestine operatives meeting in secrecy. Upon their encounter, they uttered not a word, merely locking eyes before making their way towards the riverbank beyond the square. I glanced around, then cautiously trailed behind them. As they reached the edge of the bridge, their pace slowed. I quickly sidestepped and concealed myself behind a nearby building, utilizing the cover of passing pedestrians to re-emerge discreetly. Upon my appearance, however, Zhang Huanglong and Wang Gang had already vanished from the bridge's edge. In such a brief span, they must have descended beneath it. With this thought in mind, I hurried towards the arch bridge, a marvel of modern design with sturdy piers flanking either side, each harboring a considerable space within. I descended slowly, arriving at the exterior of the pier. Listening intently, I soon discerned Zhang Huanglong's voice emanating from within. You two brothers are to control the individual, but I require that millennium-old golden silkworm toxin she possesses. Understood, Wang Gang replied, a mischievous laugh escaping him. But, Huang Yi, you are not a poison master. What do you need that for? My elder brother requires it. He is at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. With the assistance of the millennium-old golden silkworm toxin, he will undoubtedly succeed, and at that point, Our 7 oddities gang shall ascend to the ranks of top-tier powers, Zhang Huanglong elucidated. Wang Gang responded with an appreciative "oh," followed by a cunning grin. Huang Yi, would you say it is unreasonable for us to extort 10 billion from the Lan Group? Not at all. It is precisely appropriate. Any more, and they would struggle to amass it in the short term, came the reply. After the auction concludes tonight, I will take control of Lan Shiga, allowing you to arrange for someone to demand funds from the Lan Group. Master Huang, are you certain the funds will not be frozen? Rest assured, I will provide them with an overseas account and launder the money, albeit with a rather steep fee. After the laundering process, we should be left with around 700 to 800 million, which the two of you will then split 500 million each. Wang Gang nodded and said, very well. I will take my leave now to avoid raising Lan Shiga's suspicions. Wait, where do you plan to confine her? Master Huang asked. You need not concern yourself with that. We have a secure location. Once the funds are returned, you can transfer them to our Company S account, and we will tier up the ticket. The Millennial Golden Silkworm Goo will also be handed over to you. Tomorrow, I will prepare the ransom video for you. Wang Gang replied with a smile. Zhang Huanglong chuckled. You remain as cautious as ever. Master Huang, please understand, it is not a matter of distrust among brothers, but rather my brother's unwavering principles. With nothing else to discuss, I shall take my leave now, Wang Gang remarked as his footsteps echoed away. I quickly distanced myself from the bridge pier and hurried into the crowd, making my way towards the square. These two are indeed birds of a feather, conspiring against Lan Shiga while she remains blissfully unaware. Deep in thought as I walked, I returned to the square, where the auction was nearing its conclusion. The final item, the coveted Taiji diagram, was currently being auctioned, with the price climbing beyond 20 million. Brother Jin Liang, may I trouble you with a request? I approached Jin Liang and whispered softly. Jin Liang turned to me and inquired about the matter at hand. I gestured towards the distant figure of Lan Shiga and whispered in his ear. Wang Tai and his brother are planning to abduct Lan Shiga tonight to extort her family. Please assist in tracking them down and ascertain their hiding place. Jin Liang nodded affirmatively. Leave it to me. Be cautious. Rest assured, an old scout like me will ensure the mission is accomplished, he replied, retreating a few steps and blending into the crowd. I leaned closer to Wang Batian and quietly asked, have you procured the 3 treasures, Jade Rui? Wang Batian shook his head. That artifact fetched over 40 million and was claimed by those from the witch sect. It is likely that the Taiji diagram has also fallen into their hands. Yin Tongzi interjected, this is for the best. The esteemed Wu Hanya from the witch sect is quite commendable. Had it not been for her vigorous support of the Yin clan, they might have been annihilated by the Gu sect long ago. No sooner had Yin Tongzi finished speaking than a woman in a Chong Sam on the central stage proclaimed with finality. Congratulations to the witch sect for acquiring the Taiji diagram at the price of 68 million yuan. The audience erupted in applause as the woman rapped the auction table, declaring, this year's Miao People's Valley Ghost Market auction has concluded. All 25 treasures have been sold at prices exceeding expectations. If calculations are correct, the total transaction amount surpasses 800 million, reflecting a 300% increase compared to last year's auction. We extend our gratitude to all the patrons, and for next year's annual market, we shall present twice the number of treasures for your selection. Please stay tuned. In the ensuing hours, everyone is free to roam the ghost market. With the approval of the Valley Master S residents, there will be no curfew tonight, allowing for unrestrained merriment. The guards of the Valley Master S residents will intensify their patrols, and all are urged to adhere to the regulations of the Miao People S Valley. Should anyone breach the rules resulting in dire consequences, regardless of their identity, they shall face the most severe penalties imposed by the Miao People S Valley. After the woman in the Chi Pao gracefully bowed to the audience, she swiftly descended from the central platform. The gathered crowd dispersed, eagerly flocking to the various stalls to begin their exploration. Lan Shiga and Wang Tai did not continue to browse, but instead made their way toward the outskirts of the square, with Jin Liangka following at a distance. Most attendees of the ghost market arrived with the hope of discovering hidden treasures. To do so requires meticulous attention and considerable time investment. The decision to lift the curfew is indeed a prudent one. Young master, shall we continue to browse or head directly to the Goo Gate to purchase the golden silkworm goo? Wang Batian inquired, turned to face me. Tongzi interjected, saying, Brother Hu Yan, I shall not be accompanying you to the Gu Gate. I nodded in acknowledgement and replied to Wang Batian, Fat Master, please escort Tongzi back to Yin Mansion. I will accompany you to the Gu Gate and let Jin Liang brothers see Tongzi home. By the way, where is Jin Liang? Wang Batian glanced around. He had other matters to attend to. Excuse me, my name is Wu He. May I inquire about your esteemed surname, young sir? A female voice suddenly interrupted me. I turned to see the female sorceress from the earlier divination. Greetings. I humbly bear the surname Hu. How may I assist you? Fairy Wu He? I replied with utmost respect. In the realm of Miao Run Valley, the foremost powers are the 3 gates and 1 mansion. Among them, my most favorable impression is of the Witch Gate, for it extends assistance to the Yin clan, embodying an intrinsic goodness. Additionally, the daughter of Wu Hanya, Wu Yun, shares a history with me. Most significantly, the Witch Gate has a long-standing enmity with the Divine Witch. Adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I am inclined to cultivate a friendship with the Witch Gate. Wu nodded and smiled. The master of our gate, Wu Hanya, wishes to invite young Master Hu for a discussion at the Witch Gate. I wonder if it would be convenient for you, young Master Hu? Chapter 71. Imprisoned in the witch prison Wu He's words left me somewhat perplexed. Yet my heart sensed an opportunity. Wang Batian furrowed his brow and inquired, What does your Witch Gate master want with my young master? Merely a casual conversation. The master is quite intrigued by the unusual signs surrounding young Master Hu's fate in matters of marriage. She may be able to discern some insights, Wu He replied earnestly. I nodded and turned to Wang Batian. Fat Lord, you and Tongzi should return to the Yin Mansion. I will pay a visit to the Witch Gate. Very well. I shall make my way to the Witch Gate shortly. No need. I shook my head. The Witch Gate is an ally. Yin Tongzi also turned to Wu He and said, Sister Wu He, please send my regards to Aunt Wu. Understood, little one. Wu He affectionately ruffled Yin Tongzi's nose, indicating a close relationship between them. After Wang Batian departed with Yin Tongzi, Wu He gestured for me to follow. We left the square and ventured deeper into Miao Ren Valley. After approximately 20 minutes, we arrived at a mansion twice the size of the Yin Mansion, the Witch Mansion. The exterior walls of the Witch's Mansion are adorned with green tiles and blue bricks, while the entrance and pillars are painted in a riot of colors, showcasing the distinct characteristics of a sorceress. At the entrance stand 2 intricately carved wooden totems of witch doctors, flanked by 2 maidens of the witchcraft. Young Master Hu, please step inside, invited Wu He with a graceful bow. I nodded and followed her into the mansion. Inside, the atmosphere is steeped in witchcraft culture, with colorful fabric strips hanging everywhere, although the hues are not particularly vibrant. Various oddly shaped witch dolls can also be found throughout. The place is predominantly occupied by maidens of the witchcraft. I have yet to encounter a single male sorcerer, making it feel akin to a convent. Fairy Wu He, are there no male sorcerers in the witch's domain? I inquired, voicing my curiosity. Wu He explained patiently. Indeed, the Miao people's witchcraft lineage consists solely of witch doctors, belonging to the ancients. Ancients? I echoed, intrigued. She elaborated. The ancients are those whose essence remains untainted by the mundane, who can unify their hearts in solemnity and righteousness. Their wisdom aligns with virtue. Their sacred powers radiate far and wide, illuminating all, and their keen perception allows for profound understanding. Thus the divine descends. In males, they are referred to as she, and in females, Wu. I nodded in comprehension, so the witch doctors of this lineage are all female. Young Master Hu is astute, she replied. As we spoke, we arrived at the entrance of the main hall. We paused, lightly tapped the door 3 times, then pushed it open and stepped inside. The main hall of the witch's mansion is not particularly large, comparable to that of the Yin Mansion. It is brightly lit, with over 100 white candles illuminating the space, the scent of burning wax somewhat pungent. A woman clad in a white robe stands with her back to us. Before her is a magnificent mural depicting a colorful narrative. The woman possessed long hair cascading down her waist, and though she had not styled it in any elaborate manner, she exuded an air of maturity and composure. Young Master Hu has arrived. He is currently residing in the netherworld and is quite familiar with the young maid of the Yin family, whispered Wu He. Understood. You may leave, Wu Hanya replied. Turning slowly, Wu Hanya appeared significantly younger than I had anticipated, with rosy lips and pearly white teeth, striking features, a tall and straight posture, and a remarkably healthy complexion. Seemingly no more than 23 years of age. If she were to stand alongside Ai Yunma, one could hardly discern any maternal bond. They could easily be mistaken for sisters, and it would be difficult to determine who is the elder. I am Hu Yin, and it is an honor to meet you, esteemed Senior Wu, I said, clasping my hands in a respectful gesture. Hu Yin. Wu Hanya scrutinized me briefly before approaching a bronze tree nearby, gently toying with the red fabric strips hanging from its branches. I have heard from here that your marriage divination is based on the broken shell oracle, Wu Hanya said, her gaze fixed on the red strips rather than on me. I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, esteemed senior. Do you possess any insights? The shattered turtle shell is elusive to mortals, and I can only ascertain that the one you hold dear is not of ordinary lineage. I summoned you here today with a purpose, Wu Hanya stated, turning to face me. I have a daughter named Wu Yun, who has fallen victim to the malevolence of a sorceress. She ought to have perished in the river of oblivion. However, through my divination, I discovered that she has not yet departed this realm. The oracle points directly to the one associated with the broken shell, and I believe it pertains to you. I inhaled sharply, astonished by the formidable abilities of the witch matriarch, who could divine matters concerning Wu Yun. Logically, Wu Yun was already deceased. Her spirit merely inhabited the body of Ai Yunma, thus losing any target for divination. Yet, she had discovered an alternative path, revealing my past interactions with Wu Yun, which was truly astonishing, was it not? Wu Hanya furrowed her brow and questioned with a chilling tone. This behavior evoked memories of Wu Yun's words. That Wu Hanya had never favored her since childhood, and it was she who had personally delivered Wu Yun to the shaman for arcane research. If I were to disclose Wu Yun's whereabouts, would she not once again pose a threat to her? At this crucial juncture of Wu Yun's reincarnation, a few days were essential. Should Wu Hanya indeed harbor malevolent intentions, it would spell disaster for Wu Yun. Instinctively, I shook my head and replied, Senior Matriarch, I'm unaware. Whether you know or not, I can perceive. Should you deceive me, I shall not let you go unpunished, Wu Hanya declared as she approached. Placing her palm upon my crown, leaning closer, she whispered, look into my eyes. Is this a mind-reading technique? I met her gaze, unflinching, despite the faint green glow emanating from her eyes. If Yin were not dead, she would certainly be a living corpse, and such beings are no ordinary entities, perfectly corresponding with the cracked shell divination board. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, your beloved must be Yin, correct? Wu Hanya's gaze bore into me, the verdant light intensifying. A chill enveloped my head, and I remained silent, secretly relieved that she had concluded my involvement with the cracked shell divination board was intertwined with Wu Yun. A few seconds later, Wu Hanya abruptly withdrew her hand, frowning and shaking her head. No, why is there an unformed love goo within you? The venom of the love goo unexpectedly thwarted Wu Hanya's probing. I nodded and replied, indeed, someone has placed a love goo on me, but it has yet to take shape due to insufficient time. It cannot possibly be Yunner. She is inherently kind-hearted and would never engage in such despicable actions. Who is responsible for the love goo on you? The newly accepted disciple of the shaman, Ai Yunma. Once again, it was Ai Yunma. Wu Hanya's expression darkened, her tone icy. Do you know Ai Yunma? With a swift flick of her wide sleeves, she took her seat at the main position, then furrowed her brow and coldly inquired, you possess a love goo, while Susu bears the forbidden goo body. Is this the true purpose of your approach to the Yi Mansion? No. I shook my head. Sister Susu did mention a desire to offer herself, but I rejected her. You are lying. What man would refuse such an opportunity? All men in the world are equally vile. You cannot be an exception. As Wu Hanya spoke, she rose and shouted toward the entrance. Come here. Two, which maidens guarding the door entered. Confine this foul man, who speaks such nonsense, in the witch prison. Wu Hanya waved her hand with fury, her eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 72. Aunt Wu Hanya's sudden outburst of rage left me perplexed. Her aversion to men was vividly displayed. Had you been hurt by a man? I furrowed my brow and asked. Wu Hanyue turned away without responding, instead instructing Wu He to summon In Susu from the underworld. The two witches flanked me, wielding crescent-shaped blades, gesturing for my departure from the main hall. I refrained from resisting. In truth, having ventured deep into this witch's abode, any act of defiance would be futile and might provoke Wu Hanyue into a more desperate frenzy. It was wiser to await In Susu's arrival for clarification. The witch's prison, a dungeon nestled in the rear courtyard, was accessed through a cavern. Within a 10-meter radius, there stood a modest structure known as Wujuju, its windows adorned with uniformly green cloth. The dungeon was heavily fortified, with 3 iron gates guarding the entrance, each monitored by 3 witch maidens. Upon entering the dungeon, I found myself in a series of stone cells, devoid of iron bars. Even the doors were robust wooden ones. As I stepped inside, a witch maiden opened the door and coldly instructed me to enter. I inquired, "How long do you intend to confine me?" The escorting witch offered no reply, instead securing the wooden door behind me. I shook my head in resignation, scrutinizing my cell. The dungeon measured a mere 10 square meters, containing a simple wooden table with an oil lamp flickering atop it, alongside a wooden plank bed equipped with a wooden pillow and a soiled blanket. The walls were entirely stone, a design that effectively eliminated any possibility of escape. Approaching the bed, I lifted the blanket and reclined upon the wooden pillow. For the time being, I could only await In Susu's assistance for clarification. If necessary, I would disclose the matter regarding Wu Yun to her. Recalling the demeanor of Wu Hanye, I noted how her attitude shifted dramatically from beginning to end. It remains uncertain which point provoked her ire to the extent of confining me. Was it solely due to my affliction with the love curse? While In Susu possessed the ability to alleviate it with her forbidden powers, I shook my head inwardly. The disdain for men reflected in Wu Hanye's eyes was unmistakable and could not be feigned. Perhaps it was more akin to hatred. This aversion might explain the absence of any male figures within the Wu household, not even a servant. If this were indeed the case, the situation would become increasingly complicated. I am left to ponder what experiences this woman has endured that could instill such animosity towards men. A waft of an unusual fragrance entered my nostrils, prompting me to frown and scan my surroundings. I leaned closer to the wooden pillow, an object of indeterminate wood type, which, despite its apparent age, still emanated a faint, pleasant aroma. The scent was soothing and delightful. Time passed, and I gradually closed my eyes, unknowingly slipping into a state of slumber. In my dream, I discerned faint voices nearby, followed by a vivid image materializing in my mind. In a room adorned with antique charm, Wu Hanye sat at a round table, preparing tea. On the table lay a wooden pillow identical to the one in my cell. Outside the window, a series of green fabric strips hung uniformly. The sight of those green strips reminded me of the Wu Ji residence I had encountered upon entering the dungeon. Just as this realization dawned on me, a knock echoed at the door, and the voice of Wu He reached my ears. "Master, Susu has arrived." "Come in," Wu Hanye replied, setting down her teacup. I turned to see the door open, and In Susu walked in gracefully, skillfully closing the door behind her. "Aunt, did you summon me? Aunt?" Upon hearing this address, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. "Come have some tea." Wu Hanye nodded and, while pouring tea for In Susu, inquired, "Susu, did that man named Huyin truly refuse your forbidden worm body?" "Yes, Aunt. Huyin explicitly declined my forbidden worm body, which I had not anticipated. How could there be a man so principled? I believe he is trustworthy. I have met him. I know. My sister mentioned that you invited him over." "Where is Huyin?" In Susu glanced around. Wu Hanye explained, "To prevent any connection between him and the Wu sect, I have confined him in the dungeon." "Susu, you are aware that the divine shamans have spies within the Wu sect?" In Susu nodded. "Aunt, what are your plans?" "I too believe he is a trustworthy individual. Yet the more we regard him as such, the less we can interact with him. The divine shamans and the Gu sect are closely monitoring the Wu sect. Should I show him kindness, both the Gu sect and the divine shamans will focus their attention on him." In Susu silently nodded. Hu Yin has managed to stabilize the situation in the Yin manor, and the corpses there are gaining strength. And I believe this presents us with an opportunity. Wu Hanye responded affirmatively. Before the corpses in the Yin manor fully enhance their power, it is crucial for the manor to remain hidden from outsiders. I understand, but what about Hu Yin? You cannot keep him confined indefinitely, can you? In Susu, somewhat anxious, inquired. Wu Hanye chuckled softly, of course not. The Yin manor has been shielded by the Wu sect, thus the Dao sect and the Gu sect have refrained from launching a full-scale assault on it. We should seize this opportunity to use Hu Yin as a pretext to stage a dramatic rift between the Wu sect and the Yin manor. Once the Dao sect and Gu sect learn that the Wu sect no longer safeguards the Yin manor, they will undoubtedly take action. As soon as they do, and if they fail to annihilate the Wu manor, I shall be able to obtain leverage against them and retaliate from the Valley Lord's estate. Insusu pondered briefly before nodding, understood, and when do you anticipate they will strike? Wu Hanye continued, based on my insights into Jin Zhanqing and Zhao Juiyang. They will likely observe for no more than 3 days before succumbing to their impulses, and their strike will be one aimed at total extermination. Zhao Juiyang desires the corpses, while Jin Zhanqing covets the forbidden Gu bodies of you and your sister. What if the Yin manor cannot withstand the assault? Insusu expressed her concerns. Wu Hanye shook her head. I will anonymously employ the services of the Hunter Shadow organization at a considerable cost. Insusu nodded, and before she could express her gratitude, Wu Hanye opened a drawer and retrieved a small jar. The Gu sect has already taken notice of Hu Yin, and acquiring the golden silkworm Gu from them is no longer feasible. Inside this jar is a newly cultivated golden silkworm Gu that has entered a dormant state. Use the gathering Yin pearl to awaken it, and see if it can neutralize the emotional Gu poison afflicting Hu Yin. Insusu's expression brightened, and she hurriedly took the jar. Thank you on behalf of Hu Yin, and no, this is still not sufficiently secure. Wu Hanye furrowed his brow, glancing around before a sudden inspiration struck him. He opened the drawer and retrieved a scroll. Deliver this to Hu Yin. Consider it my token of introduction for him. He is bound to find it useful. The scroll in question was none other than the Taiji diagram, which had been acquired by the witch sect at the ghost market auction for a staggering 68 million. Chapter 73. The innate actor. I am certain this is not a mere dream, but a scene unfolding in reality. Although I cannot fathom why I am experiencing something akin to an out-of-body experience, it is clear that Wu Hanye has orchestrated this through his sorcery. The medium of this occurrence must be the fragrant pillow that exudes an unusual aroma. Yet, Wu Hanye's behavior leaves me perplexed. Their earlier conversation revolved around my potential as their pawn. While I can comprehend the gesture of gifting a golden silkworm Gu, the direct presentation of such a precious Taiji diagram, to me, seems excessively warm-hearted. This question also flickered in Insusu's mind as she accepted the Taiji diagram, her voice laced with curiosity. Aunt, why are you so generous to Hu Yin? Wu Hanye visibly paused, reaching for the wooden pillow on the table. A hint of sadness shadowing his expression as myriad thoughts seemed to intertwine in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Aunt? Insusu called out, puzzled. Wu Hanye shuddered, regaining her composure. No, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's leave it at that. We cannot afford to linger too long. We shall commence our pretense of an argument, allowing the watchers in the Wu residence to witness. Remember, you must take Hu Yin away, even against my wishes. You must insist on taking him, even if it means severing ties with me. Ultimately, I will issue a strict decree, instructing the Wu clan to cease any concern for the Yin family's fate. Do you understand? Insusu nodded. Retrieving the golden silkworm Gu wrapped in crimson cloth from the urn and placing it into her pocket, the two then began their performance. Within a minute, the room erupted into a cacophony, their voices escalating in fervor, drawing the attention of an ever-growing crowd outside. Wu Hanye, Hu Yin is a distinguished guest of the Yin family. By what right do you confine him? That loathsome man harbors ulterior motives. You must be aware of his intentions. I am not aware, nor do I wish to be. Hu Yin saved Tongzi. He is our family's savior. If you do not release him today, I shall perish in your chamber, then die outside. I have maintained my friendship with your mother, which is why I have protected the Yin family all these years. Without my intervention, your clan would have been obliterated long ago. Wu Hanye, who can ascertain whether you are a friend or foe to us. You, Wu Hanyi, enraged, clenched her teeth and delivered a resounding slap across In Susu's face. You are brazen. The force of Wu Hanyi's slap was considerable, sending In Susu sprawling to the ground, her fair complexion soon marked with 5 distinct fingerprints. I frowned at the authenticity of their performance. It was painfully realistic. In the dark of night, I shall slay you. In Susu sprang up, drawing a dagger from her bosom. The door was suddenly burst open, and Wu He, accompanied by a host of witch attendants, stormed in, swiftly subduing the seemingly deranged In Susu. Unbelievable. Wu Hanyi glared at In Susu, seething with anger. I have always aided you, yet you wish to take my life? Very well, Wu He, release that vile man, and expel In Susu from here. From this day forth, no member of the Wu clan shall have any dealings with the In family. Otherwise, they shall face the family's wrath without mercy. Master. Wu He looked up at Wu Hanyi, pleading, Master, please quell your anger. Susu acted out of impulse. I'm not acting out of impulse. Wu Hanyi bellowed, his voice filled with fury. Expel her. Cast her out. I never wish to see her again in my lifetime. I meticulously observed the 6 individuals who had burst in, noting that Wu He appeared most anxious. 2 of the witches, however, wore calm expressions, their eyes glinting with a hint of delight. These 2 must surely be spies from the divine, which Ngu sect infiltrated within the Wu clan. Master, Wu He, utter another word, and you shall no longer call me master. Wu Hanyi shouted vehemently at Wu He. With no choice, Wu He hastily ordered the attendants to escort In Susu out. Go and release that man surnamed Hu. I am eager to see how In Susu met her demise at his hands. Wu Hanyi exclaimed in exasperation. Wu He quickly retreated, shutting the door behind him. With a crash, Wu Hanyi hurled a porcelain vase to the ground, shattering it into countless shards, nearly startling me awake. These 2 individuals can undoubtedly be regarded as born actors. Should they pursue a career in the entertainment industry, the Oscars would likely have little room for others. Wu Hanyi's demeanor exhibited an unusual fury, yet as the moment passed, her expression swiftly transformed into one of calm resignation as she turned to face my direction, revealing a smile tinged with helplessness. She recognizes me. Indeed, she must be aware of my presence here, for it is solely due to her sorcery that I stand in this place. She lifted her teacup, dipped her middle finger into its contents, and flicked a droplet of tea towards my position. Go forth, but exercise caution. Wu Hanyi spoke softly, her gaze intricate, hinting at a touch of reluctance. The droplet struck me, jolting me awake. Before my eyes lay the confines of a prison cell, my head resting upon a pillow that radiated a comforting warmth. I hastily sat up, reaching to touch the wooden pillow, its warmth rapidly dissipating, likely a result of the sorcery's waning effect. Before long, the wooden door of the cell creaked open, revealing Wu He standing outside. Young Master Hu, Susu has come to escort you. You may now leave the Wu residence. Has Susu explained everything to me? I inquired, feigning ignorance as I stepped outside. Wu He shook her head and sighed. She had a fierce argument with Master, and he has decreed that he will no longer intervene in the affairs of the In family. Young Master Hu, please keep a close watch over the 2 sisters, ensuring they remain within the In residence unless absolutely necessary. In a few days, when Master's anger subsides, I shall see if I can arrange for a boat to discreetly transport them away from Miao People Valley. I nodded and exited the dungeon alongside Wu He. Outside the dungeon, In Susu, her face still bearing the marks of a slap, hurried towards me upon noticing my presence. She grasped my wrist firmly and urged me to leave. Young Master Hu, I apologize for the distress you have endured. We must go. That old witch Wu Hanyi has gone mad. Forcefully pulled from the In manor, I was met by Wang Batian, who rushed to greet us. Young Master, are you unharmed? Wait, Susu. What happened to you? It's nothing. We will discuss it back at the In manor, In Susu replied, quickening her pace towards home. Stay alert, I whispered to Wang Batian, then hastened to catch up with her. As we made our way back, I attentively scanned our surroundings, confirming that we were being followed. The pursuers donned ordinary attire, likely members of either the Gu sect or the Shaman clan. Fortunately, there would be no curfew that night, and the streets were bustling with people. They would not choose this moment to strike. In less than 15 minutes, we successfully returned to the Inn Manor. Upon entering, Insusu summoned 2 servants to stand guard outside and personally secured the doors. Rushing back to the main hall, she let out a heavy sigh of relief and turned to me, saying, "Young master who, I just acted in a play with the Witch Queen, and she." "I'm aware," I interrupted with a smile. It seemed that Insusu was oblivious to the fact that my soul had left my body. I had been observing their performance from the confines of the room. Chapter 74. The Golden Silkworm Curse Unraveled. Insusu paused, astonished, and inquired, "You knew?" I affirmed with a nod. Yes, the Witch Queen employed her sorcery, causing my soul to exit my body. I was already within the room before you entered. Insusu silently nodded and swiftly retrieved the Taiji diagram from her sleeve, stating, "This is a gift from my aunt for your meeting." Lo and behold, was this not the revered Taiji diagram valued at 68 million? Wang Batian accepted the diagram with eager hands. Insusu affirmed with a soft then produced a red cloth pouch from her pocket and handed it to me. The Golden Silkworm Goo. I reached out to receive the vibrant pouch. The Golden Silkworm Goo? Is this also a gift from the Witch Queen to my family's young master? Wang Batian inquired with heightened excitement. Insusu nodded and explained. This is the dormant Golden Silkworm Goo. Once awakened, it will recognize its master directly. Young master who? Shall we test whether this Golden Silkworm Goo can consume the emotional poison afflicting you under the guidance of the Gathering Yin Pearl? All right, let us give it a try. I responded, turning to Wang Batian. Has Jin Liang returned yet? He has returned once, having discerned the whereabouts of Lan Shiga, who is currently residing in an inn. However, Jin Liang also discovered other pursuers and believes they may relocate. He reported this and continued to monitor them. Wang Batian replied, "Very well, let us proceed to the ancestral hall." Holding the Golden Silkworm Goo, I felt a flicker of hope that it might prove effective. "Susu, I have 2 questions. Though I am uncertain if they are appropriate to ask," Wang Batian queried as we walked. "Go ahead and ask, Fat Master," she encouraged. "First, how could the Witch Queen be so kind to our young master? Could she possibly have taken a liking to him?" Wang Batian's tone was tinged with excitement. Insusu chuckled softly. "That is unlikely. She is nearly 50 and has long ceased to harbor feelings for any man." 50? I gasped in surprise, for the witch, Wu Hanya, appeared to be no more than 27 or 28 years of age. Indeed, she is the younger sister of my mother, though few are aware of this connection, which is why I affectionately refer to her as Aunt. Ah, so that is the reason she has gifted these items to the young master. It is to ensure our protection of the Yin family, Wang Batian realized with sudden clarity. Insusu nodded and inquired, "What about the second question?" "You have already answered the second question. It turns out Aunt is indeed a true aunt." As we spoke, we arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall, where Yin Tongzi, who was waiting to change the incense, hurried over to ask why the witch had summoned me. Insusu replied that she would explain shortly, and then gently opened the door to the ancestral hall. "Tongzi, you should return to your room to rest. I will handle the incense." "Fat Master, I kindly ask you to keep watch outside while I assist young master who in attempting to resolve the emotional curse." "Understood." They both nodded in agreement, and Insusu and I quietly stepped into the ancestral hall. Inside, over 100 corpses and spirits had entered a state of meditation, their bodies enveloped in the smoke produced by the burning incense, nourished by the Yin energy emitted from the gathering Yin Pearl, their strength steadily increasing. Insusu and I approached the altar, layer by layer removing the red cloth, revealing a golden insect the size of a baby's fingertip curled up before us. The golden silkworm worm. This was my first encounter with it, and it indeed resembled a silkworm, though its hue was a rich, opulent color that was quite pleasing. I reached out to touch the golden silkworm worm, but it showed no reaction. I looked up at Insusu and asked, could it be dead? Insusu shook her head and remarked, "No, it is merely in slumber. However, judging by its size, it does appear to be a new goo. I am uncertain of its efficacy. I have heard that the golden silkworm goo requires brocade for sustenance. Is that true?" She glanced at the gathering Yin Pearl and contemplated, "If this golden silkworm goo can dispel the love poison afflicting you, I shall bestow upon you the gathering Yin Pearl, as it is most effective for nurturing goo." I shook my head in response, saying, "No need. Once the poison is dispelled, I shall marry the goo." "Will that suffice?" "That is not permissible. I have heard that the golden silkworm goo, which aids in dispelling poison, cannot be married. You must continuously care for it. If you are unwilling to nurture it, then you must share a room with me." Insusu regarded me with earnestness. I hastily waved my hand. "It's all right. I do not wish to bring you harm." As I spoke, I gently picked up the golden silkworm goo and placed it atop the gathering pearl. The black, sinister energies enveloped the golden silkworm goo instantaneously. Through the thick aura, I focused intently on its reaction. Nearly 3 minutes passed before the golden silkworm goo slowly unfurled, its form slightly expanding. It raised its head gradually and began to sway. A sense of nausea washed over me. I could not help but feel a twinge of disgust and seized a small knife nearby, unhesitatingly slicing my middle finger. "Master who? Quickly let your blood acknowledge its master, or it will fall back into slumber," Insusu urged. I nodded, placed my finger upon the golden silkworm goo, and squeezed out a drop of blood, allowing it to fall upon its head. The golden silkworm puppet suddenly became motionless, its mouth unseen, yet a drop of blood slowly seeped into its body, transforming its golden hue into a rusted shade. "Typically, it requires 3 drops, Insusu remarked. I acknowledged with a hum and squeezed out 2 additional drops of blood onto the silkworm puppet. After these 2 drops were absorbed, its form took on a dark crimson color, and its elevated head gradually drooped down. A sense of unease washed over me as I furrowed my brow and glanced at Insusu. She, too, wore a look of apprehension, her gaze fixed on the now completely inert silkworm puppet. Had it perished? I stared incredulously at the unmoving creature, extending my wounded finger towards it, yet it remained unresponsive. Just as my confusion mounted, a deafening bang erupted. The silkworm puppet suddenly exploded, a fine spray of blood splattering across both of us. "Goodness," I cursed under my breath, hastily straightening up, gazing at Insusu in disbelief. "What on earth just happened?" Insusu frowned. "This newly refined silkworm puppet is indeed ineffective. It has succumbed to the emotional poison." Astonished, I struggled to comprehend the potency of this emotional poison. It seemed implausible, even if it failed to thrive. It shouldn't have resulted in the silkworm puppet's immediate demise. Insusu sighed. "I suspect that the maternal puppet of the emotional poison has been enhanced, meaning that the emotional puppet within Ni Yuma has transcended the ordinary. It must have been fortified with the assistance of a shaman." I couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, employing the golden silkworm poison to counteract the love curse is a sound approach. However, we require a more potent golden silkworm, Insusu remarked as she produced a handkerchief, wiping away the blood from her face before handing it to me. "It can only be that millennial-old golden silkworm." I hastily wiped the blood from my visage. "A millennial-old golden silkworm?" Insusu gazed at me in puzzlement, her expression grave. "That is out of the question. Such ancient silkworms possess their own will, and acknowledging a master is a perilous endeavor. Even the most formidable goo masters would hesitate to tame a millennial-old golden silkworm, for should it be dissatisfied with its master, it could unleash its poison, leading to mutual destruction." Observing Insusu's expression, I found myself perplexed. During the auction at the ghost market, she had indeed summoned Tongzi to instruct me to acquire a golden silkworm without fail. Chapter 75. The Taiji diagram. I voiced my confusion, and Insusu responded. "I did not anticipate the emergence of a millennial-old golden silkworm at the auction. Such a creature is the stuff of legends." Understanding dawned upon me, and after a moment of contemplation, Insusu exclaimed with sudden delight, "My father once told me that the millennial-old golden silkworm could extend one's life, though the odds of success are slim, as the average goo master cannot harness it. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, young master who. If you were to procure that millennial-old golden silkworm, perhaps you could tame it with the gathering pearl, provided your body can acclimate to its energy." "Acclimate to the gathering pearl? What does that entail?" I inquired, perplexed. Insusu elucidated. "The gathering of pearls serves as the finest nourishment for nurturing the golden silkworm goo. If you can ingest the gathering of pearls and retain them within your body, the golden silkworm goo will undoubtedly be exceedingly pleased with you as its master. Ingest the gathering of pearls? I was momentarily at a loss for words. Swallowing the gathering of pearls would severely disrupt my body's yin and yang balance, likely leading to my demise within a few days. Not at all. Susu promptly refuted my assertion. The gathering of pearls is an object of extreme yin, while the golden silkworm goo embodies pure yang. Isn't all goo considered to be goo? I ventured, utilizing the scant knowledge I possessed about goo. Susu shook her head and replied, "Indeed, the cultivation method of the golden silkworm goo predestines it as an extreme goo. However, extremes inevitably lead to reversals. The transformation of yin and yang allows the golden silkworm goo, which can live for a millennium, to have long since evolved from its extreme yin nature to become a pure yang entity. Otherwise, it would not be capable of surviving in this realm for over 1,000 years. So what does that imply? It implies that if your body can adapt to the gathering of pearls, you will be able to tame the golden silkworm goo, which in turn will not disrupt your bodily nourishment or lead to your demise. Comparatively, adapting to the gathering of pearls is somewhat simpler than gaining the acceptance of the golden silkworm goo, Susu patiently explained. I should have no issues adapting to the gathering of pearls, as I possess an extreme constitution, I confidently declared. You possess an extreme constitution? Susu's body trembled slightly, and she spoke with evident excitement. In that case, there is no risk involved. My grandfather also possessed an extreme constitution, and his body similarly adapted to the gathering of pearls. For an extended period, the gathering of pearls was preserved within my grandfather's body. Sister Susu, did your grandfather swallow the gathering pearl? Indeed. I furrow my brow, asking, won't it be expelled? Certainly not, Susu asserted firmly. The gathering pearl is a spiritual entity. Once ingested, it will automatically settle within the organs of the dantian and cannot be excreted. I quickly inquired, what impact does this have on the body? There is some effect, but it is not significant, as the extreme constitution is inherently the most suitable for preserving the gathering pearl. Previously, my grandfather managed to balance yin and yang through herbal remedies. I responded with an "oh" and casually asked, how long did your grandfather live? Father said he passed away at 35. 35. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. Susu paused, then hastily clarified, my grandfather did not die due to yin and yang imbalance. He was harmed by the previous master of the goo sect using yin goo. I sighed in relief and nodded silently. Susu continued, young master who, now that the Millennium Golden Silkworm goo has emerged, you need not worry about such matters. As long as you can obtain the Millennium Golden Silkworm goo, you will be able to tame it, and at that time, you can harness its power to become immensely formidable. How formidable can one become? I asked with a hint of anticipation. The immunity to myriad poisons is fundamental, but the golden silkworm poison can command countless others. Even if it were to turn against its master, it would not pose a challenge. Moreover, the century-old golden silkworm poison, upon awakening, can enhance your body to several times or even dozens of times beyond human limits, transforming you into an unparalleled master for a duration. The gathering pearl effectively supplies energy for both you and the golden silkworm poison, preventing your body from succumbing to the overwhelming strain and resulting in your demise. Susu spoke with increasing enthusiasm, her gaze upon me akin to that of a captivated admirer beholding a superhero. Her excitement fueled my own. It felt as though I could unleash a frenzied mode, harnessing the extraordinary treasures of the millennium-old golden silkworm poison and the gathering pearl. In this berserk state, I could vanquish any foe, much like Naruto, transforming into the Nine Tails in Naruto. Though it may not be enduring, it would undoubtedly serve as my most potent means of survival. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. I swallowed hard, my voice trembling slightly. Susu nodded emphatically. Young master who, where can we find the millennium-old golden silkworm poison? It has been purchased by someone named Lan Shiga, but I have received word that Lan Shiga is to be kidnapped. Once the ransom is secured, they intend to hand the millennium-old golden silkworm poison over to the Seven Oddities gang, regardless of the cost. We must retrieve that millennium-old golden silkworm poison, Insusu declared with unwavering determination, her fists clenched tightly. I cast a grateful glance in her direction. Brother Jinliang has already gone to ascertain their whereabouts. We should be able to rescue them before the Seven Oddities gang intervenes. Shall we act now? Insusu inquired eagerly. I shook my head, saying that we should wait for those two brothers to reveal their true selves. Otherwise, Lan Shiga would not believe us and would be even less inclined to cooperate. Insusu let out a heavy sigh, her eyes glimmering with hope. The sound of the night watch echoed outside, prompting Insusu to hurriedly declare, "It's time to change the incense. I will do it first." I nodded in agreement and retrieved the Taiji diagram that Wu Hanye had gifted me. The Taiji diagram is a legendary artifact I had once glimpsed in my grandfather's ancient texts, though the description was rather vague, consisting of a mere phrase, a treasure encompassing all, cleaving the earth and opening the heavens, distinguishing clarity from turbidity, and regulating earth, water, fire, and wind. While I did not fully comprehend its meaning, my grandfather had informed me that the Taiji diagram was a formidable artifact long lost to time. This particular Taiji diagram took the form of a scroll, its exterior adorned with golden silk, resembling a modern artifact akin to a decree. However, items found at such auctions could not possibly be counterfeit. Upon unfurling the scroll, which measured approximately the size of an A4 sheet, I discovered it housed a piece of parchment made from an unknown animal hide. The parchment was a deep black, exuding an ancient aura, and faintly displayed a series of chaotic symbols without any accompanying textual explanation. Gazing at this Taiji diagram, I felt a sense of bewilderment, as I was utterly clueless about its purpose. If this Taiji diagram was merely an artifact, then the small wooden plaque on me that sealed the ghostly fetus was also an artifact and far more convenient to carry. Why then would I need to utilize such a scroll? As I reached out to touch the surface of the parchment, a chilling sensation enveloped my fingers, and to my astonishment, the symbols upon the Taiji diagram began to shift and glide with an almost ethereal grace. With the movement of those symbols, my mind slipped into a haze, and my expression gradually turned vacant. Chapter 76. The Lawless Realm. A sense of foreboding gripped my heart, yet my body remained completely immobilized, as if paralyzed by an electric shock, rendering my hand unable to withdraw from the parchment. The symbols upon it appeared to blur and duplicate, and my vision grew increasingly obscured. "Young master Hu, what is wrong with you?" In the midst of changing the incense, Insusu noticed something amiss and quickly inquired. I widened my eyes and glanced at her. She furrowed her brow and hurried over, pushing me gently. I exhaled heavily, taking deep breaths as beads of cold sweat began to bead upon my skin. The sensation I had just experienced felt akin to a harrowing journey through the gates of the underworld, as if my very soul had nearly been extracted. "What is happening?" Insusu asked, producing a handkerchief to wipe my brow. I swallowed hard and raised my hand, signaling for a moment to catch my breath. Insusu turned her gaze towards the Taiji diagram above the altar, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Is there something wrong with that scroll?" "Indeed, it harbors a grave issue. I suspect it seals an extraordinarily powerful, malevolent spirit." I managed to nod, gradually regaining my composure. "This," Insusu said, her tone laced with remorse. "Young master Hu, I'm truly sorry. I had no knowledge of what this was. It was my aunt who instructed me to bring it to you. Could it be that my aunt intends to harm you?" I hastily shook my head and replied, "No, this is the Taiji diagram. I am of Taoist origin, and even I am unaware of the sealed spirits within it. The Witch Queen should not be privy to this knowledge either." As I spoke, I quickly rolled up the scroll and stored away. It seems that this matter requires further investigation. Otherwise, should we not simply burn it? Insusu suggested. I shook my head, saying, "No need. The Taiji diagram is a treasure, and I cannot waste it. I only need to discern its method of use." "Are you not afraid that the malevolent spirit might suddenly emerge?" "Not at all. It is sealed. If it were able to escape, it would have done so long ago." "Do not worry," I said, still somewhat shaken. Insusu cast a skeptical glance at me before continuing to replenish the incense. Outside, I heard Wang Beishan's voice. Upon closer inspection, it was Jean Lianka returning. I quickly approached, opened the door, and stepped outside. Jean Lianka began. Xiaoyan, my guess was correct. They have indeed changed locations and, quite cleverly, evading their pursuers. Were you discovered? I asked anxiously. Jean Lianka chuckled. In this world, few possess the ability to detect my tracking, and those two brothers are certainly not among them. Where have they relocated? They have gone to another inn, closest to the exit, named Gyuman Inn. It appears those two brothers are prepared to make a swift exit at any moment, Jean Lianka replied. Is Jean Kingu there? I inquired urgently. Yes, they brought their luggage inside, he confirmed. Have they made a move against Lan Shiga? Jean Lianka emitted a sound of acknowledgement, stating that while they had not taken action before changing inns, they had indeed stirred up matters once settled in their lodgings. They occupied room Tianzi number 3, while I had taken the adjacent room Tianzi number 2, from which I overheard some commotion. What sort of commotion? Wang Batian inquired with growing interest. Jean Lianka shook his head, revealing that it was not what Wang had presumed. Rather, the two brothers seemed to have recorded video evidence, claiming they would extort 10 billion from the Lan Family Corporation. Damn, that's ruthless, Wang Batian exclaimed. Goodness, what an audacious appetite. Are they not afraid of overreaching? The Lan family is quite affluent. It shouldn't be too difficult to locate them, he continued. I interjected, explaining that Miao Run Valley was a lawless realm where wealth held no value. Entering was a challenge, let alone searching for someone within its confines. No matter how formidable the Lan family might be, without a guide, they too would be unable to navigate these grounds. Young master, what shall we do? Wang Batian asked. I nodded in agreement, asserting that we needed to act swiftly to rescue the individual, for her millennium-old golden silkworm poison would prove invaluable to me. Wait, isn't that which queen the one who bestowed the golden silkworm upon you? Wang Batian queried, perplexed. That golden silkworm has become ineffective. Only the millennium-old variant can alleviate the curse of affection that afflicts me, I clarified. Then let us proceed at once, Wang Batian declared, taking strides towards the exit. Jean Lianka and I hurried to follow, and he cautioned, Xiaoyan, in Miao Run Valley, trespassing into others' quarters is a capital offense. We must bide our time and wait for the right moment. We cannot rush in recklessly. I nodded in understanding, replying, I am aware. As we pass through the ghost market, we shall procure some mesmerizing incense to use when the crowd's thin. Why go through such trouble? Just 2 shots will suffice. I have a silencer, Wang Batian remarked. That is not feasible. A loss of life complicates matters significantly. These 2 individuals are associated with the Seven Monsters gang, and, undoubtedly, there are more formidable allies behind them, Jean Lianka interjected. Indeed, Xiaoyan has considered this thoroughly. It is best to avoid any casualties, he added, as the trio conversed. They hastily departed from the inn mansion, making their way towards the valley entrance. After a short distance, Jean Lianka spoke up, Xiaoyan, we have a tale. How many? 2, separated. They likely do not know each other, Jean Lianka asserted with confidence. Wang Batian prepared to turn back, but I hastily called out to him. Let's split up before entering the ghost market. Jean Liang, can you handle them? Piece of cake. Evading them will be quite simple, Jean Lianka replied with assuredness. After a moment of contemplation, I proposed we will enter the ghost market shortly. I will procure some soul-distracting incense and leave. You two should intercept our pursuers and ensure they do not follow me. I will head to the Valley Inn. Jean Liang, once you lose them, join me there. Fat Master, you need not come. Just lead them on a diversion. Understood, Jean Lianka responded as he handed me the key to room 2, whispering, Fat Master. You are responsible for the individual at your 5 o'clock. He's wearing a gray shirt and a white headscarf. Got it. Before long, the 3 of us entered the ghost market and approached a medicinal stall where we purchased a tube of soul-distracting smoke, accompanied by a small vial of gas antidote. Such items are commonplace in the ghost market, though they come at a slightly elevated price, costing over 1,000 coins. After purchasing the medicine, Jean Lianka and Wang Batian simultaneously turned around, each attending to their own matters, while I hastened forward. Upon exiting the ghost market, I noticed that Wang Batian and Jean Lianka had already engaged in a verbal altercation with the 2 pursuers, leaving them no time to regard me. I glanced around, ensuring no one was following before making my way swiftly towards the valley entrance. After approximately half an hour, I arrived outside the valley inn. Cautiously, I glanced behind me. Everything was tranquil. I stepped inside the inn and proceeded directly to the third floor, the Tianzi level, entering room 2. This room boasts an advantageous location, adjacent to the quarters of the Wang brothers, with merely a wall separating our rooms. Given the wooden structure of the inn, sound insulation is rather poor. Pressing my ear against the wall, I could faintly discern the commotion next door. To my astonishment, the sound from the adjacent room suggested they were preparing for an intimate encounter. Chapter 77. Zhang Huanglong is my client. The muffled sounds of resistance from Lan Shiga elicited a frown from me, and I could vaguely hear the conversation between Wang Tai and Wang Gang. "Brother, allow me to go first. I still need to deliver the video later," Wang Tai remarked. Wang Gang quickly replied, "No, let me handle the delivery. After it's done, I'll have to stay outside for a few days before returning. Let me have something to look forward to. After all, she is a pure maiden, and I have yet to experience that." "Very well. I want to say that as your brother I didn't take care of you, but be cautious. This woman has a fiery temperament." The sound of Lan Shiga, mingled with indignation, revealed no trace of fear. I find myself in a quandary. Jinlianka has yet to arrive, while the matter concerning Langsage has already reached a critical juncture. This is the consequence of not being sufficiently vigilant. Typically, when outsiders procure high-value items, they hire several guards for protection. Langsage has placed too much trust in these two brothers. Had she employed guards for her safety, she would not be in this predicament. A tearing sound pierced the air, the unmistakable noise of fabric being ripped. At such a moment, it is far too late to resort to the use of seductive incense. I hastily exited the room and approached their door, pounding on it with urgency. In a short while, Wang Tai opened the door. Upon seeing me, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" After speaking, he glanced around to ascertain whether I was accompanied by anyone. "I am looking for Langsage. Kindly ask her to step outside," I replied softly. Wang Tai's expression darkened as he asked, "How do you know her name?" Observing his demeanor, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It seemed he harbored concerns about the situation being revealed, indicating that their extortionist identities were concealed. "The young lady of the Lan family is well known to many. Please come in. The young lady is inside," Wang Tai said with a smirk, stepping aside. I waved my hand and replied, "I shall not enter. Merely ask her to come out." No sooner had I spoken than I heard Langsage struggling inside. Muffled sounds of distress. In Miao, Ren Valley, forcibly entering another's residence is a capital offense. Even if the homeowner were to kill the intruder, there would be no recourse for justification. "How cautious you are. Since you refuse to enter, I must ask you to leave," Wang Tai said as he prepared to close the door. I raised my hand to block the door and smiled, saying, "I only require 1 billion out of the 10. Wang Tai's body trembled as he gazed at me in disbelief. "How did you know?" "Zhang Huanglong is one of my clients, and I have long provided him with money laundering channels. You may think you have evaded his surveillance, but in truth, as long as you are in Miao People's Valley, it is impossible to escape the watchful eyes of the Seven-Odd Gang." A sudden idea struck me, and I directly placed the blame squarely on Zhang Huanglong. Upon hearing his name, Wang Tai's expression shifted to one of fury, soon followed by a hint of panic, creating a rather captivating display. "What do you intend to do?" Wang Tai asked in a subdued tone. I let out a cold laugh. "Master Huang has sent me to retrieve the extortion video and to inform you not to attempt any tricks. Such behavior is highly disfavored by the Seven-Odd Gang. As a form of punishment, the ancient golden silkworm poison must be surrendered first. Master Huang's elder brother is in urgent need." "Where is Master Huang?" "I wish to see him," Wang Tai said, frowning at me. "If Master Huang were to come, the outcome might not be so favorable for you. Not only would you fail to secure any money, but your lives could also be at stake. I am only asking for 1 billion, leaving you with a profit of 4 billion. In business, there is always more to be gained," I advised with a smile. The room fell into a profound silence, and Wang Gang approached the door, looking at me coldly. "Isn't Master Huang being a bit excessive? How can we maintain a long-term cooperation under these circumstances? We still have many tickets to process. Thus, Master Huang has not ousted you. He merely wishes to obtain the golden silkworm poison in advance. If you continue to break the rules, the demands will escalate beyond this simple request. I advise you to cooperate and summon the poison promptly, or the situation may become quite severe, I replied softly. The two brothers exchanged glances, seemingly questioning my words. At that moment, Jean Lianka approached briskly. Having noticed me at the threshold of their room, I hastily inquired, "Is Lord Huang already growing impatient?" Jean Lianka quickly grasped the situation and nodded. "Lord Huang summoned me to bring you." "Bring us?" The brothers were utterly perplexed, and Wang Tai quickly asked, "Brother, does this mean Lord Huang has eliminated us from consideration?" "You are too slow. Given the opportunity, you have proven ineffectual." I pushed open the door and stepped inside without hesitation. With Jean Lianka now present, I felt no further apprehension. Wang Tai did not object either, and Jean Lianka followed me in, speaking calmly. "You should be grateful that Lord Huang has spared your lives. You must leave Miao Run Valley swiftly, for delay may cost you your very existence." As we passed through the foyer and around the screen, I beheld Lan Shiga, her hands bound and in disarray, her attire untidy and hair disheveled, with a cloth gagging her mouth. I scanned the room for any signs of hope and spotted her bag in the corner. However, it was no longer bulging as it once had. "Where's the Millennium Golden Silkworm goo?" I asked, my brow furrowed. The brothers entered behind me, but none offered a response. "That is your bargaining chip for survival. If it is missing, you will be cast into the river of forgetfulness without hesitation," I said coldly. Wang Tai's body trembled. "It's in her bag." I rushed over, opened Lan Shiga's bag, and indeed found the urn within, still sealed. Jean Lianka, displaying remarkable ingenuity, brandished a dagger and declared, "If you do not depart now, you might as well stay forever." Upon witnessing the glint of his blade, the two brothers felt no hesitation, exchanging furtive glances. They grasped their belongings and made their way outside. "Stop," I commanded, my gaze fixated on the bag in Wang Gang's possession. The brothers paused, momentarily taken aback. Wang Tai looked at me and said, "Brother, we have just taken over 300,000 in cash from Lan Shiga. We cannot leave empty-handed." "And the extortion video?" I inquired. "Oh, right, it's here." Wang Tai produced his phone and handed it to me. "Brother, please convey our apologies to Lord Huang. This being our first collaboration, we were unfamiliar with the rules. Once we leave, we shall pursue targets far more lucrative than Lan Shiga. We hope Lord Huang will grant us another opportunity. I will relay your message." I accepted the phone and examined the extortion video. "Thank you." Wang Tai cast a grateful glance my way before hastily departing with Wang Gang. I signaled Jean Lianka to keep watch outside, and he nodded in understanding. I then retrieved another dagger and addressed Lan Shiga. "I shall untie you, but you must remain silent. I will escort you to a safe location, and once the tumult has subsided, I will ensure your departure. In return, you must provide me with the ancient golden silkworm poison. I require that item. If you comprehend, nod your head." Lan Shiga quickly acquiesced, and I removed the cloth binding her mouth. However, as soon as the cloth was lifted, she let out a piercing scream. "Ah, help!" Slap. With a sudden slap, I struck her face and coldly declared, "If you wish to live, silence yourself." Blue Shiga immediately fell silent. Her expression filled with anger as she glared at me. She possessed enough sense not to continue her outburst. Chapter 78. Nature revealed, seeing Blue Shiga subdued. I finally used my dagger to sever the bindings that restrained her, then handed her a thin jacket I had taken from her bag. She hastily donned the garment and replied in a low voice, "My father will not let you go unpunished." I chuckled softly. What I said earlier was merely a ruse to save you. Should you choose not to accompany us to the underworld, that is your prerogative. However, the Wang brothers may very well be waiting for you outside Miao, People's Valley. As for the reward, I shall take the Millennium Gold Silkworm curse for myself, purchasing your life for 80 million, which is quite a profit for you. Why do you wish to save me?" Blue Shiga inquired, her brow furrowed. "Simply a matter of nature," I replied, "though this nature may not bode well within the Miao People's Valley." As I spoke, I turned to leave. Seeing my intention to depart, Blue Shiga hurriedly grabbed her backpack and pursued me. "If you can ensure my safe return to the Blue Corporation, I can offer you further compensation. The price is yours to name." I turned to observe Blue Shiga, who appeared to have a moment of clarity. It was evident that she was not without intellect. She was capable of swiftly analyzing the situation and identifying the most advantageous course for herself. Although I lack any endorsement of trust from her, I have not inflicted harm upon her, unlike the Wong brothers. In this unfamiliar territory of Miao Valley, with the Wong brothers and the Seven Monsters gang keeping a watchful eye, it is challenging for a young woman to ensure her own safety. I am currently pressed for time. If you are fearful, you may join us as we depart. We cannot linger here for long, as the Wong brothers might directly seek out Zhang Huanglong from the Seven Monsters gang. As I spoke, I stepped towards the exit, and Lan Shiga hurried to follow. Will you be available? She inquired. In a few days, I replied. How will you ensure my safety during this time? Lan Shiga's reasoning was astute. I cannot guarantee your safety. In truth, we cannot fully assure even our own safety, as this is my first visit to Miao Valley. Fortunately, we have found a powerful ally, namely the Yin Mansion, which I mentioned earlier. As I walked, I continued, Is the Yin Mansion not safe either? Lan Shiga asked, furrowing her brow. It is certainly safer than an inn. The Yin Mansion is a private residence, and the regulations of Miao Valley strictly prohibit anyone from trespassing on private property. Lan Shiga nodded silently, and I added, Miss Lan, I actually suggest that you hire some guards from the Valley Lord's residence specifically to ensure your safety. This would provide an additional layer of protection, although they can only safeguard you within the confines of Miao Valley. Did not the Wong brothers claim that the guards of the Valley Lord's residence are unreliable? She replied, Indeed, their words are hardly credible. Could you escort me to the place where I might hire guards? She pondered. Wait, I currently find myself without a single coin. See site. You needn't use cash. Simply swipe your expense card, as you possess proof of funds. As we exited the Valley Inn, I remarked, Brother Jin Liang, please escort her to hire the guards, and after that, head directly to the Yin Mansion. I shall return first. All right, Xiaoyan. Do take care, Jin Liang advised earnestly. Brother Jin Liang, you are a soldier, aren't you? Lan Shiga observed keenly. Jin Liang nodded. Indeed, I was formerly part of the peacekeeping forces. No wonder he exuded such a sense of security. Unlike some, who, despite their youth, harbor so many ulterior motives. Lan Shiga smiled rarely, visibly relieved. Upon reaching the crossroads, I parted ways with the two, glanced around to ensure no one was following, and hastened toward the Yin Mansion. This matter could not be delayed. If the Wong brothers had not gone out, but instead sought out Zhang Huanglong, the Seven Oddities gang would swiftly respond, and I must act before them. Clutching the urn, I felt a surge of excitement, hoping that this millennium-old golden silkworm worm could alleviate the poison of love afflicting me. Safely returning to the Yin Mansion, I exhaled in relief. The affair had unfolded far more smoothly than I had anticipated, thanks entirely to the fact that the Wong brothers and Zhang Huanglong were collaborating for the first time, and their lack of trust in Zhang Huanglong allowed me to seize the opportunity. Upon entering the ancestral hall of the Yin Mansion, Insusu had just completed a new round of incense changing. Upon seeing the urn in my hand, her face lit up with joy as she hurried toward me, exclaiming, Is this the millennium-old golden silkworm worm? I let out a sound of acknowledgement and cast a glance at the corpses, hastening my steps to the altar, where I carefully placed the urn. It must be in a dormant state, I thought, as Insusu appeared somewhat exhilarated. I nodded in agreement, remarking that this was indeed the information provided at the auction. Let us open it and see. Catch it with your hand, she urged. I acquiesced, gently tearing away the wrapping before inverting the urn to catch its contents with my left hand. A plump golden silkworm spirit fell into my palm, its size comparable to that of an adult's pinky finger. It remained curled up, its golden hue shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. How exquisite! Insusu exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Exquisite? How so? I replied, my left hand trembling slightly. In my childhood, I had been stung by a green octagonal insect adorned with yellow blotches and spines, an excruciating pain etched into my memory. My hand swelling to the size of a pig's trotter. First, awaken it and see if it can neutralize the charm poison, Insusu advised. I nodded once more, reaching out to grasp the plump creature, placing it atop the gathering pearl. The pearl, no larger than a checker, was mostly obscured by the millennia-old golden silkworm spirit, from which black ethereal energy began to rise slowly, enveloping the ancient spirit in no time. Insusu and I leaned in closely, our gazes fixated on the every movement of the golden silkworm spirit. In less than 10 seconds, the corpulent body of the golden silkworm goo began to writhe, gradually unfurling. Beneath it, distinct little legs emerged, and its rotund form became increasingly flattened, ultimately settling between the shapes of a silkworm and a centipede. Once its size ceased to change, the golden silkworm goo slowly lifted its head and began to twist rapidly, seemingly surveying its surroundings. 2/3 of its entire body stood erect, exuding a presence far more formidable than that of the newly transformed golden silkworm goo. I bit my lip and forcefully reopened the still-healing wound on my fingertip, blood oozing forth immediately. I placed my finger above the golden silkworm goo and squeezed with fervor, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. In an instant, the blood vanished, merging seamlessly with the ancient golden silkworm goo. Despite absorbing a drop of my blood infused with emotional goo, its color remained unchanged. I exchanged a glance with Insusu, and we both smiled with quiet satisfaction. There was promise in this. Chapter 79. The mysterious golden silkworm goo having absorbed a drop of my blood. The ancient golden silkworm goo seemed unsated. It turned to me and vigorously nodded its head. Without a moment's hesitation, I squeezed out 2 more drops, both of which it absorbed instantaneously. Generally, 3 drops of blood are sufficient for recognition. Yet the ancient golden silkworm goo persistently nodded at me, showing no other signs of action. I found myself a loss for words and turned to Insusu, who looked equally bewildered and remarked, logically, it should have performed a goo worship by now. What a perplexing situation this was. A robust voice, thick with a strong Xiang dialect, resonated in my ears, causing me to startle and glance around. Who is speaking? Insusu, taken aback, questioned. No one is talking. The voice echoed again. Hasten, you fool. Your backside is overflowing. Hurry up with more. I can't even taste the flavor. My body trembled as I lowered my gaze to the ancient golden silkworm talisman on the altar. Was it truly the ancient silkworm talisman that was speaking? Why did it possess such a heavy Hunan accent? And such rudeness? The ancient silkworm lifted its head and exclaimed, What are you looking at? Hurry up. Do you have a hole in your head? Goodness. I cursed under my breath. It really was speaking to me. This ancient silkworm talisman had indeed become sentient. What is wrong with you, young master who? Insusu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I shook my head, realizing that this peculiar communication was only audible to me. Clearly, it was dissatisfied, complaining about the meager offering of blood I had provided. I pinched the tip of my finger tightly, squeezing for quite some time before finally extracting a single drop of blood. The droplet fell, and the golden silkworm tilted its head to catch it, absorbing it instantaneously, still gazing up at me. Though its eyes were obscured from view, I could feel its unwavering gaze, sending an uncomfortable chill down my spine. With gritted teeth, I picked up a small knife from the table and made a deep incision on my fingertip. Blood gushed forth, spilling profusely as I squeezed. Then have your fill all at once. The golden silkworm responded with delight. Excellent, excellent. Let us celebrate with abandon. A drop of fresh blood fell into the body of the millennium golden silkworm, and both Insusu and I instinctively recoiled, apprehensive that a recurrence of the previous incident, where the golden silkworm had exploded, might occur. I could not ascertain how many drops had fallen. At the very least, 34 drops had been shed, yet the body of the millennium golden silkworm retained its lustrous golden hue, utterly untainted by the blood's color. It was over. I squeezed firmly, depleting the surrounding capillaries of blood. No, my mistake. It was the extreme inconstitution. Although it bore the venom of the emotional silkworm, it was indeed a rare find. If you can adapt to this stone, I shall assist you in dispelling the silkworm's poison. After a hearty meal and drink, I shall take a rest. The golden silkworm nodded in satisfaction. Then its body softened and it promptly fell asleep. Dead. Dead? Insusu gazed at me in astonishment. I shook my head. It merely stated that it needed to slumber. How do you know? Susu inquired, puzzled. It spoke for itself, in a thick Hunan dialect, and rather impolitely at that. The one who nurtured it must surely be a hot-tempered old Hunanese. After I finished speaking, I inserted my injured finger and drew a few firm breaths. It conversed with you? Susu stared in surprise at the now slumbering Millennium Golden Silkworm. I affirmed. Indeed, it also mentioned that if I could adapt to this gathering pearl, it would agree to assist me in dispelling the emotional silkworm's poison. Young Master Hu, you must quickly consume this gathering pearl. Susu urged urgently. I turned to survey the room, filled with corpse spirits, and remarked, with less than 7 days remaining, should I swallow the gathering pearl, it would inevitably affect them. No, once the gathering pearl enters the human body, there will be a period of adjustment during which the energy may overflow, but it does not affect the nurturing of the corpse spirit, explained Susu. I instinctively reached out my hand, halting midway. Sister Susu, this gathering pearl is a treasured heirloom of your clan. Are you truly willing to gift it to me? I inquired earnestly. Susu nodded resolutely. Indeed, the gathering pearl is a precious artifact, yet to me, it is also an ominous object. I lack the capability to wield it. You are a commendable person, and my aunt acknowledges you. Now, with the 1,000-year golden silkworm goo, perhaps the gathering pearl has been awaiting a master like you. I silently nodded and sincerely declared, to speak candidly, this is an irresistible temptation for me. I truly need it. Sister Susu, I assure you, I shall repay your kindness today with utmost gratitude. Brother Hu, your words alone suffice. Susu replied with a comforting smile, her tone becoming more familiar. How long will the adjustment period last? I grasped the 1,000-year golden silkworm goo in my left palm, while my right hand held the gathering pearl. My father mentioned that my grandfather was unable to rise from bed for 3 days and nights. I have already prepared a bed for you, but I sense that each individual's circumstances will differ. Susu pointed to a small bed in the northeast corner of the ancestral hall, where the bedding had already been spread out. Thank you. I wasted no time and walked directly toward that bed. With the imminent encroachment of the goo and Dao sex, time is of the essence. The sooner I adapt, the greater my safety. Upon lying down, I gently clenched my fist, cradling the millennium-old golden silkworm in my palm, and then pressed the gathering pearl directly into my mouth. The icy chill of the pearl enveloped me, akin to swallowing a shard of ice, rendering my mouth uncomfortably frigid. I closed my eyes, akin to savoring a bitter herbal elixir, and with a determined effort, I swallowed the gathering pearl. The hard pearl traversed my throat, causing a slight discomfort, yet no pain, only a pervasive coldness. In less than 10 seconds, I felt the pearl descend into my chest, gradually permeating my internal organs with its icy essence, causing my body to tremble and my teeth to chatter. It was as if I were stark naked in a frigid wasteland, my body on the brink of becoming rigid with cold. The penetrating chill from within was profoundly uncomfortable. So cold, I stammered, beads of sweat forming on my skin, slowly crystallizing into frost, while my vision began to blur. Susu hurriedly draped a blanket over me, softly reassuring, Brother Huyan, hold on, just a little longer, it will get better. My body temperature plummeted rapidly, soon comparable to that of a corpse in a morgue, as dark smoke eerily seeped from my body, my stomach roiling uncomfortably. I so cold, so very cold. I trembled uncontrollably, my right hand tightly clutching the thick quilt, while my left hand feebly grasped the millennium-old golden silkworm, unwilling to allow it to suffer despite my torment. Susu furrowed her brow, brushing her hand across my face, and a layer of frost formed on her palm. How could this be? Is it a deficiency of yang energy? Susu's expression grew anxious. She bit her lip and glanced around before reaching to unfasten her garment. Chapter 80, Your Name. Witnessing Susu's vague movements, a sense of urgency surged within me. Yet my body remained entirely unresponsive. No, I'm fine, I stammered, trembling. Susu was knowledgeable. She understood that my internal yang energy was insufficient to counteract the gathering pearl, and thus sought to utilize her own yang energy to alleviate some of the burden. Her actions faltered as she anxiously remarked, "But this, I assent right. Call old Master Pang. His yang energy is substantial." I quickly diverted her attention. Wang Batian, once a butcher who had slaughtered countless pigs, emanated a yang energy that even ghosts feared. The weight of the butcher's knife in his hand would undoubtedly provide me greater assistance. Insusu paused, nodded, and hastened out. Shortly thereafter, she returned, saying, "Brother Huyen, old Master Pang has yet to return." I silently nodded, mustering my spirits to assure her that I was feeling somewhat better and could endure. Insusu nodded, visibly relieved, and gently tucked the blanket around me. I feigned composure. Yet the discomfort intensified. It felt as though my internal organs were on the verge of being encased in ice, enduring the most excruciating torment beforehand. The sensation was akin to every single cell within my body being pierced. It is no exaggeration to say that this agony was no less severe than that experienced by a woman in labor. This harrowing ordeal persisted for a full hour before gradually subsiding. After the pain subsided, my body began to lose sensation, yet my mind remained remarkably clear. For the past hour, Insusu had been conversing with me, seemingly fearful that I might drift into slumber. "Are you still cold?" she inquired. "Not cold anymore," I replied, dark vapors escaping my lips. "Then why are you still stuttering?" she teased, covering her mouth with a smile. "The situation has finally normalized. My grandfather was just like this." Sister Susu, could you check if Fat Master has returned?" Insusu nodded and rose, making her way outside. "You stubborn little fool. You seem quite resilient." The voice of the golden silkworm echoed in my mind. "Giant maggot, I'm not fond of the name you've given me. Moreover, please try to communicate in Mandarin. I struggle to comprehend certain dialects. In dialect, Hetenluan is an insult implying foolishness. Giant maggot? I'm equally displeased with that appellation. Very well, let us both change. I shall call myself Huyen, and since you have lived for a millennium, I permit you to address me as Little Hu or Little Yen. I am called. All right, I do not yet have a name. If you can endure this torment, I commend you as a true man. I can accompany you for a time. There is no need to be overly formal from now on. You may refer to me as Super Invincible Ultimate Supreme Golden Goo God. Surely you must be unwell to propose such a name, I retorted, unable to suppress my incredulity. A name with over 10 characters. Who do you intend to exhaust? Is that not rather tyrannical? Too lengthy. I shall continue to call you Giant Maggot. No. Let us shorten it. How about Super Ultimate Goo God? Shorter, please. The Great Goo God? Even shorter. The Goo God, it can't be shortened any further. Actually, I wanted to call you the Super God, but I fear that name might invite trouble. Very well, then, remember this. Your surname is and your first name is Goo God. I reluctantly acquiesced. That girl seems to have an interest in you. The Great Goo God chuckled. Why are you so curious? This Goo God has been in slumber for nearly a century. It's not fair to deny me a few words now that I've finally awakened. The tone of the Great Goo God appeared somewhat aggrieved. A century's slumber? That's quite something. I began conversing with the Great Goo God. Back then, the world population was only a bit over 1 billion. How many are there now? The Great Goo God suddenly posed this question. At that time, technology was underdeveloped, and population statistics were quite challenging. How do you know about the world's population? My predecessor, the Goo Master, informed me. He was quite the scholar. Now, tell me how many people inhabit this world? The Great Goo God asked again. Around 6 to 7 billion, but what does that matter to you? The Great Goo God chuckled again. The more people there are, the greater my chances of finding the next Goo Master. Who knows when you might kick the bucket? I certainly don't wish to remain in slumber any longer. The words of the Great Goo God left me speechless. Yet, he continued with lingering interest. I have a question that remains unanswered. If you can assist me, I shall remove the love poison afflicting you. All right, ask away. Aren't 2 humans required to produce a single offspring? How is it possible for 2 billion people to give birth to 1 billion? The Great Goo God posed an incredibly absurd question. I sighed in exasperation, struggling to comprehend how he had navigated the past millennium. Could it be that you are unaware? Is this not one of the world's unsolved mysteries? Huyen? Why do you remain silent? Huyen? Hello? The incessant barrage of questions from the great goo god was beginning to give me a headache. I swallowed hard and replied, because some families have more than one child. But even if each family has an average of 2 children, that should only maintain a balance in population. How could it multiply so exponentially? The great goo god inquired earnestly. Before I could respond, he continued, Huyin, why are you silent again? Have you become mute? I replied, is it not permissible for people to wish to live a few more years after having children? The great goo god responded with an O, pressing on with his inquiry. How many more years? I was utterly exasperated and shouted, decades, 50 or 60 years. My outburst nearly sent me into a fit of frustration. What are you shouting for? Hold on, let me calculate. The great goo god's voice dwindled to a whisper. With a resigned sigh, I ponder how I found myself entangled with such a thoughtless chatterbox. Was this trivial matter not more significant than unraveling the intricacies of the emotional goo? Just as I was lost in thought, the door swung open and my body stiffened, unable to turn in the direction of the newcomer. 2 sets of footsteps approached, one heavy and ominous, the other light and delicate, likely not belonging to Wang Batian. Xiaoyan, what troubles you? The voice of Jinlianka echoed. Who were you arguing with just now? No, Brother Jinliang, I was merely warming up my voice. Miss Susu has already informed me about your situation. Take good care of yourself. There is no need to worry about the underworld. That Lan Shiga has hired 100 guards, dispersed for duty, ensuring the underworld is quite secure. Jinlianka said with a smile. 100. I was taken aback. Indeed, Lan Shiga was both wealthy and exceedingly cautious about her life. The guard from Miao Run Valley cost a fortune, each demanding 100,000 per day. Therefore, 100 would amount to a staggering 1 million daily. However, this could prove advantageous for us, as it coincided with my period of weakness and was a critical time for these undead to enhance their strength. How many days does she hire them for? I inquired. Currently, it's for 5 days, and if that is insufficient, she mentioned it could be extended. Has Fat Master returned? I continued to ask. Jinlianka shook his head. I was just about to mention this matter to you. It has been so long, and Fat Master has yet to return. I fear something may have happened to him. Chapter 81. That place is not suitable. What Jinlianka expressed was precisely what I feared. Wang Batian was inherently reckless and had a volatile temper, often losing control without warning. In a lawful society, this might be manageable, but in Miao Run Valley, there was little room for reason. Brother Jinliang, what are your plans? I asked. I had initially considered venturing out to search for him, but upon reflection, that seemed unwise. If someone was indeed watching us, my going out would pose a similar danger, and finding him would be nearly impossible. Jinlianka calmly assessed the situation. I murmured, Brother Jinliang, your considerations are astute, given the current situation. The 7 Oddities gang bears the greatest suspicion regarding Fatty's misfortune. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the Goose sect, the Dao sect, or even the shamans. Jinliang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 7 Oddities gang is the primary suspect, followed closely by the Goose sect. As for the Dao sect and the shamans, the likelihood appears minimal. Yes, it seems the Wang brothers have not departed from Yao People Valley, but have instead sought out Zhang Huanglong. Jinliang observed thoughtfully. If that is the case, Fatty is unlikely to be in immediate peril. Correct. Their aim is the Millennium Golden Silkworm, Gu, and Lan Song. Since Lan Song is currently under the protection of the government soldiers, they will refrain from any actions within Miao People Valley. However, they will undoubtedly keep Fatty alive for the sake of exchanging the Golden Silkworm Gu. I lamented, feeling powerless to take any decisive action given the circumstances. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. Miss, a servant from the 7 Oddities gang has delivered a letter. Indeed, it is from the 7 Oddities gang. I gritted my teeth. Insusu hurriedly brought the letter inside and began to read aloud. Insusu, during the curfew tomorrow, present the Millennium Golden Silkworm Gu in exchange for Fatty. Otherwise, prepare to collect his corpse, and do not expect the house to fare any better. Is that all? I inquired, puzzled. There is a signature from the 7 Oddities gang at the end. Jinliang glanced at the letter. After a moment of contemplation, I remarked, exchanging during the curfew indicates that the 7 Oddities gang desires more than just the Golden Silkworm Gu, they also seek our lives. Indeed, that is the implication. Jean Liang concurred emphatically. The Seven Oddities gang has no prior entanglement with the Yin house. Why then do they specifically name us? Yin Susu furrowed her brows. A senior once informed me that the Seven Oddities gang is backed by the Gu sect, and they're likely acting as vanguards for them. Now that the Yin Manor has just severed ties with the witch sect, and I have taken the Millennium Golden Silkworm Gu, the ones most anxious to act are undoubtedly the Seven Oddities gang and the Gu sect. I analyzed calmly. Jean Lianka took over the conversation. Xiao Yin, let us remain still for now. Once you have recovered, we shall address the matter. They will not harm Fat Master. After all, compared to the Yin Manor and the Millennium Golden Silkworm Gu, his life holds little value to them. Indeed, I must keep the taming of the Millennium Golden Silkworm Gu absolutely confidential. Not a whisper must escape, lest they act out of desperation, I reiterated. The two nodded, their expressions somewhat grave. I hope to adapt to this gathering Yin Pearl before the curfew tomorrow. I slowly closed my eyes, meticulously attuning to the changes within my body. Jean Lianka stepped outside, while Yin Susu turned to change the incense. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. Xiao Hu, I have deduced it. I have deduced it. According to your assertion, the population should exceed 6 or 7 billion. The human world is riddled with war, plagues, and diseases. I explained, somewhat exasperated. Yin Susu, who was changing the incense nearby, paused. Brother Huyen, are you conversing with the Millennium Golden Silkworm Gu again? Yes. Sister Susu. Xiao Hu, with that clarification, I understand. How do you feel now? Inquired the great Gu god. My body is entirely devoid of sensation, as if encased in ice. Is there any pain? The pain has subsided. It is not simple. Your fate is quite extraordinary. The dark stone is fortifying every cell in your body. Once the enhancement is complete, you will be able to endure energy that surpasses human limits. Furthermore, should I assist you in harmonizing the yin and yang, you shall become remarkably formidable, the Grand Gu God exclaimed excitedly. Yes, I understand. Understanding alone is insufficient. You ought to express your gratitude, he retorted, as if suggesting that only I would benefit from this arrangement. It is a mutually advantageous situation. With the gathering Yin Pearl nurturing you, you too can experience swift growth. Thus, would it not be fitting for you to thank me as well? Ha! You are quite knowledgeable, the Grand Gu God remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment at being so aptly called out. Now, can you alleviate the poison of the emotional Gu for me? I inquired. Of course. Open your mouth. I shall help counteract some of the backlash from the gathering Yin Pearl, so you can adapt more swiftly. I opened my mouth, and the Grand Gu God emerged from between my fingers, wriggling his way directly into my mouth and down my esophagus into my body. The sensation was quite revolting, yet I had no choice but to adapt. Not long after the Grand Gu God entered, my body gradually began to regain sensation, accompanied by a dull ache, though not overwhelmingly intense. I preferred this to the complete numbness, as the feeling of total paralysis is indeed terrifying. In less than 5 minutes, the voice of the Grand Gu God reached me. All done. That was fast, I exclaimed in disbelief. Though the maternal Gu of the emotional Gu is potent, it is child's play for me. I'm weary now. I shall take a brief rest. You endure for a moment while I find a comfortable spot. As soon as the great Gu God concluded his statement, I felt something stirring within my body, accompanied by intense pain. I could not suppress a muffled groan as this entity forcefully roamed through my insides, tearing apart my flesh and even shredding my muscles. It traversed from my chest to my abdomen, continuously descending. No, not there. I hastily intervened. That is indeed the place where the yang energy is most potent. And to speak candidly, I could enhance your virility. Why not embrace this opportunity? The voice of the great Gu God took on a rather lascivious tone. Curse you. Let me make it abundantly clear. That area is absolutely off limits. I bellowed with authority. All right. The great Gu God circumvented the forbidden zone, halting at the inner side of my left thigh. Surely this will suffice. The Yin Bao point is here, adjacent to the Shui Hai point. It will be convenient for me to assist you in dispelling the Gu in the future. Moreover, this area is muscular, ensuring no detriment to your physique, but rather enhancing your muscular appearance. I reached down to touch it. There was merely a slight protrusion, conveniently situated near the thigh muscle group. Fine. You shall remain here and not wander about. Rest assured, once the goon nest is established, even if you beseech me to leave, I shall not depart, unless you are utterly finished. The great goo god responded, if I meet my end, you shall bear full responsibility. As a 1,000-year-old golden silkworm goo, you ought to safeguard your master adequately. Otherwise, it would be a source of mockery. The great goo god chuckled, Ah, little who, one must not speak so hastily. Though I possess great power, there are even more perverse entities. As long as your heart remains relatively pure, I shall cherish you for all eternity. Beautiful. With a fourfold single pressure, this millennium has indeed imparted wisdom upon you. I cannot help but make a remark. Chapter 82. Enduring Today. The Millennium Golden Silkworm Goo has established its nest, officially recognizing me as its goo master. Having such a thing within me feels rather peculiar, yet I find it rather agreeable. It spares me the inconvenience of carrying a cumbersome jar like other goo masters of the Golden Silkworm, although this Grand Goo spirit appears somewhat dim-witted. Soon, the Grand Goo spirit fell silent. I reached out and pinched it, but it showed no response, evidently having dozed off again. While this entity is indeed formidable, it is clear that having dispelled the emotional goo has exhausted it as well. I lifted the covers and slowly sat up, gently shaking my head. That chilling sensation still lingered, yet it seemed that being under the blanket only intensified the cold. This Miao People Valley lies underground, devoid of sunlight. Otherwise, I might have felt a tad more comfortable. My entire being was still shrouded in a faint black mist, and I felt as if I had been hollowed out. Although I could rise from the bed, a mere gust of wind could topple me. Noticing that I was able to get up, Een Susu asked in surprise, Brother Hu Yen, have you already acclimated to the gathering Pearl? I shook my head. Not fully acclimated yet, but the golden silkworm goo has restored my mobility. Your complexion remains quite pale. How do you feel now? I lack strength, but moving about will better promote blood circulation and hasten my adaptation to the gathering Pearl. As I spoke, I took a step forward, gradually mobilizing my body. Observing that Een Susu had finished her aromatic preparations, I spoke up, Susu, could you do me a favor and retrieve the book from my bag in my room? Een Susu nodded and stepped outside. Shortly after, she returned, her cheeks flushed, and handed me the book, murmuring softly, Why are you still studying this? I took the book, momentarily taken aback, and glanced at the cover, which read, 100 Methods of Animal Mating. I managed a sheepish smile and replied, Well, the cover is misleading. All right, but it's still rather peculiar. Een Susu muttered quietly. I chose not to elaborate further, instead making my way to the center of the room, filled with corpses, and sat down on the ground, focusing intently on my surroundings. This position would also facilitate the absorption of the Een energy emanating from me. Time passed swiftly, and, as the curfew approached the next day, Jean Lianka entered and inquired about my recovery. I stood up, raised my fist, and declared, I'm almost there. In another day, I will be fully restored. I've also accelerated the absorption of Een energy by these corpses, and they will complete their first cycle in just one more day. Very well. I shall speak with Lan Shiga and have the hired guard assist in holding the line until we get through today. Jean Lianka responded before exiting. Brother Hu Yen, the curfew is a matter of settling grievances, a rule of the Miao People Valley. This time, the hired guards may hold their ground, but they will still submit a request to the Valley Lord. Tomorrow's curfew will surely impose restrictions on the guards, and they may very well launch a forceful attack. Een Susu cautioned. I furrowed my brow, but the Een family and their 7 monsters have no enmity. They will release Fat Master if he remains in the underworld. It will inevitably face repercussions unless Fat Master chooses to distance himself from it. Of course, I merely elucidate the rules. I harbor no fear of the 7 monsters gang's assault on the underworld. Een Susu remarked with a smile. Tomorrow, during the curfew, let them come as they please. We shall first strike at the 7 monsters gang. I clenched my fist, my gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. Excellent. Een Susu nodded approvingly. Indeed, as she predicted. It wasn't long before Wang Batian entered, accompanied by Jean Lianka. Wang Batian, battered and bruised, bore a visage swollen like that of a pig. yet his spirit remained intact. "Young master, I have returned." "Goodness, why is your face so pale?" My deceased second uncle, who has been gone for 7 days, did not possess such a pallor. Wang Batian exclaimed, astonished. "It's merely a normal occurrence. There is no need for concern." Wang Batian nodded, subsequently lowering his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. I hurried to his side and, with a smile, inquired, "Fat Master, are you all right?" "Xiaoyan, the 7 Monsters gang has departed." But Fat Master had previously dealt with their pursuers. They refuse compensation and insist on resolving grievances during the curfew. The 7 Monsters gang is likely to petition the Valley Master's residence and may very well launch an assault on the underworld during tomorrow's curfew, Jean Lianka explained. "Young master, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. I shall find lodging outside so as not to implicate the underworld." Wang Batian recognized the gravity of the situation. "What nonsense are you speaking? Would I allow you to perish needlessly?" I said, patting Wang Batian's arm. "Tomorrow is just right. We shall take care of the 7 Monsters gang. Are these corpses and spirits of any use?" Wang Batian inquired with confusion. "Tomorrow is fine. Even if it isn't, I shall not allow you to venture outside alone." Wang Batian nodded and, in a rare display of gratitude, uttered a brief thank you. Insusu took the lead in the conversation. "Pangyi, please tend to your wounds with Tongzi first." Wang Batian turned and stepped out the door. I addressed Jean Lianka. "Brother Jean, devise a strategy for how we shall confront the curfew tomorrow. I have already formulated a plan. We are merely awaiting reinforcements." Today, their numbers were scarce, hardly exceeding 100. They remain oblivious to the circumstances of the Yin mansion. Should they indeed attempt a forceful assault, I shall ensure they do not return. Jean Lianka spoke with unwavering confidence. "Very well. By the way, Lan Shiga wishes to see you." Today's events were largely thanks to her standing guard outside. But given your current condition, how should I decline her? I waved my hand dismissively. "There is no need to refuse. Simply bring her here." "Do you intend for her to witness these corpses?" Jean Lianka inquired, his brow furrowing. "Indeed, I must clarify the consequences with her," I replied, glancing at Insusu, who nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall fetch her," Jean Lianka declared as he turned and exited. Moments later, a knock resounded at the door. Insusu opened it to reveal Lan Shiga standing outside, unaccompanied by any guards. Upon witnessing the room filled with corpses, she let out a terrified scream and instinctively turned to flee. Jean Lianka intercepted her, saying, "Miss Lan, there is no need to fear. These corpses heed Xiaoyan." "What about Hu Yin?" Lan Shiga gasped, her chest heaving with fright. "Miss Lan, I am here. Please come inside," I called out. Lan Shiga slowly turned her head, mustering her courage to search for a while before finally spotting me standing amidst the corpses of the ghouls. You can't possibly be a ghost as well, can you?" she stammered. I smiled and shook my head. "No, come inside, let us converse." "And no, you come out." I dare not enter," Lan Shiga said, instinctively taking a step back. "Do come in. I assure you, there is no danger," Jean Lianka insisted, grasping Lan Shiga's arm and unceremoniously pulling her inside. Chapter 83. Annihilation of the 7 Monsters. Lan Shiga hesitantly stepped through the door, while Jean Lianka closed it behind them. She stood nervously by the entrance. "Greetings, Miss Lan. I am Insusu from the underworld." Insusu introduced herself, extending a hand toward Lan Shiga. This gesture seemed to ease Lan Shiga slightly, and she grasped Insusu's hand in return. "I cut to the chase, Miss Lan. I must be frank with you. The underworld is on the brink of a great war, which poses considerable danger. For your safety, you must leave the underworld at once." "Did you not promise to escort me out?" Lan Shiga asked, furrowing her brow. "Indeed, but I must resolve the troubles within the underworld before I can depart from Miao Valley." "What if you perish in this impending conflict?" Lan Shiga asked bluntly, causing Insusu to furrow her brow in response. I chuckled softly. "If I were to perish, you could seek another path. There are numerous outsiders in Miao People Valley, and finding someone with the strength to escort you out would not be a daunting task. It is merely a matter of time. Moreover, the ones you must contend with from the Yin Mansion are the 7 monsters who wish to abduct you. During the curfew tomorrow, you may seize the opportunity to leave Miao People Valley, thereby increasing your chances of success." Lan Shiga's expression fluctuated, revealing her inner turmoil. You may take your time to contemplate. Before the curfew tomorrow, the Yin Mansion remains a safe haven, so please ensure you depart before it commences, I continued. Lan Shiga offered no response, nor did she make a move to leave. Gathering her courage, she cast a glance at the room filled with corpses and spirits, posing an unrelated question. Do these foul beings heed your command? Indeed, I affirmed. After a moment's reflection, Lan Shiga directly inquired. Huyen, speak truthfully. How confident are you regarding this impending battle? 70%, I replied. Then, I shall remain. I have a multitude of palace guards to protect me. They would hardly dare to harm me. I shook my head. No. Once the Valley Master permits their actions, the guards you have employed will be recalled. Thus, I still recommend you take refuge in the inn for the time being. Lan Shiga stated resolutely, very well. I shall secure a room at the inn outside the Yin Mansion. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may enter the inn for sanctuary. They may be able to assault the Yin Mansion, but surely they cannot storm the inn. Lan Shiga's cleverness was something we had overlooked. Indeed, it is unlikely. In that case, I extend my gratitude to Miss Lan. In Susu offered a slight bow. Then it is settled. May I take my leave now? Lan Shiga asked. Certainly. Thank you. I nodded and cast a grateful glance at her. Lan Shiga turned and walked to the door, then turned back to me with a serious expression, saying, Huyen, perhaps you perceive me, a wealthy young lady, as nearly worthless. However, it matters not. Most share this sentiment, yet I am not such a person. I possess a courage and wisdom that surpass your expectations. With that, Lan Shiga opened the door and stepped outside. Her words left me somewhat bewildered. In truth, I did not regard wealthy young ladies as lacking in value. It seemed she wished to prove something to me. Insusu smiled at me. I shrugged, remaining silent. The day unfolded with a tranquil pace, and my recovery was swifter than I had anticipated. With an hour remaining before the curfew, I was completely restored. The dark aura surrounding me had dissipated, my complexion had returned to normal, and the gathering peril had stabilized completely within me, propelling my personal state to an unprecedented peak. The numerous corpse spirits awakened before my full recovery, and the incense enveloping them gradually dissipated. Their souls and bodies had both significantly strengthened, with their combat prowess multiplying. Predecessors, the bright corpses and souls approached me. The main hall is assembled. I stated succinctly before stepping outside. Over 100 corpse spirits followed me in a grand procession, each brimming with vitality and wearing satisfied smiles. In the main hall, everyone had gathered. Lan Shiga had taken the palace guards and bodyguards to stay at an outside. I stood at the head of the table and spoke. Congratulations to all for the significant enhancement of our powers. Soon, as the curfew approaches, the Seven Monsters gang will launch a fierce attack on the Yin Manor, attempting to uproot it entirely. Defending the Yin Manor has become the mission of each and every one of us. Upon the announcement of this news, the ghouls did not exhibit fear. Rather, they became agitated. Although they had previously occupied the Yin Manor, their status in Miao Valley was comparable to that of the Yin sisters. To evade the pursuit of the Taoist sect, they had been compelled to remain hidden within the confines of the Yin Manor. Now, however, an opportunity to assert themselves had arisen. Mingshi declared, The Seven Monsters gang wishes to annihilate the Yin Manor. In the past, that might have been feasible, but now they are merely courting death. This mere Seven Monsters gang dares to harbor such nefarious thoughts. Let them attack. Tonight, we shall ensure they return empty-handed. My brothers will have their fill once more. The other ghouls began to engage in lively discussion, and Ming Hun interjected, Let us not underestimate our adversaries. We must not forget the enigmatic leader of the Seven Monsters gang, Zhang Qilong. He has never publicly revealed himself, yet his followers obey him without question. I furrow my brow and turn to Jin Liangka. Brother Jin, did Zhang Qilong arrive yesterday? Jin Liangka shook his head. I have not heard of this individual. The one who led the team yesterday was someone named Zhang Huanglong. According to Zhang Huanglong, Zhang Qilong is currently in seclusion, requiring the golden silkworm Gu to make a breakthrough, so he is unlikely to appear. I remarked, but Ming Hun remained cautious. Although the Seven Monsters gang may not fully comprehend our current situation, if they intend to eradicate us, they are certain to come prepared. Therefore, we must not let our guard down. Why are you still so afraid of death, even though you are already deceased? Wang Batian inquired with a perplexed expression. Minghun chuckled softly. I do not fear death. As the saying goes, caution ensures longevity. Minghun's assertion held merit. Yet since the Seven Monsters gang has chosen to act as the scapegoat for the Gu sect, we must strike decisively to prevent a multitude of retaliations. I stated solemnly. What are your plans, Brother Yen? In Susu turned to me. I surveyed the assembly. We shall lie in wait, establish our formation, and with utmost swiftness eliminate the assailants from the Seven Monsters gang. Then we shall counterattack their stronghold, taking advantage of their weaknesses to eradicate them completely from the Miao People Valley. This proposal ignited fervor among the assembled corpses, with Mingshi readily agreeing. Indeed, with this strategy, who would dare to bully our manor in Miao People Valley? Brothers, let us annihilate the Seven Monsters gang. Annihilate the Seven Monsters gang. Annihilate the Seven Monsters gang. The other corpses echoed fervently, their spirits aflame. I raised my hands, and silence fell once more. Everyone, tonight's operations will be under the command of Brother Jinliang. We shall prepare our formation and await the Seven Monsters gang to deliver themselves unto us. As I spoke, I gestured, and the servants at the entrance swung open the gates of the formation hall, with the crowd surging forth, invigorated. Chapter 84. The attack on the government office. As the corpses emerged, an immediate stillness enveloped the formation hall. I turned to the Yin sisters and said, Susu, once we have completely consumed the forces at the government office, all combat power will swiftly counterattack the Seven Monsters gang stronghold. To ensure safety, you, Tongzi, and the others should promptly take residence in a nearby inn. In Susu nodded slightly, and Tongzi spoke up. Brother Huyen, you must exercise caution. Rest assured. Just obediently wait for our return, I replied with a smile, gently ruffling In Tongzi's hair before turning to step outside. Wang Batian closely followed behind me, saying, Young master, leave the fighting to us. Don't run around. I fear I may not be able to protect you. There's no need for concern. You may unleash your full strength. I can fend for myself. Understood. Wang Batian nodded, visibly eager, suggesting he had faced considerable challenges in the Seven-Odd gang. By the way, young master, can we use firearms? Try to avoid their use unless absolutely necessary. Guns are reserved for dealing with the bigger threats. The Seven-Odd gang is merely a minor nuisance. Not a problem. Haha. The front courtyard was utterly deserted, with only Jin Liangka and Minghun remaining. What is this strategy? I inquired with a smile. Jin Liangka explained, they are positioned in the side rooms. The primary target of the Seven-Odd gang is us, creating the illusion that even the ghostly beings of the Yin court are unwilling to assist us. Indeed, let them believe we are at odds. We will first invite them into a trap, and then strike while the door is closed, Minghun added with a nod. I acknowledged their words and turned to Wang Batian, saying, just don't let this performance fall flat. Wang Batian shrugged. I'll remain silent then. In 15 minutes, we will greet them at the door, Mingshi declared as he walked towards the front entrance. We remained in place, with Wang Batian drawing his cleaver, while Jin Liangka approached a nearby weapons rack, inquiring about my weapon preferences. A spear, the heavier, the better. Jin Liangka cast a long spear towards me, which I deftly caught with one hand. I then swung it casually a couple of times, the wind howling in response. Impressive, young master. Your hard work has certainly paid off, Wang Batian remarked with a smile. I approached the stone table in the courtyard and said, Fat master, let us engage in an arm wrestling match. I am quite curious about the extent of my current strength. You wish to challenge me? Wang Batian nearly burst into laughter. Very well. He spread his legs and placed his hand firmly on the stone table. Wang Batian swiftly approached, placing his cleaver on the table before grasping my hand. Without needing to signal to start, we both exerted our strength, the sound of our palms creaking in the process. Wang Batian indeed possessed considerable strength in the past. I would have faltered within a second. Yet now, his face turned crimson, and he still could not prevail. Fat master, how does it feel to be bested? Jin Liangka quipped from the sidelines. Wang Batian pressed his left hand against the edge of the table. A guttural roar emanated from his throat. While I secretly increased my effort, filled with joy at the significant impact of the gathering peril on my body. Down, I growled, then exerted a tremendous force, barely managing to triumph over Wang Batian. He looked at me, his face flushed. "Young master, have you taken some sort of potion? How can such a slight frame possess such strength?" I chuckled. "Fat master, you truly ought to consider shedding some weight. You appear rather frail." "I am not frail. You are simply abnormal," he retorted, shaking his hand vigorously. Just then, Minghun floated over from the doorway. "They have arrived." The three of us hurried to the steps of the main hall, intently watching the entrance. Ming Shi and Ming Hun opened the grand door, revealing a sea of darkness outside, teeming with people. At the forefront stood Zhang Huanglong, accompanied by another long-haired brute. Zhang's bald head was remarkably distinctive, and behind him trailed the two brothers, Wang Tai and Wang Gang. The members of the 7 odd helpers did not exhibit the same formality as other factions. Their attire was standardized yet rugged, resembling ancient bandits with bare arms, their bodies adorned with cloth strips, each exuding an intimidating aura. "Lord Green, Lord Yellow, you have arrived," Ming Shi greeted, bowing slightly, a visage of trepidation apparent on his face. Zhang Huanglong glanced at Ming Shi, frowning as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Lord Yellow, my brothers merely seek stability. We are not the source of the trouble, and we have no reason to take the blame. These 3 rascals are quite formidable. They have unsettled my brothers since their arrival," Ming Hun interjected. "What are the other specters from your underworld? Are they not lurking in ambush for us? We have come armed with peach-wood swords, and should you wish to resist, we shall deal with all of you," the long-haired brute spoke ominously. "Lord Green, how could we dare? Your esteemed faction operates with such authority. My brothers are hiding in their rooms in fear," Ming Shi quickly responded. Zhang Huanglong let out a cold snort and turned to us 3. "Third brother, are they the ones?" "So it is you," Zhang Huanglong chuckled. "Third brother knows them? I have seen those 2 at Qingchang Temple. They appear to be acquaintances of Lu Xiaoyin," he remarked before addressing us loudly. "Hand over the Millennium Golden Silkworm Goo and the Blue Stream Song, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall deeply regret your arrival in this world." "Are you merely boasting?" Wang Batian responded loudly, cursing vehemently. "How dare you? Let's eliminate them." With a wave of his hand, Zhang Huanglong instructed 5 burly men to step forward, bypassing the rest. It must be noted that Zhang Huanglong exhibited remarkable caution, refraining from allowing everyone to enter. The 5 formidable men from the 7 Oddities gang brandished their knives as they approached the doorway, charging directly toward us. Wang Batian, indignant, exclaimed in anger, brandishing his cleaver and confronting them head-on. Jin Lianka, silent yet resolute, followed closely behind, wielding a large blade of his own. As the 5 men furrowed their brows and quickened their pace, they raised their weapons despite the distance still being 7 to 8 meters away. I remained stationary, confident in Wang Batian and Jin Lianka's combat prowess, fully capable of handling the assailants. Indeed, Wang Batian displayed remarkable ferocity, employing a straightforward yet brutal approach. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the foremost assailant's weapon, then delivered a powerful kick to the second. In contrast, Jin Lianka's style was far more agile. He dodged 2 incoming strikes with a graceful bend and swiftly rose, bringing his blade down upon the shoulder of the 3rd assailant. The 3rd man attempted to block the strike, but his strength paled in comparison to Jin Lianka's, forcing him to kneel to avoid injury. With a loud thud, Wang Batian's blade struck the arm of the man with the broken weapon, severing it entirely and causing a torrent of blood to gush forth, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Jin Lianka then kicked away the kneeling assailant and, with a swift sidestep, parried an incoming blow from behind. In a seamless motion, he turned, his large knife sweeping across, leaving a deep gash in another man's abdomen. Still a tough opponent. Onward, let us obliterate them. Zhang Huanglong waved his hand once more, and 10 more individuals swiftly charged in. My gaze turned icy as I spun my spear, advancing rapidly towards them. Chapter 85. Invitation to the Trap. The spear struck the ground, the tip gliding swiftly across the stone floor, emitting sparks and a chilling aura. As the clash approached, I hefted the spear, which weighed nearly 30 kilograms, and swept it violently towards the foremost assailant. With a resounding crack, the spearhead struck his shoulder, shattering the bone and sending his body tumbling sideways, crashing into two others nearby. I retracted my spear and thrust it forward with ferocious, piercing through one man's chest and continuing unabated, plunging into another's torso. With a whoosh, two more attackers approached, brandishing their blades to strike me down. I swiftly retreated a step, gripping the end of the spear with one hand, and executed a rapid horizontal sweep. The spears slammed heavily into their chests, forcing them back several paces, nearly toppling them to the ground. With a dull thud, I withdrew the bloodied spear and executed a swift 180-degree sweep, the tip cleanly slicing through the throats of the two I had just repelled. Of the 10 who had charged in, 7 lay defeated in mere moments. The remaining 3 halted, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the carnage. The 2 who had been knocked down scrambled to their feet, glancing anxiously at the 4 lifeless bodies and their comrade, who had lost a hand, hesitating in their stance. "Impressive work, young master," exclaimed Wang Batian and Jean Lianka, who had likewise dispatched their 5 foes and now hurried to the center of the courtyard. I lifted my gaze towards Zhang Huanglong and, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Is this it?" The expressions of those outside the grand entrance were decidedly grim, particularly that of the Wang brothers, who instinctively took a step back. "Master Huang, Master Lu, behold, these 3 individuals are nothing short of murderous fiends," Ming Shi exclaimed. Ming Hun echoed, "Indeed, we have nearly been driven to madness by oppression these past few days. Half of our brothers have perished. Master Huang, you must avenge us." A spark ignited within Zhang Huanglong as he clenched his fists, unsheathing the sword from his waist, and shouted in fury, "Brothers, charge forth. Let us reduce them to minced flesh." With that, Zhang Huanglong led the charge, followed by his comrades, who cried out in unison as they surged forward. "Retreat," I murmured, hastily stepping back towards the main hall. Ming Shi and Ming Hun vociferously urged, "Onward, brothers. Seize this chance to prove yourselves. Yes, indeed, brave warriors, advance and eliminate those scoundrels." We swiftly ascended the steps to the hall, and as I observed nearly 200 members of the 7 Oddities gang rushing in, my heart swelled with joy. With approximately 300 in total, over 200 had arrived. In less than 10 seconds, all those from the 7 Oddities gang had poured inside. Ming Shi and Ming Hun, in perfect synchrony, seized the Wang brothers and hurled them into the fray. With a resounding thud, the grand doors slammed shut, halting the advancing members of the 7 Oddities gang, who turned in unison to gaze at the entrance. Ming Shi clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Brothers, it is time to get to work." With a resounding thud, the doors of over 40 rooms flung open simultaneously, revealing more than 100 enhanced corpses from the underworld, each wielding a weapon. "Third brother, we've been deceived," Zhang Lulong exclaimed fervently. "I have eyes," Zhang Huanglong retorted urgently, turning to me with a question. "Who are you, really?" "I am the one who guides you to your next life. Since you dare to come here, you must be prepared for the fact that you may never return." With that, I grew weary of further discourse, raising my long spear and shouting, "Exterminate them all." The corpses bellowed in response, their voices laced with years of pent-up resentment. Though the 7 Oddities gang had a numerical advantage, their overall combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the enhanced corpses. The sudden turn of events left them disoriented. Some were unsure whether to wield conventional weapons or peach with swords. Wang Batian declared, "Leave the bald-headed one to me," as he charged towards Zhang Huanglong. "I'll handle the green one," Jean Lianka added, dashing towards Zhang Lulong. The battle was imminent, with the members of the 7 Oddities gang encircled and entirely at a disadvantage in terms of terrain. Over half of them were rendered ineffective in combat. Wang Batian and Jean Lianka stood at the front, while the advanced corpses, Ming Shi and Ming Hun, reaped havoc from behind. The corpses flanking them were equally ferocious, plunging the 7 Oddities gang into an absolute predicament. Had it not been for the absence of bows and arrows in this underworld, perhaps the victory could have been achieved without bloodshed. The main hall's door slowly creaked open, and In Susu stepped behind me, her expression calm as she observed the brutal scene of slaughter in the courtyard. After this battle, The Yin family will no longer be underestimated, she remarked. I gazed at the carnage before us, planting my spear firmly into the ground, and replied with tranquility. The 7 freaks still have the Goo Gate behind them, and the shaman sect may also intervene. This is merely the beginning, and what lies ahead will be even more arduous. I believe in you. In Susu turned to look at me. I smiled gently. Sister Susu, forgive my candor, but you and Tongzi have become isolated. Even if the banner of the Yin family is raised again, you sisters may not be able to hold your ground. Tongzi is still young, and we are but transients. Miao People Valley is not our final destination. Without hesitation, In Susu responded, I understand. I merely wish to avenge my family. If I can witness the downfall of the Goo Gate, I would die without regrets. I turned to her. If the opportunity arises, would you be willing to live in the outside world? The outside world. In Susu lowered her head and sighed. I know nothing of it. Integrating into a new environment is not insurmountable. Tongzi is at the perfect age for schooling, and you are still quite young yourself. Why not consider it? I can assist you in arranging everything, I said earnestly. In Susu remained silent, seemingly contemplating a notion she had never entertained before. Of course, I do not wish to pressure you into making a decision. If the shaman sect becomes sufficiently powerful, you could also live under the protection of the shaman queen. I will give it due consideration, In Susu nodded. In less than a quarter of an hour, the sounds of combat within the courtyard completely ceased. Nearly 200 members of the 7 Oddities gang were utterly vanquished, while the malevolent spirits eagerly emerged from the corpses to feast upon the souls. The losses for the Yin court were exceedingly minimal, with only a handful of deceased and a mere 10 or so wounded. Wang Batian approached with an injured arm, while Jin Lianka was drenched in blood, though it was solely that of the enemy. Are you all right, Fat Master? I inquired with a furrowed brow. Wang Batian shook his head, just a minor injury. That bald fellow proved quite formidable. Xiaoyan, time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly. Elder Sister Susu, you and the others should head to the inn first, I declared, gesturing emphatically. Those who are injured should return to the ancestral hall to recuperate, while the rest shall accompany me. Our objective is the 7 Oddities gang. Chapter 86. Spare a life when possible. I hastened to the entrance, where the Wang brothers knelt, trembling and pale. These 2 should be detained for now. They will be handed over to Lan Shiga tomorrow, I remarked as I opened the door, revealing Lan Shiga standing outside, flanked by 100 well-ordered guards. Was it successful? Lan Shiga inquired. They have been completely annihilated. I left these 2 for you, I replied, casting a glance at Wang Tai and Wang Gang. Lan Shiga tilted her head to assess them before effortlessly drawing the dagger from Wang Batian's grasp and delivering a swift strike to each of their hearts. That woman is quite ruthless, Wang Batian chuckled. Miss Lan, please escort Elder Sister Susu and the others to the inn. Certainly. Where are you heading? Lan Shiga asked, puzzled. To completely eradicate the 7 Oddities gang. I uttered a phrase and swiftly exited the door, with those behind me hastily following suit. The guards outside instinctively cleared a path. The distance from the 7 Oddities gang to the Yin mansion was not insignificant. After nearly half an hour of rapid marching, we finally arrived at the entrance of the 7 Oddities gang's stronghold. The Miao People's Valley, under curfew, was eerily silent, with scarcely a soul in sight. Truly a night shrouded in darkness, perfect for nefarious deeds. The stronghold of the 7 Oddities gang was a manor twice the size of the Yin mansion. Upon witnessing our formidable approach, the guard stationed at the entrance quickly raised the alarm and promptly opened the door. As I walked, I spoke rapidly. Everyone, remember, do not harm the servants, do not harm the elderly or the young, and do not kill the surrendering members. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Ming-Un, assign 10 ghostly brothers to each exit, leaving no one to escape. Yes. Ming-Shi, dispatch 10 walking corpse brothers to guard the main gate. Yes. Locate Zhang Qilong and bring him to me. With that, I kicked open the door and charged into the courtyard. At that moment, the clang of gongs resonated through the 7 Oddities gang's manor, as 4 to 5 dozen members, led by a burly man with blue hair, emerged brandishing weapons. Attack! I brandished my spear, leading the charge directly towards those gang members. The throng behind me surged forward eagerly, and the 40 to 50 members caught off guard. were swiftly engulfed by the specters of the Yin Mansion. These individuals, in comparison to those who had ventured into the Yin Mansion, possessed significantly less combat prowess, showing almost no resistance. In less than 5 minutes, they all lay defeated on the ground, leaving only the blue-haired man engaged in a desperate struggle. The blue-haired, robust man proved to be quite formidable, managing to withstand the combined assault of Wang Batian and Jin Lianka without succumbing. Seizing the opportune moment, I emerged from the shadows, aiming my firearm with precision, striking the crown of his head. The blue-haired giant staggered, taking 2 steps sideways before collapsing to the ground. Though visibly dazed, he rose unsteadily, coldly asserting, "You possess considerable audacity. Are you Zhang Lanlong?" I inquired softly. "And what of it? The Yin harbors a grand scheme. If I am not mistaken, both my 3rd and 4th brothers have fallen at your hands, haven't they?" Zhang Lanlong spat a mouthful of blood. "Is it only you? Where are the other 3? I pressed, furrowing my brow. "Humph, await your fate. My elder brother will not let you escape unscathed." Zhang Lanlong glared at me fiercely, struggling momentarily before shakily rising again. Wang Batian, in a fit of anger, delivered a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. "You certainly possess some tenacity." Yet, Zhang Lanlong rose once more, seemingly infused with newfound strength. Suddenly, he thrust his hand forward, pushing Wang Batian aside, and with a thunderous cry, his neck elongated instantaneously, scales sprouting rapidly across his skin, his head transforming into a serpent's maw, now twice its original size. With a gaping, blood-stained mouth, the serpent lunged at me. I hastily retreated a few paces, thrusting my spear towards the advancing head. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through the upper jaw of the serpent, the tip emerging on the other side, its base propped against the ground. Ah, no wonder he was so powerful. Like Zhang Qinglong, he too was a serpent demon. Alas, both fell before me. I gazed calmly at the serpent's head impaled on my spear. "Did you kill my brother?" Zhang Lanlong uttered his final words before collapsing to the ground, his breath extinguished, his form fully transformed into that of a serpent. I raised my hand and drew my long spear, proclaiming loudly, "Find the other 3 monsters." Instantly, the crowd dispersed, commencing their search for the remaining 3 creatures. Nearly half an hour elapsed before over 30 lingering individuals were gathered in the front courtyard. Strangely, all of these 30 were mere servants and maids of the household. Not a single surrendered henchman nor a relative of the 7 monsters was present, and the whereabouts of the other 3 monsters remained elusive. I spoke. "I shall pose a few questions. If I receive answers, I will release you." The servants nodded eagerly, their will to survive vastly surpassing that of the henchmen. "Where are Zhang Qilong, Zhang Chenglong, and Zhang Zilong?" One servant hastily replied, "Qilong has not returned to Miao Valley for 2 years. Chenglong and Zilong also departed from Miao Valley 6 months ago." "And their families?" I inquired. "Their families were relocated before the curfew, purportedly as a precautionary measure." These individuals exhibited considerable caution. "Where the families moved to?" Wang Batian furrowed his brow and asked. The servants shook their heads in unison, indicating ignorance. Wang Batian turned to me. "Young master, the television warns that failing to eradicate the root of the problem may lead to endless repercussions." Jin Lianka interjected. "Xiaoyan, let us show mercy where it is due." I nodded silently, adhering to the code of chivalry. I believed that misfortune should not befall innocent kin. My intent was never to slay women and children, but the unknown whereabouts of the other 3 monsters posed a significant threat. However, these servants dared not lie. The other 3 monsters were indeed absent from the residence. Zhang Huanglong's claim regarding the need for a millennium-old golden silkworm to assist Zhang Qilong in his breakthrough was likely a fabrication. The individuals seeking the millennium-old golden silkworm were probably affiliated with the Gu sect. "Have we searched thoroughly?" I inquired once more. Ming Shi and Ming Hun quickly replied, "We have searched everywhere. There is no one else in this residence. Search again and take away all valuable and useful items. Do not afford them any opportunity for resurgence." With a wave of my hand, the crowd dispersed, commencing a thorough pillaging of the estate. In less than 20 minutes, everyone reconvened, each clutching various precious items. Even cash had been unearthed in 5 large crates. each containing no less than 5 million. I instructed them to set one crate down and stated, "This crate of money is your severance pay. Divide it equally among yourselves. Should you acquire any information regarding the other 3 monsters, you are welcome to seek me out at the inn residence. If the lead is accurate, a reward of 100,000 awaits." This gesture left the servants somewhat bewildered. They had not anticipated not only escaping with their lives, but also acquiring a small fortune. "Young master, let us return quickly. We must not allow the Gu sect to corner us," Wang Batian cautioned. I shook my head. "No, we shall wait until the curfew is passed. Given the time that has elapsed, it is highly likely that the Gu sect has already reacted, with their location across the river. It stands to reason that if they intend to intervene, they would ambush us on our return, most likely near the bridge." Jean Liang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, once the curfew is lifted, even if we venture out, they will be powerless to act against us, and can only watch helplessly. It is reasonable. Let us wait a while longer, for time is indeed drawing nigh." Wang Batian nodded and unceremoniously seated himself on the ground. As soon as the curfew lifted, I swiftly led the group away from the residence of the 7 monsters. This concluding skirmish was executed with remarkable swiftness and ease. We arrived empty-handed and departed with our coffers filled. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the auxiliary forces of the 7 monsters, affiliated with the Gu sect, will soon become a mere chapter in the history of Miao People's Valley. Chapter 87. The Young Master of the Gu sect in Miao People's Valley. Just after the curfew had lifted, the streets remained sparsely populated, as many chose to delay their ventures outdoors for half an hour to avoid any unfortunate misfortune. A procession of over 100 individuals, both living and undead, ambled leisurely along the path, each bearing various possessions. Upon reaching the bridge, we indeed encountered a group of Gu sect members cloaked in black, though their numbers were modest, merely 40 or 50. Now that the curfew had passed, I felt no trepidation and confidently led my companions forward. "Halt!" commanded a young man in his 20s with a square face, his expression one of astonishment, likely taken aback by the presence of so many after the annihilation of the 7 monsters. Based on their understanding of the power dynamics, the Yin court had a significant disadvantage in its confrontation with the 7 monsters. Even if they triumphed, they would certainly incur substantial losses. In reality, however, the Yin court had sustained a mere fraction of its forces, less than 20%. I paused, regarding him with curiosity. "May I inquire your identity and the purpose of your presence here?" "I am Jin Gu, the young master of the Gu sect." "Have you plundered the 7 monsters?" he queried, frowning. I spread my hands in resignation. The 7 miscreants instigated the curfew to alleviate their grievances, yet ultimately they faced defeat. This was merely a customary procedure, devoid of any misconduct. "Kindly make way, for we are returning to the underworld." Jin Ji's countenance darkened as he inquired in a grave tone, "Do you possess the Millennium Golden Silkworm Gu?" "Indeed," I replied, unabashedly meeting his gaze. 100 million for the Gu sect to reclaim. Jin Ji's response was succinct and direct. "I refuse to sell. As an outsider, you should not indulge in the pleasures of wine while courting punishment." Jin Gu threatened coldly. I let out a derisive laugh, casting my eyes upon the specters laden with goods, and then, with deliberate clarity, I queried, "Young Master Jin, may I inquire how many individuals from your Gu sect are required to transport your possessions?" "You." Jin Gu suddenly raised his fist. "By all means, strike me if you dare. I shall ensure that all of you lie here motionless." I advanced a step, encroaching upon the range of his fist. Jin Gu, seething with rage, lowered his fist, then swept his hand across my face, pointing sternly at my nose as he warned, "You shall pay for this." A wave of dizziness washed over me. It seemed that his previous gesture was an attempt to cast a Gu upon me. In the next moment, the voice of the Grand Gu deity resonated in my mind. "Xiao Hu, this little fellow has bestowed upon you the flying mosquito Gu, which I shall retrieve for you. Moreover, he himself bears a love Gu toxin, identical to the maternal Gu you previously possessed." The Grand Gu deity's words sent a jolt through my heart, and I recalled the conversation with Niumo at the Ghost Market, where she mentioned her ability to bestow love Gu upon many others. It appeared that this young master of the Gu sect was among them. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Hurry and scram. Wang Batian shouted. If we do not leave now, we shall be compelled to take action, Ming Shi declared loudly. Jin Gu scoffed, raising his hand and commanding, let them pass. The members of the Gu sect swiftly parted to create a path, and I stepped aside, remarking, Master Jin, your skills are remarkable. With a mere gesture, you can summon your venomous insects. Jin Gu paused, clearly taken aback by my insight into his ruse. Once everyone had passed, I leaned closer to him and whispered, the actions of the Gu sect against the Yin Manor will surely elicit a response from them. Do you think your motley crew can accomplish that? Jin Gu nearly laughed aloud. Yes, indeed, with us, this ragtag band, indulge to your heart's content. Your time is limited, even if I do not bring about your end. The love insect within you will reduce you to a mere slave. Saying this, I turned and stepped outside. What did you say? Jin Gu exclaimed in shock. I turned back to him. If I'm not mistaken, it was Niumo who cast it upon you. You may seek her out. Jin Ge's brow furrowed as he seemed to ponder my words, his body suddenly shuddering before he clutched his chest in a futile grasp. No need to thank me. I smiled, hastening to catch up with the specters of the Yin Manor. Niumo. I heard Jin Ge's voice, filled with venom, echoing behind me. Safely returning to the Yin Manor, Ming Shi and Ming Hun directed their subordinates in inventorying their belongings. I arrived at an inn and entered the room of Lan Shige. Lan Shige and the Yin sisters were engaged in conversation, and upon my arrival, their faces lit up with joy. Yindi, has everything gone smoothly? Yin Susu inquired. I chuckled softly. Everything went smoothly. However, Zhang Qilong, Zhang Chenglong, and Zhang Zilong were not at the residence, having reportedly ventured into the outside world for an extended period. Oh, Yin Susu nodded slightly. It was Lan Shiga who interjected, saying, Zhang Qilong? That name sounds quite familiar. I turned to Lan Shiga. Do you know Zhang Qilong? Lan Shiga pondered for a moment and then shook her head. I do not know him, but there is a Qilong group in Xiangjiang, whose chairman is named Zhang Qilong. I have heard my father mention it. This group specializes in international auctions and antique dealings and maintains certain business interactions with the Lan family. What does that Zhang Qilong look like? Yin Susu inquired eagerly. Lan Shiga shook her head. I'm afraid I have never seen him, but I sense it might not be a mere coincidence. When was the Qilong group established? 5 years ago, or was it 6? I cannot recall. That should not be the case. I sighed. Miss Lan, the Wang brothers are deceased, and the Seven Wonders gang has been eradicated. You can now leave Miao Valley. However, I have yet to procure the golden silkworm goo, Lan Shiga replied. What do you need the golden silkworm goo for? To treat my mother's illness. She has been diagnosed with brain cancer, and by the time it was discovered, it was already in the advanced stages. The doctors are at their wits' end. I came to Miao Valley upon hearing that the golden silkworm goo could provide a remedy, Lan Shiga explained. I was somewhat at a loss for words. The golden silkworm goo can cure brain cancer? Whoever conveyed this information to you is either foolish or malevolent. Who was the scoundrel that told you this? Lan Shiga furrowed her brow. It was my father who told me. I awkwardly remarked, I apologize. The golden silkworm goo can only be used to resolve other goo insects, and it cannot cure ailments. If a person in poor health raises a golden silkworm goo, it will only exacerbate their troubles, as the golden silkworm goo will drain a portion of the host's vitality. Yin Susu patiently elucidated. Lan Shiga nodded in sudden comprehension. I understand now. It seems my father has also been misled. Who was it that spoke to your father? It wouldn't happen to be that Zhang Qilong, would it? I inquired hastily. Lan Shiga shook her head. I do not know if it was he. In that case, I need not dwell on it. Huyen, when are you leaving? You are no longer in danger and can venture out by yourself. Lan Shiga shook her head, her expression somewhat troubled. I do not know the way. I know, Sister Shiga. I can escort you out, Yin Tongzi quickly offered. No, both Yin Susu and I replied in unison. Chapter 88. You are unworthy. Yin Tongzi looked at us, puzzled. I began to explain. The Gu sect is currently vigilant. Not only can you not accompany Miss Lan, but the three of us also cannot roam freely. Yin Susu nodded in agreement, and Yin Tongzi pouted, saying, very well then. Lan Shiga contemplated for a moment. Then I shall wait for you. I dare not trust anyone any longer. That works when the time comes. Before I could finish, a knock echoed through the room, followed by the voice of servant from outside. Miss, someone from the Goom Master's residence has arrived, specifically requesting to see you and Master Who. The Goom Master's residence? Insusu unconsciously cast a glance at me, hastily rising to her feet, her expression somewhat flustered. I reached out and gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry. Let us first investigate. Tongzi, you remain here with your sister Shiga. Tongzi nodded in agreement, saying, you both must be careful. It is fine, dear sister, no need for concern. Insusu comforted her before quickly making her way towards the entrance. Upon exiting the inn, we were greeted by two guards clad in the attire of the Valley Lord's estate, accompanied by Wang Batian and Jean Lianka. Wang Batian swiftly approached me and whispered, young master, these two do not come with good intentions. The guards advanced towards us, one of them clasping his fists in greeting and addressing me. Might I inquire if you're the esteemed young master Hu Yen? Indeed, I am, I replied. The Valley Lord requests your presence, young master Hu, and Miss Susu, at his residence for a gathering. The Witch Empress and the Gu Immortal are also in attendance. The guard said with a smile, what business does the Valley Lord have with us? Insusu inquired. The guard shook his head, still smiling, and replied, this humble servant does not know, but there is no need for concern. They merely wish to converse with you both. Exchanging a glance with Insusu, we both sensed that this was undoubtedly a precarious situation. However, being invited by the four most influential figures of the Miao Valley, declining would equate to offending them. Let us proceed, I stated. Wang Batian seized my arm, insisting, young master, I shall accompany you. The Valley Lord has only invited young master, Hu, and Miss Susu. Another guard interjected. Wang Batian appeared ready to protest, but I quickly reassured him, no need for concern. I shall return shortly. Rest assured, my esteemed friend, Jean Lianka remarked, the Lord of the Valley will not be so brazen. Wang Batian then nodded in agreement, watching us depart. After nearly an hour's journey, with two guards, we arrived at the heart of Miao Run Valley, the residence of the Valley Lord. This estate was undoubtedly the grandest within the valley, with its entrance spanning nearly 10 meters wide and surrounded by walls that exceeded 5 meters in height, adorned with thorns and iron spikes. 10 guards stood vigil at the entrance, arranged in 2 orderly lines. As we stepped into the Lord's residence, patrolling guards were frequently visible, each squad consisting of 7 members. The interior of the estate was remarkably well lit, illuminated by lanterns and oil lamps, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of daylight despite being underground. Following the guards, we reached the main hall, where 4 young individuals awaited outside. Among them, I recognized 3, Wu He, Jingu, the young master of the Gumen, and Enai Yuma. The 4th, whom I had not encountered before, donned a yellow robe and possessed a refined appearance, unmistakably hailing from the Taoist sect and undoubtedly of significant standing. As Enai Yuma, with a smile that belied a glimmer of hatred in her eyes, observed our approach, the expressions of the 4 were a captivating spectacle. The guards opened the doors to the main hall and announced, young master Hu, Miss Su, please enter. The Valley Lord awaits you inside. Thank you, I replied, stepping forward, with Susu closely trailing behind me. Within the main hall sat an elderly woman with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles, occupying the seat of honor. The elderly woman appeared to have surpassed the age of 90, her face not only marked by wrinkles, but also riddled with deep fissures. Yet, her large eyes lent her an air of peculiarity. Seated in the hall were 3 individuals. The witch, Wu Hanya, occupied the right side, while to the left sat 2 middle-aged men, likely the Taoist master Zhao Zhiyang and the Goom master Jin Zhanqing, judging by their attire. Jin Zhanqing bore a resemblance to Jin Gu, with a square face and a rugged appearance, his long hair cascading down. Zhao Zhiyang shared a slight likeness with the youth outside, possessing a more delicate countenance, adorned with a Taoist headscarf. Upon observing their gazes, it was evident they were not ordinary men. To deem them shrewd would not be an exaggeration. Susu swiftly passed me, approaching the main seat and bowing slightly. Susu pays her respects to the venerable Shunshur, to the venerable Wu, to Elder Zhao, and to Elder Jin. I too clasped my fists in greeting. I, Huyen, the junior, pay my respects to the venerable Shun Shi and all esteemed elders. Ah, Huyen, you are far younger than I had envisaged. Truly, you are a prodigy, the Shun Shi remarked, her voice, aged and raspy, resonating like that of a specter from the netherworld, making it somewhat challenging to discern her gender. Thank you for your kind words, venerable Shun Shi. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? I responded with neither subservience nor arrogance. Jin Zhanqing interjected, youngster, it has come to my attention that you led the spectral minions of the Yin Court to annihilate the Seven Oddities gang during the curfew, resulting in the demise of nearly 200 individuals. I turned to Jin Zhanqing, retorting, you old rogue. Feigning ignorance when you clearly dispatched your son and his men to ambush me by the bridge? What is your stance on this? Jin Zhanqing furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone. Your demeanor dictates my perception of you. Am I to be called a mere child while I am expected to refer to you as a senior? I gazed at him defiantly. Jin Zhanqing slammed his hand on the adjacent table, exclaiming, did your parents not teach you how to show respect? I stared at him impassively, responding word by word. My respect is reserved for those deserving of it. You have yet to earn that right. Seeking death. Jin Zhanqing clenched his fists and charged towards me. My brow furrowed as I mirrored his action, ready to engage in combat should he dare to strike. Jin, the sect leader, the shaman interjected, do not forget my rules. Before Jin Zhanqing could close the distance, he halted, casting a glance at the shaman before angrily returning to his seat. Ah, old Jin, why lower yourself to anger at a junior, especially one from outside? If this were to spread, it would tarnish the reputation of Miao Valley. Zhao Zhuiyang remarked with a smile. Jin Zhanqing remained silent, slamming his fist onto the small tea table beside him, causing the teacups to topple, scalding tea spilling over onto his dark robe. He stood abruptly, his movements somewhat disheveled. Those who are vile will eventually meet their reckoning, I remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Zhanqing, my voice calm. The Gu clan had already come knocking. There was no need for me to cower before him. I sought to provoke him, hoping to drive him to desperation. Very well. Jin Zhanqing ground his teeth, trembling with rage, clearly unaccustomed to being provoked in such a manner. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If one offends me, I may afford them some leniency, but should they persist, I shall eradicate the source entirely. I approach him directly, my tone chilling. Chapter 89. The unfounded death warrant. This blatant provocation and threat had deeply wounded Jin Zhanqing's pride. He turned to the shaman and declared, esteemed shaman, this individual has committed the heinous crime of exterminating a family in Miao Valley. I hereby request the activation of the unfounded death warrant for Miao Valley. Jin Zhanqing's statement momentarily took me aback. I was unaware that such a concept as an unfounded death warrant existed in Miao Valley. The shaman did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze upon me, asking, Huyen, I am perplexed by your audacity. However, given that you have slain numerous individuals in Miao Valley, a thorough explanation from you is indeed warranted, and this fulfills the criteria for activating the unfounded death warrant. I turned away, clasping my hands in a respectful gesture, and replied, esteemed shaman, I trust that the soul guards of the Valley Lord's Manor are already aware of this matter, and I believe all present are equally informed. I require you to speak for yourself, the shaman insisted, his expression grave. In Susu hastily interjected, esteemed shaman, the situation is... In Susu, I did not request your commentary, the shaman interjected coldly. Very well. Zhang Huanglong and Zhang Livlong brought the members of the Seven Odd Gang to Yin Mansion seeking to resolve grievances during curfew, and I eliminated them all, which aligns with the regulations of Miao Valley, does it not? I inquired, directing my gaze at the shaman. The shaman nodded in acknowledgement. Then why did you proceed to assault the residents of the Seven Odd Gang and annihilate their entire lineage? I did not exterminate their entire lineage. I spared the servants and their families, I retorted. The shaman let out a derisive laugh. To my knowledge, all the servants of the Seven Odd Gang have perished. The only reason you did not slay their families is that they had the foresight to relocate them in advance. Are all the servants dead? This is inconceivable. I not only freed them, but also bestowed upon them a sum of money. I furrowed my brow as I gazed at the shaman. Could it be that I would deceive you? The shaman asked coldly. Wu Hanya interjected. Indeed, the servants of the Seven Monsters gang have been slain, and the money you mentioned has not been seen. Given that Wu Hanya is one of our own, her assertion must hold truth. However, when we departed, those servants were in perfectly fine condition. How could they all be dead now? I turned to Jin Zhanqing and accused. You were the one who murdered them to silence them, then framed me for it, weren't you? Jin Zhanqing laughed heartily. Nonsense. To make such an accusation, you must provide evidence. Where is it? When we left, your son was waiting with the Gumen people. The moment we departed, you went and killed those servants, did you not? Evidence, you say? Jin Zhanqing maintained his jovial demeanor, even nodding, yet he refused to admit his involvement. I stared at him, frowning for quite some time, before turning back to the shaman. Elder shaman, even if we did kill those servants, would that really be a violation? Retaliation during a curfew is indeed permissible. Yet with a death toll exceeding 100 in the slaughter of innocent servants, it constitutes a breach of conduct. Miao Valley reserves the right to enact an indiscriminate execution order to maintain order at any time, the shaman replied in a calm tone. Insusu grew anxious. Glancing at the shaman, Elder shaman, why was I unaware of this indiscriminate execution order? You are undoubtedly unaware, for this is a concealed regulation of the Gu Master's residence, formulated collectively by the four of us. Should none of us oppose, this decree for arbitrary execution shall take effect, all for the sake of the safety of the Miao people, the divine shaman replied. Now let us cast our votes. I am in favor of the execution, Jin Zhanqing declared, raising his hand decisively before turning to Zhao Zhuang. Zhao Zhuang chuckled lightly. This matter indeed seems rather excessive. My young brother, I apologize, but I must also lend my support. Upon witnessing Zhao Zhuang's raised hand, Jin Zhanqing swiftly turned to Wu Hanya. Master Wu, what is your stance? Wu Hanya did not rush to express his opinion. Instead, he turned to the divine shaman. What is your perspective, esteemed divine shaman? The divine shaman hesitated briefly before responding with a smile. As you all are aware, I am soon to commence my Gu fusion. This retreat is not something that can be completed in a day or two. Hence, I shall abstain from this matter. You may deliberate amongst yourselves, but the rules must be adhered to strictly. Should execution indeed be necessary, it may only occur during the curfew. She was a sagacious individual, likely surmising that Yuma had not disclosed matters pertaining to me, and being aware of the formidable nature of youth. She refrained from provoking me directly before fully comprehending my character. Having said that, she descended from her seat and departed without a backward glance. Master Wu, you wouldn't dare to oppose, would you? Jin Zhanqing continued to press. Wahani rose to his feet, asserting, as a member of the decision-making body of the Miao People's Valley, we must uphold fairness and justice. I propose a thorough investigation. If Hu Yin did not slay the servant, it would not warrant the activation of the indiscriminate execution order. I possess a secret technique that allows me to read minds. But to enact it, we must go to the woman. I shall take Hu Yin to the woman for this purpose. Should it be proven that he is indeed the murderer, I shall be the first to advocate for his execution. Wahani's reasoning was sound. However, Jin Zhanqing merely chuckled. Woman master, in the presence of outsiders, we must present a united front and not allow them to witness our disarray. It is precisely the fear of ridicule that compels me to seek the truth. Wahani's tone was resolute, so much so that it rendered Jin Zhanqing momentarily speechless. Accompany me to the woman, Wahani commanded, standing and making his way toward the exit. Insusu and I exchanged knowing glances and followed Wahani out. Wahani, stepping beyond this door equates to stepping outside the bounds of my trust in you, Jin Zhanqing called out loudly. Wahani halted, turning to face Jin Zhanqing. You mean the limits of tolerance, do you not? Jin Zhanqing shrugged his shoulders, responding coldly. That is one way to interpret it. With a smile, Wahani firmly planted his foot on the threshold and resolutely stepped outside. Bring forth the guards. Secure the crossing. No one from the Yin realm is to leave the Miao People's Valley. Jin Zhanqing's furious voice echoed from behind. Under Wahani's guidance, we swiftly departed from the Valley Lord's residence. However, It was not long before 2 members of the Gu men audaciously followed in our wake. Silently, we arrived at the witch's residence, where Wu Hanya did not lead us to the main hall, but instead took us directly to her reception room. Wu He, guard the entrance and ensure no one approaches, she instructed as she closed the door behind us. Aunt, your brazen return with us might jeopardize our— In Susu ventured to say. Wu Hanya cradled the complete turtle shell in her hands. Jin Zhanqing has gone mad, and Zhao Jueyong may follow suit. With the divine witch in seclusion to merge with the Gu king, they are free to act without restraint. Senior Wu, is it true that the divine witch is truly going into seclusion? I inquired, furrowing my brows. Wu Hanya, shaking the turtle shell, responded, Indeed, prior to your arrival. She announced her intent to enter seclusion and relinquished all authority, stating we should resolve matters ourselves. Jin Zhanqing and Zhao Jueyong are cut from the same cloth. If they wish to control all the guards, they will likely not spare me. Upon finishing her words, she tilted the turtle shell, causing 6 small turtle shells, each no wider than 2 fingers, to tumble out. Gently, Wu Hanya prodded these diminutive shells, revealing cracks on each one. Just as I suspected, Wu Hanya clenched her fists, her brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 90. The venomous mosquito Gu. Wu Hanya's countenance darkened, undoubtedly foretelling dire omens. Senior Wu, what is it? I promptly inquired. With a grave expression, Wu Hanya elucidated. The signs from this divination pertain to the safety of the witch's residence, corresponding to the celestial omens of the star sea's heavenly punishment, identical to the predictions I made during the previous crisis of the Yin clan. What transpired with the Yin clan? I turned to In Susu. She furrowed her brow, explaining. The venomous mosquito Gu launched a night raid on the Yin residence, resulting in the loss of 8 or 9 of our members in a single night. Is the poison mosquito Gu truly that formidable? I inhaled sharply. Wu Hanya nodded. Indeed, the poison mosquito Gu is the signature insect of the Gu sect. Its venom is exceedingly fierce, and the poison mosquito Gu moves with remarkable swiftness, capable of becoming invisible and infiltrating anywhere. Without proper preparation, the Wu sect may soon be